Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The assessment results were delivered with the specific cruelty of people who enjoyed delivering bad news. 0 Qi affinity. Elder Zhao Bingfeng held up the measurement crystal as if presenting evidence in a trial. Not trace affinity. Not dormant affinity. 0. The crystal doesn't register anything at all. 200 disciples packed into the Bluestone sect's assessment hall. 200 pairs of eyes turning toward Wei Canglong. The silence had a texture, the hell-breath quality of a crowd that couldn't decide whether to feel pity or satisfaction. Wei Canglong stood at the front of the hall and looked at the crystal. He had been watching Elder Zhao Bingfeng since the ceremony began. The elder had a habit of holding crystals higher when the results were significant, whether significantly good or significantly bad. The arm went up. He had noticed this pattern in the 7th assessment, confirmed it in the 11th. By the 15th, he was certain. Elder Zhao Bingfeng was holding the crystal very high. I understand, Wei Canglong said. This was apparently the wrong response. The crowd had been expecting something more. Tears, perhaps, or hot-blooded denial. The flat acceptance seemed to confuse the elder. You understand that this means you cannot cultivate, Elder Zhao Bingfeng said, with some satisfaction. That you have no future in any sect, no path in the cultivation world, no. I understand that the standard assessment measures 5-element Qi affinity, Wei Canglong said. The crystal you're using tests for fire, water, earth, metal, and wood attunement. I assume it registered 0 on all 5. Yes. Then I understand the results. He looked at the elder with genuine curiosity. I'm wondering if there are other crystals. There were not, as far as Elder Zhao Bingfeng was concerned. The walk out of the assessment hall was long. He kept his pace steady and his gaze forward, which meant he saw everyone who was watching and no one who wasn't. Most of them were watching. There were the ones who looked away quickly, a form of pity he appreciated more than the ones who maintained eye contact a moment too long, cataloging his failure for later retelling. Su Feiyun caught up to him in the outer courtyard. His childhood friend was at Qi gathering stage 2, assessed this morning with a respectable wood affinity, solidly average, which in the cultivation world was better than what Wei Canglong had just received. That went badly, Su Feiyun said. The assessment went exactly as it went, Wei Canglong said. Whether it went badly depends on what the assessment was measuring. Su Feiyun stared at him. You failed. In front of everyone. With maximum possible emphasis. Yes. Wei Canglong considered this. That did happen. He was assigned outer disciple quarters in the sect's eastern district, the cheapest housing for the least promising disciples. The room was small, and the view was a wall. He sat on the bed and thought about the measurement crystal and what it hadn't measured. His grandfather had always been oblique about cultivation. Old Man Zhao was technically a minor elder of the Wei family's affiliated cultivation circle, but he cultivated rarely and taught even less often. What he did do, sometimes, was look at Wei Canglong with a specific evaluative expression, the look of someone checking on a project they'd started and weren't quite sure had gone correctly. The small crystalline orb was in the bottom of his pack, wrapped in cloth, with a note attached. Hold this when you have no other options. He unwrapped it. The orb was perhaps the size of his fist, colorless, faintly warm. He had carried it from home without opening it, following his grandfather's instruction. The note had been there for 2 years. He had respected the condition. He had no other options. He held it. The orb cracked. Not catastrophically. A single fracture line running from one pole to the other, and from that crack a quality of Qi he had never felt before. Not fire or water or earth or metal or wood. Something else. Something that pressed into his dantian like a key into an extremely specific lock, and the lock, which had been there his entire life, apparently, turned. His dantian reorganized. It was not painful exactly. It was the sensation of furniture being rearranged in a house he'd been living in for 18 years without noticing the furniture was in the wrong places. Every cultivation node in his body shifted slightly, and where they had previously registered 0 affinity on the standard crystal, they now hummed with something that had no name in the standard classification. Spatial Qi. Dimensional architecture. The cultivation path of a type of practitioner so rare that the sect's measurement equipment didn't know to check for it. He held the cracked orb and felt a microscopic pocket of compressed space within it, small, cold, impossibly deep, like a thimble that contained a room. Empty. Waiting. And somewhere below conscious understanding, an instinct. This is what you put enemies in. Wei Canglong sat on his bed in his tiny room with the view of a wall and thought, how interesting. Chapter 2, he tested it on a rock. Not randomly, methodically. He spent the first hour examining the orb's properties through the new spatial sense his activated dantian provided, mapping the pocket dimension's internal dimensions, small, stable, expandable based on technique advancement, understanding the compression mechanism, his chi signature key to the interior. Anyone or anything sealed inside would experience compressed time and limited external awareness, and identifying the method of sealing, direct chi mark application to an object's or person's core energy structure, requiring physical proximity and the target's inability to resist. The rock had no ability to resist. He pressed his chi mark into the rock's stone structure and felt the dimensional lock technique activate automatically, as if the mechanism had been waiting inside him, fully formed, needing only the opening of the dantian to become available. The rock compressed with a sound like distant thunder heard underwater. The pocket dimension expanded slightly to accommodate it. The rock was inside. He unsealed it immediately. The rock returned, unchanged. He sealed it again. Unsealed. Sealed. On the fourth sealing, he felt something. A faint pulse from the pocket dimension. The rock was not cultivating. Rocks had no cultivation drive, but the compression and release of spatial energy generated a microfraction of something. Not enough to be useful. An order of magnitude below what the technique needed to produce meaningful cultivation advancement. He stared at the empty orb, the rock unsealed again, and thought about the second part of the instinct that had arrived with the awakening. What you put in, you harvest from. The rock had no potential to cultivate. It gave back almost nothing. A person who cultivated would give back their breakthroughs. A person who desperately wanted to escape would cultivate harder to escape. Therefore, the more talented and motivated the prisoner, the more useful they were to the pocket dimension's cultivation output. Wei Canglong sat with the logical structure of what he had inherited for a long time. This is designed to hold people. He unwrapped the note from the cracked orb and found that what he had taken for the full message was the first layer. Beneath it, revealed only when the orb had activated, was a second message in the same handwriting. Asterisk, the prison feeds on potential. Find someone with some. Asterisk, grandfather. He folded both messages and put them in his inner robe pocket. He thought about the word prison. He thought about the rock sealed and unsealed, unchanged, the same rock it had been before he'd put it in. He thought about the fact that his grandfather had left this for him specifically, had calibrated the release condition to when you have no other options, and had written a follow-up note that assumed he would need to use the technique on something with cultivation potential. Old Man Zhao had prepared this for him. Old Man Zhao knew what it was for. He needed to find Old Man Zhao. Chapter 3. His grandfather was in the sect storage district. This was consistent with Old Man Zhao's approach to life, not hiding exactly, but occupying spaces that people with things to do passed through quickly and did not linger in. Storage districts were full of disciples running errands. Old Man Zhao cultivated in the gap between the errands. Over the 2 months Wei Canglong had been at the sect before the assessment, he had confirmed his grandfather's location through a combination of network impressions in stone, overheard conversations, and one direct sighting. He had not visited. He had been learning the space first. Old Man Zhao was sitting on a crate of preserved herbs in the back corner of Storage Hall 7, eyes closed, cultivation stable and unhurried. He was at Wei Canglong's new spatial sense reported, nascent soul stage 1, far above anything a minor family elder should have been. He had been hiding his cultivation level. How interesting. The orb activated, Wei Canglong said. His grandfather opened one eye. The other followed. He looked at Wei Canglong with the evaluative expression and then, more clearly than Wei Canglong had ever seen it, with something else, satisfaction, or something adjacent to it. When Zhao said, this evening, after the assessment, Wei Canglong held out the cracked orb. The assessment registered 0 affinity on the standard crystal. The orb activated when I held it. My dantian restructured around spatial chi architecture. Yes. Zhao stood, stretched, examined the orb. His hands moved over it with the familiarity of someone who had built the thing. The dimensional consumption technique. Your dantian wasn't suited for standard cultivation. I checked when you were 3. It was always going to be this. He handed the orb back. Any questions? Several thousand. Pick a starting point. Wei Canglong picked. The technique is designed to hold cultivators inside a compressed pocket dimension and harvest their cultivation breakthroughs as energy for the practitioner. This requires sealing opponents who have been defeated but not killed. The practice is, he paused, selecting the accurate word. Unusual. Yes. You designed it for me. I prepared it for you. The ancestral technique design is older. I modified and refined it. Zhao settled back on the crate. The original had several limitations I removed and several tracking vulnerabilities I addressed. Why? Because it was the only technique suited to the specific configuration of your dantian's spatial nodes, which you inherited from my mother's side of the family, and which I recognized the moment I examined you as an infant. He looked at Wei Canglong with the straightforward honesty of someone who had made a decision a long time ago and was done being oblique about it. You were always going to need this. I spent 15 years making sure you'd have it when you did. Wei Canglong absorbed this. Then, the second note says to find someone with potential. He watched his grandfather's face. But the first person I need to understand the technique from is the person who built it. Old man Zhao was quiet for a moment. Then he stood, brushed off his robe, and stepped toward Wei Canglong with an expression that had moved from satisfaction into something more complicated. I have been thinking, his grandfather said, for about 30 years, that there's a conversation I need to finish. He looked at the orb. I'll finish it in there, where no one will find me, in the time I have, and you'll have a prisoner who isn't angry to practice managing. He paused. I'm going involuntarily. The technique works on willing participants. It's much easier. Let me demonstrate. Wei Canglong stared at him. You want me to seal you in the pocket dimension? I want to seal myself in, with your mechanism. The entry is cooperative. I provide the dimensional chi to initiate the lock. You provide the anchor. I'll be comfortable. I'll cultivate. You'll learn from the output. And you'll explain the technique from inside? When I'm not thinking. He looked at Wei Canglong with the evaluative expression one final time. You're going to need this, Canglong. Everything that's coming will go better if you understand the technique deeply, from the beginning, with a teacher who won't panic inside. Wei Canglong thought about this for a long moment. You are hiding from something, he said. I'm hiding in several directions simultaneously, his grandfather said. Some of them I'll tell you about in there. Some are not ready to tell yet. How interesting. Yes. The old man smiled. A rare expression, genuine, with the specific quality of someone at the end of a very long project. It really is. He stepped into the seal. Chapter for the note read. Asterisk, I'll finish my thinking. Call when you need me. Asterisk Wei Canglong held the orb in the empty storage hall and felt, through the spatial connection to the pocket dimension's interior, his grandfather sitting down in a compressed space and beginning to cultivate with the unhurried ease of someone who had found comfortable surroundings. Grandfather, he said to the orb. A pause. Then, from somewhere inside. Yes? What exactly is the technique doing with your cultivation? Every time I advance, even a minor breakthrough within a stage, the dimensional structure generates a resonance pulse. That pulse passes through the boundary to you and is absorbed directly into your dantian as cultivation energy. You do not need to meditate. You do not need to train. You absorb from my progress. And while you're inside time, 3 times faster than outside. I've been inside for 30 seconds of your time. For me, perhaps 90 seconds. If I cultivate seriously, a week outside is 3 weeks of cultivation time for me. Wei Canglong considered the mathematics. So if I seal a foundation building practitioner who is highly motivated to advance, their cultivation inside the dimension accelerates to 3 times the normal rate. Their advancements feed you. The more motivated they are to escape, the harder they cultivate. The harder they cultivate, the faster you advance. A pause. The system rewards ambition in your prisoners. It also rewards prisoners who are calm enough to actually practice effectively rather than simply rage. Another pause. Managing the psychology of your prisoners is, in some ways, as important as the sealing technique itself. The emotional bleed, Wei Canglong said. He had felt it faintly even from the rock, a cold emptiness that had been the rock's non-nature seeping back to him. From his grandfather, sealed inside, he felt something else, a kind of settled focus, slightly warm, that he was now aware was not entirely his own. Every prisoner's emotional state affects me. Yes, the original technique had this limitation. I couldn't remove it. It's structural. His grandfather's voice from inside the orb was clear but distant, the quality of someone speaking through a wall. A prisoner in deep despair will muddy your thinking. A prisoner in deep rage will cloud your cultivation clarity. The ideal prisoner is one who has accepted their situation enough to cultivate effectively, but is still motivated to advance. Which means the ideal prisoner, Wei Canglong said slowly, is someone you've treated well enough that they're no longer constantly furious, but not so well that they stop wanting to leave. Yes. So I'm incentivized to be kind to my enemies. The technique incentivizes this, yes. I found it a philosophically interesting design choice when I was refining it. Wei Canglong sat on the crate his grandfather had vacated and thought about this for a while. How many can I hold? At your current rank, Mortal Aperture Stage 1, you can hold 2. 1 prisoner per Mortal Aperture Stage. When you advance to Qi Gathering, the limit expands significantly. By foundation building, you'll have the capacity for a meaningful prison population. And releasing prisoners? You sever the Qi mark connection deliberately from your side. The prisoner is released wherever you direct them. You can choose the exit location within a range dependent on your current cultivation. They remember everything from inside. They know your face, your voice, your technique. A pause. Every release is a potential security risk. There is no way around this. Unless they choose not to speak of it, which requires trust. Another pause, which requires being worthy of trust. The warmth in the spatial connection shifted slightly, the specific quality of an old man who had been thinking about something for a long time. I built this technique for someone I hoped would be worth trusting. Wei Canglong absorbed this. I'll do my best, he said. From inside, I know you will. That's why I built it. A comfortable silence. Then now, about the second prisoner. You'll want someone with more potential than your grandfather, whose advancement rate is unremarkable. I suggest finding someone who humiliated you today. Elder Zhao Bingfeng assessed me. I didn't mean the elder. The technique works on equals and near equals most efficiently. You'll need to fight your way to the upper echelons before you can target elders. The warmth in the connection held steady. Start with someone who can provide you enough fuel to advance quickly and work up from there. How interesting, Wei Canglong said. To the orb containing his grandfather, to the question of where to begin. Chapter 5. The first real enemy arrived without being sought. Luo Daqian found Wei Canglong on the third morning after the assessment, in the outer disciple herb plots, which Wei Canglong had been assigned to as his work contribution to the sect. The plots were unremarkable, basic spirit herbs that any junior disciple could tend. Wei Canglong had been doing it with the careful attention he brought to anything new, learning which herbs responded to which chi frequencies, mapping the formation nodes that channeled water to the soil. He heard Luo Daqian before he saw him. Still here. The voice had the specific quality of someone who had expected a different outcome and was mildly disappointed. I thought the waste would have left by now. Wei Canglong looked up from the soil. Luo Daqian was 3 months his senior in the sect, at Qi Gathering Stage 3, with the build of someone who had trained physical cultivation alongside Qi cultivation since childhood. He was not the person who had made the loudest comments during the assessment ceremony. He had been 3 rows back, specific enough to identify later, but not immediate enough to be the obvious target of a response. Wei Canglong had noted him precisely. I'm still here, Wei Canglong confirmed. Without cultivation resources. Without advancement prospects. Luo Daqian stepped into the herb plot with the casual disregard of someone who did not consider other people's assigned spaces to require acknowledgement. What exactly are you going to do? Tend herbs until you age out. I haven't decided yet. There's nothing to decide. You have 0 affinity. Luo Daqian crouched and ripped out 3 of the spirit herbs Wei Canglong had been tending, young ones, the kind that took 3 weeks to replace. He held them up. You can't protect even this. Wei Canglong looked at the uprooted herbs. He felt, rising in himself, the familiar calculation. What was the return on different responses? Complaint to the sect authority, which would be handled with the tepid attention given to outer disciple disputes. Reprimand to Luo Daqian directly, which would produce escalation from a physically superior opponent. Inaction, which would confirm the dynamic Luo Daqian was attempting to establish. Or, a settlement bout. A one-on-one fight with formal sect witnesses, the traditional resolution for direct disciple conflict. The loser paid cultivation resources to the winner. Wei Canglong could not win that fight conventionally. He was at Mortal Aperture Stage 1 against Qi Gathering Stage 3, 3 full substages behind a cultivator who had also trained physical cultivation. Any straightforward combat would end in his defeat. I'd like to file a settlement bout request, Wei Canglong said. Luo Daqian stared at him. Then he laughed. A genuine, startled laugh. You're challenging me? For the value of the herbs destroyed plus a standard settlement stake. You'll lose immediately. Possibly. Wei Canglong stood, brushing soil from his knees. Will you accept? Luo Daqian accepted. He was still smiling when he signed the formal request at the outer disciple administration desk. The settlement bout was scheduled for the afternoon, in the outer practice courtyard, with 2 junior supervisors as witnesses. Standard rules. No killing, no permanent injury. Fight until one party submitted or was unable to continue. Luo Daqian arrived expecting entertainment. He had spread the word among the outer disciples. About 30 of them had gathered at the courtyard's edge to watch. From his perspective, this was a performance. The waste who had lost the assessment was going to lose a fight. Wei Canglong arrived and studied him. He had been studying since the challenge. His spatial sense had a secondary function he was still mapping. The pocket dimension's dimensional resonance extended slightly outside its boundary, enough to let him perceive cultivation signatures with unusual clarity. He could read Luo Daqian's chi circulation pattern, The specific way his water element cultivation cycled through his meridians, the rhythm of his attack technique setup. The fight began. It went badly. Luo Daqian's water element gave him speed and fluid adaptability. Wei Canglong's mortal aperture spatial cultivation gave him very little by comparison. The technique was not designed for direct combat application, not yet. He dodged the first 3 strikes through spatial awareness and was still hit by the 4th. He was faster at reading the attacks than at avoiding them. He fell. He got up. He fell again. The crowd made sounds at each impact. Luo Daqian was enjoying himself. This was evident in the performance quality of his technique. He was choosing flashy approaches over efficient ones, playing to the crowd. His water element combat form had a specific moment of extended display. The 3rd technique's finishing flourish, arm extended, one leg braced. The specific half-second of commitment before the next movement began. Wei Canglong had seen this 4 times. He waited for the 5th. When it came, he did 2 things simultaneously. He moved inside the extended arms guard, breaking the distance that Luo Daqian's technique required, and he pressed his chi mark against Luo Daqian's dantian with every ounce of force his spatial cultivation could manage. The dimensional lock activated. Luo Daqian mid-technique. Luo Daqian mid-laugh. Luo Daqian beginning to register that something was wrong, and then, compressed, sealed, inside. The pocket dimension pulsed. Wei Canglong absorbed it and straightened, standing in the practice courtyard with the fight concluded and Luo Daqian nowhere visible and 30 outer disciples staring at him. He felt Luo Daqian's emotional state immediately. Furious, disoriented, frightened. The hot anger that came with humiliation in front of an audience. The emotional bleed was uncomfortable, a headache forming behind Wei Canglong's eyes, his thinking going slightly hazy around the edges. He also felt something else. Mortal aperture stage 1 tipping forward into stage 2. Not a full advancement, a significant fraction of one. Luo Daqian's cultivation breakthrough inside the dimension would provide the rest. One of the supervisors cleared his throat. The bout has concluded, the supervisor said, in the tone of someone improvising. Wei Canglong is the winner by, the settlement terms are satisfied. Wei Canglong looked at the empty space where Luo Daqian had been. Where is Luo Daqian? Someone in the crowd asked. Indisposed, Wei Canglong said. He walked back to his room. He sat down. He had a conversation with his grandfather about what had just happened, received careful guidance on prisoner communication technique, and then, with some effort, reached through the emotional bleed to find the connection thread to Luo Daqian inside the dimension. I apologize for the circumstances, Wei Canglong said to the orb. I'll explain what is happening. From inside, screaming. He waited. More screaming. He settled in, cross-legged, and waited with the patience of someone who understood that the screaming was going to have to wind down eventually, and that when it did, the actual conversation could begin. A prison required management. This was, apparently, his work now. How interesting. Chapter 6. A prison requires management. The screaming lasted 40 minutes. Wei Canglong sat cross-legged in his room, back against the dormitory wall, and waited with the patience of someone who had already tried talking twice and been shouted over both times. Through the connection thread, Luo Daqian's emotional state arrived not as words, but as sensation, a hot, ragged pressure behind Wei Canglong's eyes, like standing too close to a forge. The rage tasted like iron. The fear underneath it tasted like something colder. His thinking had gone foggy at the edges. Not confused, just soft, like trying to read through gauze. He noted that this was the emotional bleed his grandfather had mentioned during their brief communication session before Luo Daqian's capture. The prisoner's states bleed into yours, old man Zhao had said. Manage the prisoners, manage the state. Easy to say from inside a dimension where one chose to be. At the 42-minute mark, the screaming stopped. Not because Luo Daqian had calmed down. Wei Canglong could feel the difference. The rage was still there, but exhaustion had sat down on top of it. He tried again. Luo Daqian, I'm going to explain your situation. Silence. Then, where am I? Not a question. The inflection was wrong for a question. It was more like a man testing whether words still worked. Inside a pocket dimension anchored to my cultivation core. The space is approximately 30 meters across from where you're standing. There is no ceiling. Let me out. Not immediately. I need time to ensure your release won't create problems for either of us. The rage spiked again. Wei Canglong felt it as a sudden pressure across his temples. He breathed through it and kept his voice level. The dimension is survivable. Time passes faster inside than outside, roughly 3-to-1. You have access to ambient chi sufficient for cultivation practice. I'm not trying to harm you. He paused. I'm aware that doesn't make the situation acceptable. I'm not asking you to find it acceptable. You sealed me in a box, yes. During a settlement bout in front of 30 witnesses, yes. And you're telling me to cultivate. I'm telling you that it will pass the time better than screaming. He kept his tone even. I can communicate with you through the connection thread when I choose to focus on it. You can shout at the open air when you want to communicate with me. I'll hear it. A long silence. Wei Canglong could feel the shape of Luo Daqian's thinking, cycling between rage and calculation and back again. There was intelligence there. He'd noticed it during the fight too, between the performance flourishes. Luo Daqian knew he'd made a mistake committing to that finishing technique. He'd done it anyway because the crowd was watching. That was useful information. A person who made worse decisions when watched was predictable in specific ways. What do you want from me? Right now? Nothing. Long term? For you to cultivate, advance when you can, and give me the resonance pulse when you do. Wei Canglong considered how to frame the next part. Honesty was probably more efficient than comfort. Every breakthrough you make inside the dimension contributes to my cultivation as dimensional energy. That's the mechanism. I advance without personal training. You advance by necessity, trying to reach a threshold where you might be able to challenge the dimension's walls. The silence that followed had a different texture, something between disbelief and a very specific kind of fury that came with understanding. You're going to get stronger from me being trapped, yes. That's efficient, Wei Canglong offered. The screaming resumed. It was different this time, less fear in it, more outrage. Wei Canglong noted the distinction and thought that outrage was healthier. Outrage meant Luo Daqian was processing. Processing meant he'd eventually get to the part where he started thinking about escape, which meant he'd cultivate, which meant the system would function. He pressed his palm to the dormitory floor. The stone was cold. His room smelled like the dried herbs Luo Daqian had destroyed 2 days ago, the ghost of their absence. He'd lost a month's cultivation supplement income in that destruction. He cataloged this without letting it turn into anything hotter than observation. The emotional bleed was worse now. Wei Canglong's thoughts kept sliding off what he was trying to hold. He tried to reach through the fog to his grandfather's communication thread. Asterisk, Old Man Zhao. I have a question about prison management. Asterisk, from inside the dimension, his grandfather did not respond immediately. When he did, his voice carried the particular unhurried quality of someone who had been deep in thought and was surfacing slowly. You're asking about the bleed. Yes. It's affecting my clarity. Asterisk, it will. Angry prisoners are the worst for it. Afraid prisoners are barely better. What you want, eventually, are prisoners who have arrived at something past both. Acceptance isn't quite right. Call it orientation. The ones who've decided to do something with their situation rather than resist having a situation. Asterisk, Luo Daqian hasn't reached that point. Asterisk, he won't for a while. The technique works regardless. The bleed is the cost you pay for rapid cultivation. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the orb's previous keeper managed it by limiting prisoners to 2 at a time until he had a meditation technique specific to filtering external emotional states. You don't have that technique. Asterisk, how did he develop it? Asterisk, through trial and significant error. Good luck. Asterisk, Wei Canglong closed the communication thread and sat with the fog and the distant sound of Luo Daqian's outrage echoing through the orb's crystalline surface. He couldn't reduce the bleed. He could, possibly, reduce his own reactivity to it, treat it as weather rather than threat. Cold rain didn't require an emotional response. Neither, in principle, did borrowed anger. He spent the next 3 hours practicing this, with limited success. He advanced to mortal aperture stage 2 when Luo Daqian, apparently out of things to do, sat down and began cycling qi in the technique. That was all he knew. The pulse arrived unexpectedly, a sharp, clean sensation cutting through the fog like fresh air through a cracked window. It lasted 3 seconds. It was, Wei Canglong thought, the clearest his head had felt since the ceiling. He noted this with care. The breakthrough pulses cut through the bleed. The interval between pulses was whatever time it took Luo Daqian to accumulate enough qi for his next advancement. He needed to get Luo Daqian advancing faster. Luo Daqian, he said to the orb, your water element meridian cycle has an inefficiency in the 3rd circulation point. I noticed it during the bout. If you correct the angle of qi compression at that junction, your advancement rate will increase by a significant margin. A pause. How do you know that? I watched you fight. Your technique is technically sound, but self-taught from observation rather than instruction. The core pattern is correct, and the elaborations have accumulated errors. You watched my fight to find my technique's flaws. Yes. For this, partially. I was also curious. Another long silence. Wei Canglong waited. He could feel the calculation running, whether the advice was trap or genuine, whether taking it would be capitulation or pragmatism. 3rd circulation point, Luo Daqian said finally. The angle of compression. Yes. I hate you. That's reasonable. Wei Canglong leaned back against the wall. The advice is still correct. Chapter 7. The investigator Su Lihua arrived 4 days after the settlement bout. Wei Canglong had been expecting someone. Luo Daqian had a training partner, a fellow outer disciple named Chun, he who reported the disappearance to the outer disciple supervisor on the second day. The supervisor filed with the sect's missing persons registry. Standard investigation protocol meant an inner disciple would be assigned to follow up on active disappearances involving junior sect members. What he hadn't expected was Su Lihua specifically. He was returning from the storage district, another errand in the ongoing logistics of outer disciple subsistence, when she stepped out of a doorway and blocked his path with the effortless authority of someone 3 ranks above him who had never considered that blocking a path might be refused. Wei Canglong, she said. Junior outer disciple, recently assessed as waste tier, 0 chi affinity. Assigned to Spirit Herb, plot B14. Currently walking home from the storage district at the 3rd hour of afternoon on what appears to be a minor errand. She looked at him with the flat assessment of someone who had done their reading. Luo Daqian was last seen following you toward the outer practice courtyards 4 days ago. He hasn't been seen since. That's accurate, Wei Canglong said. He observed her quickly while she spoke. Su Lihua was at core formation stage 1. He could feel the density of her qi from 3 meters away, like standing near still water of substantial depth. Her cultivation was spatial element, notable because spatial element was rare enough that the sect tracked it as a resource. She moved with the particular economy of someone who had been told from a young age that they were valuable and had internalized this not as arrogance, but as precision. She didn't waste movement. She studied him back. What happened to Luo Daqian? She asked. He was unseated from the practice courtyard during the settlement bout he requested. The supervisor confirmed the bout's conclusion and recorded his status as indisposed. Indisposed, Su Lihua repeated. Her tone didn't change, which was more unsettling than if it had. A Qi gathering stage 3 disciple who has been training for 4 years is indisposed after a bout with a waste tier disciple who has been assessed as having no cultivation potential, and he's been indisposed for 4 days without contacting anyone or appearing in the dormitory. She tilted her head slightly. That's not indisposed. That's something else. Wei Canglong watched the way her spatial qi extended, not offensively, just perception. She was reading the residue in the area around him. He hadn't known spatial cultivators could do that until this moment. He filed the information with genuine interest. May I ask, he said, what a core formation disciple reads from residue like that? She paused. The question had landed differently than she'd expected, not deflection, not denial. Actual curiosity. Dimensional signatures, she said, and he watched her arrive at the implication in the same sentence she was finishing. The residue around you has a dimensional signature. Her eyes sharpened. Not an artifact. Not a stored technique. It's anchored to you. You carry it. Yes, Wei Canglong said. Luo Daqian is inside whatever you're carrying. Yes. He watched her process this. She wasn't frightened. That wasn't her first register. What moved across her face first was something closer to professional offense. She had come to ask questions, and the questions had answered themselves faster than expected. Second came assessment. She was running calculations about what this meant for her investigation, her standing, her options. Release him, she said. Whatever technique you used, reverse it. This is sect business. I've explained to Luo Daqian that release depends on conditions becoming safe for both parties. Those conditions haven't been met yet. I'm an inner disciple assigned by the sect to this investigation. My authority here supersedes mine, yes. Wei Canglong kept his tone even. It doesn't change the practical situation. I can't release him safely right now. That's not a challenge to your authority. It's a logistical constraint. Su Lihua was quiet for 3 seconds. Then she reached for her technique. He'd been watching for the moment. He'd also been watching her spatial qi distribution. She'd extended it for reading, which meant her defensive layers had adjusted inward. There was a 3/4 second window before she fully transitioned from investigation mode to combat mode. He used it. The dimensional lock pressed against her dantian at the same moment her first spatial technique was forming. The seal activated. Su Lihua went from standing in the storage district alley to nothing. Not gone. Inside. The dimensional pulse was immediate and different from anything Luo Daqian had produced. Wei Canglong stood in the alley, alone, with the orb warm against his sternum and a sensation running through his cultivation core that was nothing like what a qi gathering stage 3 prisoner generated. Su Lihua's spatial qi, compressed into the pocket dimension, resonated with the dimension's own architecture in a way that sent pulses back and forth between them like echoes between canyon walls. The feeling was complex and strange, and a little vertiginous. He pressed his hand flat against the alley wall to steady himself. How interesting, he said to the empty air, and meant it completely. He had sealed a core formation cultivator. He was at mortal aperture stage 2. He had sealed someone 3 entire rank tiers above his current level. He filed this away as something that required careful understanding. He also noted that Su Lihua had been mid-sentence when the seal activated, and that this meant she had entered the dimension with whatever she'd been about to say still unformed, and that this would probably not improve her initial disposition. He began walking back to the dormitory. He had several things to think about. The emotional bleed from 2 prisoners was, predictably, worse than from 1. Su Lihua's was different from Luo Daqian's, less hot, more contained, like pressure in a closed jar. Underneath it was something he hadn't expected, intellectual engagement. She was already studying the dimension's interior. He filed this too. Chapter 8. Stage 3. 7 days after sealing Su Lihua, Wei Canglong was at mortal aperture stage 3. He hadn't trained once. This required some processing. He sat in the outer disciple bath hall in the pre-dawn hour when no one else was there, and held his wrist up to the lamp, and watched the faint luminescence of his meridians, which had 3 months ago showed nothing at all, and were now carrying spatial qi with the easy flow of water in a channel it had carved itself. The advancement had come in 2 pulses. Luo Daqian had corrected his 3rd circulation technique 4 days in. The improvement had been real, and Wei Canglong had felt the burst of more efficiently cultivated qi arriving through the dimensional connection like a door opening on a warmer room. Su Lihua had contributed the 2nd pulse, larger. She was cycling qi inside the dimension with the focus of someone who had decided that understanding her environment was more useful than shouting at it. Wei Canglong respected this, though he kept the respect to himself. He'd had one conversation with her. She had asked 3 questions: the nature of the technique, the rules governing what she could and couldn't do inside, and how long he intended to hold her. He answered the first 2 fully and the 3rd with, until conditions allow. She had not shouted at him. She had asked a follow-up question instead. What conditions, specifically? He'd thought about this. Certainty that you won't use information about the technique to harm me. I could just lie and say I won't. Yes. The problem of trusting a release is exactly that problem. A long pause from her end. Then, you've thought about this more than you've thought about anything else in your cultivation life, haven't you? Fairly recently, yes. She hadn't responded after that. He could feel her through the connection thread, cycling qi in long, careful spirals that interacted with the dimensional architecture in ways he was still mapping. The resonance was distinctive, like a tuning fork struck too close to a bell. He was still sitting with this when Su Feiyun appeared at the entrance to the bath hall, saw Wei Canglong alone at this hour, and came to sit beside him with the familiarity of someone who had been doing this since they were both 12. You've been avoiding people, Su Feiyun said. I've been thinking. For 7 days. The thinking has been productive. Wei Canglong looked at his old friend. Su Feiyun was at qi gathering stage 2, solid and consistent, the kind of cultivator who would probably reach core formation through persistence alone in 20 years. He had a practical mind and a habit of saying the thing other people were already thinking but hadn't committed to yet. Luo Daqian has been missing for over a week, Su Feiyun said. Su Lihua was assigned to investigate, and she's also missing. The sect is starting to look in specific directions. He paused. Those directions pass through you. I know. Wei Canglong. Yes. Is Luo Daqian dead? Wei Canglong looked at him. No. Is Su Lihua dead? No. Su Feiyun studied him the way he had since they were children, with patience that wasn't passivity, waiting for the answer that was behind the answer. Then where are they? Wei Canglong considered this moment. Su Feiyun was his oldest friend. Su Feiyun also had opinions about things, clear ones, and one of those opinions was almost certainly going to be that what Wei Canglong was doing was ethically complicated in ways that required extended discussion. He wasn't ready for that discussion. He also wasn't going to lie outright. I need more time before I can explain properly, he said. Not because I'm hiding from you. Because I'm still understanding it myself. Is it dangerous? Less than it was a week ago. Su Feiyun processed this. His jaw tightened slightly, which was his equivalent of considerable, visible frustration. You were assessed as a waste-tier cultivator 3 weeks ago, he said finally. Now you're at what? Mortal aperture stage 3. He'd noticed. Of course he'd noticed. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing that happens in 3 weeks. No, Wei Canglong agreed. It's not standard. And you won't explain it. Not yet. Su Feiyun stood. He looked at Wei Canglong for a moment with an expression that contained several things at once. Concern, loyalty, the specific frustration of someone who could see the outline of a problem but wasn't being handed the details. When you're ready to explain, he said, I'm asking you to actually explain. not manage. He used the word with an accuracy that meant he'd already understood something about how Wei Canglong operated. Tell me the real thing, whatever it is. After he left, Wei Canglong sat in the empty bath hall and let the dual emotional bleed wash over him and thought about what Su Feiyun had already intuited and what it would mean when he knew the rest. Outside, dawn was arriving. The lamp above him flickered as someone else entered the building, and Wei Canglong stood and went to face the day, stage 3, with 2 prisoners cycling qi inside him and a third one waiting patiently in the corner of the dimension and pretending not to be. Chapter 9. What was actually measured? Old man Zhao had been thinking for 11 days when Wei Canglong finally told him to stop pretending and start teaching. I know you're awake, Wei Canglong said to the orb, flat against his cultivation core, during his morning communication session. You've been awake since 3 days after you sealed yourself. You've been pretending to think so you wouldn't have to answer my questions immediately. Silence from inside. I have sealed 2 people I need to understand better than I currently do. One of them has spatial element cultivation that is interacting with the dimension's architecture in ways I cannot explain. The other has a technique flaw I identified that is now contributing to faster advancement, which tells me I can influence prisoner cultivation rates by providing correct instruction. He paused. I need to know what this technique actually is. Not the fragment you gave me. The full account. A longer silence. Then, with the unhurried sigh of someone setting down a long-held position, you're less patient than I hoped. I'm exactly as patient as I need to be, and no more. Wei Canglong was walking through the outer disciple work district, a basket of storage items balanced on one arm to provide cover for talking to himself, which was significantly less remarked upon among outer disciples than most would assume. The technique. Start from the beginning. The beginning, old man Zhao said, is that the assessment is correct. Wei Canglong stopped walking. Asterisk, you have 0 qi affinity by the standard measure. The standard measure tests for receptivity to the 5 elements: fire, water, earth, metal, wood. You have no affinity for any of them. This is accurate. Asterisk, then how? Asterisk, because the standard measure does not test for spatial element. Spatial cultivation is rare enough that the major sects retired spatial affinity assessment apparatus 200 years ago on the grounds that they almost never found anyone who registered. The assessment elder who called you waste here was using standard equipment. He was correct about what his equipment measured. He was wrong about what that meant. Asterisk, Wei Canglong absorbed this. The distinction had the particular quality of something that, once understood, reorganized several other things around it. The technique uses spatial element exclusively. Asterisk, yes. Dimensional consumption is built on spatial qi architecture. Your cultivation core doesn't gather fire-type qi or water-type qi. It gathers spatial qi, compresses it into dimensional architecture, and uses that architecture to maintain the pocket dimension. When enemies advance inside the dimension, their breakthrough energy converts through the dimensional interface into spatial qi that feeds your core. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, you are not weak at standard cultivation. You are incapable of it. Your cultivation core is built for something else entirely. Asterisk, something that appears as 0 on standard assessment. Asterisk, which is, from a strategic standpoint, quite useful. Anyone looking at your cultivation records assumes waste here. No one looks further. Asterisk, Wei Canglong resumed walking. He kept his pace even, thinking. Around him the outer district moved through its morning routines, disciples hauling water, sorting deliveries, doing the small maintenance work that kept the sect functioning from the ground up. None of them were looking at him. The dimensional architecture of the prison, he said. Su Lihua's spatial affinity is causing unusual resonance patterns. She's interacting with the dimension structure differently than Luo Daqian does. Asterisk, because Luo Daqian has water element cultivation. It enters the dimension and interacts with it like any foreign qi. It cultivates inside. You absorb pulses at the interface, nothing else. Asterisk, and Su Lihua's spatial qi. Asterisk is the same element as the dimension itself. She's not simply cultivating inside it. She's cultivating with it. Her breakthroughs don't just send pulses through the interface. They alter the dimensional architecture slightly as they pass. Asterisk, another pause, heavier. Asterisk, this can be a significant source of advancement if managed carefully. It can also be a structural problem if the alterations accumulate past certain thresholds. Asterisk, Wei Canglong stopped again. Past what thresholds? Asterisk, nothing immediate. The dimension was built for significant qi pressures. But yes, a spatial cultivator left inside for a long period, advancing consistently, will eventually need attention. Asterisk, define long period. His grandfather did not answer immediately. When he did, his tone had the careful quality of precision. Asterisk, compressed time, remember. Inside moves 3 times faster than outside. 6 months outside is 18 months inside. If she advances as consistently as her technique suggests she's capable of, the structural question becomes relevant before 6 months outside. Asterisk. I need to understand the architecture well enough to identify that threshold and manage it. Asterisk yes. And you need to understand it well enough to eventually release her without the technique collapsing. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk Wei Canglong. The technique is called dimensional consumption for a reason. Every person inside is a resource. I don't want you to lose sight of the fact that they are also people, and that losing sight of that distinction has historically gone badly for practitioners of this technique. Asterisk. Wei Canglong considered this. From inside the dimension, he could feel Su Lihua cycling her morning practice. Those long, careful spirals, slightly different each day as she mapped the dimensions of her environment. He could feel Luo Daqian doing his corrected third circulation technique with the grudging efficiency of someone who hated that the advice had been right. I know they're people, he said. That's exactly why I need to understand the architecture. The better I understand it, the more accurately I can evaluate when it's safe to release them. There's a difference, Old Man Zhao said carefully, between planning to release prisoners and genuinely intending to. Yes, Wei Canglong said. I intend to. A silence. Then, quietly. How interesting. He said it the same way Wei Canglong did, not sarcastically. With genuine, open attention. Wei Canglong recognized it and felt something warm move through the emotional bleed. Will you teach me the full dimensional architecture? He asked. Yes. The word was immediate, unshadowed. I've been waiting for you to ask. Chapter 10. The registry Wei Canglong advanced to Qi gathering stage 1 18 days after sealing Luo Daqian. He knew it was coming before it arrived. A building pressure in his cultivation core, like a river pushing against a temporarily narrowed bank. And then Su Lihua hit a breakthrough inside the dimension, and the dimensional resonance pulse came through the interface not as a trickle, but as a wave, and everything gave way at once. He was in his room when it happened. The spatial qi reorganized around his core with a sensation that was entirely unlike what the other outer disciples described during their conventional advancements. No fire spreading through meridians, no water filling empty channels. This was structural, dimensional, a new wall built in a house that had previously only had foundations. He could perceive spatial gradients he hadn't been able to perceive before. The distance between objects in his room carried information that was previously just gap. The corner of his room where the lamp's shadow fell seemed to exist at a slightly different relationship to the floor than he'd understood. None of this was dramatic. It was the quietly destabilizing experience of a new sense making itself available. From inside the dimension, Su Lihua's advance resonated differently than before. The interface had widened. He could perceive more of her technique's detail, the specific spatial compression patterns of her core formation qi cycling. The interaction between her cultivation and the dimensional architecture was more legible now. He spent an hour mapping it carefully. Then he went to the sect registry. The outer disciple advancement registry was a small stone building behind the main hall, staffed during morning hours by a record keeper named Brother Chu, who was 90 years old, had been doing this for 60 of them, and had in all that time developed an imperturbable quality that made him difficult to surprise. Wei Canglong handed over his cultivation test stone and watched Brother Chu's eyebrows move exactly once as the reading registered. Qi gathering stage 1, Brother Chu said. Yes. Your last recorded advancement was 17 days ago. Mortal aperture stage 1, newly awakened. The old man looked at him over the stone. That was an unusual entry on its own. 0 affinity assessment converted to mortal aperture within 3 weeks of assessment. And now Qi gathering. He turned the stone over in his hands, as if looking for a different reading on the back. What technique are you cultivating? Spatial element. Family technique. Wei Canglong kept his voice level. My grandfather prepared a personal instruction before he sealed himself in meditation seclusion. I've been following it. Spatial element, Brother Chu repeated. Do you know how long it's been since I recorded a spatial element cultivator? I don't. 43 years. He wrote it down. His handwriting was meticulous. Your grandfather is Elder Zhao? At Wei Canglong's slight hesitation. He's been in meditation seclusion for several weeks, which was logged. No departure record, so the registry shows him as still in seclusion. Unusual for a practitioner of his level to seal himself in meditation without formal notice, but it happens. He noted something on the registry page. I'll need a technique classification to complete the file. We don't have a current category for spatial element advancement. Wei Canglong had prepared for this. Dimensional architecture cultivation, compression and extension mechanics. It tests as spatial element, produces no elemental signatures, advances through dimensional qi accumulation. Brother Chu wrote this down without visible judgment. I'll classify it as spatial type, cultivation method, rare. The oversight committee may request a formal demonstration for the records. If they request one, I'll provide it. You don't seem concerned about an oversight review. I'm cultivating a real technique that produces real results. An oversight review would confirm that. Wei Canglong watched the old man's pen move across the page. I'd rather they examine it than wonder. This was partially true. He'd rather they examine the external manifestation, the cultivation levels, the technique residue, the progression rate, than wonder about why disciples kept disappearing around him. The examination he was willing to give. The interior of the dimension was another matter. Brother Chu finished writing, stamped the record, and handed Wei Canglong his confirmation slip. Qi Gathering Stage 1, Spatial Element, Family Technique with Personal Instruction. That's what the file says. He looked at Wei Canglong with the direct, unimpressed regard of someone who had filed cultivators for 60 years. Your grandfather's meditation seclusion. When do you expect him to emerge? When his thinking is complete, Wei Canglong said. And you can't predict that timeline. He's very thorough. Brother Chu made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. He turned back to his filing. Wei Canglong took the confirmation slip and walked out into the morning. The emotional bleed from two prisoners, at this new stage, felt different, more textured, less overwhelming. He could distinguish the particular quality of Luo Daqian's frustrated cycling from Su Lihua's methodical engagement. He could, with effort, set them in the background of his awareness rather than the foreground. Old Man Zhao's instruction on emotional filtering was working, slowly. He stopped outside the registry building and looked at the inner disciple halls across the courtyard. Large, well-maintained, populated by cultivators who had actual rank and actual techniques and actual resources. 3 weeks ago he had stood at an assessment stone and been told he was nothing. He had, in the 3 weeks since, sealed 3 people, advanced through 2 stages, learned the architecture of his own cultivation system, and started studying the internal structure of a pocket dimension that was currently housing his grandfather by choice and 2 cultivators who were not. He pressed a palm to the stone pillar beside him. It was warm from the morning sun. He held it there for a moment and acknowledged, with the honest attention he tried to give to things that mattered, that he did not yet know if what he was doing was right. He knew it was necessary. He knew it worked. He did not know yet if those 2 facts were sufficient. He took his hand off the pillar and went inside. Fellow cultivators, if Wei Canglong's patience and the weight of what fills that orb have drawn you in, reinforce this channel's foundation with a subscribe and bell notification so you never miss a new chapter. A single like feeds the system. Now let us continue. Chapter 11, The Invitation. The invitation arrived through a junior disciple who looked like he'd been told twice what to say and rehearsed it into nervousness. Senior brother Qian Tianjue extends warm greetings to junior disciple Wei Canglong and invites him to a friendly sparring session in the 3rd practice hall tomorrow morning. Senior brother Qian believes that personal instruction from a foundation-building cultivator would benefit a disciple at junior disciple Wei's current stage. Wei Canglong looked at the junior disciple, who was about 14 and sweating slightly. How many other senior brothers will be present for this instruction? The junior disciple's recited speech didn't have an answer for that. The invitation is from senior brother Qian, I understand. Thank you. Wei Canglong handed back the small folded paper the invitation had been written on. Please tell senior brother Qian that I'm grateful for his attention and will attend. He went back to his room and considered what he knew about Qian Tianjue. 3 days ago he'd noticed Qian Tianjue watching him from across the inner disciple advancement ceremony courtyard. Not the ceremony Wei Canglong was attending, a separate prestige assessment for well-resourced families who used these events to place their children in favorable light. Qian Tianjue was foundation building stage 2, which he'd likely reached at a young age through family resources. He had the posture of someone who had always been told they were central. He'd watched Wei Canglong's registry advancement, posting with an expression that was less contempt than calculation. This invitation was the result of that calculation. Wei Canglong communicated the situation to his prison population that evening. Not to Old Man Zhao, who was in a teaching session that would run long. To Su Lihua, who was the most analytically sharp of the 3 and had stopped pretending she didn't have opinions about his operational decisions. Foundation building stage 2, Su Lihua said, her voice clear through the connection thread. The dimension's compressed time meant she'd had considerably longer to think about things since her sealing than the calendar showed. You're at Qi Gathering stage 1. That's 2 full ranks. He's not planning to spar you. He's planning to hurt you publicly and then make it look like instruction. Yes. What's your plan? Attend, Wei Canglong said. A pause. I'm going to ask you a more specific question. You can't seal him during a scheduled practice session in front of witnesses without that becoming the center of an investigation you're not equipped to handle yet. You can't beat him conventionally. So what are you actually planning to do? He appreciated the precision of the question. I need to understand what the ambush looks like before I can plan around it. He said, sparring session, which means he's bringing other people who he can plausibly describe as observers. 3. Probably. Enough to prevent escape, but few enough not to look arranged. You're going to walk into an ambush to study the ambush. It's the fastest way to gather relevant information. Through the connection thread, he could feel her processing this with the specific intellectual friction of someone who sees a plan's logic and still wants to argue against it. She had, he noted, stopped arguing against things she considered truly dangerous. She'd redirected into precision. This was one of the ways she'd changed since being sealed. He filed the observation without using it. What do you want from me? She asked. Your core formation combat pattern analysis. He'd been asking her questions about foundation building combat tells over several sessions, framing them as theoretical. She'd answered because she was systematically trading him information for information about the dimension's architecture and her own position within it. A negotiation neither of them had formalized, but both understood was ongoing. Specifically what foundation building stage 2 spatial overextension looks like. I thought you might get there eventually. She described it for the next 20 minutes. She was precise and thorough and occasionally frustrated by gaps in his baseline knowledge, which she filled without impatience. He took notes in his head, categorized them, and said thank you when she finished. You're not going to seal the ambush today, are you? She said. No. You're going to let them hurt you. I'm going to study them. That's what I said. A pause. Be careful. Foundation building can genuinely injure Qi, gathering disciples without intention. Without intention, Wei Canglong repeated, because the precision mattered. With xianxia, without intention is probably giving him too much benefit. Chapter 12. For prisoners, the practice hall smelled like chalk dust and old Qi imprints. The walls had absorbed decades of technique residue and radiated a faint mineral warmth. There were, as Wei Canglong had predicted, 3 senior disciples in addition to xianxia. 2 were Qi gathering stage 7, significantly above Wei Canglong, but below foundation building, likely selected because they could hurt him without drawing the kind of concern a foundation building direct strike would. The 3rd was foundation building stage 1, standing near the door, arms folded, in the posture of someone whose job was to block exits. xianxia was well-dressed for a practice hall. He had the specific grooming of someone who expected to be looked at. Wei Canglong, I heard you've been advancing unusually quickly for someone assessed as waist tier. His tone had the surface texture of interest over the harder texture of something else. I thought I'd provide some practical guidance. That's kind, Wei Canglong said. He was cataloging the 3 additional disciples. He'd seen 2 of them before. One was Qian family affiliated, registered in the sect's records as affiliated with Qian Tianjua's household. The other 2 were cultivation partners rather than family retainers. Different motivation, which meant different reliability. Shall we begin? The first 2 exchanges established the situation clearly. The 2 Qi gathering stage 7 disciples worked in coordination. One pushed forward, the other angled for the flank, switching whenever Wei Canglong oriented toward either. Qian Tianjua watched from 10 paces back with the expression of someone attending a performance rather than a fight. The foundation building disciple near the door hadn't moved. Wei Canglong let the 2 Qi gathering disciples establish their pattern. He took 3 clean strikes, one across the shoulder, one that rattled his ribs, one that hit his left leg, and sent him down on one knee. Each time he got up before Qian Tianjua's expression shifted from entertained to bored. The 5th exchange. He'd been counting the Qi gathering family retainer's breath rhythm. It synced with his attack timing, which meant there was a predictable half-second window after his exhale committed to a technique. Wei Canglong let himself be driven back toward the wall, waited for the exhale, and when the retainer's technique extended for its finishing commitment, pressed inside it and sealed him at the dantian. The retainer vanished. The 2nd Qi gathering disciple stopped. Qian Tianjua's expression changed from entertained to something colder. Now, Wei Canglong said to the remaining Qi gathering disciple, I'd recommend declining to continue. The technique works the same way on everyone. The disciple looked at the empty space where his training partner had been. He looked at Wei Canglong. He left. The door behind him closed with more speed than elegance. Qian Tianjua had moved forward. The foundation building disciple near the door had moved off the wall. 3 steps each, not attacking yet, but the distance had compressed. Wei Canglong felt the pulse arriving from the sealed retainer inside the dimension. Anger, disorientation, Qi gathering cultivation pushing hard at the dimensional walls. The emotional bleed hit like a wave, stronger than before. The taste of humiliation underneath the anger, sharp and specific. His thinking went hazy. He made a decision based on what he could calculate through the fog. He had 1 or 2 seconds before the foundation-building disciple got into range. Qian Tianjue was still watching. The pattern was foundation-building disciple first, Qian Tianjue second. They'd flank him the same way the previous two had. He moved toward the foundation-building disciple rather than away, which was wrong, and used the wrongness. The disciple's technique was set for someone retreating, not advancing. Wei Canglong got inside its range in the moment before it recalibrated and sealed him at the junction between execution and adjustment. The second disciple vanished. Qian Tianjue was left standing alone in the practice hall. Wei Canglong had 2 new prisoners and a head full of fog, and the specific difficulty of someone managing 4 simultaneous emotional states through a cotton-thick mental haze. He stood still and breathed through it. The chalk dust smell in the air was sharp. He focused on that. Physical and specific. Real. You sealed 2 of my people, Qian Tianjue said. His voice was very controlled. They participated in an ambush under the label of a sparring invitation. Yes, you'll release them. When conditions allow. Wei Canglong looked at him. Qian Tianjue was 5 paces away, foundation building stage 2, which was above Wei Canglong's current capability range for a direct seal. He'd need a specific window. He didn't have one yet. I'd recommend against escalating further today. The next step you take makes this a public matter, which I don't think serves either of us. You're threatening me. I'm giving you an accurate description of the situation. Qian Tianjue stared at him for 3 seconds with the expression of someone doing rapid and unhappy calculations. Then he turned and walked out. The door closed with the careful quiet of someone who was very angry and did not want to show it through a door slam. Wei Canglong stood alone in the practice hall, for prisoners cycling inside the dimension, the emotional bleed running ragged through his thoughts, and the knowledge that the Qian family retainer now missing would be noticed within a day and the foundation-building disciple within hours. He estimated, 1 week before this required direct handling. How interesting, he said to the chalk-smelling air, meaning it less than usual. Chapter 13. The public challenge. Qian Tianjue waited 4 days. Wei Canglong had expected 3 and spent the extra day with his grandfather, who had resumed teaching with the thoroughness of someone making up for withheld information. The dimensional lock's precision had improved. He could now feel the distance at which a seal would fail, the threshold where an opponent's cultivation density exceeded his current qi gathering capacity for enforcement. Foundation building stage 2 was at the outer edge of that threshold. At qi gathering stage 2, possibly manageable in optimal conditions. At stage 1, not reliably enough. He was at qi gathering stage 2 the morning Qian Tianjue found him. The advancement had come via a pulse from the Qian family retainer inside the dimension, who had apparently taken Wei Canglong's earlier advice about cultivation efficiency to heart, not out of goodwill, but out of the same calculation every prisoner eventually arrived at. The faster he advanced, the faster he'd reach the threshold where he could test the dimensional walls. The pulse had arrived at dawn, clean and strong, and Wei Canglong had felt qi gathering stage 2 settle into place like a lock engaging. The new stage gave him spatial perception at 30 meters, a full 10-meter extension over stage 1. He could feel the courtyard layout around him as a set of distances rather than a visual scene. The stone tiles underfoot were slightly uneven in a pattern he could now read as old construction settling. The morning air was layered, warmer near the ground, cooler overhead. He stood in it for a moment, just feeling the extended reach of his awareness. Then Qian Tianjue appeared in the courtyard with 6 witnesses. Wei Canglong identified them before they'd crossed 20 meters. 3 inner disciples who attended the outer disciple practice court at this hour regularly. 2 sect administration runners who were here for the administrative building adjacent. An elder Zhao Bingfeng, who had assessed Wei Canglong as waste here 6 weeks ago and was taking his morning constitution along the courtyard path. Qian Tianjue had planned the audience carefully. He stopped in the center of the courtyard where the morning light made him visible from all 3 adjacent walkways. His voice carried. Wei Canglong, I have reason to believe you've stolen cultivation resources belonging to the Qian household. He spoke with the precision of prepared language. 2 disciples affiliated with my household have been missing for 4 days. Their last confirmed location places them in your presence. I am formally requesting a sect investigation and the return of any stolen materials. Wei Canglong noted Elder Zhao Bingfeng's pace slowing. The administration runners had stopped. The inner disciples had oriented. He walked forward until he was at speaking distance and answered in a normal voice, which in the morning quiet carried adequately. The Qian household disciples you're describing were present at what was arranged as a sparring session. They haven't been stolen from. They are currently in a secure location that I control, alive and unharmed, pending resolution of several logistical considerations. A secure location, Qian Tianjue repeated, with the tone of someone filing this for later use. You admit to holding them. I admit they're in my custody. Under circumstances I'm willing to explain through formal sect channels. Then formally, I am challenging you to a sect duel to resolve this dispute. He'd expected this. The public setting was designed to force Wei Canglong's hand. If he refused, the implied guilt was clear. If he accepted, he was agreeing to fight a foundation building stage 2 cultivator while nominally a qi gathering stage 2. The audience was the mechanism. With Elder Zhao Bingfeng as a witness, the challenge would be logged formally. I accept, Wei Canglong said. Qian Tianjue hadn't expected acceptance without protest. He recovered quickly. 3 days. 3 days is acceptable. He turned and walked back toward the dormitory. Behind him, he heard Qian Tianjue begin laying out the challenge terms for Elder Zhao Bingfeng's benefit, and underneath that the lower register murmur of the witnesses already distributing what they'd seen to whoever they'd tell next. He had 3 days, 2 prisoners who were Qian family affiliated and could provide useful information, and the knowledge that Qian Tianjue had been at foundation building stage 2 for a significant period. Long enough that his technique was refined, but possibly long enough that he had patterns he didn't notice he'd developed. He went to ask his prisoners about them. Chapter 14. The duel arena held 200 people. Wei Canglong stood at the south position and noted that this was 50 more witnesses than he'd estimated from the courtyard's available audience. News had traveled. He could feel them as a source of ambient pressure, the kind that pushed a fight toward performance rather than resolution. He'd noticed this in Luo Daqian's technique, the way an audience changed the decisions a person made. He wondered if it would change Qian Tianjue's decisions. The 2 Qian family prisoners had been cooperative, in the specific way of people who had calculated that cooperation was in their interest and hated that they'd arrived at this calculation. Between them, after 3 days of careful questions, Wei Canglong had assembled a functional picture of Qian Tianjue's combat pattern. 3 primary techniques, 2 transitional moves, 1 recovery sequence. A habit of extending the right arm's reach slightly past its optimal power angle when accelerating an attack. A technical inefficiency that had never been relevant because no opponent had ever survived long enough to exploit it. And a specific tell, the left shoulder dropped a 1/4 inch 2 steps before his decisive technique. The problem was that knowing these things and using them were different activities separated by 2 full cultivation ranks. The duel started. Qian Tianjue's first technique hit Wei Canglong in the sternum, and he sat down involuntarily. The crowd made a sound. He stood. The qi impact had been significant. His ribs ached with the specific deep bone ache of a compressed strike, different from the surface pain of a scratch or cut. He'd felt his spatial qi try to diffuse the impact at the moment of contact and mostly fail. He noted the angle of the strike, the shoulder position, the footwork leading into it. Second technique. Wei Canglong retreated. The pursuit put him against the arena wall. The crowd made a different sound, closer to anticipation. Qian Tianjue pressed, which was correct strategy, and Wei Canglong moved along the wall rather than off it, which was wrong strategy by convention but created a different angle than what Qian Tianjue had been set up to address. The third technique grazed his left arm rather than landing clean. He counted that as information. The exchange continued. He went down 4 times. He got up 4 times. He didn't attempt to seal during any of the first 11 exchanges. The shoulder drop tell hadn't appeared yet, which meant Qian Tianjue was still in controlled technique mode. The decisive move required a specific context, visible advantage, audience attention, the moment where the fight appeared decided. By the 9th exchange, Wei Canglong's left arm was not functioning well. The third strike on it had landed cleanly, and something had compressed wrong. He was running his observations through a haze that was partly pain and partly the ongoing emotional bleed from 4 prisoners, 2 of them newly angry and inside under protest. Luo Daqian had been upset this morning for reasons that had nothing to do with the duel and everything to do with something the prisoners had been arguing about internally. The timing was poor. He made himself focus on the shoulder. 10th exchange. 11th. The crowd's sound had changed. It was quieter, more concentrated, the quality of attention that came when people believed they were watching something conclude. 12th exchange. Qian Tianjue moved forward with the confidence of someone whose plan had been proceeding as expected for 3 minutes. His right arm extended past its optimal angle, the familiar inefficiency. His left shoulder dropped a 1/4 inch. Wei Canglong had 1 chance, and it was not a good one. He was standing wrong, his left arm unreliable, his spatial perception clouded by the emotional bleed. He filed all of these as conditions rather than obstacles. He moved inside the extended reach instead of away from it, which every watching cultivator read as the desperation of someone with no other options. He pressed his chi mark against Qian Tianjue's dantian at the exact moment Qian Tianjue opened his mouth to say whatever he planned to say to 200 witnesses. The dimensional lock activated. Qian Tianjue went from standing mid-technique mid-word to absent. His voice cut off mid-syllable. His technique dissipated into loose qi that scattered across the arena floor like water from a broken vessel. The silence lasted 3 full seconds. Wei Canglong stood in the center of the arena with his left arm aching and his head thick with the bleed of 5 prisoners. 5 now. And Qian Tianjue's was hot and fast and humiliated. The specific burn of someone who had been humiliated in front of exactly the audience he'd arranged for his own triumph, and felt the advancement pulse arrive. Qi gathering stage 3, sudden and overwhelming. The pulse cut through the bleed like a clean sound through noise. And for a moment his perception extended and clarified, and he could feel every distance in the arena, every cultivator's qi signature, the courtyard beyond the walls, the dormitory building to the north with its old stone soaking up decades of ambient cultivation. Then it settled. He was standing in an arena with 200 people who did not know what to say. He waited for someone else to start. Chapter 15. The investigation finds nothing. Elder Zhao Bingfeng was thorough. Wei Canglong had known this from the assessment. The man had a methodical quality that showed in how he'd handled the waste tier classification, making Wei Canglong repeat the test twice with different stones before confirming the result. He brought the same methodology to the arena investigation. 2 hours of questioning, 3 different qi sense examinations, a full interview with every witness who could be collected. Wei Canglong stood in the center of the empty arena and let the examination proceed. His left arm was in a temporary binding that one of the arena attendants had provided, competent hands working quickly while the investigation assembled itself around him. The ache had settled into a background signal he could mostly ignore. Your technique, Elder Zhao Bingfeng said, after the initial sweep. He had a scroll and was making notes on it with the steady pace of someone who intended to use those notes later. Spatial compression of the opponent. We've seen the residue. This is the 3rd formal competition in which an opponent has disappeared. There have been informal incidents as well. The technique functions as observed, Wei Canglong said. The opponents are alive and retained in a dimensional space, I maintain. You're holding Qian Tianjue. Yes. And the 2 disciples from 4 days ago. Yes. And the 3 from before that. Wei Canglong counted. Yes. 5 total at the moment. Elder Zhao Bingfeng's pen paused. He looked at Wei Canglong with the expression of someone who had expected a smaller number. Where, precisely, are they? Inside the pocket dimension anchored to my cultivation core. He kept his voice level. The dimension is safe, compressed time, ample ambient qi, communication available. No physical harm to any occupants. I can provide confirmation through direct communication with any of them, if the investigation requires it. It may. The elder resumed writing. The technique itself, you described it to the registry as spatial type, family transmission. Yes. Your grandfather, old man Zhao, is registered as being in meditation seclusion. Has he communicated with you regarding this technique during his seclusion? Wei Canglong considered the precision of the question. He left instructions before entering seclusion. I've been following them. Detailed instructions, apparently. Zhao Bingfeng looked up from his scroll. You were assessed at 0 cultivation potential 6 weeks ago. You are currently at Qi gathering stage 3 after defeating a foundation building stage 2 cultivator in a formal duel. The assessment elder voice, level, and exact. That advancement speed is not consistent with any technique in the sect registry. Spatial element cultivation isn't in the registry. No, it isn't. He wrote something. I'm going to recommend a formal technique classification review. This will involve the Outer Elder Council and may include a practitioner examination. I'll cooperate with any examination the council requires. Zhao Bingfeng looked at him for a moment. Not the hostile look, not quite the curious look, but the particular look of a methodical person who has found something that doesn't fit his existing categories and is deciding how to file it. The Qian family will be notified of this investigation. They will request Qian Tianjue's immediate release. When conditions allow, Wei Canglong said. You've said that before. The elder closed his scroll. What conditions specifically are you waiting for? The question was honest and direct and deserved a real answer. Certainty that releasing him won't immediately create a situation where he harms me or others while using information about the technique that I can't safely have public. That's both a security concern and a practical one. He paused. I'm not trying to hold him permanently. I'm waiting for a configuration where release is safe. And if the sect requires his release before you've found that configuration, Wei Canglong had been thinking about this answer for 5 days. Then I'll release him and manage the consequences. The sect's authority supersedes my preferences. He kept his tone even. I prefer to do this in a controlled way. If the sect determines otherwise, I'll comply. Zhao Bingfeng looked at him for another moment. Then, why did the assessment show 0 qi affinity? The question came out of nowhere. Wei Canglong looked at him. The elder's expression had changed. The investigator's look replaced by something closer to genuine curiosity. He was thinking about this as a technical problem. Wei Canglong found this more comfortable than the official tone. The assessment equipment tests for the 5 standard elements, Wei Canglong said. I don't cultivate any of them. The assessment wasn't wrong. It measured what it measured. The result it gave was accurate for what it was designed to detect. Spatial element, Zhao Bingfeng said. Yes. And it didn't occur to anyone to test for spatial element because the equipment for it hasn't been used in 200 years, Wei Canglong said. Statistically, the investment isn't justified. You'd need to test several thousand disciples to find one spatial cultivator. That's a reasonable resource decision. Reasonable, the elder repeated. He sounded like someone deciding how he felt about the word. You've been studying the technique's history. Old man Zhao's instructions were detailed. Zhao Bingfeng wrote one more thing in his scroll and looked at the arena floor. There was still qi residue from the scattered remains of Qian Tianjue's final technique. It would dissipate in a day or two. You may go, he said. Report to the Outer Elder Council tomorrow morning. I'll have filed the preliminary report by then. Wei Canglong walked out of the arena with his left arm bound, 5 prisoners cycling inside the dimension, and Qian Tianjue's fury arriving in waves, hot and relentless, the most intense emotional bleed he'd managed yet. He made it 20 paces before he had to stop and brace against a wall, breathing deliberately through the fog. His thinking was going sideways. He stayed there for 4 minutes. A junior disciple passed, looked at him, looked away politely. He was managing too much at once. He'd known this was a risk when he sealed the 3rd Qian family disciple in the arena ambush, and he'd done it anyway because the alternative was worse. Now he was paying the cost. 5 sources of hostile emotional state, one of them genuinely nascent level in its intensity, running through his cultivation awareness like static through a signal. The wall was cold. He pressed his good palm flat against the stone and focused on that cold. How interesting, he tried to think, and found that the phrase wasn't available the way it usually was. The genuine open curiosity that usually accompanied it wasn't accessible through the fog. It would come back. The fog always cleared when one of the prisoners started cultivating earnestly. He needed Qian Tianjue to start cultivating. Qian Tianjue, he said, quietly, to the orb warm against his sternum. I can hear you clearly. You may say what you'd like. What followed was specific and detailed, and would have been concerning to anyone overhearing it. Wei Canglong stood against the wall and let it arrive without responding until the 2nd wave passed, and the 3rd wave became something shorter and angrier and less elaborate. The situation is as follows, Wei Canglong said, in the pause. You are inside a pocket dimension 3 times faster than outside. You have access to ambient qi. Cultivating will give you something to do and will, eventually, move you toward a threshold where your release becomes practically viable. The faster you advance inside, the faster that happens. Silence. I'm told, Wei Canglong added carefully, that the other occupants have found their own accommodations. It's a larger space than it sounds. There are other people in here, currently 4, including my grandfather, who is in seclusion and prefers not to be disturbed unless you want cultivation theory. There's also an outer disciple with water element cultivation who has been working on a technique correction, and a core formation inner disciple who has been studying the spatial architecture. They're all in their own territories. You won't need to see any of them unless you choose to. A very long silence. I want to speak to the core formation inner disciple, Su Lihua, Wei Canglong thought. He was mildly surprised, then not. Qian Tianjue would want the most senior prisoner. It was consistent with how he thought about rank. I'll pass that along, Wei Canglong said. Start cultivating. It will help both of us. He pushed off the wall and walked toward the outer Elder Council building to look at the morning schedule. Su Feiyun fell into step beside him from a side path, which meant he'd been waiting. You won, Su Feiyun said. The duel concluded in my favor. By sealing a foundation building stage 2 cultivator while at Qi gathering stage 1, 2, by the end. In front of 200 people. A pause. The entire sect is talking about it. I know. Zhao Bingfeng filed 3 separate reports before you left the arena. I know that too. Wei Canglong kept walking. There's going to be a council review. Are you going to tell me what's actually happening yet? Wei Canglong thought about what he'd told Su Feiyun 7 days ago. Not because I'm hiding, but because I'm still understanding it myself. He understood it better now. He still wasn't ready. Not because of management. He caught himself thinking that and held it at arm's length, noted that it was management, set it aside. Not because he was controlling the situation. Because telling Su Feiyun, who was his oldest friend and would have opinions, was something he wanted to do correctly rather than quickly. Soon, he said. Su Feiyun made a sound that meant he'd heard soon before and had formed an opinion about it. I'm not going to keep waiting indefinitely, he said. You should know that. Not because I'm threatening anything. Just so you know where I am. I know where you are, Wei Canglong said. I'm asking for more time anyway. That's honest. I'm trying to be. They walked toward the council building in the morning light. Xianxia had started cycling qi inside the dimension, grudgingly, the particular flavor of someone doing the sensible thing under protest. The emotional bleed was still there but quieter now, directed inward rather than outward. Wei Canglong's thinking cleared by degrees. The old stone path under his feet had absorbed years of qi from cultivators walking it, and at qi gathering stage 3, newly expanded spatial sense, he could feel the faint texture of all those accumulated footsteps like something readable in the stone. He followed it toward whatever came next. Chapter 16. What Su Feiyun asked. The council review lasted 2 hours and ended inconclusively. Wei Canglong answered every question accurately, withheld the interior of the dimension successfully, and walked out with a notation in his file and a review date in 3 weeks. Zhao Bingfeng watched him leave with the expression of someone whose category system had developed a crack. Su Feiyun was waiting at the edge of the administrative district. He fell into step when Wei Canglong reached him, and they walked in the direction of the outer disciple dormitory, which was a habit left over from years of walking that route after evening drills. Now, Su Feiyun said. Not a question, not a threat, just the word, placed with the precision of someone who had decided the time for soon had ended. Wei Canglong stopped walking and turned to face him. Su Feiyun had grown up believing cultivation was about persistence and deserving. He meditated 4 hours a day. He had advanced through 3 ranks in the same period Wei Canglong had awakened and accelerated through several more, and he had done this through effort that was visible and real and that he hadn't mentioned once in any conversation. His expression right now held everything he'd been not saying for 3 weeks. My grandfather left me a crystalline orb when I was assessed as waste tier, Wei Canglong said. It awakened a cultivation technique based on spatial qi, which doesn't register on standard assessment equipment. The technique is called dimensional consumption. When I defeat an opponent, I can seal them into a compressed pocket dimension stored inside the orb. Time inside the dimension passes 3 times faster than outside. Every breakthrough the sealed person makes inside generates a dimensional resonance pulse that I absorb as cultivation energy. That's how I've been advancing. Su Feiyun stood very still. Luo Daqian is inside. Wei Canglong continued. Su Lihua is inside. 2 of the Qian family disciples, and Qian Tianjue. Also my grandfather, who sealed himself voluntarily and says he finds it restful. He watched Su Feiyun's face. They can speak to me through the connection thread. They're cultivating. They're not being harmed physically. Several seconds passed. The evening insects in the courtyard plantings were starting up, a thin high sound in the cooling air. Are they all still alive in there? Su Feiyun said finally. Yes. And they can talk to you. When I focus the connection. Yes. Your grandfather is in there by choice. He says he finds the compressed time useful for extended thinking. Su Feiyun's expression moved through several things Wei Canglong recognized. The first pass of processing, then the second pass where implications started arriving, then the third pass where the ethical weight began to distribute itself across what he'd just heard. He wasn't fast at this, but he was thorough. Wei Canglong waited. You've been carrying all of this, Su Feiyun said, for 3 weeks, and telling me nothing. I was still understanding it. Are you finished understanding it? Wei Canglong considered this with genuine care. No, but I understand enough that not telling you is no longer about time. It's about management. And you told me to stop that. I did. A pause. This is why you've been acting like yourself from very far away. Like you're watching a situation you're in. I'm usually watching situations I'm in. More than usual. Because there are 6 people inside you who also have opinions about the situations. Wei Canglong looked at him. That's accurate. Su Feiyun sat down on the courtyard bench beside them and looked at the darkening sky. The bench was old. One leg had a repair that was slightly shorter than the original, and the whole thing sat at an angle Wei Canglong had been aware of since stage 2. He sat down beside his friend and waited. Are you going to release them? Su Feiyun asked. Yes. When I'm confident the release is safe. What does safe mean? That they won't immediately use information about the technique in ways that harm me or others. That my cultivation is advanced enough that anyone released below my threshold isn't an immediate physical threat. He looked at his hands. The left arm was still bandaged, and that I've thought clearly about what I owe each of them for the time they've spent inside. You think you owe them something. I sealed people without consent. I'm holding them against their will for my own advancement. Yes. He didn't look away from this. The technique works. It's also a thing I'm doing to people. Both of those facts are true simultaneously. Su Feiyun was quiet for a while. Then, so when you say how interesting about a person, I mean it. You're actually curious. Yes. Wei Canglong thought about Su Lihua mapping the dimension's architecture from inside, the specific intellectual engagement of her cycling technique. About Luo Daqian complaining in specific and creative terms whenever Wei Canglong offered cultivation advice, and then immediately following the advice because it was correct. About Qian Tianjua asking to speak to the most senior prisoner because rank was the only framework he currently had. They're all doing things I didn't predict. That's consistently true. Su Feiyun made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Your entire life is now managing a prison full of interesting people. Approximately, yes. Is there anything I can do? Wei Canglong looked at him. Right now? Tell me if my behavior becomes something I should be worried about. You have a view of me from outside that I don't have. I've had that view for 10 years, and you've never asked me to use it before. I'm asking now. Su Feiyun nodded once, the nod of someone filing a serious request rather than agreeing to something casual. Okay, he said. I'll tell you. Chapter 17. The family sends someone. The Qian family elder arrived 3 days after the duel. His name was Qian Wenming, and he was foundation building stage 6, significantly above anyone currently at the Bluestone sect in terms of raw cultivation, and he wore this as a matter of professional information rather than posturing. He presented himself at the sect gates with documentation from the family's legal office and a formal request for an emergency hearing. The sect administrator granted it within the hour. Wei Canglong was notified through the formal summons system, a paper slip delivered by a runner, precise language, meeting room, afternoon. He spent the morning reviewing what old man Zhao had told him about formal cultivation legal proceedings, which was not comprehensive but was sufficient. Elder Shindongbei appeared in the hearing room 15 minutes before the scheduled time. He'd been there when Wei Canglong arrived, standing near the window with the posture of someone who had been waiting and didn't want it to be obvious how long. He'd been tracking Wei Canglong's cultivation progress through the formal registry since the first unusual advancement report. Wei Canglong had noted this as a pattern across the past 3 weeks. Shindongbei was the type of investigator who built files slowly and thoroughly. Qian Wenming asked one question for the first 40 minutes, in different forms. Return Qian Tianjua immediately and unconditionally. Wei Canglong answered it the same way each time. He would release Qian Tianjua when the conditions for safe release were present, and those conditions hadn't been met. The second pass of questions came from Sect Administrator Feng, who wanted to understand the legal framework. Wei Canglong explained it. The technique was real, registered, classified as spatial type. The sealed individuals were alive and unharmed. The legal category for this situation didn't exist yet, which meant neither explicit prohibition nor explicit permission, which meant the default framework was civil resolution rather than criminal investigation. The third pass came from Elder Shindongbei, which was the one Wei Canglong had been waiting for. The cultivation registry shows Qi gathering stage 3 following the duel, Shindongbei said. His voice had the quality of someone reading from notes he'd already memorized. Prior to the duel, you were at Qi gathering stage 2. The advancement came immediately following the sealing of Qian Tianjua. A pause. You advance when you seal people. The technique functions as I've described to the registry. Yes. Every advancement you've made since awakening has followed a sealing event within the same day. Wei Canglong looked at him. The correlation was accurate and correct, and exactly the thing an investigator would notice. The dimensional resonance pulses generated by sealed individuals' cultivation advances provide me with cultivation energy. Yes, that's the mechanism. So you have a personal interest in keeping sealed individuals inside the dimension indefinitely. I have a short-term interest in their continued cultivation, yes, which is why I'm incentivized to maintain their well-being and advancement rate. He kept his voice even. The long-term interest is establishing conditions where release is viable without creating problems for either party. Those interests align rather than conflict. You're saying, Shindongbei said, that you're kind to your prisoners because they cultivate better when they're not completely miserable. Wei Canglong sat with this for a moment. It was accurate. It also sounded significantly worse stated that way than it did from inside the logic. That's part of it, he said. Also, I don't particularly want to hurt people unnecessarily. Prioritized in which order? The question was sharp, and Wei Canglong acknowledged this by not deflecting it. It varies by situation. Right now I couldn't give you a clean hierarchy. Bei noted something. The administrator called a 5-minute recess. Wei Canglong used the recess to open his grandfather's communication thread. You heard that. The last exchange in particular, Old Man Zhao said. Bei is building toward a characterization argument that the technique is inherently exploitative and that your stated care for prisoners is post hoc rationalization. He wants the council to adopt that characterization before the formal classification review. How do I address it? You don't argue the characterization directly. You provide evidence that contradicts it, which means you need to tell them about the voluntary communication sessions, the cultivation advice, the actual quality of conditions inside. That requires confirming more details about the dimension's interior than I've disclosed. Yes. You have to decide what you're protecting and what you're sacrificing to protect it. A pause. You can't have both the confidentiality and the argument that you treat prisoners well. The evidence for the latter requires the former. Wei Canglong considered this for the remaining 3 minutes of the recess. When the administrator called the session back to order, he disclosed the cultivation advice he'd given Luo Daqian, the communication sessions with each prisoner, Old Man Zhao's voluntary presence and guidance role, and the basic architecture of how the dimension functioned as a cultivation environment rather than a static container. Bei listened to all of it and noted it all down. His expression didn't change. The hearing ended without a ruling. Qian Wenming departed with a formal acknowledgement that the matter would proceed through sect channels, which was bureaucratic language for "this isn't finished." He looked at Wei Canglong on the way out with the assessment look of someone who had recalibrated. Elder Bei stayed until everyone else had left and then stood near the door for a moment. You gave them more than you had to, he said. I gave them what was accurate. You chose what was accurate to give them. Not hostile, just precise. That's still a choice. Yes, Wei Canglong agreed. Bei left. Wei Canglong sat in the empty hearing room for a while and let his grandfather offer commentary from inside the dimension, which was detailed and useful and occasionally exasperated. Chapter 18. Under observation, Elder Bei began shadowing Wei Canglong 2 days after the hearing. Not directly. Bei was too experienced for direct surveillance. It was the pattern of encounters that made itself apparent. A meeting in a corridor that could be coincidence, but recurred. An attendant near the cultivation records building who noted arrivals and departures. A question to the outer disciple supervisors about Wei Canglong's training schedule that the supervisors reported back, slightly apologetically. Wei Canglong cataloged the pattern and adjusted. He sealed no one for 2 weeks. He conducted his prisoner communication sessions in the dormitory room with the door closed. He attended all formal sect activities with the visible regularity of a disciple who had nothing to hide. On the 11th day of this period, he advanced to Qi gathering stage 4 from a pulse arriving simultaneously from 3 prisoners who had, apparently, been cultivating in synchronized patterns for reasons they hadn't explained. The advancement was quiet and happened at midnight. He lay on his back on the dormitory cot and felt his spatial perception extend to 45 meters and thought about the 3 prisoners whose cultivation had somehow synchronized. The next morning he asked them about it. Luo Daqian answered first, which was surprising. Tianjue figured out the architecture of the dimension from the inside and figured out that if we cycle incompatible patterns, the ambient qi distributes more efficiently. He talked to the formation theory woman who came in before me and worked it out with her. Wei Canglong was quiet for a moment. Su Lihua helped Tianjue improve his cultivation efficiency. She helped all of us, Luo Daqian said, with the tone of someone who found this irritating. She says it's self-interest. Better ambient distribution means faster advancement means everyone gets out faster. That's accurate, Wei Canglong said. She's also annoying about it. In what way? She explains it correctly every time and then waits for you to have the obvious follow-up insight on your own without prompting. It's like being taught by someone who thinks showing their work is cheating. Wei Canglong found this detail, how interesting, in the most genuine sense. He relayed Luo Daqian's description to Su Lihua during this separate session. Su Lihua was quiet for a moment. Then, he's not wrong. Why don't you just explain the follow-up? Because the follow-up only holds if they reach it themselves. Given that information, a pause that had the quality of someone deciding how candid to be. I was taught that way. It works. The evening session with all prisoners was the most information-rich Wei Canglong had experienced since his grandfather had begun teaching. Tianjue provided a detailed analysis of Elder Bei's investigative methods and known pressures, family intelligence, usefully specific. Su Lihua provided an updated reading of the dimension's architectural stability and what the synchronization had done to the resonance patterns. His grandfather offered theoretical context for all of it, and then mentioned, as if it were a small thing, that the synchronization experiment had actually been his suggestion, communicated to Su Lihua 6 days ago. You planned this, Wei Canglong said. I suggested a possibility, Old Man Zhao said. They decided whether to try it. You're managing them. Asterisk, I'm teaching them what's available to try. Which is what I do. Asterisk, Wei Canglong sat with the parallel. You're teaching them the way you taught me. A thoughtful pause. You noticed. Should I be concerned? That depends entirely on whether you trust your grandfather's judgment about what to teach people. Your judgment has gaps, Wei Canglong said. Significant ones. Yes, Old Man Zhao agreed, without defensiveness. Asterisk, it does. The gaps in what I taught you specifically are something I think about. Asterisk, a pause that had more weight than his grandfather's pauses usually carried. Asterisk, I'll tell you about them eventually. When I understand them better myself. Asterisk, Wei Canglong recognized the pattern. He chose not to push it. He filed the exchange for later and closed the session and lay on his dormitory cot, with 6 minds humming in the pocket dimension behind his sternum, an elder Shen Dongbei surveillance operating somewhere outside his door, and the cultivation world generally taking increased notice of his existence. Stage 4 felt like depth. The spatial perception wasn't just range now. It was density, the ability to read layers of chi imprint in surfaces that had absorbed decades of cultivation activity. The dormitory wall nearest the window had a meditation cycle imprinted in it from years of someone who had sat in that spot. He could read its outline like a letter written in a language that was mostly body and effort. He found this genuinely interesting. He lay with it until he fell asleep. Chapter 19. The release question. 3 weeks after the duel, Wei Canglong asked his grandfather the question he'd been forming for the past month. If I release a prisoner, he said, and they choose to reveal the technique, I lose the secrecy but gain what? He was walking the outer perimeter path, which was long enough and isolated enough in early morning for extended conversation. The sky was pale, the stone path cold through the thin soles of his shoes. In material terms, Old Man Zhao said, you gain reduced political pressure from the Qian family, reduced evidence for Shen Dongbei's exploitation characterization, and a demonstrated willingness to operate within conventional norms. And in other terms, a pause. Asterisk, a person who chose to trust you over their own self-interest. That's either worth nothing or worth a great deal, depending on who the person is and what they do with it. Asterisk, the problem is I have no way to predict which it will be until after the release. Asterisk, correct. That's the nature of trust rather than control. Asterisk. Wei Canglong walked another 50 meters before responding. The morning birds were finding their rhythms in the courtyard plantings, a loose and overlapping conversation of small voices. Old Man Zhao, why did you seal yourself? The question had been sitting for weeks. He'd avoided it because he suspected the answer would be complicated in ways he wasn't ready to receive. He was ready now. Several reasons, his grandfather said, with the careful tone he used when a list was going to require significant qualification. Asterisk, practical. You needed a prisoner who wouldn't rage at you continuously while you were learning to manage the emotional bleed. A willing prisoner, which I could provide. Practical. You needed cultivation guidance, and I could deliver it from inside as easily as outside, given the communication mechanism. And, asterisk, you needed to understand that people can enter the dimension voluntarily, not as hostages, not as resources, as a choice, asterisk, a pause. I wanted the first prisoner. You managed to be someone who trusted you completely, so that you would understand trust as a real property of the situation rather than an obstacle to work around. Wei Canglong walked. The path turned at the outer wall's corner, and the morning light came differently on this side. Lower, warmer, more direct. That's you managing my development, he said. Yes? You lied about your reasons. Asterisk, I said I was going in to finish my thinking. That's technically accurate. I'd been thinking about when to do this for a long time. Asterisk, technically accurate, Wei Canglong repeated. You're aware that I've been criticized recently for giving technically accurate answers that omit the important part. I'm aware, Old Man Zhao said. The symmetry is not lost on me. Good. He stopped at the wall's corner and looked at the outer mountain range visible in the morning haze. Stone and distance. The mountains were old in a way he could feel in his spatial sense as a kind of density, mass accumulated over time, no different at the chi level than the stone path underfoot, but so much more of it. I'm going to ask you directly. Is there anything else you've arranged that I don't know about? A very careful silence. Old Man Zhao. Asterisk, there are things I know that I haven't told you yet, because I believe you'll understand them better after you've reached a certain point. That's not the same as arranging things without your knowledge. Asterisk, the distinction matters to you. Asterisk, it matters to me whether I'm deceiving you or delaying information, because timing affects understanding. Those are different actions. Asterisk. And you're certain which one you're doing. Less certain than I'd like, his grandfather admitted. Asterisk. I'm trying to be less certain, as a general practice. I found that certainty about my own motives has historically been overconfident. Asterisk. Wei Canglong turned back toward the dormitory. I want to release Luo Daqian, he said. He's the prisoner I have the least reason to keep and the most reason to have an obligation to. He was the first. He didn't arrange any of this. He was just a bully who picked a bad time to be awful. His cultivation is at Qi gathering stage 5 now, Old Man Zhao said. Asterisk. Significantly higher than when he was sealed. He's above your current level. He could be a threat. Asterisk. If he is, I'll manage it. Wei Canglong paused. But I think he won't be. I think he's tired of being angry and wants to go home. A long pause from his grandfather, different from the thinking pauses. How do you know that? I've been listening to his emotional state for 2 months. The hot anger is mostly gone. What's left is something quieter and more resigned. He thought about how to describe it. He's been cultivating seriously for 5 weeks. Not for rage, not for escape attempts. Just cultivating, the way you do when it's what you have. That's a different kind of person than the one I sealed. Yes, Old Man Zhao said quietly. It is. I'm going to ask him what he wants. Chapter 20. Inner Disciple Track Qi Gathering Stage 5 arrived not from Luo Daqian's release, but from 3 hours before it. Wei Canglong was in the outer practice yard doing the spatial perception exercises his grandfather had given him. Not cultivation exactly, more like sense mapping, feeling the layered Qi imprint history of every object within range. He'd gotten to the point where he could identify individual practitioners who had trained in the yard from the residue signatures of their movement patterns. It was a strange, quiet skill. He found it absorbing. The pulse came from inside when Qian Tianjue reached Qi Gathering Stage 7, a significantly larger advancement inside, which generated a significantly larger resonance pulse than the incremental progressions he'd been absorbing. The pulse was sudden and strong. Wei Canglong felt his spatial perception expand past 50 meters, and then keep going, until it hit the outer wall of the sect compound, and the texture of stone after stone after stone was readable like a long sentence in an unfamiliar alphabet. He stood still in the practice yard and breathed through it. The new range was vertiginous. There were 37 practitioners within his perception radius, each with a distinct Qi signature, each doing something he could read faintly from its quality. The sect supervisor near the east gate was tired, a flatness in his Qi cycle rhythm. An inner disciple in the adjacent practice yard was frustrated. Her technique kept breaking at the same point. 3 outer disciples near the dormitory were having an argument he couldn't hear but could feel as the pushing back and forth quality of competing Qi attention. He filed each of these as data and let the vertigo settle. Stage 5. He was advancing faster than he'd thought even his technique could manage. That evening, he asked Luo Daqian. I'm considering releasing you, he said. Before I decide, I want to know what you want. A long pause. When Luo Daqian spoke, his voice had a different texture than the first months, less compressed rage, more of something that hadn't been there before. What do I want? He repeated. Yes. To go home, Luo Daqian said finally. Asterisk. My family is in the outer city. My mother doesn't know why I've been missing for 2 months. She probably filed a report. Asterisk. A pause. I want to go back and tell her I'm fine. And after that? I don't know. The honesty in this was clean, no performance, no strategy. Asterisk. I was cultivating to become someone important at the sect. I don't know if I want that anymore. 2 months inside here. I've been thinking about things I haven't thought about in years. What I actually like. What I wanted before the sect got in the way. Asterisk. A pause. Asterisk. Formation theory, actually. The woman in here who knows formations, she's been teaching me. I find it interesting in the same way you find things interesting. Just wanting to understand it, not wanting to use it for anything. Asterisk. Wei Canglong sat with this. The person who had destroyed his herb plot 2 months ago had found formation theory interesting in the same way Wei Canglong found most things. The compressed time inside had given him 2 months of a different life. I'm going to release you tomorrow, Wei Canglong said. I need you to agree not to disclose the technique specifics for 90 days. Not a cultivation oath, just your word. Why not an oath? Because I want to know if your word is worth something. Another pause, this one with a different quality, the kind of pause that came before something honest. That's fair, Luo Daqian said. I'll give you my word. The release the next morning was clean. Wei Canglong unsealed Luo Daqian in an isolated courtyard at dawn, gave him a week's worth of cultivation resources and the address of a lodging house, where he could contact the sect's administrative registry to explain his absence. Luo Daqian materialized looking disoriented and slightly taller. The compressed time inside had advanced his physical cultivation alongside his chi cultivation in small ways. He stood there for a moment. Then he said, "The formation theory she showed me. Can I write to her? Through you?" Wei Canglong thought about this. "Yes," he said. "She won't necessarily answer. But you can write." Luo Daqian left. Wei Canglong watched him go, then stood in the empty courtyard and let the morning arrive. The advancement ceremony was 2 weeks later. Wei Canglong stood before the inner disciple examination board with his cultivation at Qi gathering stage 5, his technique classified as spatial type in the registry, and the 6-prisoner prison population generating a continuous low hum of cultivation pulses that had become, over the past months, as natural a background sensation as his own heartbeat. The board assigned him to the inner disciple track. He was given a small room in the inner disciple dormitory and a mission assignment schedule, and a new set of sect obligations that were higher than outer disciple rank, but not, he noted, significantly more constraining. Su Feiyun attended the ceremony. Afterward, in the walkway outside, he stood beside Wei Canglong and looked at the inner disciple halls with their stone and their resources and their complicated politics, and said, 3 months ago you were waste here. 2 months and 3 weeks. You have 6 people in a pocket dimension and you're at Qi gathering stage 5. 5. Luo Daqian was out. For now. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. Then, "Are you okay?" Wei Canglong thought about this with the same care he gave to all questions that mattered. He was managing Elder Shin Dongbei's investigation and the Qian family's pressure and an inner disciple track with complicated politics ahead. He had 4 prisoners whose well-being he thought about daily. He had a grandfather who had lied to him about several important things and who he trusted anyway because the lies had been, demonstrably, in his interest even when that hadn't been the point. He had a childhood friend who was asking him directly, without strategy, if he was all right. "I'm interested," Wei Canglong said, "in most of what's happening. That's not the same as okay, but it's close to something useful." Su Feiyun looked at him for a moment. Then, "That's the most honest thing you've said to me in weeks." "I know. Keep going like that." "Yes," Wei Canglong said. He looked at the inner disciple halls and the people moving through them and felt, at 50 meters range, the distributed weight of dozens of cultivators with their own histories and intentions and private frictions, the sect as a living system of overlapping self-interests. He was part of it now, more visibly than before. He pressed a hand to the stone pillar beside him. The imprint history of it ran back decades. He left a small impression of his own curiosity, beginning this particular morning's particular quality of not yet knowing what came next. Then he went to find out. Chapter 21. The examination, the inner disciple examination, had a reputation for separating the sect's promising cultivators from the ones who had simply arrived at inner disciple rank through persistence and family resources. Wei Canglong registered with the examination board at the Qi gathering stage 5 he'd held for 2 weeks, which drew exactly the reactions he expected. The board administrator checked the registry twice, made a small notation, and said nothing. The examination had 3 rounds. First, a written technique assessment. Second, a formation navigation trial. Third, direct combat, matched opponent against opponent by the board's discretion. He passed the first 2 rounds without incident. The written assessment confirmed his spatial type technique classification. The formation navigation required him to identify and bypass a series of defensive formations in a sealed chamber, which his spatial perception handled efficiently enough to place him in the top third of a seize on time. The 3rd round drew an audience. His assigned opponent for the final combat trial was Han Beilong, registered at Qi gathering stage 7, who arrived at the assessment arena with the bearing of someone who had been told they would win easily and had accepted this as professional information. Han Beilong's file, which Wei Canglong had checked through the inner disciple registry the night before, was consistent. Fire element cultivation, 3 years at inner disciple rank, mission record showing reliable but unexceptional performance. The kind of cultivator who had been given the right training and had applied it correctly without ever needing to improvise. Wei Canglong spent the first 20 seconds observing him. He wasn't pretending to fight while watching. He was actually watching, letting Han Beilong's fire element opening techniques establish their pattern without reaction, absorbing the attack rhythm. The technique was well executed. The attack sequence was comprehensive. There was no obvious flaw in the first 3 exchanges, which were fire element at the textbook level. There was a pattern in the 4th exchange. Han Beilong's strongest technique, a fire column formation at close range, required a specific foot plant to stabilize the release. He planted his left foot before his right, always. This was insignificant in a conventional fight because no one got close enough to exploit the half-second during which his right foot was still finding purchase. In a conventional fight, Wei Canglong was inside that range when the fourth exchange happened. He pressed his chi mark against Han Beilong's dantian in the half-second before the right foot landed. The seal activated. Han Beilong's fire column technique, fully charged and unreleasable without its anchor, dissipated into scattered heat that singed the arena floor tiles. Han Beilong himself went from standing to absent. The examination board looked at the arena floor. Wei Canglong felt the pulse arrive. Strong, fire element. A rich cultivation contribution from a Qi gathering stage 7 practitioner advancing urgently inside the compressed dimension. He advanced to Qi gathering stage 6 before he'd taken 3 steps toward the exit gate. The board administrator made a longer notation this time. Examination candidate Wei Canglong, the head examiner said, in the particular tone of someone committing to a finding they had reservations about. Technique, spatial type, registered. Combat result, opponent incapacitated by technique application, no physical harm confirmed, opponent whereabouts currently uncertain. He looked at Wei Canglong over the record table. This is the 4th combat examination in which your opponent's status became whereabouts uncertain. 3rd, Wei Canglong said. The first 2 were separate incidents, not examination contexts. 3 examination contexts in which 1 examination context. 2 separate incidents, separately filed. The head examiner looked at the notation, confirmed the distinction, and revised it. 1 examination context, 2 separate incidents. He made the correction with the expression of someone who found precision occasionally useful and generally exhausting. Candidate Wei Canglong, inner disciple rank confirmed. Assigned to combat track with additional documentation requirement per open registry inquiry. The additional documentation requirement was Elder Shun Dongbei's doing. Wei Canglong had expected it. He accepted the assignment form, noted the documentation schedule, and went to find a quiet corner of the inner disciple dormitory to introduce himself to his new prisoner. Han Beilong, unlike Luo Daqian, did not scream. He went silent. The connection thread showed him alive, chi cycling, orientation adjusting to the dimension's architecture in real time. Wei Canglong had come to understand that the first response to being sealed said something accurate about a person. Screaming was rage, silence was calculation, questions were the most interesting. After 11 minutes, Han Beilong asked a question. How much of the dimension can I access? Wei Canglong told him, honestly and in detail, the extent of the dimensional space, its properties, and who else was currently inside. How many people have you released? 2. 1 by negotiation, 1 by trust. What did trust mean in practice? Asking for his word instead of an oath. He kept it. A pause. What would it take to release me? Certainty that the release wouldn't create problems for either of us. That depends partly on your cultivation level, partly on what you do with information about the technique. Wei Canglong thought about how to be accurate. It usually takes a few months. Then I'll cultivate. Not I'll try to escape. I'll cultivate. Wei Canglong filed the distinction. There's an older man in the far section of the dimension who will answer theory questions if you ask them correctly. He's been inside voluntarily since the beginning. He's useful, but occasionally oblique. What counts as asking correctly? Show your reasoning before you ask for his conclusion. He loses interest in people who skip the work. Understood. A pause. Are there other things worth asking? Su Lihua, spatial cultivator, can explain the dimension's architecture if you're interested. The 2 Qian family disciples aren't particularly communicative. Qian Tianjue is approximately 2 years ahead of you at modified cultivation speed, and will give accurate tactical information if you approach it as analysis rather than a request for help. You know your prisoners well. It's the most efficient use of the connection time. He paused. Also, I find them interesting. Han Beilong was quiet for a moment. Then, that's a strange thing to admit to someone you've just imprisoned. You asked an honest question, Wei Canglong said. The honest answer seemed appropriate. Chapter 22. The file Elder Shun Dongbei kept a file. Wei Canglong became aware of its existence through Qian Tianjue's family intelligence, which had arrived through the connection thread 3 days after the inner disciple examination in the form of Qian Tianjue, asking whether Wei Canglong knew about the documentation Elder Shun Dongbei had been building with the registration office. I know he's investigating, Wei Canglong said. You don't know what he has, Qian Tianjue said. Asterisk, the family has contacts in the sect's administrative layer. What Shun Dongbei has assembled is more complete than an informal observation log. He has a systematic reconstruction of every combat incident involving you, with an analysis of the pattern. Asterisk, what pattern? Asterisk, opponents disappear. Never killed, never rendered conventionally unconscious, never found afterward at expected locations. He has 12 incidents documented, including 3 where the disappearance coincided with your next registered cultivation advancement. Asterisk, a pause. He's been correlating your advancement registry dates with disappearance reports. Wei Canglong sat with this. He was on the inner disciple training path on the east side of the sect, a strip of covered walkway where disciples came to think between sessions. The morning light came through the lattice overhead in diagonal bands. It was cold enough that his breath was visible. That correlation is accurate, he said. Yes, Xianxia said. Asterisk, that's the problem. He doesn't have your specific mechanism. He can't identify the orb or the dimensional architecture without a spatial examiner of much higher rank than anything available to him. But he has the behavioral signature. Opponents entering your vicinity and not returning. Asterisk, what is he doing with it? Building a case for the administrator. Another pause, this one carrying the quality of someone deciding whether to add something. He's also been in contact with the Gold Peak Academy's Spatial Research Division. Wei Canglong felt the specific discomfort of two investigative threads converging. For what purpose? Asterisk, he sent them a query about practitioners who demonstrate spatial type advancement without conventional chi-element affinity. They sent back a research summary. I don't know what the summary contained, but his documentation increased in specificity afterward. Asterisk, he thought about this for the rest of the day. He changed nothing about his movements, but he thought carefully about what the file could eventually produce. Not a confession, but a pattern so complete that a confession became unnecessary. Shindong Bei wasn't trying to catch him in the act. He was building something that would make the act undeniable in retrospect. The solution, his grandfather suggested that evening, was not to stop having a pattern. That was impossible. The solution was to have a pattern that was explicable by something that wasn't the true mechanism. What would explain the correlation between my advancements and opponent disappearances? Wei Canglong asked. If the technique consumed ambient chi from defeated opponents as its advancement fuel, his grandfather said. Asterisk, rather than sealed opponents as living cultivation generators. Ambient chi consumption would explain the advancement timing and would produce no survivors to contradict, because the opponents would have no knowledge of the mechanism, only of defeat. Asterisk, that's a different technique. Asterisk, it's a different explanation. The question is whether it's a plausible one that a spatial examiner of moderate rank would confirm or deny. Asterisk, and asterisk, a moderate rank spatial examiner would find the residue of a dimensional compression event, not ambient chi absorption. They'd need to know the difference. Asterisk, do they know the difference? Probably not, Old Man Zhao said. Asterisk, the last published research on spatial type cultivation mechanisms was 40 years ago. Most examiners would be working from older materials. Asterisk, Wei Canglong was quiet for a moment. You know what's in those materials? I wrote some of them. How interesting, Wei Canglong said, with the particular quality of someone discovering something that reorganized several things around it. We'll discuss that later. For now, he adjusted the approach. Not his behavior, which needed to stay consistent, but his voluntary disclosures at the documentation meetings began to lead with the ambient chi absorption explanation, described with enough technical detail to be plausible to anyone without deep spatial research background. He wasn't lying. He was emphasizing the part of the truth that would be confirmed by available examination tools. Su Feiyun, who had been watching, said, "You're still managing." "I'm managing what's knowable," Wei Canglong said. "Not what's real." "Are those different?" He thought about this honestly. "I'm not sure yet." Chapter 23. The mission, the B-rank mission, was officially a retrieval. One formation stabilization anchor, removed from a collapsed array structure in the Stoneback ruins, brought back for the sect's formation workshop. Standard inner disciple assignment, low risk by the sect's classification standards. Su Feiyun had been assigned to a parallel mission in the same mountain range and had requested pairing with Wei Canglong on the grounds of efficiency. The assignment board approved it. Wei Canglong noted that Su Feiyun's stated reason was accurate. Paired missions in the same range were efficient, and that the actual reason was Su Feiyun wanting to see how Wei Canglong operated in real field conditions. He didn't object. Su Feiyun had asked to observe rather than asked for explanations. That was a reasonable request. The ruins were 3 hours from the sect, tucked into a dry canyon where the Stoneback rock formation created natural alcoves and sheltered chambers. The anchor was in the lower formation chamber, easy to identify, straightforward to remove if the surrounding array was stabilized first. They reached it by midday. Wei Canglong worked the removal while Su Feiyun managed the stabilization circuit, which involved holding a chi anchor at 3 points in rotating sequence. They were mostly silent, which was comfortable. They were on the path back when the 3 figures appeared at the canyon neck. Foundation building cultivators, all 3. Wei Canglong felt them through his spatial perception at 40 meters as dense, experienced chi signatures. The configuration was classic interception, 2 flanking wide, 1 central, positioned to compress a path rather than hold a line. These weren't ambush practitioners. They were people who did this regularly. Sect disciples, the central figure said. He was older, foundation building stage 2, with the specific wariness of someone who had been operating outside the law long enough to treat every encounter as potentially fatal. Formation anchor from the lower chamber. Hand it over. Su Feiyun looked at them, then at Wei Canglong. Wei Canglong was already watching the left flank. The left flanker was foundation building stage 1, but his chi had an irregular quality, depleted, probably, from an earlier exertion or a recent advancement that hadn't fully settled. The right flanker was foundation building stage 2, technique solid, conservative formation. The central figure was the command voice. The anchor is sect property, Su Feiyun said, in the calm, reasonable tone he used when he wanted to try words before anything else. We don't have authorization to transfer it. You don't need authorization. You need to hand it over. This is... The right flanker moved towards Su Feiyun, which was where Wei Canglong had expected the pressure to apply first. He moved at the same moment, not toward the flanker, toward the left flanker, inside his reach before the flanker registered the direction change, and pressed the chi mark home. The left flanker vanished. The right flanker stopped. The central figure stopped. Su Feiyun's sentence ended somewhere in the space where the left flanker had been. Wei Canglong turned back to the central figure and the right flanker with the calm of someone who had just made one decision and was now considering the next. I'm willing to explain the situation to the two of you, he said. Your companion is alive, unharmed, and in a contained location. The formation anchor is not something I'll hand over. I'd recommend thinking about whether to continue this. The right flanker looked at the space where his companion had been. He looked at Wei Canglong. He left. The central figure stayed. His expression had shifted from command voice to something less certain. What did you do to him? Removed him from the situation temporarily. Wei Canglong looked at him. Foundation building stage 2. Older, the particular posture of a man who had originally had a different plan for his life. I don't want to do the same to you unless you're going to keep going. The central figure looked at him for a long moment. Then he left too, not rushing, the walk of someone recalculating. Wei Canglong stood in the canyon path with Su Feiyun beside him and the formation anchor in his pack, and a new prisoner cycling chi inside the dimension. You just, Su Feiyun said. Yes. In front of me, yes. Without even, there wasn't a convenient alternative. Wei Canglong started walking. I've been doing this since the beginning. You knew that. Knowing it and seeing it are different. Su Feiyun fell into step, which meant he was processing rather than finished. He was a person. He's still a person. He's a person who is currently inside my dimension, alive, unharmed, probably furious. And you just decided to do that. Mid-conversation. I decided when I felt his chi configuration at 40 meters. The conversation was already concluded. He thought about how to explain. I wasn't acting on him, Su Feiyun. I was acting on the situation. The situation had one configuration where he could hurt you or me. I removed that configuration. A long walk. The canyon walls were warm from afternoon sun, the rock pale gold in the light. Insects somewhere. Are you going to explain that to yourself every time? Su Feiyun said finally. Wei Canglong thought about this. Yes, he said. I think that's the right thing to do. Even if the explanation is always good enough. Especially then. Chapter 24. What the bandit was. Old man Zhao identified the problem the next morning. Wei Canglong was in his room doing the connection thread round. Brief communication with each prisoner, confirming status and collecting anything relevant. Han Beilong was progressing through the dimensional architecture study he'd initiated. Su Lihua was cycling her spatial technique with the quiet efficiency she'd developed over months. Qian Tianjue had sent a question about something the formation theory Qian disciple had mentioned. The newly sealed bandit leader was somewhere between fury and flat denial. His grandfather had been listening. When Wei Canglong reached the grandfather's thread, old man Zhao said, "The bandit you sealed. I want you to ask him his name." The request was specific. Specific enough that Wei Canglong did it before asking why. The bandit's name was Shen Mingbo. He was 41, originally a merchant who had operated a trade network in the outer cultivation territories, long-range goods between 4 cities. 3 years ago, the Qian family had used a predatory contract clause to absorb his network into their logistics operation and had left him with the debt from the transition costs, but none of the assets. The legal challenge had failed. Qian family contracts had their own enforcement arrangements. He'd been operating as a bandit for hire since, targeting Qian family-affiliated shipments when possible and taking what the canyon offered when not. Wei Canglong returned to his grandfather's thread. "You know him," he said. "I know of him," old man Zhao said. Asterisk, he had a reputation in the outer territory trade networks before the Qian family absorbed his business. Competent, honest by trade standards, known for formation-secured storage techniques. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk Wei Canglong. You are currently holding in the same pocket dimension a man whose livelihood was destroyed by the Qian family 3 years ago, and the Qian family heir whose father authorized the contract. Asterisk Wei Canglong thought about this for a moment with the particular quality of attention he gave to things that were interesting for uncomfortable reasons. How interesting, he said. You should probably introduce them, Old Man Zhao said, in the tone of someone who was saying the exact opposite of what they wanted to say. Asterisk not because it will go well, but because you sealed a man with a legitimate grievance against a person you also currently hold, and you should be honest about that, with yourself and with him. Asterisk, and with Qian Tianjue. Qian Tianjue is going to be considerably more uncomfortable when he finds out. Wei Canglong spent the next 3 hours conducting separate interviews. He spoke to Shun Mingbo first, introduced himself properly, explained the situation in full, and then said, I want to ask you about the Qian family contract. Not because I'm going to do anything about it right now, because I need to understand the situation I've created. Shun Mingbo, whose fury had settled into the particular flatness of someone who had been angry for a long time and had gotten tired of it, told him. The contract had been legal. The Qian family had exploited a clause correctly, with full legal backing. The outcome had been catastrophically unjust and entirely within the rules. The rules, Shun Mingbo said, were written by people with the same interests as the Qian family. His voice had the quality of someone who had said this many times to many people and had never once found it useful. Yes, Wei Canglong said. That's usually how it works. You're not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm noting it. Then he spoke to Qian Tianjue. He explained Shun Mingbo's presence and history without framing it as an accusation. Qian Tianjue went quiet for a significant period. The contract, he said finally. Asterisk I know the contract. My father used it to absorb 3 networks that year. Asterisk yes. The merchant who operated the East Route network. Yes. Another silence. Then, I'm in a pocket dimension with a man whose business my family destroyed. Yes. Is this? Qian Tianjue stopped. Restarted. Is this your way of making a point? Wei Canglong thought about this carefully. No. This is my way of telling you the truth about what I've created. I sealed Shun Mingbo because he was blocking a mission. I only found out his history afterward. The situation is what it is. I thought you should know. The silence that followed had a different texture than Qian Tianjue's usual silences. Less calculation in it. More something that Wei Canglong could only describe as discomfort that was working towards something. Does he know who I am? Qian Tianjue asked. Not yet. When he does, that's a situation you'll both have to decide what to do with. I'm not managing that outcome. A very long pause. That's an unusual position for you to take, Qian Tianjue said. I'm told I manage too much, Wei Canglong said. I'm trying to do that less. Chapter 25. The Impossible Number Foundation Building Stage 1 arrived at 3 in the morning, 47 days after the inner disciple examination. Wei Canglong woke to it rather than transitioned into it. The cultivation core restructure that came with foundation building was significantly more substantial than a qi gathering advancement. It was less like a door opening and more like a room gaining a second floor. He lay in his bed in the inner disciple dormitory and felt the qi architecture inside himself reorganize along new lines, and felt the dimensional connection to the pocket dimension expand, and felt the prison population become more legible as separate consciousnesses rather than a single hum. He could feel their individual cultivation rhythms with clarity he hadn't had before. Shun Mingbo's formation-focused cycling, methodical and patterned. Han Beilong's fire element technique pressing harder against the compressed dimensions architecture in the specific way of someone who had decided that understanding the walls was the first step toward any exit. Old Man Zhao's deep, even breath, nascent soul qi, so dense it felt like stone through the connection. Su Lihua's spatial cycling, the dimensional resonance it generated now readable as something specific rather than just unusual, like hearing a chord and being able to name the individual notes. He counted pulses from the advancement. For prisoners currently cultivating, 3 asleep at the dimensional equivalent of 3 in the morning. The advancement had come primarily from accumulated pulses across 47 days. No single breakthrough, but a long steady influx from a now full prison population. The math of it was becoming what Old Man Zhao had described. Not dramatic combat windfalls, but continuous compounding. A debt being paid in many small installments that added to the same total. He was at foundation building stage 1. In 47 days of inner disciple track, plus 60-something days of outer disciple time. That was, by any calculation he could find in the sect's cultivation records, impossible. He lay in his bed and thought about what Shin Dongbei's file contained, and what it would contain now. and what the sect administrator would see when the advancement was registered at morning. At dawn, he reported to the registry. Brother Chu tested the stone twice. He tested it a third time with a different stone. He wrote, "Foundation Building Stage 1, in the registry with the handwriting of someone proceeding mechanically while something else in his mind processed the situation. Spatial type cultivation, the old registrar said. Yes. Family technique, personal instruction. Yes. Your grandfather has been in seclusion for approximately 3 months. Yes. You've advanced from mortal aperture to foundation building in, he checked the dates, 79 days. Yes. Brother Chu made his notation. He looked at Wei Canglong for a long moment with the expression he reserved for registry entries that would require follow-up processing he couldn't complete at first review. Elder Shindongbei is going to file a formal complaint, he said. Before the day is out, probably. I expect so. The administrator will likely assign an outside investigator. Somebody neutral. That's reasonable. You don't seem concerned. Wei Canglong thought about what he was, exactly, concerning himself with. He was concerning himself with Shun Mingbo's discovery of Qian Tianjue's family connection. He was concerning himself with Han Beilong's persistent structural questioning that was, his grandfather had noted, getting productively close to the dimensional architecture's real boundaries. He was concerning himself with Su Lihua's spatial resonance, which was developing properties his grandfather hadn't been specific about when the word threshold came up. The investigation was a real concern, and not the most immediate one. I prefer a neutral investigator, he said honestly. Elder Shindongbei's investigation has been building toward a predetermined conclusion. A neutral party would actually look at the evidence. You're confident in the evidence. The evidence shows real cultivation, real technique, real advancement. Yes. He took the registered advancement confirmation slip from the registrar's hand. I'm confident in what I actually am. What I'm not confident in is whether the investigation has the right tools to see it clearly. He left the registry building. The morning was cold, the stone path frosted at the edges where the shadow held. He pressed his hand to the sect wall as he passed it. Old habit now, reading the chi imprint surface. This section of wall had absorbed 140 years of watchfulness, the accumulated attention of generations of disciples going about their days. He added nothing to it, just felt it. Elder Shindongbei's formal complaint arrived at the administrator's desk before noon. The assignment of an outside investigator followed that afternoon. A name he didn't know, Elder Yun Changbei, neutral record, assigned to cultivation audits. Wei Canglong looked up the name in the sect registry and found a file that was long, methodical, and, unlike Elder Shindongbei's, consistently accurate. How interesting, he said to the file, and minted as he usually did, with genuine openness to whatever came next. Chapter 26. The analyst Elder Yun Changbei arrived on a Tuesday and began observing on Wednesday, without announcing he had started. Wei Canglong noticed the observation on Thursday. Not because it was obvious, it wasn't. But his spatial perception at Foundation Building Stage 1 had a range of 60 meters and could read chi signatures with enough resolution to distinguish practitioners from structures, and Elder Yun Changbei had been within that range at consistent intervals for 2 days. The intervals were irregular enough to suggest study rather than patrol. He didn't change his behavior. He let the observation proceed. The formal examination occurred on Friday. Elder Yun Changbei arrived at Wei Canglong's assigned dormitory room with a cultivation testing kit that was more sophisticated than the standard registry equipment. 3 stones, a spatial chi gauge, and a pattern reading array that Wei Canglong had never seen before. He conducted the examination methodically, explaining each measurement before taking it, which was different from every other examination Wei Canglong had undergone. Spatial chi concentration, consistent with declared Foundation Building Stage 1, Yun Changbei noted, writing. He was a tall man, 50s, with the particular economy of movement that came from decades of careful observation. His chi was even, not suppressed but simply steady, like a well-maintained fire rather than a banked one. No spirit stone consumption residue. No spirit pill absorption signatures. He looked at the pattern array output. The cultivation path is unusual. Spatial type advancement has a different signature than elemental cultivation, less directional, more structural. It builds architecture rather than filling channels, Wei Canglong said. Yes. Yun Changbei wrote this down. That's a useful way to describe it. He didn't look up from the array. Your grandfather's technique, you said. Instructions he left before entering seclusion. He's been in seclusion for 3 months. Yes. The technique has been advancing you at a rate of approximately 1 major rank every 3 to 4 weeks. Approximately. Yun Changbei finished his notes and looked at Wei Canglong with the particular directness of someone who asked questions because they wanted accurate answers rather than because they wanted to catch something. I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell everyone I investigate. I'm looking for the true account. Not the favorable account, not the technically accurate account, the true one. The investigation serves you better if I find it myself than if I have to work around gaps in what you've told me. Wei Canglong looked at him. The cultivation advancement is real, Yun Changbei continued. The technique is registered and classified. The examination finds nothing fraudulent. These are conclusions I can write today. He set down his pen. What I cannot write today is a satisfactory explanation for why 6 practitioners have been connected to disappearance reports that pass through your last known location. 7. Wei Canglong said. Yun Changbei looked at him. Shun Mingbo from the Canyon Mission last week. The registry report will have updated by now. The elder wrote it down. 7 practitioners, he said, without inflection. All currently unaccounted for by sect records. All with last known location connecting to your vicinity. They're alive, Wei Canglong said. That's accurate. I can confirm it. Can you confirm it in a way that would satisfy a formal inquiry? I can demonstrate communication with at least 2 of them through the technique mechanism. Old Man Zhao voluntarily self-sealed. You can verify his registry status. The mechanism allows voice communication through the dimensional connection thread. Yun Changbei was quiet for a moment. Then, your grandfather sealed himself inside your cultivation technique. Yes. Voluntarily. Yes. And you can communicate with him. When I focus the connection thread. Yes. He watched Yun Changbei process this with the methodical quality of someone checking their assumptions in sequence. Would you demonstrate that? The elder asked. Wei Canglong focused the connection thread to his grandfather. Old Man Zhao. Elder Yun Changbei is conducting a formal cultivation investigation and has asked me to confirm your presence and voluntary status. His grandfather's voice, immediate and clear. Tell him I sealed myself on the 5th day of the 2nd month, for reasons I considered sufficient at the time, and that I'm available for further questions after my current line of thinking is complete. Wei Canglong relayed this verbatim. Yun Changbei wrote it down. He wrote down the date and verified it against Wei Canglong's registered advancement timeline. The date matched. He made a notation that said something Wei Canglong couldn't read from his angle. I'll complete the interim report by end of week, Yun Changbei said. The findings will be preliminary, advancement confirmed, technique legitimate, mechanism unusual, missing practitioners unresolved. He picked up his examination kit. You said, I can confirm it about the practitioners being alive. Not the technique confirms it, or the mechanism shows it. You said yes. You keep track of them. They're inside my cultivation technique. Their state affects mine directly. He paused. Yes, I keep track of them. Yun Changbei looked at him for one more moment. How interesting, he said, quietly, in a tone that was not quite the same as Wei Canglong's, but close enough to recognizable. Chapter 27. Su Feiyun's assessment. The interim report was thorough and accurate and made Wei Canglong's situation look straightforwardly problematic. Su Feiyun had read it. He'd asked someone in the administrative building to flag the filing, and brought his assessment to Wei Canglong 2 days after it was distributed to the council. He's a better investigator than Shin Dongbei, Su Feiyun said. They were in the outer practice yard at the hour when no one else used it, which Su Feiyun had taken to treating as their default meeting place for conversations that required some privacy. He found everything that can be found without your cooperation. He's not hostile. He's just accurate. Yes, Wei Canglong agreed. Which means the council has an accurate picture of what you've been doing. An accurate picture of the external pattern. Not the mechanism. Su Feiyun looked at him. Wei Canglong. The external pattern is, junior disciple with no cultivation affinity advances at impossible speed, and every time he advances, a cultivator of appropriate rank goes missing. The council doesn't need the mechanism to have a problem with that. I know. Then get ahead of it. Su Feiyun said this with the directness that was his fundamental mode when he'd arrived at a conclusion. Tell them what the technique actually does before someone constructs a theory that's worse than the truth. Wei Canglong thought about this. He'd been thinking about it since Yun Changbei's examination, running the disclosure scenario from different angles. The technique was real, legitimate, not prohibited. Voluntary disclosure would preempt whatever Elder Shin Dongbei's file eventually produced. It would also mean the technique's full mechanism became sect knowledge, available to anyone the council chose to share it with, which included Shin Dongbei, who had already demonstrated interest in controlling the technique for sect use. The technique is too valuable as a secret, he said. Su Feiyun looked at him with the expression he'd been developing recently. Not frustrated. Exactly. but the particular flatness of someone who had expected a different answer and was noting the distance between expectation and reality. You're choosing the secret over the investigation. I'm choosing controlled disclosure over forced disclosure. He kept his voice level. If I tell them everything now, the council decides what to do with it. If I tell them parts, I maintain enough understanding of the situation to protect what matters. And what matters is the technique. He thought about what exactly mattered. Old man Zhao inside, choosing to be there. Su Lihua, advancing at rates that had changed her understanding of her own cultivation. Shen Mingbo, who had built something structured out of the formation theory he'd brought in with him. Qian Tianjue, who had asked about Shen Mingbo's history with a silence that might have been the beginning of something uncomfortable and real. Han Beilong, reading the dimensional architecture with the careful attention of someone who might eventually understand it better than Wei Canglong did. What matters, he said slowly, is that the people inside are treated as what they are, which is people in a complicated situation who are doing something with it. And you can only ensure that if you control the information. Yes, the assignment board gave Wei Canglong a team of 4. 2 inner disciples he'd worked with on smaller missions, and Rong Shui as team captain, who was foundation building stage 3 and had the assignment authority that came with higher cultivation rank. Rong Shui received the team configuration with a specific expression, the expression of someone who understood the board's reasoning. Wei Canglong's technique made him tactically useful and did not enjoy the reasoning. The canyon had developed a monster infestation over the past season. Spirit beasts drawn to a collapsed formation array were congregating around the residual spiritual energy. The sect wanted the infestation cleared before the energy dissipated and left the beasts without anchor, at which point they'd scatter into surrounding territory. Rong Shui ran a clean operation. His combat form was foundation building stage 3 by capability, but foundation building stage 4 or 5 by technique quality. The kind of cultivator who had spent his advancement time refining what he had rather than pushing past the ceiling. He directed the other 2 inner disciples competently, maintained formation awareness, and said nothing to Wei Canglong during the first hour of the mission. Wei Canglong observed from the perimeter. The spirit beasts in the lower canyon were mid-grade, foundation building equivalent in combat capability, spatial affinity in their cultivation type. That was unusual. Most spirit beasts in this range were elemental. Spatial affinity beasts were rarer and typically avoided cultivated territories because the structured qi upset their natural patterns. He felt the first one from 80 meters. Its qi was different from the others, not just spatial element, but a specific kind of spatial qi that resonated with the pocket dimension in a way Wei Canglong hadn't encountered before. The resonance was subtle at first, and then, as he focused on it, unmistakable, a harmonic, like a tuning fork answering another. The beast's spatial qi was dimensionally anchored in a way that matched the mechanism he used for the seal. He spent 20 minutes watching it. The lead beast was clearly a dimension type. It had been generating a small compressed space around itself, a personal dimensional territory that the other beasts gave wide berth to. The compression was natural cultivation rather than technique, which made it categorically similar to what the pocket dimension was doing under Wei Canglong's management. He sealed it during a moment when Rong Shui's team had the flanking beasts occupied. The pulse was not like anything a human cultivator had provided. It was clean, architecturally detailed, and it expanded the pocket dimension's available space noticeably. He felt the interior increase by about a third, the dimensional walls pushing outward with new capacity. And it contributed a genuinely large advancement pulse. He was at foundation building stage 2 before the sensation had fully resolved. The foundation building stage 2 spatial perception expansion was immediate and significantly wider than stage 1. His range jumped to 90 meters, and the detail resolution at close range increased to the point where he could read the specific cultivation technique a practitioner was using, not just its element and density. He stood in the canyon with new perception and felt the mission continuing around him and processed what had just happened. Spirit beasts. High-affinity beasts. The dimension-type beast had contributed more, and differently, than any human prisoner. He had a new variable to understand. Rong Shui concluded the mission without requiring Wei Canglong's involvement after the lead beast disappeared, which was a problem of a different kind. Chapter 29. The report. Rong Shui filed his mission debrief the morning after they returned. Wei Canglong had his copy by afternoon. The report was precise, technically accurate, and read as follows in the relevant section. Inner disciple Wei Canglong's contribution during combat operations was minimal. Disciple Wei was observed at the mission perimeter for the majority of active engagement time, did not engage directly with any identified threat except in one undocumented instance, and did not provide formation support, healing support, or suppression fire during the mission's primary combat phases. The undocumented instance involved the lead spirit beast, which disappeared from the engagement zone in a manner consistent with Disciple Wei's previously documented technique pattern. Team leader recommends formal review of Wei's combat contribution standards. Every sentence was accurate. Elder Yin Changbei summoned Wei Canglong the following day for a supplementary interview to the ongoing investigation. He had Rong Shui's report on the table beside his own notes. Your contribution to the Stoneback Canyon mission, he said. I observed the engagement until I identified an opportunity for maximum impact, Wei Canglong said. I then acted at that point. You observed for 40 minutes while 3 inner disciples engaged with the infestation. Yes. The report characterizes this as failing to contribute. The report characterizes it accurately from the perspective of someone who didn't know what I was doing. Wei Canglong kept his voice even. I was mapping the beast configuration, identifying the highest value target, and waiting for the tactical moment to act on it. That's a different activity from not contributing. And the result of that activity. The lead spirit beast was removed from the engagement zone. That was the primary threat multiplier for the infestation. After its removal, the secondary beasts dispersed without the anchor point, which resolved the mission. He paused. I would describe that as contributing. Yin Changbei looked at him. He had the report in his hand and the notes from 4 weeks of investigation beside it. Your technique, he said carefully, acts at a moment of your choosing rather than a moment of circumstance. You observe until the right moment presents itself. Then you act in a way that concludes the engagement rather than progresses it. From the outside, for most of the mission, you appear inactive. Yes. And when you act, the result is conclusive. The opponent or threat disappears. Sometimes yes. Which means anyone watching your combat record sees either nothing or a conclusion. Never a struggle. Wei Canglong considered this. He hadn't thought about it from the external observation angle before. Exactly. Yes. That's accurate. Yin Changbei held very still for a moment. Then, the dimension supports ongoing activity. Yes. For extended periods. For significantly extended periods, due to the compression ratio. Another pause. Yin Changbei wrote something. That changes the character of the situation, he said quietly. That's not imprisonment in the conventional sense. Conventional imprisonment confines movement. What you're describing confines location while leaving activity intact. Yes. Wei Canglong looked at him. That's why I've been uncertain about what word to use for them. Yin Changbei put down his pen. He looked at the report from Rong Shui, then at his own investigation notes, then at Wei Canglong. I'm going to write a finding that characterizes the dimensional occupants as retained under active management rather than unaccounted for. It's more accurate. He looked up. I'm going to ask the council to postpone any action pending a more complete examination. I think that serves everyone better than a rushed ruling, including Elder Shindongbei, especially him. His file is built on evidence that's accurate but interpreted through a framework that isn't. He gathered his notes. You should know, what you've described here won't stay in this room. The investigation is formal, and what you say in it becomes record. I know, Wei Canglong said. What I've said here is accurate. Yes, Yin Changbei said. I know. Chapter 30. The tournament opens. The Inner Disciple Tournament was an annual tradition that had been running for 80 years, which meant it had its own accumulated culture. The specific anticipation of the registration queue, the particular quiet of the arena in the morning before the first match, the way the audience assembled differently for a tournament than for a sect event, looser, more willing to talk. Wei Canglong registered at Foundation Building Stage 2 and was seated in the 4th bracket, which put him against opponents ranging from Foundation Building Stage 1 to Stage 3. Standard seeding for his registered level. The first 3 matches were brief. The first opponent was Foundation Building Stage 1, newly ranked, who entered the arena with the energy of someone who had prepared carefully and had a plan. The plan was a multi-stage attack sequence designed to prevent the kind of wide observation retreat Wei Canglong had used in previous visible fights. It was good preparation, methodical, based on what was available in the sect records. It failed because it was designed around the Wei Canglong from the Inner Disciple examination, whose technique had since been refined through 6 months of daily application. Wei Canglong sealed him in the second exchange, before the plan reached its second stage. The second opponent had spoken to the first before the match. Wei Canglong could see the brief conversation, couldn't hear it, but could see the posture of someone receiving advice. He'd come in differently, more defensive, longer range, waiting for Wei Canglong to commit before responding. This was correct strategic instinct. Wei Canglong spent 4 exchanges observing the defensive pattern, identified the single moment where the long-range maintenance technique required a stance adjustment, and sealed him then. The third opponent had watched both matches from the audience section and arrived with the expression of someone who had reached a decision. He would enter the arena, assess quickly, and forfeit if the assessment came back unfavorable. He assessed for 3 exchanges, made the decision, and forfeited. Wei Canglong thanked him, which flustered him visibly. The fourth match was scheduled for the following morning. By the time the third match ended, the tournament's observation gallery had developed a specific quality of attention toward Wei Canglong's bracket that was different from the rest of the tournament. Not anticipation exactly, something more careful than that. A tournament judge halted the fourth bracket's scheduling at end of day with a formal inquiry notice. The inquiry was addressed to the tournament committee and asked for clarification on what Wei Canglong's retention technique meant for tournament eligibility under the standard rules. 2 of the 3 disappeared opponents were sect members whose continued enrollment status was technically in question if they couldn't be confirmed present. Wei Canglong went to the inquiry the same afternoon. The committee was 3 senior inner disciples and Elder Xianxia, who was present in his investigation capacity and who looked at Wei Canglong with the expression of someone who had been expecting this particular question. The technique retains opponents in a viable state, Wei Canglong explained. They remain enrolled sect members. Their status doesn't change from retention inside the dimension versus extended seclusion. He presented the communication confirmation he'd prepared, including Old Man Zhao's available on-request testimony. I can confirm each retained opponent is alive and engaged in cultivation activity. Their enrollment status is intact. The committee reviewed this. The standard tournament rules covered death, voluntary withdrawal, and injury incapacitation. They did not cover dimensional retention. The absence of a specific prohibition meant the default was technically permissible, which the committee arrived at after 20 minutes of consultation. The technique is confirmed as non-lethal and non-permanent, the head of the committee said. Tournament eligibility confirmed. He looked at Wei Canglong over the finding document. The committee notes that 3 opponents in one tournament bracket have entered the retention state, which is statistically unusual. Participants are advised that forfeiture is available without penalty. That's fair, Wei Canglong said. He returned to the tournament the next morning. The fourth match was scheduled as the first of the day and had the largest audience of any early bracket match in recent memory. The fourth opponent entered the arena not with contempt or preparation, but with the specific, visible tension of someone who had spent the night deciding whether the cultivation advancement from placing in the tournament was worth the risk of spending time inside someone else's pocket dimension. It was, Wei Canglong thought, the first time he'd felt something adjacent to sympathy for an opponent before a fight had even started. The person across the arena was afraid and was proceeding anyway. That was something worth noting. He sealed his fourth opponent in the 6th exchange, longer than the previous 3, because he didn't want to do it on the 2nd or the 3rd when the fear was most visible. He waited until the opponent had found his rhythm and was fighting rather than waiting to be sealed. The audience made a sound that wasn't quite like any sound a tournament audience usually made. Wei Canglong stood in the center of the arena and felt the pulse arrive. Foundation building stage 3, arriving cleanly, and the advancing edge of foundation building stage 2 tipping forward by a significant fraction. He was going to reach stage 3 before the end of the tournament bracket. He could feel the arithmetic of it from here. How interesting, he said quietly, to no one in particular, meaning the tournament and the audience and the specific quality of being something that people had not yet found the right framework for. It was interesting the way most things were interesting, more complicated than it appeared, with structure under the surface worth understanding. He waited for the next match to be called. Chapter 31. Demonstration. The technique inquiry happened on the morning of the 5th tournament day, in a smaller hall adjacent to the arena. 6 sect elders were present. Elder Xianxia occupied the neutral position. Elder Shindongbei sat to the left with the specific satisfaction of someone whose investigation had created this moment, which he registered but did not display. The other 4 were from the Cultivation Oversight Committee, unfamiliar faces with the professional neutrality of people doing a technical assessment rather than building a case. The inquiry exists to classify the technique for formal tournament eligibility purposes, the committee had said. Specifically, to determine whether the spatial retention mechanism constitutes a prohibited combat method under sect tournament rules. Wei Canglong had reviewed the prohibited method list before attending. Nothing in it covered spatial retention. I'm prepared to demonstrate the mechanism, he said. They had provided a training dummy, a cultivation-imbued construct used for technique practice, roughly shaped to suggest a person, with a functional dantian equivalent that held ambient qi. Wei Canglong pressed his qi mark against its dantian equivalent and activated the dimensional lock. The dummy compressed and vanished. Its qi presence disappeared from the room's cultivation sense. He retrieved it 30 seconds later and rematerialized it. It had not been physically altered. The committee examined the area where the dummy had been. Elder Yun Changbei ran his spatial gauge over the residue. He noted the dimensional signature, checked it against his investigation files, and confirmed the match. The mechanism produces a dimensional compression event, he said. The subject is preserved intact within the compression. The compression anchors to the practitioner's cultivation core. Duration and release are at the practitioner's discretion. Is it prohibited? The committee had asked. Yun Changbei reviewed the rules file. No. The prohibited method list covers permanent incapacitation, cultivation core damage, death techniques, and mind-affecting methods. Dimensional retention matches none of these categories. He set the file down. It is not standard. It is not within current category frameworks. It is not prohibited. Then tournament eligibility is confirmed, the committee head said. Elder Shindongbei made a note. His expression had the quality of someone whose specific inquiry had not produced the result they wanted, but who was accumulating data for a longer-term objective. The tournament resumed that afternoon. Wei Canglong's next 3 matches were against opponents who had watched the inquiry and had made a calculation. The technique was fast. The tournament rules permitted forfeiture without penalty, and facing an opponent whose victory method was spatial retention when you were trying to advance your career was a cost-benefit question. All 3 forfeited before the second exchange. Wei Canglong found this interesting in a different way than the matches had been. Forfeiture was a form of information. The forfeiters were not cowards. They were, in his estimation, rational. They had assessed the situation accurately and made the decision that served their interests. That was a quality worth noting, in the same way that a question rather than a scream was worth noting. People who could make unsatisfying decisions for coherent reasons were people whose judgment he could calibrate against. He advanced to foundation building stage 3 on the accumulated pulses from the sealed tournament opponents, in the break between quarterfinals and semifinals. The stage 3 expansion was structural rather than perceptive. His spatial architecture developed a new layer, a kind of dimensional sensitivity he hadn't had before. He could feel the pocket dimension from the inside, not through the connection thread, but as a spatial property of his own cultivation core. The inside and outside were, at this stage, aspects of the same structure. How interesting, he said to his cultivation core, meaning it. The semifinal opponents had clearly also watched the inquiry and had decided not to forfeit, which meant they had a plan. He was interested in both of them. Chapter 32. What Shindongbei offered. Elder Shindongbei found him between the semifinal and the final, in the short corridor behind the arena that competitors used to collect themselves between matches. It was a careful choice of moment. No audience, no official context, no record-making environment. Wei Canglong recognized the choice as intentional and adjusted accordingly. You've had a good tournament, Shindongbei said. His voice was moderate, not hostile, not friendly, the specific neutrality of someone who had decided to try a different approach. Technique proven legitimate. Opponents handled cleanly. The investigation's interim findings are publicly visible now. Wei Canglong waited. I want to make a proposal. Shindongbei folded his hands in front of him, a gesture that had the quality of deliberate containment. The sect would classify your technique as a sect heritage technique. Not confiscation, acknowledgement. You'd remain the primary practitioner. The sect would receive documentation and transmission rights. Transmission rights, Wei Canglong said. If you produced a successor, a disciple who could inherit the technique, the sect would oversee that transmission. The technique would remain within the sect's cultivation heritage rather than disappearing with you if something happened. Wei Canglong looked at him. The offer was structured carefully. It sounded like preservation rather than seizure. It wasn't aggressive. It was designed to find the argument that would work. No, Wei Canglong said. Shindongbei's expression didn't change. I expected that. Then why offer? Because now I know you understand what the sect's interest in the technique is. He looked at Wei Canglong evenly. And you know I understand it's worth more than you've shown us. The investigation has been about understanding the mechanism. The mechanism produces what I've described to the Council as unprecedented advancement rate through an unknown collection pathway. The Council is going to want to understand that pathway eventually. A pause. Getting ahead of that conversation is possible. What I offered this morning would have been that. And now I've offered, you've declined, and the conversation will happen on different terms. He was precise about this. Not threatening, just accurate. I'm not going to stop investigating. You should know that. I know, Wei Canglong said. I'd rather have an investigator who's accurate than one who isn't. Shindongbei looked at him for a moment. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that. The investigation finds what it finds. Yes, Wei Canglong said. That's why it's more useful than one that's looking for a specific answer. He held Shandongbei's gaze. I'd rather you find the true account than a confirming account, even if the true account is complicated for me. You'd rather I found the true account, Shandongbei repeated, with the tone of someone testing whether this was real. Yes. A long pause. Shandongbei didn't say anything further. He left the corridor with the same deliberate step he'd arrived with, and Wei Canglong stood alone for a moment and thought about what had just happened and what Shandongbei would do with an answer he hadn't been prepared for. Chapter 33. Su Lihua's terms 2 days before the tournament final. Su Lihua sent him a message. She didn't send it through the standard connection thread, which he focused for individual communication. She sent it through the dimensional resonance, a technique she developed over months of studying the dimension's architecture from inside, using the spatial affinity interaction between her cultivation and the pocket dimension to imprint a short text directly onto his cultivation sense. He felt it like a word written in light inside his chest. I want to discuss terms. He opened the connection thread to her during evening meditation. You could have used the standard thread, he said. I wanted you to understand I can do that. She said it without emphasis. Not a threat, information. The spatial resonance imprint technique. I've been developing it for 2 months. I know. I've noticed the resonance patterns. He settled cross-legged. What terms? Release, Su Lihua said. The word had the particular weight of something that had been considered at length. Asterisk I've been inside for 6 months at compressed time. In outside terms, about 8 weeks. My cultivation is at foundation building stage 6, stronger than when you sealed me. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk you know I'm not a threat to you at this level. I was core formation stage 1 when I was sealed. You've advanced past where you were then. Asterisk yes. He had. She was correct that she wasn't a current physical threat. So the constraint is what I'd do with information about the technique if you released me. Yes. That's a trust problem, she said. Asterisk I can't guarantee behavior under oath because I haven't decided what my behavior would be. And you can't trust a promise from someone who has good reasons to resent you. Asterisk, also correct. So the question is whether there's something I could offer that would make the trust problem solvable. A pause that had a different quality, considering rather than strategic. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Wei Canglong waited. Asterisk what I can offer is this. I'm a spatial cultivator. My technique is dimensional affinity. What I know about the pocket dimension's architecture from the inside is specific and detailed, and it's more than you know. Asterisk she let that sit for a moment. Asterisk I could give you that knowledge as part of a release agreement. Not as a transaction. Not, I tell you this, and you release me. As a, I don't have the right word for what I mean. Asterisk a demonstration of good faith, Wei Canglong said. Yes, the connection thread carried something that wasn't quite relief and wasn't quite recognition. Asterisk that. I've been figuring out what I know that would be genuinely useful to you. Not leverage, useful. There's a point in the spatial architecture at the 8th resonance layer where the compression ratio is slightly uneven. You haven't noticed it because from outside it's below detectable threshold. From inside, where I've been cultivating spatial chi for 6 months, it's legible. Asterisk a pause. That's information you'd want to know. He was very still for a moment. The 8th resonance layer. He knew the layer she meant, could feel it faintly now that she'd pointed at it. She was right. He hadn't noticed the unevenness. Why does it matter? Asterisk right now, nothing. It's a structural minor variance. Over time, with a sufficiently high affinity cultivator inside. Asterisk she didn't finish the sentence. The implication was clear. Over time, with her continuing to cultivate inside the dimension, the variance could become something more. She was telling him about a problem she could cause while she was still inside. Not threatening. Explaining. The problem, he said, is I have no way to know if you'll stay quiet about the technique if I release you. The problem, she said, is I have no way to know if you'll actually release me if I agree. Wei Canglong sat with the symmetry of this. It was, from the outside, an exact mirror. 2 parties with reasons to distrust each other, and no mechanism to establish trust except behavior over time. I released Luo Daqian without an oath. His word was sufficient. Asterisk that's different. You'd studied his emotional state for months and made a judgment. Asterisk. I've studied yours for 6 months. And what is your judgment? He thought about this with the same care he gave to all things that mattered. Su Lihua had been studying the dimension from inside, without ever attempting to weaponize that knowledge against him. She had helped the other prisoners develop their cultivation more efficiently, including teaching Luo Daqian, who had destroyed his herb plot, formation theory. She had engaged with every question he asked with precision and honesty. She had noticed a structural problem in his cultivation technique and brought it to him rather than using it. My judgment, he said, is that you're not the kind of person who would burn down something useful to satisfy a grievance. A long silence. That is an extremely specific compliment. I know. Another silence, this one with a different quality. The terms I want, she said finally. Asterisk my freedom, unconditional. No oath. Your word that you'll explain the 8th layer variance to me before I leave, because I want to understand it fully, not just point at it. Asterisk a pause. And acknowledgement that we're not. That whatever this has been, it's worth something. Wei Canglong sat with the last term for a moment. He was aware it was the most significant one. I acknowledge that, he said. Then I want to wait until after your tournament final, Su Lihua said. Asterisk, I've been watching the match preparation from in here. I have tactical observations about your opponent. Asterisk, you're offering to help with the final in exchange for release. I'm offering to help with the final because I've been invested in your survival for 6 months, and old habits are hard to break. A pause that had something wry in it. Asterisk, the release can happen whenever you're ready. The help is separate. Asterisk, how interesting. Wei Canglong said, and meant it with the full weight of genuine surprise. Chapter 34. The final was against core formation stage 1. Wei Canglong was at foundation building stage 3. The gap was 2 full ranks, substantial enough that conventional cultivation wisdom called the match unwinnable. The tournament committee had noted this in the bracket draw and offered Wei Canglong the opportunity to withdraw on grounds of rank disparity. He declined. His opponent's name was xianxia. He was Gold Peak Academy trained, a guest competitor from their exchange program. He'd won his bracket efficiently, sealed nothing, and fought with the clean clarity of someone who had been trained by people who didn't cut corners. His cultivation was genuine core formation stage 1, not accelerated through unusual means, solid, established, confident in its foundation. Wei Canglong spent an evening reviewing the match with his prisoners. Su Lihua's tactical analysis was the most specific. Guoxinghe's core formation technique incorporated a dimensional pressure component, a spatial displacement burst that he used to create distance when pressed. This was usually a defensive maneuver, but it also meant that at the moment of using it, his spatial chi was extended and diffuse. A seal at that moment would be acting on a partially extended cultivation core rather than a concentrated one. More penetrable. Tianjue added. He fights conservatively for the first half of any engagement. Watch for the shift. There's a point where he moves from studying you to acting on the study. That's when he commits. Old Man Zhao added. His technique assumes the opponent's cultivation architecture is standard elemental. Your spatial cultivation doesn't read correctly to his dimensional pressure component. He'll think he has more distance than he does. Han Beilong added, unexpectedly, from the far section of the dimension. If you seal him, his advancement inside will be significant. Core formation here should produce a strong pulse. Wei Canglong noted all of it. The match began with the particular quality of a meeting between 2 practitioners who were genuinely interested in understanding the other. Guoxinghe's first technique confirmed what Su Lihua had described: dimensional pressure burst, positioning adjustment, patient spatial reading. He was measuring Wei Canglong's spatial sense resolution. He wanted to know if Wei Canglong could feel the displacement before it happened. Wei Canglong let him believe he couldn't. Exchanges 3 through 7. He read Guoxinghe's cultivation pattern, strong, the confidence of several years of established foundation building transitioning to core formation. The point where study became action arrived at exchange 8. Guoxinghe's posture changed by 2 degrees toward commitment, the left shoulder settling into the core formation primary technique's foundation position. Wei Canglong noted it. He waited 2 more exchanges. Tianjue had said to watch for the shift and act on the shift, but acting immediately on the shift was predictable. He waited until Guoxinghe had committed to the committed approach. Exchange 10. The dimensional pressure burst came exactly as Su Lihua described, extended, diffuse, spatial chi reaching outward as the technique deployed. Wei Canglong was already inside the burst's range when it activated. The technique hit him at reduced force from inside its own extension point, which was disorienting for a half second. He pressed his chi mark into the diffuse field and found the cultivation core's extended edge and activated the dimensional lock. The seal held. Guoxinghe's technique, fully extended, dissipated as its anchor disappeared. Wei Canglong stood in the arena with the dissipating spatial chi of a core formation practitioner's technique washing over him and felt the advancement pulse arrive. Enormous, clean, the full force of a core formation stage 1 practitioner's cultivation distilled into dimensional resonance. He advanced to foundation building stage 4 before the tournament committee had finished recording the outcome. The pulse kept building, and he felt the fractional advance toward stage 5 begin. He was the tournament champion. The arena was quiet in the specific way of 200 people processing something they'd seen, but not yet found the words for. How interesting, Wei Canglong said, quietly, to the pulse and the quiet and the warm weight of what was now inside him, genuinely. Chapter 35. What the tournament produced. The sect's response to the tournament was complicated in exactly the ways Wei Canglong had anticipated, and some he hadn't. The anticipated, Elder Shindongbei filed an emergency notice to the administrator calling the tournament results evidence of a systematic issue rather than individual combat outcomes. He had his documentation ready, had been waiting for a moment substantial enough to carry formal action, and had found it in a foundation-building practitioner defeating a core formation opponent by technique that produced no conventional combat record, only the absence of the opponent. The unanticipated, the two practitioners he'd sealed in the tournament semifinals came forward voluntarily with statements. They'd been released after the investigation committee confirmed non-prohibited status, and they had, independently, described the experience of being inside the dimension with enough consistency that the council took the description seriously. They reported cultivation activity, communication access, time compression, and the ability to pursue their own activities. They also reported significant discomfort and involuntary confinement. The discomfort and involuntary confinement part of the statements were the part Elder Shindongbei quoted extensively. Sect Master Oluqing called a formal hearing for the following week. Elder Yunchongbei came to Wei Canglong 2 days before the hearing. He sat across a small table in the investigation room where they'd had their earlier sessions and looked at Wei Canglong with the expression of someone about to say something they'd concluded was necessary. The hearing is going to go one of 3 ways, he said. The council rules the technique prohibited under sect jurisdiction. Unlikely, the precedent for prohibition doesn't fit the technique's characteristics. The council rules it permitted with oversight conditions, possible, and probably the version where you have the most room to operate. Or the council rules it permitted and assigns sect property classification, which Elder Shindongbei is going to argue for. The third outcome requires demonstrating that the technique produces sect-level value, Wei Canglong said, which the investigation has confirmed it does. Yes. Yunchongbei was quiet for a moment. I want to ask you something I'm not going to put in my investigation notes. He looked at Wei Canglong directly. What do you want out of this? Wei Canglong considered this question with the same honesty he'd been trying to apply to all things lately. I want to continue using the technique as my cultivation method, maintain the safety and activity of the people currently inside the dimension, and eventually release them when conditions permit. I want the oversight to be real enough that the council doesn't feel the need to do something dramatic and limited enough that I retain operational independence. That's precise. It's what's accurate. Yunchongbei nodded slowly. Then here's what I'd recommend for the hearing. He laid out a structure. Voluntary disclosure of all current sealed practitioners, a registration requirement for future sealings, defined limits on who Wei Canglong could seal without council authorization. He wasn't offering Wei Canglong a strategy. He was laying out what he thought a reasonable finding would look like, which was a different thing. Why are you telling me this? Wei Canglong asked. Because you said you'd rather have an accurate investigation than a confirming one. Yunchongbei met his eyes. And I'd rather have a hearing that produces a real finding than one that produces an escalation neither party can manage. He gathered his notes. I don't know what the council will decide. I know what I'm going to write. Wei Canglong sat alone in the investigation room after the elder left and thought about the shape of things. Su Lihua's release was scheduled for after the tournament, and the tournament was over. The hearing was in 3 days. The sect master had called it, which meant it was beyond Elder Shindongbei's file and Elder Yunchongbei's inquiry, and into whatever the sect's formal governance structure produced when confronted with something its rules hadn't anticipated. He opened the connection thread to Su Lihua. The tournament is concluded, he said. The hearing is in 3 days. I'm going to release you before it, not after, because I want to release you when it's a choice rather than a condition of settlement. A pause from her. Then, before the hearing. Yes. That puts you in the hearing without me as a currently sealed prisoner, but with me as someone who was released before you disclosed my existence to the council. Yes. The council will know I sealed you and released you. They won't know the terms. That's not fully straightforward. No. Wei Canglong agreed. But it's honest in the ways that matter. He thought about how to say the next part. I'm releasing you because it's what I said I'd do when I thought about it clearly. Not because of the timing. Another pause. Then, quietly, I know, a longer silence. Asterisk the 8th layer variance. You should stabilize it before you take on any new high-affinity prisoners. I'll tell you how before I leave. Asterisk. Yes. He sat with the warmth of that for a moment. The specific quality of someone solving a problem they could have let become worse. How interesting that you're still concerned about it. Old habits, Su Lihua said. As I said, Chapter 36. The hearing room held 12 people. Sect Master O Luqing sat at the head position with the settled authority of someone who had governed a sect for 20 years and had encountered most things that could be encountered. Elder Yun Changbei sat to her right. Elder Shindong Bei to her left, with his documentation organized and visible. The 4 cultivation oversight elders occupied the middle positions. 2 external representatives, a neutral cultivation authority observer and a senior disciple from a sister sect who'd been invited as a technical witness, took the far seats. And Wei Canglong, at the near end of the table, alone. Su Feiyun was in the adjacent room. He'd asked to attend. Wei Canglong had said no, and then thought about that answer, and then said, "Come to the adjacent room. I'll tell you everything after." The hearing began with Elder Shen Dongbei's presentation of his documented case. It was thorough, accurate, and built toward the conclusion that Wei Canglong's technique constituted an ongoing cultivation threat to the sect's members and should be classified as sect property, with mandatory registration and controlled use protocols. The documentation listed 7 missing practitioners, the advancement correlation timeline, and the tournament outcomes. Wei Canglong listened to all of it without interruption. When Shun Dongbei finished, Sect Master O Luqing asked Wei Canglong for his response. "What Elder Shin Dongbei has documented is accurate," Wei Canglong said. "The technique exists, the advancement correlation is real, the missing practitioners are inside the dimensional space I maintain." He'd thought carefully about what he would disclose in this room. He'd arrived at everything. Not because disclosure was strategic. It wasn't, entirely, but because Yun Changbei had said he wanted a real finding, and a real finding required the real account. "I'm prepared to describe the technique's mechanism in full, demonstrate its functionality, and confirm the status of all currently sealed practitioners." He described the mechanism. He described the prison population. He mentioned Old Man Zhao's voluntary self-sealing and his communication function. He mentioned Su Lihua's release, 2 days prior, unconditional, confirmed by her stated agreement to remain silent about the technique's existence for 90 days, which was her word rather than an oath. He disclosed Shen Mingbo and Han Beilong from the tournament and the mission respectively. He disclosed the Qian family connection and Qian Tianjue's presence. The room was quiet in stages. Sect Master O Luqing wrote something when he mentioned Old Man Zhao. She wrote something else when he mentioned Su Lihua's release. When he finished, she asked one question. "Old Man Zhao sealed himself voluntarily." "Yes." "Why?" Wei Canglong thought about the most accurate answer. He said he found it restful. "He's been providing cultivation guidance from inside." He paused. "I suspect there were other reasons he hasn't fully explained yet." Yun Changbei wrote this down with a particular expression. The council deliberated for 40 minutes, while Wei Canglong waited in the adjacent room with Su Feiyun, who had listened to Wei Canglong's account of the hearing's content with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting for the full version for months. "You told them everything," Su Feiyun said. "Yes." "Including Qian Tianjue." "Yes." "Who you technically said wasn't a sect member when you were previously asked about sect member prisoners." "He wasn't a sect member. He was a guest." A pause. "I disclosed him today as a guest practitioner currently retained in the dimension." "That's accurate." Su Feiyun looked at him for a moment. "Is that the honest account or the technically accurate account?" Wei Canglong considered this. "The honest account would note that I was aware the distinction would be useful when I originally filed the non-disclosure, and that I used a true fact to create a false impression." He sat with this. "I disclosed it today because not disclosing it would have been continuing to use a distinction I knew was misleading." "That's honest." "Yes. It's uncomfortable, but it's what's accurate." The council returned with 3 conditions: registration of all current sealings within 24 hours, registration of future sealings within 72 hours, and a prohibition on sealing sect elders without council authorization. The technique remained Wei Canglong's, classified as rare spatial type, permitted under oversight. Elder Shindong did not respond visibly when the ruling was announced. He wrote something in his file. Whatever the long-term content of that file was, it remained his. Wei Canglong registered his current sealed practitioners that evening: Old Man Zhao, Qian Tianjue, Han Beilong, Shen Mingbo, and 2 others from the tournament. The registry entry was the longest single filing Brother Chu had handled in recent memory. Chapter 37. What the registry said. The 72-hour registration requirement created a practical problem that Wei Canglong solved before it became a larger one. He unsealed the 2 Qian family disciples, the first ones he'd sealed in the ambush, who had now been inside the dimension for approximately 3 months at compressed time, which meant they'd experienced something closer to 9 months inside. They emerged in a quiet courtyard at dawn, one of the designated release locations he'd identified during the investigation period. They were disoriented in the specific way of all releases. The transition from compressed time to normal time produced a kind of recalibration discomfort, a sense that the world was moving at three-quarter speed. He gave each of them a written summary of what had happened, a cultivation resource package, and a document under sect law that they could sign as silent certification in exchange for formal release documentation. The silent certification was optional. He said so explicitly. The younger of the two signed immediately. The other looked at the document for a long time. "What if I don't sign?" he asked. His voice was rough from the time inside. "The terms of your release don't change. You're free regardless." Wei Canglong folded the document back. "The certification is for your protection as well as mine. It establishes your release date and confirms your status. Without it, the record shows only that you were retained and released, which could be interpreted unfavorably by people who weren't present for the experience." A long pause. The courtyard was cold. The disciple's breath was visible in the morning air. "You're giving me information that serves your interest by presenting it as information that serves mine," he said finally. Wei Canglong looked at him. This was accurate. He thought about whether to confirm or deflect, and concluded that this was exactly the kind of moment where the honest answer mattered more than the strategically favorable one. "Yes, both things are true simultaneously. The certification helps me and is also genuinely useful to you. I can't separate those two facts." The disciple looked at him for another moment. Then he signed. After they left, Wei Canglong filed the required disclosure with the sect registry. All 6 current sealed practitioners, as required. He also filed a registration of Su Lihua's release, though the hearing had predated the ruling. Transparency in the direction of more rather than less, given the ongoing oversight conditions. Xianxia, when told about the releases and the hearing outcome, had a long silence followed by one question. "Does the council know I'm in here?" "Yes. You're listed in the registry. My family knows. Presumably they'll be informed through the registry." Another silence. Then, with the particular tone Xianxia used when he was arriving at a conclusion he'd rather not have reached, "They're going to want me released. I know. I'm working toward conditions for your release." Wei Canglong thought about how to say the next part. "I want your release to be something you and I decide on, not something the Qian family's pressure dictates. That's a distinction you've made before. It's one that matters to me. It matters to you because it's about managing the outcome." Xianxia was precise about this. If the Qian family pressure me out, you don't control the terms. If you release me when you've calculated it's safe, you do. Wei Canglong considered this. Both things are true. At least you're not pretending otherwise. I've been trying to do that less. A long pause. Then Xianxia said, in a different tone, Shinmingbo told me about the contract. The East Trade Network. Wei Canglong had been expecting this conversation. He waited. "I looked at my father's records from inside here. I had them in memory, the details of that year." Another pause. The contract was legal. The outcome was wrong. I knew it at the time and told myself it was family business and none of mine. A very long silence. "That's a thing I'm still sitting with." "Yes," Wei Canglong said. "I thought you might be." Chapter 38. What Su Feiyun said 3 days after the hearing. Su Feiyun found him at the outer practice yard bench and sat down with the expression of someone who had been thinking for 3 days and had arrived at what they wanted to say. "I've been going over the hearing account," Su Feiyun said. "Yes. You told them enough truth to satisfy the disclosure requirement and kept Xianxua's registration until the last possible moment when it was required by ruling." Wei Canglong didn't answer immediately. "Yes," he said. "Is that different from lying?" He'd asked himself this several times in the past 3 days. He'd arrived at the same uncomfortable answer each time. "It's managing," he said. "I disclosed at the moment when not disclosing would have been active evasion under the new rules. Before that, it was selective disclosure under my own judgment. Is managing me different from lying to me?" The question landed exactly where it was aimed. Wei Canglong sat with it. He thought about the 18 months since the orb had cracked open in his hand, the cultivation that had come from it, and the people inside it, and the friend who had been watching him navigate all of it, and had said, early and clearly, "Stop managing." He thought about how many times he'd done it anyway. Not with malice, not with intention, just with the deep automatic habit of someone who preferred to handle things cleanly rather than let people be involved in the mess. "I don't think so," he said finally. "I think they're the same." "Then stop." He looked at Su Feiyun. "Yes," he said. "I'm trying." "I know." Su Feiyun settled back on the bench with the posture of someone who had said the necessary thing and was done with the topic for now. "I want to ask you something else." "Yes." "The people inside. When you talk about them, there's a different quality to it than when you talk about cultivation or technique or politics. When you describe what they're doing in there, what they've built." He paused. "What is that?" Wei Canglong thought about this. I don't have a clean word for it. He looked at the practice yard, the stone, the imprint history he could read in it, the cultivators going about their mornings. I sealed people because I needed advancement. The people I sealed did things with the situation that I didn't expect or plan for. Luo Daqian wanted to understand formation theory. Su Lihua mapped the dimensional architecture more accurately than I could from the outside. Shen Mingbo is building something with his formation knowledge. Qian Tianjue is sitting with a moral question he didn't expect to have to sit with. He paused. Whatever that is, watching capable people do things with what they have. I think that's what I was looking for when I started. I just didn't know that's what I was looking for. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. Then, how interesting. Wei Canglong looked at him. Su Feiyun was being wry, his version of the phrase, the specific slight arch that appeared when he used it. And Wei Canglong felt something genuine and unexpected move through him. The specific warmth of being known accurately by someone who had bothered to learn the vocabulary. Yes, he said. Exactly. Chapter 39. 2 releases. He released the 2 Qian family disciples from the ambush in the same courtyard on the same morning, but they'd already been released in the practical sense. The hearing had required their formal disclosure and registration, and once registered, their cultivation advancement and return to active status was confirmed. What happened in the courtyard was the physical release, the dimensional compression unwound, the seal broken. They came out disoriented, as everyone did. Wei Canglong had prepared what he was going to say. He said it. You were held without your consent for several months. What happened inside the dimension during that time is yours. I'm not asking you to characterize it, share it, or assess it for my benefit. I owe you an acknowledgement of the circumstances. I'm giving it. The younger one said. The formation workshops were. I didn't know formation theory was interesting. I thought it was technical reference material. He looked genuinely confused by this information about himself. The other said nothing during the release. He took his cultivation resource package and left. His silence wasn't hostile. It was the silence of someone who needed to be somewhere they could process before they could speak. Wei Canglong watched them go and then sat in the empty courtyard with the registration requirement satisfied and the released prisoner count at 4. He thought about what Su Feiyun had said the previous evening, that there was a different quality when he described the people inside versus when he described technique or politics. The honest answer was that there was. The people were more interesting than the technique. The technique was a mechanism for advancement, real, functional, genuinely his. The people were what the mechanism led to. He hadn't expected to find the people more compelling than the mechanism. He wasn't sure what to do with that finding. He contacted Shen Mingbo through the connection thread in the afternoon. I want to tell you something about the terms for your release, he said. Not now. You're not ready to be released, yet in terms of practical safety for both of us. But when it happens, I want it to be through a process that's real rather than transactional. What does real mean in this context? I want to understand what you do when you're released. Not as a security condition, as a genuine question. You've been building formation workshops in there. You've been teaching other people. What do you actually want to do with that? A long pause. I want to see if any of what I've built in there translates to the outside, Shen Mingbo said. Asterisk what I know about formation theory now. I had time to go deep in a way I never had running a trade network. I want to find out if it's real or if it was just what I had to work with. Asterisk, how interesting. Wei Canglong said, meaning it. Chapter 40. Before the exchange 3 days before departure for the Gold Peak Academy exchange, Wei Canglong had a long conversation with every remaining prisoner. He'd been doing this more deliberately over the past months, not as management, not as cultivation intelligence, but as the thing he'd been doing without naming it correctly. Keeping track of people because he was interested in what they were doing. Old Man Zhao, still comfortable, still occasionally offering cultivation theory with the unhurried quality of someone who had all the time they needed and preferred to use it carefully. You're less jagged than you were a year ago, the grandfather said, when Wei Canglong asked what he'd noticed. When you first sealed Luo Daqian, the emotional management took constant effort. Now it's more like weather, present, sometimes difficult, not constant demand. I got better at filtering. You also got better at not contributing to it, Zhao said. Telling prisoners the truth about their situation reduces the rage component considerably. Qian Tianjue, grudgingly adjusted, had been in conversation with Shen Mingbo for 3 weeks. The conversations were, from what Wei Canglong could hear through the connection thread, uncomfortable and ongoing, and neither party had stopped them. I'm not done with the question he brought up, Qian Tianjue said. About my family and the contracts. I'm not. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But I'm not done. That's probably the right answer, Wei Canglong said. Han Beilong, quietly cultivating, had advanced to foundation building stage 3 inside the dimension and had developed what he described as a theory about the relationship between dimensional architecture and consciousness. The dimension doesn't just hold qi, he said. It holds cultivators. The way it holds them might be doing something more than storage. He paused. I want to study it further. You'll have time, Wei Canglong said. Shin Mingbo was precise and practical about the formation workshops and what he was learning. He was also, increasingly, talking to Qian Tianjue about things Wei Canglong couldn't hear. He didn't ask about them. Some conversations were private, even inside a pocket dimension. He packed for the academy exchange that evening with the particular quality of someone who understood they were leaving one environment and entering another, and that the pocket dimension behind his sternum was going with him. The community that had grown inside it, the people doing things with what they had, Old Man Zhao in the far section thinking thoughts he would share when they were ready, the formation workshops and the dimensional theory and the slow, painful moral reckoning that Qian Tianjue was conducting at his own pace. Su Feiyun knocked on the door of the inner disciple dormitory room. Ready? Almost. Wei Canglong finished the last item in the pack. The academy has a spatial technique research division. I know. I read the exchange briefing. They've been studying dimensional techniques for 40 years. I know that too. Su Feiyun looked at him from the doorway. Are you worried? Wei Canglong thought about this. He was interested. Interest and worry had overlapped, but weren't the same. I want to see what they know, he said. What they know might be useful. It might also be a problem. Both at once. That's usually how interesting things work. Su Feiyun made the sound that meant he decided this was as close to yes I'm ready as he was going to get from Wei Canglong, and stepped back from the doorway. Wei Canglong picked up the pack. The pocket dimension hummed warm against his sternum, the accumulated cultivation of several months of people doing things with what they had. You want to find out what came next. Chapter 41. The Academy. The Gold Peak Academy occupied a mountain. Not metaphorically. The institution had been built into the face of a steep southern mountain, its building levels ascending the rock face in tiers that caught the light at different angles depending on the hour. The lower levels housed the foundational cultivation halls, the mid-tiers the advanced technique workshops and mission assignment rooms, and the upper tiers the research divisions and senior instructor quarters that marked the distinction between a sect and an academy. It was larger than the Bluestone sect by a factor that Wei Canglong registered through his spatial perception at 200 meters out. The qi density in the mountain was layered and deep, decades of high-level cultivation soaked into stone. He and Su Feiyun arrived as the morning light was still oblique. They were registered at the lower entry hall as exchange students from Bluestone sect, assigned guest quarters on the third tier, given a 3-day orientation schedule, and informed of the academy's challenge tradition in the same orientation document. Challenge tradition, Su Feiyun read, standing in their shared guest room with the orientation packet in hand. Visiting and resident students may formally challenge each other to skills exhibitions for purpose of mutual cultivation advancement and reputation establishment. Challenges must be accepted within 72 hours or the recipient forfeits challenge honor standing. He looked at Wei Canglong. That's the politest way I've ever read fight or be publicly embarrassed. Wei Canglong was studying the room. The walls were stone with cultivation qi imprint layers going back at least a century. The window faced the mountain's second peak, which had a formation array anchored in it that he could feel as a faint spatial pressure at this distance. They're going to challenge me within 2 days, he said. Probably within 1. Whoever does it first will have researched me from the tournament records. Yes. So they'll know about the seal technique and will come prepared with a counter. He looked at the window, the mountain, the spatial pressure of the formation array. What they won't know is what the technique looks like now versus what it looked like in the tournament records. He turned back to the room. I want to spend the first day mapping the academy's layout and qi distribution before anyone approaches me. Mapping, Su Feiyun said. The formation arrays in this mountain are interesting. The Spatial Research Division, Yun Chongbei mentioned they'd been studying dimensional techniques for 40 years. Whatever research they have access to will be in the upper tiers. He paused. I want to understand the building before I'm in a position where I have to respond to things in it. Su Feiyun set down the orientation packet. You're doing the thing you do. Watching before acting. You're watching the academy before being watched by it. Yes. Wei Canglong considered whether this required elaboration. The academy's Spatial Research Division has studied techniques like mine. They know more than they should be able to know from published records. That means either they've had direct contact with historical practitioners of dimensional techniques, or they've developed analytical methods capable of reading dimensional signatures without practitioner cooperation. He paused. I want to know which before I'm in a formal challenge context. Su Feiyun absorbed this. And you'll figure that out by walking around. By walking around and paying attention. Yes. The first day was what he made of it. A slow, thorough movement through the academy's accessible tiers, orientation appropriate on the surface, spatially detailed in practice. His foundation building stage for perception. He'd reached stage 4 during the final days before departure, from accumulated pulses, gave him 90 meters of clear chi signature reading and the ability to identify active formation arrays at twice that range. The Academy's formation arrays were extensive and sophisticated. The Spatial Research Division's tier had a distinctive signature, higher ambient spatial chi, suggesting cultivation practice within it that used spatial element techniques regularly. The challenge arrived that evening. A junior messenger carrying a formal challenge paper from a resident student named Li Boming, Foundation Building Stage 5. The challenge was worded with elaborate courtesy that didn't obscure the directness of the proposition. Tomorrow morning, skills exhibition, first exchange hall. Wei Canglong read it and looked at the messenger. Please tell Senior Li Boming that I accept. The messenger left. Su Feiyun looked at the paper. He's done his reading. Yes. Stage 5 against your stage 4. 4.5. He could feel the stage 5 threshold approaching from within, the accumulated pulses from the current prison population building toward it. Possibly stage 5 by morning, if Tianjue has a good night. Su Feiyun looked at him with the expression he used for statements that required classification. Does he frequently have good cultivation nights? He's been working through the Qian family contract situation with Xin Mingbo, Wei Canglong said. When he cultivates after those conversations, the qi that generates it has more clarity to it. Like the discomfort got converted into something directed. A pause. You're saying moral reckoning makes Qian Tianjue cultivate better. Directed purpose generally does, Wei Canglong said. He set the challenge paper on the desk. I want to know what Li Boming is prepared for. Not to avoid it. To understand the current state of counter-technique development for dimensional sealing. How interesting, Su Feiyun said, in his Rai version. He picked up the orientation packet again. I'm going to read the rest of this. Chapter 42. The interference array. Li Boming had done thorough work. Wei Canglong recognized the spatial interference array immediately when he walked into the exchange hall, felt it at 30 meters as a structured resistance in the ambient spatial chi, a deliberate interference pattern in the exact frequency range that dimensional sealing used for its compression initiation. Not a formation array built into the hall, a portable array Li Boming had set up and was carrying as a cultivation circuit active on his person. It was technically sophisticated and clearly developed with help from someone who understood dimensional sealing mechanics. He was interested in both the array and whoever had helped design it. Li Boming was at foundation building stage 5 with the practiced ease of someone who had been at this level for a while and was using the stability. His combat form was clean, water element, and he'd clearly trained the interference array's integration to the point where maintaining it didn't require active attention. It ran on a cultivation circuit that was its own thing, separate from his offensive technique capacity. The array worked, initially. Wei Canglong tested the seal twice in the first 4 exchanges. Not seriously, just to confirm the array's effective range and frequency specificity. The seal mechanism met resistance at the dantian interface, the dimensional compression unable to initiate cleanly. The array was tuned correctly. The person who had designed it understood the mechanism at a technical level that the sex investigation hadn't reached. He shifted strategy. If the array was the problem, the array was what needed addressing rather than the practitioner. Exchanges 5 through 14. The interference array required a power node structure to maintain. He could feel the architecture at 30 meters, could track the chi flow between the nodes as Li Boming moved. The node positions shifted with Li Boming's movement, reconfiguring to keep the interference cone pointed toward Wei Canglong. It was continuous maintenance work running in the background of Li Boming's offensive technique. He spent 40 minutes studying the maintenance pattern. The array's weakness was topological. When Li Boming executed a technique that required both arms in a specific orientation, the node reconfiguration had a brief lag, quarter of a second, maybe less, when the interference cone had a gap at its northern edge. Wei Canglong had been positioning himself on the northern axis for the past 10 exchanges. The gap appeared in the 31st exchange. He moved into it and found that the gap in the interference cone was large enough to initiate a partial seal. Not the full dimensional compression, but enough contact with Li Boming's cultivation core to begin the lock activation. He held the partial contact through the cone's reconfiguration and completed the seal as the array re-established the interference pattern around a practitioner who was no longer in the hall. Li Boming vanished. Wei Canglong looked at the portable formation array's power nodes, which were still running their maintenance circuit in the air where Li Boming had been. Floating, now purposeless, the interference pattern directed at an empty space. How interesting, he said to the formation genuinely. The technical design was the most sophisticated counter to his technique he'd encountered. It had taken 40 minutes to defeat rather than seconds. You needed better node placement, he told the array. The reconfiguration lag is the vulnerability. The formation array didn't have a response. He retrieved the power nodes carefully. They were valuable technique components, and whoever had designed them deserved to get them back, and walked to the exchange hall entrance where Su Feiyun was waiting. That took longer than usual, Su Feiyun said. Someone here understands the technique well enough to design a partial counter. Wei Canglong handed him one of the formation nodes. I want to know who helped Li Boming design this. Su Feiyun turned the node over in his hands. It was palm-sized, polished crystal, with spatial chi circuit engraving that was academy-level precision. Spatial Research Division. Yes. Wei Canglong advanced to Foundation Building Stage 5 as they walked back toward the guest quarters, the pulse from Li Boming's cultivation arriving through the dimensional connection. The new stage gave him 110 meters of spatial perception. He felt the mountain's formation arrays with new clarity, their architecture readable now as something studied rather than just sensed. Stage 5 felt like context. All the individual spatial readings he'd accumulated began to connect into something that had coherence rather than just detail. He understood, at this new level, why the Spatial Research Division's tier felt the way it did. It wasn't just high ambient spatial chi. The formation arrays on that tier were running active dimensional signature analysis. Passively. Continuously. The Academy had been reading him since he arrived. Chapter 43. Signatures. Scholar Feng Wei filed her technical report before noon. Wei Canglong learned about it from Su Feiyun, who had developed a habit of watching how information moved through new institutions from the first day of arrival. A practical skill he described as just paying attention to where people walk quickly and where they look when they think no one's watching. There's a senior woman in the Spatial Research Division who filed something with the administration this morning, Su Feiyun said, when they met for the afternoon meal in the Exchange Student Common Hall. The administration runner who carried it was moving fast. Not distressed fast, discovery fast. Discovery. Like someone who found something they'd been looking for. He ate a bite of something carefully. The Academy's food was better than the Bluestone sect's, and he was having opinions about it. The challenge tradition has been suspended pending investigation. Wei Canglong had expected this. He'd expected it the moment he understood the passive signature analysis array. Li Boming's disappearance was read by the dimensional signature sensors. Yes, that's my assumption. Su Feiyun looked at him. Is that a problem? He thought about it. The dimensional signature being readable wasn't a new development. The sex investigation had found residue, and Elder Yun Chongbei's examination kit had identified it. What was new was a passive continuous analysis array that had been tracking him since arrival, which meant the Academy's Spatial Research Division had a much more detailed data set than any previous examiner. They didn't just have residue from one sealing event. They had Wei Canglong's dimensional baseline, the continuous chi signature of the pocket dimension's presence, and the specific compression event signature from the Li Boming sealing. That was enough to characterize the technique in ways that went beyond what Elder Shun Dongbei's file contained. It means whoever runs the Spatial Research Division knows more about the technique from 48 hours of passive reading than most investigators know from months of active examination, he said. That's not a problem by itself. It's information about what I'm dealing with. And who you're dealing with. Yes. The notification arrived that afternoon. Scholar Feng Wei, head of the Academy's Dimensional and Spatial Techniques Research Division, requested a formal meeting with exchange student Wei Canglong of the Bluestone sect. Not a summons, a request, noted as such, with a time and a location and the explicit statement that attendance was voluntary. Wei Canglong considered the explicit voluntariness and concluded it was genuine. Someone who wanted to compel him would have used administrative authority rather than a research request. This was an invitation from a person who was curious. I'm attending, he told Su Feiyun. I assumed. She designed or helped design the interference array Li Boming used. You think she designed it specifically for you? I think the Academy's Spatial Research Division has been developing counter-techniques based on historical practitioner records. Li Boming requested one, and she provided it. He paused. Which means she's been waiting for a practitioner to arrive. She found the historical records interesting enough to prepare for the possibility. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. That's either an ally or a problem. Both, probably. Wei Canglong looked at the notification. How interesting. Chapter 44. What Scholar Feng Wei knew the Spatial Research Division was on the 6th tier, and the door to Scholar Feng Wei's study was plain stone with no formation array on it. Deliberate plainness, he thought, in a building where every other door had active chi signatures running across it. She was perhaps 60, with the settled quality of someone who had spent decades building a very specific expertise and was comfortable in it. Her desk had 3 separate stacks of documentation and a formation array mounted in the corner that was the source of the continuous spatial signature analysis. He could feel it now as a distinct chi circuit, analytical rather than defensive. She looked at him when he came in with the specific attention of someone confirming a prior assessment rather than making a new one. Foundation building stage 5, she said. You advanced between your arrival and this morning. Yes. From the Li Boming ceiling. Yes. She indicated the chair across from her desk. He sat. I want to ask you questions, she said. I'm going to tell you why before I ask them, so you can decide what to answer. He noted this approach and found it interesting. I've been studying dimensional-type cultivation techniques for 37 years, she said. The historical record documents 7 practitioners over the past 3 centuries. All 7 achieved significant advancement speeds. All 7 met one of 2 ends, killed by coalitions that formed specifically against them, or degraded. Their cultivation coherence fell apart after a certain prisoner count. The historical accounts call this the collapse, but the mechanism they describe is consistent with what I'd characterize as a long-term emotional corruption. Too many despairing prisoners, accumulated over years, until the practitioner's own cultivation state became unreliable. Wei Canglong sat very still. The 7th practitioner's records are the most detailed. She documented her own degradation process in her journals, which found their way to us through inheritance. She wrote, "The grief I carry is not mine, but it is indistinguishable from mine now. I cannot tell where their despair ends and my own begins." Scholar Feng Wei looked at him. Do you experience something similar? The question was specific and accurate, and was the first time anyone had asked him directly about this in the precise terms that mattered. He thought about how to answer it honestly. He thought about the first weeks with Luo Daqian, when the emotional bleed had made his thinking foggy. He thought about the days after the Qian family ambush when 5 angry prisoners had produced a sustained haze that had made everything slightly sideways. He thought about how he'd learned, over months, to treat it as weather. Yes, he said, it's manageable currently. The management is an ongoing practice, not a solved problem. She wrote something. What's your prisoner count? 4, including 1 voluntary. 1 voluntary, she repeated. My grandfather sealed himself into the dimension. He finds it useful for extended thinking. She looked at him for a moment. I've read accounts of practitioners who developed voluntary prisoners as an emotional buffer. The positive emotional states from willing participants counteract the negative bleed from unwilling ones. It's not documented as an intentional strategy, but it appears in 2 of the 7 cases as an apparent instinct. She set her pen down. Your grandfather developed this intentionally? I don't know if it was intentional. He considered. He's deliberate about most things. How interesting, Scholar Feng Wei said, in a tone that was almost but not quite the same as his. He looked at her. The sunlight in the room was afternoon warm. The stone floor had cultivation sheet imprint layers going back decades, and she was asking him questions that were more precisely calibrated to the actual mechanism of his technique than anything he'd been asked before. She'd studied this for 37 years, and she was asking real questions, not investigative ones. He answered her real questions, honestly, for the next hour. Su Feiyun, who was waiting in the corridor outside, noted afterward that Wei Canglong had been more forthcoming with a stranger after 90 minutes than with anyone he'd known for longer. She asked the right questions, Wei Canglong said. You gave her the real answers. Yes. More real than you've given me. He thought about this. About different things. She asked about the technique's mechanism in ways that required technical honesty. You ask about me in ways that require a different kind. He paused. Both are real. The questions are just aimed at different things. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. Then, I think that's the truest thing you've said about the difference between honesty and trust. Chapter 45. What the archive said. Scholar Feng Wei showed him the archive the following morning. 3 hours of documentation on 7 practitioners, spread across 37 years of accumulated research. The files were organized by practitioner, each one beginning with the first confirmed incident and ending with either the coalition killing or the degradation record. She sat at her desk while he read, available for questions but not prompting. He read methodically. The first practitioner was from 260 years ago, a sect disciple who had developed a compression technique through an unusual ancestor inheritance and had advanced at impossible speed until a coalition of 3 sects formed specifically to address the consumption of cultivators. The coalition was successful. The account was brief because few witnesses survived to document it. The second was a woman who had managed 14 prisoners at peak and had been advancing toward nascent soul when the degradation began. Her journal entries tracked the progression, first as an intellectual observation, then as a management problem, Then, as a crisis, she could no longer distinguish from her own emotional state. The journal ended mid-sentence. The third, fourth, and fifth had similar patterns to the first: coalitions, escalation, and the sixth had documentation that included personal letters, which were different in quality from investigative records. He had released most of his prisoners before the degradation threshold, had lived to soul refinement stage, and had died of natural causes at an old age that implied either he'd solved the problem or had simply run the technique at low capacity. The letters were thoughtful and careful and occasionally beautiful in the specific way of someone who had spent a long time thinking about things no one else thought about. The seventh was the one scholar Wei had quoted. He read the seventh practitioner's journals carefully. She had been more analytically rigorous than the others, had documented the emotional bleed as a data series, had noted the specific prisoners and their contributions to it, had developed and discarded several management strategies. The journals were detailed and honest, and ended when the degradation had reached the point where her analytical quality broke down, the entries becoming less structured and more reactive. The sixth practitioner solved it, he said, when he finished. Scholar Wei looked up from her work. We think so. His methods aren't documented explicitly. The letters suggest he maintained a small prison population rather than maximizing it. 2 or 3 prisoners, highly curated, long-term relationships with each. He thought about this. He valued quality over quantity. Yes, we think so. She paused. He also appears to have maintained at least one voluntary prisoner for most of his cultivation life. His letters mention my willing guest consistently. Old man Zhao, Wei Canglong thought. His grandfather had known about the 7th practitioner's degradation records. He'd known about the 6th practitioner's solution. He'd sealed himself on the 5th day of the 2nd month because he'd already understood the problem and had done something about it before Wei Canglong knew there was a problem to address. How interesting, Wei Canglong said, very quietly. Are you all right? Scholar Wei asked. He was processing several things simultaneously. My grandfather knew this archive. He knew the historical practitioner's records. He looked at her. You mentioned 2 of them were in your division's possession. What happened to them? She was quiet for a moment. The afternoon light moved slightly, the sun crossing the southern peak outside her window. They were offered protective custody by the Academy on the grounds that coalition formation was an active threat to their survival. Both accepted. She met his eyes. Neither ever left. How long ago? 60 years. Wei Canglong absorbed this. The Academy had 2 historical practitioners in what amounted to permanent research custody. The Spatial Research Division had spent 37 years developing counter-techniques and analysis arrays for dimensional sealing. The elaborate setup, the interference array for bombing, the passive signature analysis, the meeting request phrased as voluntary, was the beginning of a known pattern. I appreciate your honesty about the archive, he said. I'm going to ask you a direct question. Yes. The 2 practitioners in protective custody, are they free to leave? A long pause. No, she said finally. They are not. He nodded once. He looked at the archive, at 37 years of accumulated research built partly on cultivators who had been offered safety and received something else. How interesting, he said and stood. I'd like to continue this conversation at another time. Right now I need to communicate something to several people. Scholar Wei watched him go with the expression of someone who had done the thing they thought they needed to do, and was now uncertain whether it had been the right thing. Chapter 46. The archive knows your name. The archive occupied the Academy's lowest floor, carved directly into the mountain's granite base. The air was cool and still and carried the faint mineral smell of compressed rock, as though the mountain breathed slowly and the archive breathed with it. Wei Canglong descended the stairs alone. Scholar Wei had offered a guide. He had declined. The stacks ran floor to ceiling in rows of lacquered wood, each shelf sealed behind glass panels that cleared when a disciple's cultivation badge was pressed to the lock. The collection was organized by phenomenon rather than practitioner: spatial distortion, boundary compression, dimensional echo theory. The Academy had sorted knowledge the way you sorted problems, not people. He found the section on dimensional cultivation in the 4th row from the back. 7 names. He had already seen their files upstairs. But the archive held primary sources, field reports, cultivation journals, letters of correspondence. Things that hadn't made it into Scholar Wei's tidy summary. The first journal was thin, barely 40 pages. A woman named Ho Yen-mei, early domain manifestation. Her entries were clipped, practical. She described sealing a bridge troll, noted the dimensional pressure change, recorded a breakthrough that came 3 days later, without exertion, as if the credit were someone else's. Then the final entry. She had been contacted by the Academy for an exchange visit. She was looking forward to it. That was the last thing she wrote. The second journal was thicker. Wei Canglong scanned entries until one stopped him. The seal responds to emotional states. I have noticed that the prisoners cycle through stages. Anger, then bargaining, then a kind of grudging accommodation. The accommodation releases something. The cultivation yield improves considerably when they stop fighting. He set the journal down, turned back to the shelf, pulled the next. He read for 2 hours. When he reached the 5th file, a man named Bao Jingtian who had operated during a period roughly 200 years ago, he found a note in different handwriting. Neat, small, inserted between pages near the journal's end. An annotation by someone who had read this after the fact. It read, asterisk, he did not understand what he had. He was still thinking about it as a tool. Asterisk, Wei Canglong looked at that note for a long time. He thought about old man Zhao, in the dimension right now, presumably meditating or reading the small library of texts Wei Canglong had copied in for him. He thought about the exact phrasing the old man had used in their first real conversation. The technique is older than most sects consider possible. The particular certainty in those words, the flavor of knowing rather than guessing. He took his cultivation badge from his belt and pressed it to the glass of the nearest case. His dimensional chi signature would be logged. He knew that. He opened the case anyway and lifted the 5th journal out. He turned to the annotation, examined the ink, the brush pressure. Then he turned to the inside front cover, where archivists typically recorded when a document had been accessed. The most recent prior access date was 47 years ago. The access before that, listed 2 rows above it, in older ink, was in a hand he recognized. He had seen that handwriting on every cultivation diagram old man Zhao had ever drawn for him. Chapter 47. The Proposal Academy Director Chao Fengshan met him in a receiving room on the 3rd floor. All pale wood and carefully placed ferns, the kind of deliberate simplicity that costs significant money. He was a compact man with a trimmed gray beard and the cultivator's habit of absolute stillness when seated. His hands rested on the table, and nothing moved unless he intended it to move. Disciple Wei. His voice had the carrying quality of someone accustomed to addressing large rooms. Scholar Feng Wei speaks well of your technical discussion yesterday. She doesn't speak well of many exchange visitors. She asked good questions, Wei Canglong said. She did. Director Chao poured tea without asking, slid a cup forward. She has been attempting to map the full historical lineage of spatial dimensional cultivation for 11 years. Your visit has given her considerable new material to work with. We appreciate that. Wei Canglong picked up the tea. It was good, high mountain leaves, barely steeped, the way people made it when they wanted to show they could. He waited. The Academy has resources that your sect cannot offer, the director continued. Dedicated theoretical instruction, private training grounds with adjustable spiritual density, access to the 2 remaining practitioners of your particular cultivation school. There it was. 2 practitioners, Wei Canglong said. Permanent guests. Research partners, Director Chao corrected, and his tone did not change, and that was perhaps the most informative thing about him. Spatial dimensional cultivation is genuinely poorly understood. The Academy's interest is academic. We want to understand the mechanics, develop theoretical frameworks, produce documentation that would benefit. What would I contribute? The director paused. Cultivation access logs. Controlled observation during advancement periods. Cooperation with Scholar Feng Wei's mapping work. Nothing that compromises your autonomy. And in exchange? Resources. Protection. He let that word sit. The Academy can ensure that certain investigating parties, Elder Shindongbei comes to mind, but we're aware of the scope of interest in your technique, cannot act unilaterally against you. We are, after all, one of the 3 great academies. Our formal research relationship with a disciple creates certain complications for anyone who might otherwise move against him. Wei Canglong set down his tea. The offer was elegant, accurate, even, the protection was real. The Academy genuinely could complicate Shindongbei's access to him, and every part of it was designed to position him as a research subject rather than a practitioner, to bring him incrementally into the building until the door behind him was no longer visible. The 2 practitioners you currently house, he said. Are they here because they agreed to the terms you're describing to me? Director Chao smiled with great patience. The history is complicated. It was a different administration. I appreciate the Academy's interest, Wei Canglong said. And I appreciate Scholar Feng Wei's work. I mean that plainly. I'd like to continue discussions with her on a mutual basis. But the research partnership, as you've described it, isn't something I can agree to. He stood. I hope that's clear enough to avoid any need for repetition. The director did not stand. He looked at Wei Canglong for a moment with an expression that was not quite assessment and not quite surprise, but somewhere between them. Perfectly clear, he said. Enjoy the exchange program, Disciple Wei. Chapter 48. She came on the third day. Su Lihua found him in the academy's outer gardens, between the third-tier meditation paths and the base of the eastern cliff face, where the air was genuinely cold in a way that had nothing to do with spiritual pressure, just altitude and wind. He was sitting on a stone bench working through a spatial pressure exercise, expanding and collapsing a contained volume in the air before him, when he heard her footsteps on the gravel path. He recognized her gait. It had been 3 months since the hearing, and he hadn't expected to see her again this soon. She sat down on the bench beside him without greeting, which was consistent with her communication style. "How long?" she said. "Have you known the academy holds practitioners?" He let the pressure exercise collapse. "Scholar Feng Wei told me in the first meeting. Have you been here the whole time?" "I arrived yesterday." She was wearing plain traveling clothes, no sect badge. She'd either left her disciple status behind or downgraded it for the visit. "When I heard you were coming for the exchange program, I came to tell you something. You could have sent correspondence. I don't trust correspondence for this." She folded her hands in her lap. Her voice was level the way stone is level, not soft, just even. "My mother studied dimensional cultivation theory. Not practice. She couldn't practice it, she didn't have the affinity. But she studied it academically, for about 8 years, before she stopped." Wei Canglong waited. "She stopped because she was approached by Gold Peak Academy. A research relationship, they said. Cooperative documentation. She was teaching at a minor institution, not well known. They found her through her papers." Su Lihua paused. She declined. 6 months later, her institution received a formal academic review from the academy. Her contracts were not renewed. The review cited theoretical irregularities in her foundational frameworks. The wind moved through the garden. A few dried leaves scraped across the stone path. "They didn't take her," Su Lihua said. "But they made it known they could move the ground under her if they wanted to. She left the field. I was 11. She turned to look at him directly, which she did rarely and always deliberately. "The academy has been collecting dimensional practitioners for a long time. The ones who agreed are research partners. The ones who didn't, some disappeared, some had their careers destroyed, some apparently just had unfortunate accidents. I have a list of 8 names. Scholar Feng Wei's archive has 7. There's an 8th. A woman named Finchilio. About 30 years ago, she died in a supervised sparring accident 2 weeks after declining Director Chao's predecessor's research proposal." Wei Canglong said nothing for a moment. "I didn't come to tell you to run," Su Lihua said. "I came to tell you that declining the director is not the end of it. He will try other angles. And you are in his building with his arrays reading your signature every hour you are here. I know about the arrays." "I know you do." She looked back at the cliff face. "I also know you stayed for the archive access and the tournament. What I'm saying is that you should know the full weight of what you're staying inside." "Noted." He looked at her. "You came 3 days to tell me this." 2.5. "The road is faster than it used to be." She paused. "Also, I wanted to see what Gold Peak looked like. I've read about it." That was the closest thing to personal disclosure he had heard from her in months of knowing her, and he understood it was as close as she would come. "The archive," he said. "I found something in it. About a practitioner who accessed those files 47 years ago and whose handwriting I recognize." Su Lihua turned to look at him again. "Old man Zhao," he said. She was quiet for several seconds. Then, "Have you asked him?" "Not yet." "You should." "I will." He stood. "Stay in the outer goose houses. The exchange dormitories have the same arrays as everything else." "I know," she said. "I found the node pattern in the flagstones before I sat down." Chapter 49. What the old man said that night. Wei Canglong went to the dimension. Old man Zhao was seated near the eastern wall where Wei Canglong had installed a low writing desk and a proper cushion. He had a brush in hand and a text open, one of the theoretical manuals Wei Canglong had copied, dense with marginalia the old man added in his small careful script. The dimension felt different than it had in the beginning. It had been months now. The interior had settled into something like a research station, spare but organized, functional, with the faint residue of regular habitation. Wei Canglong had stopped thinking of it as a place where he kept prisoners and started thinking of it as a place where complicated things lived. "You've been tense since yesterday," Old Man Zhao said, without looking up. "I went to the archive." Wei Canglong settled cross-legged on the opposite cushion. Dimensional cultivation section. The primary sources. The brush kept moving for a moment. Then it stilled. "I found a man named Bao Jingtian. His journal had annotations. Small handwriting. Very neat." He paused. The access log showed someone reviewed those materials 47 years ago. The handwriting in the access log and the handwriting in the annotation were the same. Old Man Zhao set down the brush. He looked at the text in front of him without reading it. "I wasn't going to ask for your history," Wei Canglong said. "That's your business." But if you have knowledge of this place, of what the academy does with practitioners, that's relevant to what I'm standing inside right now. The old man was quiet for long enough that Wei Canglong thought he might not answer. Then he said, Bao Jingtian was my teacher's teacher. I read his journals twice. Once when I was young and thought I understood them. Once when I was older and understood what I had missed. You came here 47 years ago. As an exchange student, yes. Different director then. Same proposal. He looked up. I declined. It took me 6 months afterward to feel certain they had truly let it go, and I was never fully certain, but nothing happened. I was less prominent than their usual targets. Less useful, perhaps. Something that wasn't quite a smile crossed his face. I made myself hard to study. I cultivated inconsistently for nearly 2 years after, to muddy any data they had gathered. Then I moved. Twice. Wei Canglong thought about that. 2 years of deliberate inconsistency. 2 relocations. The director spoke to me today, he said. I expected he would. Old man Zhao picked up his brush again, but did not return to the text. He turned the handle slowly between his fingers. I have a question I have been considering since you described Feng Wei's passive array. Ask it. Has it occurred to you that the reason we are still here, still sitting inside this building, sleeping inside its ranges, is not because the academy hasn't decided what to do with you, but because they are still learning the answer to a question that will determine what they do with you? The air inside the dimension was perfectly still. What question? Wei Canglong said. Whether you can be separated from the dimension. The old man set down the brush again, this time with finality. A practitioner who can be separated is a resource. A practitioner who cannot be separated is a problem. I don't believe Feng Wei's array has been able to determine that yet. Wei Canglong sat with that for a moment. Then, you should have told me this on the first day. Yes, old man Zhao said, without apology. I should have. Chapter 50. The tournament first round. The academy's exchange tournament ran over 4 days, 2 matches per day, 8 visiting disciples bracketed against academy representatives. The matches were held in an outdoor arena cut into the mountain's eastern face. Open sky above, stone walls on 3 sides. Wind that came sideways off the ridge and made every cultivator's footing slightly uncertain. Wei Canglong's first opponent was a foundation building stage 6 practitioner named Deng Xiaolan, and she had clearly prepared. He knew this because she arrived at the arena carrying an interference rod. It was a portable version of the same class as the array Li Boming had deployed, spatial interference at close range, designed to disrupt dimensional qi. Different architecture from what Li Boming had used, which meant either she had independent research or she had been briefed by the academy about the Li Boming match. Either was possible. Neither changed his situation significantly. He studied her during the opening formalities. She was steady, technical, with the cultivator's posture of someone who had worked the same forms for years and trusted them. She held the rod in her left hand, which meant she planned to fight with her right while maintaining the interference field. Competent. The rod itself was about 30 centimeters long, slender, with interference nodes visible at 3 points along its length. The match opened. She activated the rod immediately, which he had expected, and a field of spatial disruption spread outward to a radius of perhaps 4 meters. Inside that field, his dimensional qi would be slow, not blocked, slow, the way cold makes fingers slow. She moved in tight, controlled, cutting off the angles. He let her work. The thing about interference fields was that they required maintenance. The nodes along her rod were projecting at 3 points, and the field was built from the intersection of those 3 projections. If any one node was disrupted, the field became irregular. If 2 were disrupted, it became effectively useless. He watched her movement pattern. She had a tight footwork style. She pivoted on her left heel when she rotated, which kept the rod in consistent position relative to him. That was good defensive geometry, but it created a dead angle in her rightward rotation because the rod swung through a gap in its own field for approximately half a second. After 3 minutes of controlled retreat, he moved on the 4th. Not toward her. He moved laterally and slightly past her right side, which triggered the rightward rotation, which created the gap. In that half second, he pushed a thread of dimensional qi through the interference before she could close it. Not a seal. He didn't try to seal her. He compressed a volume of air around the rod's upper node, tightly, just a brief crushing pressure focused on the interference emitter crystal. The crystal cracked. Not shattered, cracked. The field went asymmetric. She paused, looked at the rod, understood what had happened. He could see in her expression the moment she decided the rod was now a liability. She set it down. Impressive, she said, and her voice had the particular flatness of someone giving a technically accurate compliment that they find personally annoying. It was, he thought, the most honest thing anyone at the academy had said to him. She came in without the rod and fought cleanly for another 6 minutes. using genuine foundation-building techniques that he had to respect. He won, but it took work, and 2 of the strikes she landed would have bruised him properly if she had used chi amplification rather than pulling back at contact. After the match, as the officiating elder recorded the result, she picked up the rod from the ground and examined the cracked node. Was it the footwork pivot or the field geometry? She asked. Both, he said. The pivot created the opening. The geometry told me where to push. She considered that. I'll tell Scholar Wei. She'll want the specifics. He nearly said I know, but stopped himself. Instead, he said, tell her I'm available for another technical discussion if she wants one. On academic terms. Deng Xiaolan looked at him with an expression he couldn't read fully. Not hostility. Not warmth. Something more careful than either. She'll appreciate that, she said. Then she bowed, formally, and walked away. He stood in the arena for a moment after she had gone. The wind came off the ridge and pulled at his hair. Above him, the sky was clear and very high. Qian Tianjue, somewhere in the dimension, had been watching the match through the small observational link Wei Canglong had established, an experiment in maintaining prisoner access to external events, to see how it affected the emotional bleed. The Qian heir had said nothing after the match ended, but the quality of his silence was different from his usual silence. Less resentment in it. Wei Canglong filed that away and walked back toward the dormitories. He had 3 more days in this building. He intended to use them carefully. Chapter 51. Su Feiyun's position. Su Feiyun found out about the director's proposal from Wei Canglong that evening, in the small courtyard between the exchange dormitories and the eastern garden wall. He told her everything. The receiving room, the ferns, the tea, the research partnership, the mention of the 2 detained practitioners, his decline. He told her what old man Zhao had said afterward, about the separation question, about the 47-year-old access log. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for several seconds. The courtyard lanterns had just been lit, and the light was orange and wavering in the wind. You should have left that day, she said. The archive. I know about the archive. You needed what was in it. She turned to face him, and her expression was not angry. It was something more tiring than anger. I'm saying that staying another 3 days, sleeping inside their detection field, letting them continue to map your signature, that's a choice. You made it. I want to understand why. Tournament finish. Access to Feng Wei's remaining research. Su Lihua needs time to extract what she can from the outer records before we go. He paused. And leaving immediately after declining the proposal would look like fear. The Academy takes a longer view of its targets than Elder Shindongbei does. I don't want to give them the impression that I can be moved by applying pressure. Su Feiyun looked at him for a long moment. Wait, Canglong. They already have 8 sessions of your cultivation signature. They know your techniques, general architecture. They know you have at minimum 4 prisoners because Qian Tianjue's family filed paperwork with Bluestone Sect about it. What signal are you trying to send to people who are already past needing signals? He didn't answer right away, which was itself an answer. You want Feng Wei's research, she said. The honest answer is that you want to know more about the historical practitioners because you want to know about old man Zhao's past, and you think her archive is the fastest way to get it. Everything else is frame. The lantern nearest them swayed. He watched it. That's not wrong, he said. I know it's not wrong. She sat down on the stone bench along the wall. I'm not saying you're making the irrational choice. I'm saying you should be clear that that's what you're choosing and why. She looked up at him. How many more days? 2. 3 at most. Then finish it and leave cleanly. Don't give them the 3rd answer to their separation question. She turned away, apparently done. Then, without turning back, is old man Zhao all right? The question was careful enough that Wei Canglong thought about it before answering. As far as I can tell, yes. He's been in the dimension for 4 months. He seems to consider it acceptable. He chose it, she said. There's a difference between a cage you chose and a cage you didn't. I know that. Just making sure you're still tracking it. She looked up at the sky. The 2 they're holding here. Are you planning to do anything about them? I don't know yet. All right. She said it without judgment. Tell me when you decide. Chapter 52. Second round. His second tournament opponent was a foundation building stage 7 practitioner named Tao Mingru, and she came at the problem from a different angle than Deng Xiaolan had. She opened with ordinary techniques, a standard earth pressure form, competent but not exceptional. She was testing how he responded to normal engagement. He gave her a controlled response, matching her tempo, not revealing anything. Then she said, "How do they feel?" She said it during a brief exchange, as she stepped back to reset her footing. Her voice was conversational, not aggressive, the kind of question someone asks when they are genuinely curious. He didn't answer. Maintain position. The people inside, she said. Do they know you can hear them? Do you share the same emotional space, or is it directional? You feel them, but they don't feel you back. She resumed the engagement. And here was the problem. She was asking because she wanted him destabilized, but she was also asking because she genuinely wanted to know, and he could feel the distinction. She had read Feng Wei's research. She was curious the way scholars are curious, opportunistically. He managed his response, stayed in the exchange. But inside the dimension, the prisoners had heard the question. Or rather, they had felt the particular quality of distraction that came over Wei Canglong when something shifted his attention during a fight. Qian Tianjue went sharp. Han Beilong went angry. Shen Mingbo went anxious. All three within the space of about 4 seconds. The bleed hit like stepping into cold water. Not pain, just a sudden muddying of his thought. His next block was a half-beat slow. Tao Mingru's strike landed on his shoulder with full weight. She could tell something had changed. She pressed. He spent the next 90 seconds managing on 2 fronts simultaneously, controlling his footwork against a Stage 7 practitioner while trying to redirect the prisoner's emotional states towards something quieter. It was like trying to hold a conversation while a room full of people shouted. He couldn't tell them to stop. The link didn't carry language clearly enough. He could only project, and what he projected had to be calm, and he did not feel calm. He won through attrition. Tao Mingru tired before he did, because she had been pressing hard for longer than her chi reserves could maintain. He sealed the field she was working in, cut her technique at the root, and she yielded. Afterward, she looked at him with frank admiration and said, "You adjusted mid-fight. Something interrupted you, and you adjusted." "What was it?" "Internal," he said. "The emotional channel." He said nothing. "I'm asking because the mechanics interest me, not because I'll report it," she said. "The passive arrays already have the data. This is just my own curiosity." He looked at her. She met his gaze steadily. "Yes," he said. "The emotional channel. A question you asked hit the wrong note." She considered this with the same focused interest she had brought to the fight. So a sufficiently precise emotional trigger, delivered mid-combat, would be a viable counter. In principle. Terrifying, she said, with what sounded like genuine admiration. "Is that why you manage them? Explain them the situation, give them problems to solve, so they're calmer and the bleed is quieter." He paused. "Among other reasons." "Among other reasons," she repeated, and her tone had something appreciative in it. "Scholar Feng Wei is going to want to talk to you again." Chapter 53. The 7th file. Scholar Feng Wei sent a note that afternoon. "I have a question that isn't in any of the files. If you're willing. No arrays in my private study. I had them removed last year, if you want to verify before sitting down." He went. Her private study was smaller than the formal one. A working room, papers stacked in the organized disorder of an active mind, inkstones in various stages of use, a window that looked directly into the mountain's stone face rather than the sky. He ran a brief detection pass on the walls and floor. She was right. No arrays. Either she had genuinely removed them, or she was skilled enough to conceal them from his level of detection. He chose to take her at face value. "Tao Mingru told you," he said. "Tao Mingru told me you confirmed the emotional bleed mechanic in real time." "Yes." Feng Wei poured tea with the unhurried manner of someone who had decided this conversation was going to be honest, and was relaxed about it. "That wasn't my question, though. My question is about the archive." She slid a folder across the table. He opened it. Inside was a single page, a reproduction of Bao Jingtian's 5th journal, specifically the annotation. The small, neat handwriting. He did not understand what he had. He was still thinking about it as a tool. "I've been trying to identify the annotator for 11 years, she said. "The access logs give me a date and a cultivation badge registration. The badge was registered to a Wandering Pavilion affiliate, a loose collective, not a formal sect. The registration lapsed 4 years after that visit. The practitioner appears to have vanished from institutional records entirely." She looked at him. "I think you know who it is." He held the paper, looked at the handwriting. Feng Wei was watching him with the focused patience of someone who has waited 11 years and has no difficulty waiting another 10 minutes. "What would you do with the information?" he asked. "Write it down," she said. "Academically. Understand the lineage." The annotator understood Bao Jingtian's limitation, understood something essential about the technique that Bao Jingtian himself had missed. "That's intellectually significant. I want to know the theory, not the person. Those aren't separable." "I know." She folded her hands. "I'm telling you my intent. I understand the intent doesn't bind me to anything, but it's the honest answer." She paused. "I also want you to understand that I am not Director Chow. I work for the Academy, yes, but the research partnership proposal was not mine, and had I been consulted, I would have advised against it. The practitioners we currently house." She stopped. Breathed. "That is a situation I have objections to. On record. In writing. Which has accomplished approximately nothing, but I've done it." He set the paper down. "The annotator," he said, is alive, voluntarily inside the dimension, has been for 4 months. He looked at her. That's as much as I'll say. She was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, she said, voluntarily. Yes. And their cultivation is fine. Better than fine. The quality of her silence changed. He could see something working behind her eyes, not calculation, but genuine reconsidering. She looked down at the reproduction in front of him, then back up. There's something I should tell you, she said. The 2 practitioners we currently house. The Academy's position is that they're here cooperatively. They signed research agreements. The agreements are technically valid. She paused again. One of them has asked, in writing, 3 times in the last 2 years, to have the agreements reviewed. The requests were denied. He held her gaze. Why are you telling me this? Because you're leaving in 2 days, she said. And I think you're better situated than I am to do something about it, if you decide to. Chapter 54. The old man's true name. That night he returned to the dimension and told Old Man Zhao what Feng Wei had said. The old man listened from his writing desk. His hands were folded and still. The faint light inside the dimension. It had no natural source. Only the diffuse ambient glow that had come with the original construction made his face look older than usual, or perhaps it was just the conversation. When Wei Canglong finished, Old Man Zhao said, "Which practitioner has been filing the review requests?" Feng Wei didn't say. Then it's probably Jean Runxiao. He said the name carefully, the way you say a name you haven't spoken aloud in a long time. She would be in her early 80s now. She was stubborn when she was young. I imagine that hasn't changed. He looked at the text in front of him without reading it. Jean Runxiao and I were not colleagues, not formally, but we studied from the same source materials, independently. She found Bao Jingtian's journals before I did. She was more advanced than me for most of my 20s. She's in this building, Wei Canglong said. Yes. A long pause. I know what you're thinking. I'm thinking I have a capability the Academy can't currently stop, and 2 people inside it who want to leave. 1. You said 1 has been filing requests. You don't know about the second. 1 then. Old Man Zhao was quiet long enough that Wei Canglong thought about pushing. He didn't. Wei Canglong, the old man said finally, and his voice had changed, not softer, but more exposed. The way terrain looks different when clouds lift from it. I came into the dimension because I trusted your character enough to believe you wouldn't misuse what you have. I have watched you manage 5 months of custody carefully. I have watched you think about the ethics of this before you acted. He looked up. I am telling you this so you understand the weight I give what I'm about to say. Wei Canglong waited. Don't go into that facility looking for Jean Runxiao, Old Man Zhao said. Not this visit. You are inside the Academy's building with 4 prisoners, including one who is voluntarily here and could be used as evidence of your practice. If you attempt to extract 2 people from institutional confinement and it goes wrong in any way, you will give the Academy legal standing to detain you permanently. He paused. The right move is to leave cleanly. Establish what you know. Come back. Not as an exchange student, but on your own terms. She's been asking to leave for 2 years. I know. The words were flat and certain. She will still be asking in another year. She is alive. She is managing. I am sorry. That is not sufficient reason. But it is the truth. Wei Canglong sat with that for a long moment. Your name? He said. The real one. Not Zhao. Old Man Zhao looked at him. Then he said, xianxia. I haven't used it in 40 years. A pause. I would prefer you not use it now either. I won't. Wei Canglong stood. I'll leave the day after the tournament ends. Cleanly, as you said. And I'll come back. I know you will. Old Man Zhao. xianxia said. That's why I stayed. Chapter 55. The room in the morning, he woke to the smell of foreign qi. It was faint, barely a trace, the kind that someone with less practiced awareness would have slept through entirely. He had been cultivating lightly in his sleep, the way he had trained himself to do over the past year, and the light cultivation kept his senses barely open. So he felt it. His room had been entered. He lay still and ran a careful inventory. The door was closed. The window's paper panel was undisturbed. Nothing appeared missing. His cultivation bag was sealed with a personal qi lock and still registered as locked. The small table held the same items in the same positions. Almost. The archive reproduction Feng Wei had given him, the page with Old Man Zhao's annotation, had been moved a fraction of a degree from where he had left it. Someone had looked at it. He dressed without rushing, made tea, drank it. Then he sat down and thought clearly about what the search had been looking for. Not the archive page. That was incidental. They had been looking for dimensional artifacts. Objects related to the pocket dimensions operation. Instruments, notes, anything that could tell them whether the technique was external or innate, mechanical or biological. They had found nothing because there was nothing to find. The dimension was intrinsic, not an artifact, not a tool he carried, not a technique that required components. It existed the same way his meridians existed. There was nothing to confiscate, but they had looked. While he slept, that was a decision the Academy had made. He thought about Su Feiyun's voice in the courtyard. What signal are you trying to send to people who are already past needing signals? He had been wrong about that. There was still a signal left to send, not to the Academy, but to himself. A clear accounting of what this place was and what it cost to stay in it. He finished his tea, went to the archive, read for 3 hours, made extensive notes. Then he returned to his room and found Su Feiyun waiting in the corridor. She looked at his face. Something happened. My room was searched last night. Her jaw tightened. When do we leave? Tomorrow. After the final tournament round. He thought about it for another second. I want to stop at Scholar Feng Wei's office before we go. She has something I intend to give her, a theoretical note. Not anything identifying. Just framework material that would take her years to derive independently and that I can write in an afternoon. A gift. A statement. He looked at Su Feiyun. She told me one of the held practitioners has been requesting a review of her agreement. I'm leaving Feng Wei a theoretical framework that makes the dimension significantly harder to study from the outside. If she uses it well, it closes the easiest analytical pathways the Academy has been relying on. He paused. It's a way of paying a debt I didn't technically incur. Su Feiyun studied him for a moment. Will it work? Will she use it that way? I don't know, he said. But she removed the arrays from her private study. On her own, before she knew I was coming. That tells me something about how she thinks. It tells you she has principles, Su Feiyun said. It doesn't tell you she'll act on them under institutional pressure. No, he agreed. It doesn't. He looked toward the window, where the morning light came sideways through the mountain's shadow. But I'm going to give her the chance anyway. Inside the dimension, xianxia had been meditating since before dawn. His cultivation chi was steady and even, and it fed into Wei Canglong's meridians in a thin, constant stream. The involuntary exchange that had come to feel, over 5 months, less like extraction and more like collaboration. Like two people working in the same room, moving around each other out of habit rather than instruction. The foundation building stage 6 barrier had been building for 2 weeks, accumulating pressure the way water accumulates behind a dam. He had been aware of it the way you're aware of a weather change before it arrives. That morning, in the hour before he woke, something inside the dimension had shifted. All 4 of its occupants, by whatever coincidence of mood, had hit a moment of genuine stillness simultaneously. Cheng Liangxiu in meditation. Qian Tianjue reading. Han Beilong asleep. Shen Mingbo writing. For still presences, no emotional bleed. For cultivation frequencies aligned without intention. The barrier broke quietly, the way good things sometimes happen, not with fanfare, but with a sense of inevitability, like a solution you had been working toward without knowing it. His meridians reorganized themselves around the new capacity, and the world came into slightly sharper resolution. And what the world showed him, in that sharper resolution, was exactly where he was and what it was going to take to leave it intact. He poured another cup of tea, drank it, made a list of what to write for Feng Wei. Tomorrow, they would go home. Chapter 56. Departure. He delivered the theoretical note to Feng Wei that morning. It was 8 pages, written in the night, organized into 3 sections. The architecture of dimensional emotional exchange, the limitations of external signature analysis, and a framework for why most observation approaches were reading artifacts rather than the phenomenon itself. He had worked carefully to give her the insight without giving her leverage, enough to redirect the Academy's research away from the angles that threatened living practitioners, while withholding the mechanics that would tell someone how to actually counter one. Feng Wei read the first page while he stood at her desk. She looked up. This is genuine, she said. Yes. She turned to the second page. Read. Set it down. The signature analysis limitation on page 4. If this is accurate, then everything we've been mapping for the last 3 years is, she stopped. Measurement error, he said. Not entirely, but substantial error. You've been reading the field effect rather than the dimension itself. The two are correlated but not equivalent. She was quiet for a moment. Then, why are you giving me this? Because someone in this building has asked 3 times to have her agreement reviewed. And because you removed the arrays from your study before I arrived. He picked up his cultivation bag. I don't expect the institution to change because of a theoretical framework, but I expect you'll use it more carefully than the institution would. She looked at him with an expression that was not gratitude, something more complicated than gratitude, with more weight in it. I'll try, she said. He nodded, turned toward the door. Disciple Wei. Her voice stopped him. Jean Runxiao, the one filing the requests. A pause. Her second practitioner husband died 4 years ago. She doesn't have family outside these walls anymore. She's been asking because she wants to cultivate in her own time before she's gone. Not for freedom, particularly. Just for time. He stood with his back to her for a moment. Then he said, I'll remember that. He left. Su Feiyun was waiting at the academy's eastern gate with their travel packs. The mountain road was clear, and the morning was cold, the kind that bites the back of your throat when you breathe. He did not look back at the building as they walked down the first switchback. There was nothing useful in looking back. She accepted it? Su Feiyun asked. She accepted it. Good. A pause. Did it help? I don't know yet. He adjusted the strap of his bag. Probably not enough. But it was the right thing to leave. They walked. The Academy's spatial signature arrays thinned out over the first kilometer and then dropped away entirely as they crossed the boundary ridge, and the particular quality of monitored space resolved back into ordinary mountain air. He hadn't realized how accustomed he'd become to the constant faint pressure of being read until it stopped. Xianxia, inside the dimension, said nothing for a long time. Then, quietly, we're past the ridge. Yes, Wei Canglong said. Another long silence. Then, thank you for not making it worse. Chapter 57. Qian Tianjue's offer. They were 2 days out from Bluestone Sect when Qian Tianjue spoke. He had been quiet since the tournament, present in the dimension's emotional field, but quieter than usual, the particular quietness of someone chewing on something. Wei Canglong had learned to distinguish the flavors of his silence. This one was purposeful. My father has petitioned the sect council, Qian Tianjue said. Wei Canglong was sitting against a travel-in wall, mid-morning, while Su Feiyun arranged provisions. The inn's common room smelled of firewood and faintly of fermented grain. The Bluestone Sect Council? Through the inter-sect arbitration mechanism. He's arguing that your technique constitutes unlawful long-term spiritual confinement, that the oversight conditions established at the hearing were insufficient, and that the council should impose stricter controls, up to and including a prohibition on active sealing. A pause. He filed this 3 weeks ago. I know because he sent a letter to the academy addressed to me, apparently expecting I had been released by then. The innkeeper at the academy's outer guest house held it. Su Lihua obtained a copy, and she'll deliver it to you when you reach Bluestone. Wei Canglong took that in. How do you know what's in it? Because I wrote a response to my father 18 days ago, Qian Tianjue said, and Su Lihua delivered that too. I told him to withdraw the petition. That was not what Wei Canglong had expected. He was quiet for a moment. Through the dimension's link, he could feel Qian Tianjue's emotional state, tighter than usual, with something underneath it that wasn't exactly pride and wasn't exactly guilt, but had elements of both. He won't withdraw it, Qian Tianjue said. He never reverses a legal position once it's filed. But he may not push it aggressively if he believes I'm being treated acceptably. A pause. I'm offering to write a formal statement, describing the conditions of confinement. Voluntarily. You understand that statement would become part of the legal record. Yes, I understand that. It would remain there whether you're released or not. I understand that too. A brief pause, and his voice had something careful in it, the way carefully placed words sound when someone is saying something they've been working toward for a long time. I've been in here for 4 months. I've watched how you operate. I've watched you give cultivation advice to people you could treat as fuel. I've watched you argue with your own logic about the ethics of something you could simply have not examined. Another pause. My father has never examined anything he didn't have to. Wei Canglong looked at the common room wall. The statement doesn't make us even, Qian Tianjue said. I'm not confused about that. You still sealed me without asking, and that is what it is. I'm saying that writing the statement is the accurate thing to do. The conditions aren't what my father's filing implies they are, and I should say so, and I am saying so. I'll think about it, Wei Canglong said. That's a no. It's a I'll think about it, he said. Give me 2 days. Chapter 58. Filed and registered. He spent the first day back at Bluestone Sect catching up on the oversight conditions. The 72-hour registration window for new prisoners meant he had filed Shin Mingbo and Han Beilong's paperwork before he left for the academy. But the regulations required an in-person verification meeting within 30 days of any prisoner held beyond that initial window. He was on day 28. Elder Yun Changbei ran the verification meeting, which was consistent with his pattern. He had been the oversight elder from the beginning, analytical and unhurried, and had not changed his approach. Current count, he said, stylus ready. 4. Cheng Liangxiu, voluntary. Qian Tianjue, involuntary. Han Beilong, involuntary. Shin Mingbo, involuntary. Cheng Liangxiu. Yin Changbei looked up. That name doesn't appear in the original registry filing. He was using the name Zhao Wenshan when I filed him. He's clarified his actual name. The elder wrote something. Did not ask for context. Conditions are consistent with the oversight agreement. No withholding of food, water, chi recovery provisions, or information about their status. Consistent. Prisoner communications. Have any requested contact with outside parties? Wei Canglong hesitated for exactly one breath. Qian Tianjue has asked to write a voluntary statement for a legal filing by his father. I haven't agreed or refused yet. Yun Changbei looked at him. His father's petition is currently before the council's review committee. You're aware. I was informed 2 days ago. The statement, if written voluntarily by the prisoner, would be admissible under the arbitration rules. The elder set down his stylus. I should note that nothing in the oversight conditions prevents him from writing such a statement. That's his decision to make. You facilitating it or declining to facilitate it is legally distinct from whether he has the right to do it. Wei Canglong considered that for a moment. Can it be transmitted directly from the prisoner? He asked. Not through me. Yun Changbei thought about the procedural mechanics. If the prisoner writes it and you provide it unsealed to the oversight office can transmit it. That creates a chain of custody where your role is carrier, not editor. That works, Wei Canglong said. Tell him yes. He said it and felt something settle. Not relief exactly, more like the feeling of a knot you've been avoiding untying finally being addressed. Qian Tianjue had offered an honest thing. The honest response was to accept it honestly. Chapter 59. The committee hearing. The review committee met 12 days later, in the same formal chamber where the sect master's hearing had been held 4 months ago. Same stone walls, same table, 5 elders rather than the sect master. The Qian family's representative was not present in person. The petition had been submitted in writing, and the committee was reviewing it rather than adjudicating a live dispute. That made it both easier and harder. Easier because there was no direct confrontation. Harder because the written filing was thorough and had been constructed by people who understood cultivation law. The core argument. The oversight conditions required registration within 72 hours of sealing, but they did not cap the total duration of confinement. A practitioner could, in theory, keep someone sealed indefinitely as long as they filed the paperwork. The Qian family was asking the committee to establish a maximum duration. 6 months, they proposed, with mandatory release unless a formal legal charge was pending. Wei Canglong sat at the respondents' table and did not interrupt as the committee elder read the filing's central passages aloud. When the elder finished, he said, "The premise is accurate. The oversight conditions don't establish a maximum duration." A pause. I'd note that Han Beilong is at 4 months. Shen Mingbo at 5. Both are there because they attacked or attempted to attack me under contracted arrangement with parties who have not been held legally accountable. He paused again. I'm prepared to discuss a duration cap, if the committee believes it's appropriate. But I'd want the discussion to include provisions for situations where release would place the prisoner back in the hands of the party that contracted them. An elder at the far end of the table said, meaning Shun Mingbo's situation. Yes. A brief internal consultation. Then, the committee will take the filing under advisement. We expect to issue a response within 40 days. The lead elder looked at him. Is there a prisoner's statement in the record? Yes. Submitted 3 days ago through the oversight office, unsealed. He kept his voice even. Qian Tianjue wrote it. The committee's collective expression shifted, not dramatically, but visibly. 3 of the 5 glanced at each other. The lead elder made a note. We've reviewed it, she said. It's in the record. She paused. The Qian family representative has been notified of its existence. Wei Canglong said nothing. They did not submit a response, the elder added. We found that notable. Chapter 60. What he heard through the wall that evening. Wei Canglong told Qian Tianjue how the hearing had gone. He did it plainly, the way you report facts to someone who is entitled to the facts. The committee's under advisement status. The 40-day window. The Qian family's notification about the statement and their choice not to respond. Qian Tianjue listened. Through the dimensions link, Wei Canglong could feel the particular quality of his attention, focused, a little tight, the way someone listens when something important is being said about their family. When Wei Canglong finished, Qian Tianjue was quiet for a moment. Then, my father received the statement and didn't file a counter. Correct. That means he read it and decided the statement was more credible than a counter would be. Another pause. Or that he spoke to his legal advisors and they told him a contested prisoner statement is worse for his case than an uncontested one. His voice was carefully neutral. The exact same neutrality Wei Canglong had learned to recognize as Qian Tianjue, processing something he found difficult. Possibly both, Wei Canglong said. Yes. A long silence. He won't withdraw the petition, but he'll stop pushing it aggressively. That's the pattern. When he decides something isn't going the way he planned, he lets it become inactive rather than closing it. A pause. He's never closed anything in his life. Wei Canglong said nothing. The observation didn't require a response. It was Qian Tianjue's private accounting of his own father, and there was nothing to add to it. The Shun Mingbo situation, Qian Tianjue said eventually. The contracts he was operating under. Do you know who the contracting party was? You said it wasn't formally documented. Not formally. Old man Zhao, Cheng Lianxiu, identified certain patterns in how the contract was structured. It matched Qian family intermediary structure. I know. The words were flat. I wasn't in the room when it was arranged. But I know who was, and I know what it cost. A pause that lasted long enough that Wei Canglong thought the conversation was done. Then, if the committee establishes a duration cap and releases Shun Mingbo in 40 days, and he goes back to whoever hired him, that's a problem. I'm aware. I can get you the name of the intermediary. It's not my father directly. He uses 3 layers between himself and anything that looks like contracted assault. But the 3rd layer is a man named Zhou Peiwu. He operates out of the free harbor. A pause. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because Shun Mingbo is 23 years old and he's in that dimension because somebody hired him cheap and told him the job was clean. Wei Canglong sat with that for a moment. All right, he said. That's it. All right. What do you want me to say? Qian Tianjue made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Nothing. I just expected more managing. A pause. You've gotten less managing lately. You've gotten less manageable. The quality of silence in the dimension changed, and what came through the link had no resentment in it. Just a kind of flat, exhausted acknowledgement. Like 2 people who have been arguing in a small room for months and have run out of productive angles. Outside, the Bluestone Sect settlement was quiet in the late evening. Su Feiyun had gone to the communal dining hall and wouldn't be back for another hour. The oversight papers were filed. The hearing was done. The committee would rule in 40 days. Wei Canglong sat in the stillness and let his meridians settle into the new foundation building stage 6 configuration he had been navigating for the past 2 weeks. The additional capacity was real and measurable. He could feel the dimensional chi pathways running wider, the control finer. He could hold 3 separate spatial compressions without effort, where previously 2 had required concentration. More prisoners, more complexity, more leverage, and more obligation. He thought about Jean Runxiao, 80-something years old in a building 3 days away, filing requests that nobody answered. He thought about Cheng Lianxiu's voice saying come back on your own terms. He thought about Feng Wei's 8 pages sitting in her study, and whether she would use them. Then he stopped thinking about things he couldn't act on tonight, and went to file the last of the day's paperwork before the oversight office closed. Chapter 61. 40 days. The committee's ruling arrived by formal notice at exactly the 40-day mark, and it said what Wei Canglong had expected it to say. A duration cap of 6 months, effective immediately for all current prisoners. An exception for cases where a formal legal proceeding was active and the prisoner's testimony or continued detention was material to that proceeding. Practitioners who exceeded the 6-month threshold without active proceedings would be subject to mandatory oversight review and presumptive release. He read the notice twice and set it down. Han Beilong had been in the dimension for 4 months and 11 days. Shun Mingbo for 5 months and 2 days. Under the new ruling, he had roughly 3 weeks before Han Beilong's window and less than 4 weeks before Shun Mingbo's. He could release Han Beilong without particular concern. The Copperback sect disciple who had ambushed him during the inner examination had no contractors backing him, no ongoing threat. Han Beilong had been quiet for months and had progressed from Qi Gathering Stage 9 to Foundation Building Stage 1 inside the dimension, which was an irony he had chosen not to draw attention to. Release him, file the paperwork, close the chapter. Shun Mingbo was different. Shun Mingbo had been hired through Zhou Peiwu's network. Releasing him into that same network, with no legal proceeding in motion, meant releasing him back into the hands of people who might use him again, or who might decide he was a liability now that he'd spent 5 months inside a dimensional practitioner's technique. Wei Canglong sent a message to Su Lihua that afternoon. Zhou Peiwu, Free Harbor Intermediary. Evidence of contracted assault through a 3-layer structure. I need a legal pathway before the end of the month. What can you find? Then he went to the oversight office and filed the voluntary release of Han Beilong. The release took 3 minutes. He opened the seal. Han Beilong stepped out in the courtyard outside the oversight office, looked around, looked at Wei Canglong with an expression that contained months of complicated feeling, and then bowed formally. Foundation Building Stage 1, Wei Canglong said. You earned that. Han Beilong blinked. It was apparently not what he had expected Wei Canglong to say. He opened his mouth, closed it, and then said, with visible effort, I know. A pause. The method. For managing the emotional states inside. The cultivation schedule you gave me. He stopped again. It was practical instruction. I used it. I noticed. Another pause. Then Han Beilong bowed again, differently than the first time, more from the shoulders, and walked away without looking back. Wei Canglong watched him go and filed the release paperwork with a clean hand. 3 down. Qian Tianjue, Xin Mingbo, Cheng Liangqiu remaining. Each a different weight. Chapter 62. The old man describes the network that night. Wei Canglong brought the question to Cheng Liangqiu directly. The old man listened to everything. The committee ruling, the timeline, the message to Su Lihua, the Zhou Peiwu lead. He listened the way he usually listened to complex problems, with his eyes half closed and his hands folded, as though the information were settling into a pattern he was working out in real time. When Wei Canglong finished, Cheng Liangqiu said, Zhou Peiwu has been operating out of the free harbor for approximately 12 years. He's not a cultivator. He manages contracts between parties who don't want to be identified and practitioners who need work. He handles the documentation, the payment structure, the cover stories. When a contract goes wrong, he's the one who makes the practitioner look like the sole perpetrator. He paused. I know his network because 2 of the 5 practitioners in the Academy's historical archive were hired through the same type of structure. Different era, different intermediary, but the same architecture. How do you know it's the same architecture? Because Bao Jingtian described it in his journal before the Academy edited the record. He opened the text on his desk and turned to a page he had clearly marked before. Here, Bao Jingtian's 3rd entry. He writes about a man who arranges commissions for those with unusual gifts who find the conventional hiring channels unavailable to them. The language is the language of an intermediary who operates by deniability. The structure hasn't changed. It's the same way of solving the same problem. Wei Canglong read the passage. He was hired through one of these networks. I believe so. He didn't understand what was happening at the time, which is consistent with how the hiring works. The contractor tells you the job, not who's funding it. Cheng Liangqiu set the book down. If Su Lihua can find evidence linking Zhou Peiwu directly to the Xin Mingbo contract, you have grounds for a proceeding. Not just against Xin Mingbo, against the contracting chain. The Qian family is at the end of the chain. Yes. A pause. That creates a complication. It also creates a reason, Wei Canglong said. Cheng Liangqiu looked at him steadily. You're not planning to pursue this for Xin Mingbo's sake. I'm pursuing it for Xin Mingbo's sake and for the reason it creates, Wei Canglong said. Both things can be true. Yes. The old man picked up his brush. They can. Chapter 63. Copper Ridge. Su Lihua's response came 3 days later. Zhou Peiwu has 12 open contracts in the current cycle, one of which matches the target description Qian Tianjue provided. I can get you documentary evidence if you can give me 2 weeks and access to the Free Harbor Registry through a sect legal office. 2 weeks was the timeline. Wei Canglong forwarded the request to Elder Yun Changbei with a brief explanation, and Yun Changbei, with his characteristic lack of wasted motion, agreed to request the Free Harbor Registry access through Bluestone Sect's legal office that afternoon. That freed Wei Canglong's attention to the other problem he had been working around. 3 inner disciples had gone missing in the Copper Ridge territory 4 months ago. The sect had assigned the investigation to a senior disciple and received an inconclusive report. The senior disciple had recommended continued monitoring. Wei Canglong had read the report and found it unsatisfying. The missing disciples were all foundation building level. All had been assigned to the same supply route, and all had disappeared within a 2-week window. He requested the investigation assignment from the mission board. The board gave it to him without discussion, apparently relieved to have someone willing to take it. The Copper Ridge was 3 days' travel east, a narrow highland corridor between 2 mountain ranges where the spiritual density was uneven. Rich veins running alongside dead zones, which meant cultivators moving through it were never quite sure where their chi reserves stood. It was the kind of terrain that favored ambush. He traveled with Su Feiyun. On the 2nd day, she said, "You're not just investigating the missing disciples. The missing disciples are the investigation," he said. Right? And if it turns out they were hired through a network similar to the one that contracted Xin Mingbo, that would be a substantial finding. She glanced at him sideways. Relevant to any legal proceeding. Possibly. I'm not saying you're wrong to pursue it, she said. I'm saying I know what you're doing. That's all. He considered that. Is there something wrong with doing 2 things at once if both things are actually worth doing? She thought about it. No, she said. I just want you to know I'm tracking the double purpose so I can tell you if it starts pulling in opposite directions. He appreciated that more than he said. Su Feiyun's function had never been to agree with him. It was to be the person in the room who knew what he was actually doing and would say so plainly. They reached the Copper Ridge on the 3rd day and found evidence on the 1st afternoon. Not bodies, nothing that clean. The supply route's 3rd way station had been disturbed, its surface swept of footprints in a way that was too thorough to be natural, and along the northern cliff approach the stone had been freshly abraded where something heavy had been dragged. He followed the abrasion line for 80 meters before it disappeared at a natural rock seam. He pressed a thread of dimensional qi into the seam. The qi met resistance on the other side, not solid stone. A space. Chapter 64. What was kept the entrance was concealed behind a false seam that would have been invisible to ordinary inspection, but dimensional qi found it the way water finds cracks, by following the difference in density between solid and hollow. He opened it, not by force, by locating the pressure point that controlled the seam's mechanism, a simple spatial lock designed for regular opening rather than permanent concealment. Someone had used this space regularly. Inside, a corridor of rough-cut stone, wide enough for 2 people, low enough to require a slight stoop. It smelled of old fire and something sharper, preservation compounds used on cultivation significant materials. Su Feiyun followed him in. She had her hand technique ready, and she moved quietly. The corridor opened after 30 meters into a chamber. The chamber held supplies, cultivation pills, clean water vessels, bound stacks of documents. And in the far corner, 3 sleeping pallets. Used recently, not currently occupied. He went to the documents. They were contracts, a dozen of them, identical in format to the description Qian Tianjue had given him of Shun Mingbo's hiring arrangement. 3-layer structure, payment in cultivation resources rather than spirit stones to avoid registration requirements. Contractor identified only by a cipher. The most recent contract was dated 6 weeks ago. The subject line described the targets as foundation building practitioners engaged in supply route security, Copper Ridge Corridor, Bluestone affiliation. He read through 3 contracts and found the cipher consistent across all of them. Zhou Peiwu, Su Feiyun asked from over his shoulder. The cipher matches what Qian Tianjue described, yes. He kept reading. The 3 missing disciples were the targets. He found the execution record, a brief notation in a different hand, clipped and administrative. It confirmed the contracts had been completed. It did not say where the practitioners had been taken. Hired to attack, Su Feiyun said quietly. Or hired to capture? He found the answer on the final page of the most recent document stack. A transport notation. Consignment to a holding party at the Free Harbor, with a reference code that matched the registry format Su Lihua had been investigating. Capture, he said. They're being sold. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. Not as practitioners, he said. As foundation building cultivation resources. Someone has found a way to extract the benefit without having the practitioner do it voluntarily. He set the document down. Or they're trying to. He knew what that meant. He had been thinking about it since the academy, since reading about practitioners who had degraded, who had lost control of their technique under sustained hostile conditions. If someone had been researching how to forcibly extract dimensional benefit from practitioners who refused to cooperate, they would need test subjects. We need to go to the Free Harbor, he said. Yes, Su Feiyun said. We do. He gathered the documents, sealed them in a qi-locked container, and documented the chamber with a spatial imprint. Then he sealed the entrance behind them and sent an immediate message to Elder Yun Changbei. Asterisk evidence of active criminal network operating in Copper Ridge. 3 missing disciples at Free Harbor. Requesting sect legal support for emergency proceedings. Asterisk the return trip took 3 days. He spent them thinking about what he had found and what it meant, and how quickly it needed to move. Chapter 65. What foundation building 7th feels like Yun Changbei moved faster than Wei Canglong expected. Within 4 days of the message, Bluestone Sect had filed an emergency petition with the Free Harbor Arbitration Council, the regional governance body that handled disputes involving independent practitioners and smaller settlements. The petition cited the contracts, the transport notations, and the cipher connection to Zhou Peiwu's known operating format. The Arbitration Council responded by freezing the relevant registry entries and issuing a temporary hold on any active consignment transfers matching the target profile. The 3 missing disciples had been in holding for nearly a week when the temporary hold landed. They were released to a Bluestone Sect retrieval team that arrived at the Free Harbor on the 9th day. Wei Canglong heard about the release from Yun Changbei via message, sitting in his room at the sect settlement, reading through the case documentation one more time. He set the papers down when the message arrived. 3 people out of a holding facility because he had followed an abraded stone marking for 80 meters. He sat with that for a while and let it be what it was, straightforward, no particular moral complexity attached. The legal proceedings against Zhou Peiwu's network were formally opened 2 days later. As predicted, Shin Mingbo's contract was part of the case file. That made Shin Mingbo's continued detention legally material to an active proceeding, which meant the 6-month caps exception applied. He told Shin Mingbo that evening. Shen Mingbo was 23 and had been in the dimension for 5.5 months and had gone through several phases during that time. Initial fury, then a period of sullen compliance, then something that resembled reluctant curiosity about the cultivation materials Wei Canglong had provided. He was foundation building stage 2 now, up from his original mid-foundation building stage 1 when he came in. When Wei Canglong told him about the proceedings, Shen Mingbo said, "So I stay. Until the proceedings conclude, yes. And if I give testimony, that depends on what testimony you can give and whether the legal office finds it useful." He paused. "You were hired through 3 layers. You probably know 1 layer. Maybe 2. I know the handler. The person who gave me the job directly. That's useful." Wei Canglong looked at him steadily. Zhou Peiwu's network has been running for 12 years and has contracts on at least 15 practitioners that we know of. 3 were held against their will in the Free Harbor. You're one of the only people who has direct contact evidence that connects the handler to an actual practitioner harm contract. Shen Mingbo was quiet for a long moment. "If I testify," he said, "and the network breaks down, and my handler goes through arbitration, do I come out of this with clean hands?" It was the most honest question he had asked in 5 months. "No," Wei Canglong said. "You accepted a contract to harm someone. That's yours. But the proceedings give you a mechanism to have it formally weighed against your cooperation. That's not clean hands, but it's a better position than you had." Another silence. Then, "All right." That night, Wei Canglong sat in meditation and let the accumulated weeks of dense decision-making, legal navigation, and careful management settle out. The foundation building stage 7 barrier had been under pressure for weeks. There was a question underneath it, the same question that always preceded a breakthrough. Had he actually become the thing the next stage required him to be, or was he still performing the previous version of himself? The question wasn't about power. It was about whether he had genuinely changed how he understood the people inside the dimension, whether they were resources, prisoners, or something that didn't have a clean name yet. He thought about Han Beilong bowing from the shoulders on the day of release. About Shen Mingbo's "Do I come out of this with clean hands?" and the honesty of asking it directly. About Qian Tianjue writing a voluntary statement for a legal record that couldn't be taken back. The barrier broke in the early morning hours, without fanfare. His meridians reorganized around the new capacity, and the room around him went briefly out of true. The walls seemed to breathe. The stone floor registered as fundamentally not solid for about 3 seconds as his dimensional awareness expanded to a new radius. What foundation building stage 7 felt like was this. The space around him had volume now in a way it hadn't before. Not just the dimension inside the orb. All space. He could feel the rooms on either side of his wall, the corridor outside his door, the courtyard 3 floors below. Not their contents, just the fact of them. The way a musician hears the room and not just the instrument. He sat in the expanded awareness and breathed. 3 people still inside. A legal case in motion. A woman in a building 3 days away who had been asking to leave for 2 years. A name he had promised to remember. He had more to do. He wrote it down so he wouldn't forget the order. Chapter 66. The Free Harbor. The Free Harbor was not a city in the architectural sense. It had grown over 3 generations of independent expansion, which meant its layout followed money rather than planning. Buildings were stacked close on the hill's western face, warehouses running down to the water, a ring of cultivator facilities around the central arbitration district, and then everything else pressing in around the edges. Inns, markets, herbalist stalls, and the particular category of establishment that served practitioners who preferred not to use their real names. Wei Canglong arrived in the late afternoon, Su Feiyun beside him, both in plain traveling clothes with their cultivation badges visible, but their sect patches deliberately understated. He had been to the Free Harbor twice before, both times on errand work for senior disciples. He remembered the smell of it, salt water and old timber, and a faint chemical note from the preservation compounds the waterfront warehouses used. The Arbitration Council offices were 3 blocks from the central square, in a building that was newer than most of its neighbors, and therefore conspicuous. He registered their arrival with the clerk, confirmed the testimony schedule for the next day's hearing, and arranged rooms at a guest house near the council district. In the room, Su Feiyun set down her pack and said, "The 3 Bluestone disciples arrived 2 days before us." "Yes. The one who was subjected to the extraction attempt, by Ruochen. What do you know about her condition?" Yin Changbei's report said she was physically intact. The attempt failed because the extraction technique requires the practitioner to be actively cultivating, and she apparently had good enough discipline to shut down her cultivation completely and hold it closed for several days. Su Feiyun considered that. That's an extraordinary thing to do for several days. Yes. He sat on the edge of the low table. It's also data. It tells us the extraction technique isn't passive. It can't work on someone who refuses to participate, which means the force extraction research is further from functional than whoever's funding it probably wants. Small mercy, she said. Very small. He looked at the window. The Free Harbor's evening light was orange and thick with moisture from the water. I want to talk to her before tomorrow's hearing. She might not want to talk to you. No, he agreed. But I want to ask. Chapter 67. By Roachin, she was staying at the retrieval team's compound, a single-story building on the hill's eastern face with a courtyard wall and a sect-registered guard. When Wei Canglong arrived, one of the retrieval team members told him she wasn't receiving visitors. He understood that. He wrote a brief note, his name, his purpose, and a line that said, "I'm trying to understand what was attempted so it can't be attempted again," and asked the guard to pass it to her. 15 minutes later, she came out to the courtyard. Bai Ruachin was around his age, early 20s, with foundation building stage 2 cultivation and the particular posture of someone who had been in a confined space for a long time and was still physically adjusting to open air. She wore a plain outer robe over sect traveling clothes, and she looked at him the way people look at someone whose name they've heard before and aren't sure how to categorize. "You're the dimensional practitioner," she said. "Yes. The technique they used on me was based on dimensional theory." Her voice was flat, not accusatory, clinical, the way someone describes a procedure. The restraints were spatial. They were designed to hold me still while the extraction operated. The extraction itself felt like, she stopped, began again. It felt like something was looking for a door that didn't exist, looking very insistently. He thought about the historical practitioners who had degraded, the ones who had lost control under sustained hostile conditions. They were trying to find the dimensional pathway, he said. Whether your cultivation had an affinity for spatial qi. I don't have spatial affinity. She looked at him steadily. I have earth qi. I'm useless for what they wanted. They held me for 4 days before anyone figured that out. 4 days in spatial restraints while something looked for a door in her meridians that wasn't there. He kept his expression even. I'm sorry. I know you didn't do it. She folded her hands. The note said you wanted to understand the extraction technique. I'll tell you what I can, but I want something in exchange. What? I want to know if the technique would work, she said. If they had caught someone with spatial affinity. If they had caught you. Would it have worked? He thought about how to answer honestly. In theory, yes, he said. The dimensional technique feeds advancement pulses through proximity. The prisoners advance. The energy transfer happens through the seal. If you could control the seal's parameters from the outside, you could potentially redirect the transfer. He paused. But controlling the seal from outside requires understanding the seal's architecture, and the architecture is different for every practitioner. Standardizing an extraction protocol would require either a specimen who cooperated voluntarily or a long time, she said. A lot of failures. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. So they're still years away. If the research stops here, yes. If someone with the right theoretical foundation keeps working on it, he stopped. Keep going. There's a scholar at Gold Peak Academy who has been mapping dimensional cultivation theory for 11 years, he said carefully. She's done good work. She gave me research that I used to close several analytical approaches. But she's published some of what she knows, and publication means anyone who reads it can build on it. He looked at Bai Ruachin. I don't think Scholar Feng Wei intended to enable the extraction research. But knowledge doesn't ask intent before it travels. Bai Ruachin looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, Tell me what you need to know about the restraints. Chapter 68. The arbitration hearing. The hearing ran for 4 hours, before a panel of 3 council arbitrators and 2 independent witnesses. Zhou Peiwu's legal representative was a middle-aged practitioner named Advocate Ren who worked with the particular efficiency of someone hired specifically to delay proceedings, not to win, just to extend. He challenged the admissibility of the chamber documents on chain of custody grounds. He challenged Shun Mingbo's testimony's inclusion on the basis that the witness was currently detained and therefore unreliable. He challenged Wei Canglong's standing to bring evidence by noting that dimensional practitioners were not fully codified under Free Harbor Arbitration Statute. The panel dismissed the last challenge in under 3 minutes, which told Wei Canglong something about the panel's temperament. When Wei Canglong gave testimony, he described the Copper Ridge Chamber, the documents, the transport notation, and his existing knowledge of Zhou Peiwu's network structure as described by Qian Tianjue and Cheng Lianqiu. He answered Advocate Ren's cross-examination questions with single-sentence responses that did not leave room for follow-up. He had thought through the angles the advocate would try before he arrived, which meant none of the questions surprised him. What surprised him was Zhou Peiwu himself. Zhou Peiwu was present in the hearing room. He was a compact man in his 50s, well-dressed, with the cultivator's posture, but no active qi cultivation that Wei Canglong could detect. More likely a former practitioner who had lost his cultivation to injury or age and pivoted to management. He sat behind his advocate and took notes throughout the hearing in a small book, and he did not look threatened. He looked like a man watching a process he had survived before. When the panel recessed for deliberation, Wei Canglong remained in the hearing room while others left. Zhou Peiwu remained too. After a moment, Zhou Peiwu said, without looking up from his notes, "You're more persistent than the others." Wei Canglong said nothing. The Copper Ridge facility was one of 12, Zhou Peiwu continued. He turned a page in his notebook. "You found it. That's inconvenient. But the proceedings will close this contract set and the network will reorganize in about 2 years." He looked up. His eyes were very steady. "This isn't a threat. It's just information. I've been through arbitration 4 times. The pattern is consistent." The 3 people in the Free Harbor holding, Wei Canglong said. "The researcher directing the extraction attempt. Who is it?" Zhou Peiwu smiled with exactly the warmth of a closed door. "That's not information I'm providing to a witness in an active proceeding." "No," Wei Canglong agreed. "I expected not." He left it there. The panel returned after 40 minutes and issued a binding censure against Zhou Peiwu's network, with a fine in cultivation resources, a prohibition on Free Harbor operation for 3 years, and a forwarding of the case file to the Intersect Tribunal for any broader proceedings. Not a permanent dissolution, not imprisonment. 3 years of prohibition and a fine. Zhou Peiwu accepted it without visible distress and packed his notebook and walked out. Wei Canglong sat in the hearing room after everyone had gone and thought about what Zhou Peiwu had said. 12 facilities. The others would be operational still, with different documentation, different ciphers, different locations. The network would reorganize. The researcher behind the extraction attempt would keep working. He thought about Feng Wei's published theory sitting in archives across the continent. He needed to go back to Gold Peak. Chapter 69. The name behind the research. Su Lihua found the researcher. It took her 2 more weeks after the Free Harbor hearing, but she was thorough and she had been developing contacts through the independent practitioner networks she'd been navigating since her release from the dimension. She sent the information in a careful letter with no return address. The researcher was a man named Practitioner Scholar Hu Ding, formerly of the Thousand River Sect's Theoretical Division, now working independently with private patronage. He was not widely known. He had spent 6 years at Gold Peak Academy before his position there was quietly discontinued. The Academy's note in the faculty registry simply said, "Independent practice." His published output was sparse and unusual, for papers over 15 years on spatial qi extraction theory, each one slightly more applied than the last. The private patronage was the Qian family. Specifically, it was coordinated through Qian family financial channels via intermediary in the Free Harbor. Wei Canglong read that line twice. He thought about Qian Tianjue, who had been inside his dimension for 6 months now. He thought about Qian Tianjue writing a voluntary statement and giving him Zhou Peiwu's name. He thought about the particular texture of that offer, honest, measured, offered for stated reasons. Then he thought about Qian Tianjue's father, who had never withdrawn a legal position and had never, as far as Wei Canglong could determine, stopped trying to find a way to solve the problem of his son being inside a dimensional practitioner's technique. The patronage predated Qian Tianjue's sealing. It went back at least 3 years. So the Qian Patriarch had been funding research into forced dimensional extraction for 3 years, which meant the research existed before Wei Canglong sealed Qian Tianjue, which meant it wasn't about Qian Tianjue specifically. The research served a broader purpose. He wrote a return letter to Su Lihua. Can you trace how far back the Qian patronage of Hu Ding goes? And whether Hu Ding had any contact with Gold Peak Academy during his tenure there? Then he sat down and composed a short message to Qian Tianjue through the dimensional link. He told him everything he had just learned. Chapter 70. The last sealed Qian Tianjue was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Wei Canglong stopped waiting and simply sat in the dimension's ambient stillness, reading through Shun Mingbo's testimony document a 3rd time while the silence resolved itself on its own schedule. When Qian Tianjue finally spoke, he said, "How long?" "At least 3 years. Possibly longer. Before you sealed me." "Yes." Another silence. Wei Canglong could feel the quality of it through the emotional link. Not grief exactly, not anger. Something more like the reconfiguring of a map when you discover a landmark isn't where you thought it was. Qian Tianjue had known his father was capable of many things. He had apparently not known about this particular capability. "He wasn't trying to get me out," he said finally. "I don't think so. He was trying to develop a general capability. And when I ended up inside the technique, it became useful data." A pause. "I'm a Qian family problem. He's been treating me as a resource for solution building. His voice was flat, not broken. He was too controlled for broken. But something in the flatness had weight. Wei Canglong set down the testimony document. The proceedings have established the Qian family's involvement through the financial channel, he said. Not definitively enough for a direct action, but enough that the legal record exists. He paused. And Shun Mingbo's testimony names your family's network directly. Yes. Another pause. Wei Canglong. What? I want to leave. He said it quietly, not urgently, not as a demand. The 6-month cap exception has kept me here, and I understand why you've maintained it. The proceedings are active and my testimony was material. But I want to go. A pause. I'm not asking to pretend the sealing didn't happen. I'm asking you to tell me when. Wei Canglong thought about it. The proceedings were 3 weeks from a preliminary ruling. Shin Mingbo's testimony was submitted. Qian Tianjue's value to the active case had peaked. Anything more he could offer was supplementary. The legal logic for continued detention was thinning. Now, he said. He opened the seal. Qian Tianjue stepped out into Wei Canglong's room at the Bluestone Sect settlement in the late afternoon. The light was pale and coming sideways through the high window, and Qian Tianjue stood in it and breathed real air and did not say anything for about 30 seconds. Then he turned around. His foundation building stage 3 cultivation was real, earned inside the dimension over 6 months of consistent practice. His face was the same face, but the expression was different. Not softened, differently arranged. Like a room that has been lived in by someone other than who furnished it. Registry filing, Wei Canglong said. I know. Qian Tianjue looked at him steadily. I need 3 days before I contact my family. I need to think through what I'm going to say first. That's your business. I know that too. He looked at the window. The dimension. The prisoners still inside. Shin Mingbo. Cheng Liangqiu. How long for Shin Mingbo? Until the preliminary ruling. 3 weeks at most. Qian Tianjue nodded. He picked up the travel bag he had arrived with. Wei Canglong had kept it and slung it over one shoulder. The voluntary statement, he said. It stays in the record. Yes. Good. He moved toward the door. Stopped. The Hu Ding research. The force extraction work. He looked back, and his expression had something in it that wasn't quite warning and wasn't quite alliance. It doesn't stop because the funding got inconvenient. Someone will keep it moving. I know, Wei Canglong said. Qian Tianjue held his gaze for another moment. Then he said, deal with it before it reaches the stage that requires an armed response. He paused. You're better at the earlier stages. He left. Wei Canglong sat in the empty room for a while, in the new space where Qian Tianjue had been for 6 months and was no longer. The dimension felt quieter, not emptier, exactly, but with different resonance, the way a room sounds different after a piece of furniture is moved. He wrote down, *Hu Ding. Goal Peak. Contact Feng Wei. Below that, Jean Runqiao. Come back on your own terms. He looked at both lines for a long time. Then he closed the notebook and went to file the release paperwork before the oversight office closed. Chapter 71. Scholar Feng Wei responds. Her letter arrived 8 days after he sent the message. It was 3 pages, written in her small, careful hand, and it started mid-thought the way she started conversations, as though the preliminary context had already been handled. I know Hu Ding. We overlapped by 2 years at the academy. He was in the theoretical division, and I was in the documentation section, and our paths crossed in the archive approximately 3 times per year. I found him somewhat cold and very precise, which I generally consider a recommendation in researchers. I found his later work less interesting than his early work. The early papers were genuinely inventive. The later ones had a more applied quality that I attributed to mid-career pragmatism. I did not attribute it to private patronage from a cultivation family with obvious motivations, which I should have. I'm telling you this so you understand I was not willfully blind, just inadequately curious. The extraction research uses a framework from my 2019 paper on dimensional field architecture as its theoretical basis. Specifically, the section on transfer pathway identification. I can tell you exactly which passages Hu Ding adapted because I can see my own thinking in his methodology the way you can recognize your own handwriting in a copy. This creates a problem that I want to discuss with you directly. I am not willing to be the scholarly foundation for a technique that was used to hold 3 foundation building practitioners against their will for extraction attempts. That is not the purpose for which I publish my work. I am prepared to publish a corrective paper that closes the theoretical pathways Hu Ding used, in a way that is academically defensible and that I could put my name on without flinching. This would require your input. Specifically, the mechanic information you withheld from the note you left me, which I understood at the time was deliberate. I am now asking you to reconsider what to share, given that the alternative is Hu Ding having a head start. Asterisk asterisk, I want to be clear that this request gives you something real and asks something real in return. I think you appreciate that kind of framing. Asterisk Wei Canglong read the letter twice. Then he wrote a response that took him most of an afternoon, covering the specific dimensional mechanics that Hu Ding had gotten wrong in ways that would prevent the extraction technique from ever working at scale. Not enough to enable an alternative approach. Enough to make Feng Wei's corrective paper academically watertight. He sent it without mentioning Jean Runxiao. That conversation needed to happen in person. Chapter 72. Su Feiyun draws a line. He told Su Feiyun about the plan on the walk back from the post office. You're going back, she said. Not a question. Yes. Feng Wei needs the technical consultation in person to finalize the corrective paper. And Jean Runxiao has been filing review requests for 2 years. I said I'd come back on my own terms. He kept walking. And now I have terms. Su Feiyun walked beside him and didn't say anything for a full block. He had learned that her silences had different textures. This one was the kind where she was lining up the right words rather than deciding whether to say them. You're going to try to take her out of the academy, she said. I'm going to give her the option. The director knows you declined his proposal and left cleanly. If you go back and take a practitioner they're holding, under a coercive agreement, he said, that she has documented objections to. That doesn't matter to the academy's legal standing. Her voice was level. They have a signed agreement. If you attempt to extract her, they have grounds to pursue you through the intersect network as someone who interfered with a legal research arrangement, even if the arrangement is morally questionable. I know that. Then tell me why you're going anyway. He thought about it. The honest answer was that he had written down Jean Runxiao's name and what Feng Wei had told him about her and had not been able to stop thinking about it since. That was not a satisfying strategic rationale, but it was the true one. Because I can, he said. And she's running out of time. Su Feiyun stopped walking. He stopped too. She looked at him directly, with the expression she wore when she was about to say something that was going to be uncomfortable and had decided the discomfort was worth it. You have one prisoner left in the dimension, she said. Cheng Liangxiu, voluntary. If you go back to Gold Peak and take Jean Runxiao without a legal mechanism, you will have 2 prisoners, one voluntary, one from a contested extraction, and you'll be subject to proceedings from one of the 3 great academies on top of everything else. She paused. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying don't do it impulsively because the injustice is in front of you. Do it with a plan. He looked at her. What kind of plan? You give Feng Wei the technical input she needs. Her corrective paper gets published. The Academy's theoretical research advantage disappears. You have Shun Mingbo's testimony, which names the Qian family's involvement in extraction research. You use that to open a formal inquiry into the research partnership agreements the Academy holds over its practitioners. She folded her arms. An inquiry creates a legal mechanism. A legal mechanism creates grounds. It takes 3 months instead of 2 weeks, but it doesn't make you an extraction artist instead of the person who cleaned up after one. He thought about Jean Runxiao. 3 months. She would keep asking to leave for 3 months. She had been asking for 2 years. 3 months, he said. Maybe less if the inquiry moves fast. Su Feiyun unfolded her arms. I'll file the initial complaint if you want. I have standing as an independent practitioner, and the Free Harbor proceedings give us a chain to follow. He looked at her for a long moment. You worked that out already. I worked that out when you first told me about the historical practitioners in the academy courtyard. She looked back at the road. I was waiting for you to finish running through the impulsive version before I offered the strategic one. That's annoying. I know, she said, and kept walking. Chapter 73. Shun Mingbo's exit. The preliminary ruling on the Zhou Peiwu proceedings came on a Wednesday, and it was consistent with what Wei Canglong had expected. A binding censure, financial penalties distributed across the identified network participants, and a recommendation to the Intersect Tribunal for further action on the Qian family financial connection. It was enough. More than enough for the Oversight Committee to agree that Shun Mingbo's continued detention was no longer legally material. Wei Canglong opened the seal that evening. Shun Mingbo came out carefully, like someone who has learned that the ground can have unexpected texture. He stood in Wei Canglong's room and put his hands flat against the wall and stood there for a moment, feeling its solidity. 23 years old. 6 months older than when he went in. Foundation building stage 3. Testimony, he said. The ruling is done. Your testimony is in the record. You're free. He lowered his hands from the wall, turned around. His face had the particular quality of someone who had been inside a significant experience long enough that they had stopped performing a reaction to it and were just inhabiting it. The handler, he said. Deng Ruffeng. That's who I named in the testimony. I know. Is he going to find out? Yes, Wei Canglong said. Probably. Shin Mingbo accepted that with a small nod, the way someone accepts information they had already factored in but needed to hear confirmed. I took the contract because I needed the resources for foundation building breakthrough. The handler made it sound like a territorial dispute, straightforward mission work. I know that too. I'm not excusing it. He looked at the floor briefly, then back up. I'm just saying what it was. I understood what it was from the Copper Ridge documents. Wei Canglong looked at him steadily. File with the registrar's office before the end of the week. There's a testimony protection provision in the intersect proceeding rules that limits what the network can legally do in response. Use it. Shin Mingbo's expression shifted slightly, not gratitude, more the look of someone recalibrating around information they hadn't expected to receive helpfully. 6 months, he said. Yes. Foundation building stage 3. He looked at his own hands as though confirming they were still his. I wouldn't have reached that for another 2 years. Probably. Wei Canglong agreed. Another silence. Not comfortable, not uncomfortable. The particular quality of a thing that had ended and both parties were acknowledging had ended. Shin Mingbo picked up his travel bag. I know this wasn't. I know you weren't trying to do me a favor. He stopped. But I'm aware of what happened inside there, and I want to say I'm aware of it. Wei Canglong said nothing. There was nothing useful to add. Shin Mingbo left. The room was now very quiet. Chapter 74. What Cheng Lianqiu actually did that night. Wei Canglong asked Cheng Lianqiu directly. How much have you been managing from inside? The old man looked up from his text, set his brush down. The motion was unhurried, the motion of someone who had been waiting for the question. Define managing, he said. The Qian family disciples. The synchronized cultivation that produced the stage for pulse early on. Wei Canglong sat down across from him. Han Beilong's progression. The timing on Shin Mingbo's emotional stabilization when the legal pressure was building. He paused. You've been curating the internal environment. Cheng Lianqiu folded his hands. Yes. How long? From approximately the 2nd month. He looked at Wei Canglong steadily. I want to be precise about the reason, so there's no ambiguity. I didn't do it because you asked. I did it because the environment was going to degrade if no one managed it, and a degrading environment would have harmed everyone inside, including me. He paused. I also did it because I was watching you learn something important in real time, and I thought the conditions you were learning in should be accurate rather than artificially difficult. Wei Canglong sat with that. You were teaching me, he said. I was creating conditions in which you could teach yourself. Cheng Lianqiu picked up his brush again, then set it back down. The technique is mine in the sense that I understand its full depth. But the practice you've been developing, the ethics of how you use it, that's yours. I didn't want it poisoned by unnecessary suffering inside this space. He looked at the wall. I've seen what happens to practitioners who don't learn that early. The ones in Feng Wei's archive. The ones who treated the dimension as a tool. They degraded. Eventually, yes. Not because the technique failed them. Because the relationship between practitioner and imprisoned became purely extractive, and purely extractive relationships don't sustain. Not at foundation building level. Maybe not at any level. He turned back to his text. You were not in danger of making that mistake, but I saw no reason to make the journey harder than it needed to be. Wei Canglong thought about 6 months of careful internal management he hadn't fully seen, running in the background of everything else he had been doing. I should be angry that you didn't tell me, he said. You should, Cheng Lianqiu agreed. Are you? He thought about it honestly. No, he said, but I want you to stop operating without telling me. Whatever you do from this point, tell me first. Agreed. A pause. I wasn't hiding it out of deception. I was hiding it because I wasn't sure you were ready to hear it, and I may have been wrong about that. He turned a page in his text. I'll tell you from now on. Wei Canglong stayed in the dimension for another hour after that, reading beside Cheng Lianqiu in the careful quiet of the old man's space. It was, he thought, the most honest thing he had done with the dimension since the very beginning. Chapter 75. The acceleration. Su Lihua's second letter arrived the next morning. Hu Ding has been at a Qian family estate in the Silverwater province for the past 4 months. I've confirmed through the provincial cultivator registry that he submitted a research completion notice 8 weeks ago. I don't have access to the content, but a research completion notice means the work is done. He's either preparing to publish or preparing to deliver to his patron. If he delivers the complete methodology to the Qian patriarch without publishing it, the Qian family has a private extraction capability. If he publishes it, it becomes available to everyone and you can't contain it. The Intersect Tribunal has been notified of the Qian family financial connection through the free harbor proceedings, but the formal inquiry will take months to develop enforcement standing. Months you may not have. I think you need to decide in the next 2 weeks whether you're waiting for the legal process or moving ahead of it. Both options have costs. I wanted you to know the timeline before you committed to either. Asterisk, he read the letter standing at his window. 2 weeks. Su Feiyun's plan: file the inquiry, build a legal mechanism, approach Gold Peak properly, required 3 months minimum. The tribunal's enforcement timeline would run 6 to 9 months in a favorable scenario. Hu Ding's research completion notice was 8 weeks old. He thought about Qian Tianjue's last words. Asterisk, deal with it before it reaches the stage that requires an armed response. You're better at the earlier stages. Asterisk, he thought about Su Feiyun. Don't do it impulsively because the injustice is in front of you. Both things were true. The question was which truth applied to this exact moment. He found Su Feiyun in the communal courtyard and showed her the letter. She read it, looked up. Her expression was the expression of someone who had already run through the implications. The Gold Peak inquiry, she said. We file it today instead of next month. The complaint already exists. I drafted it after our conversation. If I submit it immediately, it's in the formal record. That starts the clock. And you go to the Qian estate directly, not to Gold Peak first. She paused. Not armed. Diplomatically. You present the tribunal notice and the free harbor ruling as opening positions, and you ask Hu Ding to hold the delivery until the inquiry concludes. Why would Hu Ding agree to that? He won't agree because of the legal notice. She folded the letter. But if you can show him that the extraction methodology has a fundamental flaw that hasn't been corrected, something that would make him look incompetent if the paper published with the error, he might agree to delay the delivery for his own reasons. She looked at him. Did Bai Ruochen give you enough technical detail? He thought about the 3-day conversation in the Free Harbor courtyard. Bai Ruochen's clinical description of what the extraction attempt had felt like, the information about the 4-day hold before they determined her affinity was wrong. Yes, he said. There's a flaw in the extraction approach that Feng Wei's theoretical note would have corrected for him if he'd had access to it. He doesn't, because I directed that note at closing pathways rather than opening them. He thought about it. If I describe the flaw to him in enough detail to be credible without giving him the solution, he delays. The inquiry has time to develop. Feng Wei's corrective paper closes the theoretical foundation permanently. She nodded. It's 3 moving parts. It requires all 3 to work. Cheng Lianxiu, he said. What about him? He'll be in the dimension when I go to the Qian estate. If this goes wrong, I'll be on their property with the technique's original practitioner inside me. He looked at the letter again. That's leverage in both directions. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. Have you told him? Not yet. Tell him. She stood. I'll file the inquiry this afternoon. You leave tomorrow at the latest. He went to tell Cheng Lianxiu. And the old man, true to his word, listened and said, Tell me what you need me to do. It was, Wei Canglong thought, the most useful sentence anyone had said to him in weeks. Chapter 76. The estate, the Qian family's Silverwater Province estate, sat behind 3 walls, each one higher than the last, the outermost running along a manicured approach road lined with stone cultivation pillars that glowed faintly with stored qi. It was old wealth displaying itself through the particular restraint that old wealth uses. Nothing gaudy, everything expensive, every surface telling you that the family had been making these choices for generations. Wei Canglong arrived at the outer gate alone. He had left Su Feiyun a day behind him. She would be finalizing the inquiry filing and traveling separately, visible and on record, which meant his presence at the estate was not the most conspicuous element of the day's events. That was intentional. He gave his name to the gatekeeper, his sect affiliation, and his stated purpose. Consultation with practitioner scholar Hu Ding on a research matter involving inter-sect proceedings. He had the Free Harbor ruling reference number and the tribunal notification in a sealed document case. They made him wait for 40 minutes. That was also intentional on their side. The guest reception hall was in the estate's outer district, separate from the family's main buildings, the space for people the family was willing to meet without welcoming. It had good floors and understated art and the kind of spiritual density management that kept visiting cultivators comfortable without giving them an accurate sense of the estate's actual qi resources. Comfortable, but informationally blank. A staff member brought tea. He declined it. After an hour, a door opened. Hu Ding was exactly as he had imagined him from Feng Wei's description. Compact, precise, with the posture of someone who spent most of their time at a desk and had made peace with that fact. He wore traveling clothes rather than research robes, which meant he had been planning to go somewhere. He looked at Wei Canglong without surprise, which meant he had been told who was waiting. You found me faster than I expected, he said. Su Lihua is thorough, Wei Canglong said. Shall we sit down? Chapter 77. The researcher Hu Ding sat across from him with the document case on the table between them and listened while Wei Canglong described, briefly and clearly, the Free Harbor proceedings, the Zhou Peiwu network connection, the Qian family financial link, and the tribunal notification. He listened without interrupting. His hands were folded on the table, and he was looking at the document case rather than at Wei Canglong, with the focused expression of someone processing multiple implications simultaneously. When Wei Canglong finished, Hu Ding said, "The tribunal notification doesn't have enforcement standing yet." "Correct. The inquiry was filed yesterday. It will take several months to develop. So you're here to ask me to delay voluntarily. I'm here to tell you the research has a flaw, and to recommend that you not deliver it until the flaw is corrected." Wei Canglong looked at him steadily. "Both things are true. The legal situation gives you a reason to pause. The flaw gives you a reason to pause for your own professional purposes." Hu Ding looked up from the document case. "What flaw?" "The extraction protocol assumes a consistent transfer pathway architecture. In practice, the pathway is dynamic. It responds to the practitioner's emotional state, which means the extraction window shifts. Your protocol uses a fixed extraction timing that would work in approximately 30% of attempts. The other 70% would result in incomplete transfer and dimensional backlash." He paused. "I know this because I've been working with the technique for 8 months, and I've watched the transfer dynamics directly." Hu Ding's expression remained controlled, but something in it shifted, the particular micro-movement of a researcher encountering information that contradicts a core assumption and deciding whether to accept or reject it. "The backlash," he said. "What form does it take?" "Depends on cultivation level. At foundation building, it disrupts meridian flow for between 3 days and a week. At higher levels, it would be more severe." He kept his voice even. "Your test subjects, did any of them show disrupted cultivation for an extended period after an extraction attempt?" A long pause. "One," Hu Ding said. "That was a backlash instance." Another long pause. Hu Ding unfolded his hands and refolded them the other way. It was the only external sign of the internal recalculation happening. "The corrective approach," he said finally. "Dynamic extraction timing, keyed to the practitioner's real-time emotional signature. Correct in principle. Do you have the correction worked out?" "I have it worked out," Wei Canglong said. "I'm not going to give it to you." Hu Ding looked at him. No anger in the expression, professional assessment. "Because giving me the correction would enable the research to continue." "Because giving you the correction would enable the research to continue." "Yes." He met his gaze. "I'm offering you an explanation of why the current approach doesn't work. The decision about whether to pursue a corrected approach is yours and the Qian family's. You're hoping the flaw is enough to stall the delivery. I'm hoping the flaw is enough to make you reconsider whether this is work you want your name on." Wei Canglong paused. "You were at Gold Peak for 6 years. Feng Wei speaks of your early work as genuinely inventive. This is not the work she was describing." The words landed. He could see them land. Hu Ding didn't change expression, but his breathing adjusted. "How long?" Hu Ding said. 45 days would be adequate for the inquiry to develop preliminary standing." 45 days. He looked at the document case. "And if I deliver it anyway?" "Then the tribunal inquiry becomes an active investigation with a specific recent act to focus on, and the Qian family's legal position deteriorates rapidly." He looked at the researcher. "I'd also publish a technical paper demonstrating the flaw in explicit detail, which would make the methodology publicly known as flawed before it could be privately used." Hu Ding sat with that for a long moment. 45 days, he said, "on the condition that if the inquiry concludes favorably for the Qian family, the hold is released. If the inquiry concludes that no violation occurred, I have no basis to object to your delivery." Wei Canglong looked at him steadily. "I'm not asking you to abandon the research. I'm asking you not to deliver a flawed methodology that would harm practitioners and your professional standing simultaneously." Another silence. Then Hu Ding said, "I'll need the statement of the backlash mechanic in writing. For my own documentation." He meant proof that Wei Canglong had told him about the flaw, which meant proof that he had paused for legitimate professional reasons rather than under pressure. Cover for his delay that wasn't purely legal. "I'll write it," Wei Canglong said, "in exchange for your written acknowledgement that delivery is paused for 45 days pending the inquiry." Chapter 78. The Bleed. The Hallway. The patriarch. They were halfway through writing the mutual acknowledgement documents when it hit. Chang Lianqiu's emotional state shifted without warning. A wave of agitation that carried something older than agitation. Something that felt like the particular anger of a person who has been patient for a very long time and has encountered the specific thing that exhausts their patience. Wei Canglong's hands went still on the paper. His meridian focus dropped 3 degrees. It was not catastrophic. He had managed worse in the tournament fight with Tao Mingru, but it was visible. Hu Ding looked up. "Problem?" the researcher said. "Internal," Wei Canglong said. Exactly what he had said to Tao Mingru. He pulled his attention in tightly, and sent a focused query through the dimensional link. What's happening? Cheng Liangqiu's response came back jagged and brief. Asterisk the Qian family's research patron. I know who it is. Not Hu Ding's immediate patron. The one behind the initial funding. I know the name. Asterisk Wei Canglong kept his hand moving on the paper. Finished the sentence he had been writing. Responded. Tell me after. A long pause from the dimension. Then the agitation subsided. Not gone. Held. The way you hold something you can't put down. He finished the documents. Hu Ding signed. He signed. The exchange was complete in under an hour. He left with the signed acknowledgement and Hu Ding's professional contact information, and the 45-day clock started. He was in the estate's outer corridor heading toward the main gate when the Qian patriarch appeared. Not planned. A coincidence of scheduling. The Qian patriarch was apparently coming from the direction of Hu Ding's research rooms, heading toward the estate's inner district, and they were briefly in the same corridor. The Qian patriarch was in his late 50s, tall, with the deliberate physical presence of someone who had been powerful for long enough that their body had organized itself around power as its default posture. He stopped when he saw Wei Canglong. They looked at each other for a moment. Disciple Wei, the patriarch said. His voice was very calm. The calm of someone who does not lose emotional control and expects that to be obvious. Patriarch Qian. Wei Canglong inclined his head, the formal acknowledgement between parties of different standing. Not a bow. An acknowledgement. My son's voluntary statement, the patriarch said. In the legal record. Yes. A pause. The patriarch looked at him with an expression that contained several things simultaneously. Assessment, something that might have been anger if it had been less controlled, and something that was harder to name. Not respect. Recalibration, perhaps. The look of someone deciding which frame is most accurate. I authorized research into the technique, the patriarch said. It predates my son's sealing. The purpose was understanding, not extraction. Wei Canglong said nothing. I want you to know that I'm aware of the distinction, the patriarch continued. The network that Zhou Peiwu operated, I authorized contracts. I did not authorize detention and forced extraction. That was a contractor going beyond his mandate. The contracts authorized assault on practitioners, Wei Canglong said. The detention and extraction were the natural extension of that authorization. The patriarch's jaw tightened fractionally. I see. I don't think you authorized the outcome, Wei Canglong said. I think you authorized enough of the path that the outcome was predictable. He kept his voice even. The tribunal inquiry will decide the legal question. I'm not interested in arguing it here. A long silence. The corridor was very still. My son, the patriarch said. He's well. The question was not what Wei Canglong had expected, and it was clearly sincere, the particular quality of sincerity that comes through precisely because the person asking does not usually allow it to show. He's well, Wei Canglong said. Foundation building stage 3. The patriarch absorbed that. Then he inclined his head, the same acknowledgement Wei Canglong had given him, and walked past. Wei Canglong left the estate without looking back. Chapter 79. What Cheng Liangqiu knew on the road back. 2 hours from the estate. He went to the dimension. Cheng Liangqiu was sitting very still. The text he had been reading was closed and set aside. The dimension felt like a room where someone has been waiting. The initial funder, Wei Canglong said. The one behind the Qian family's research patronage. A man named Shin Borui, Cheng Liangqiu said. Elder Shin Dongbei's father. Wei Canglong sat down on the opposite cushion. Shin Dongbei's investigation into your technique, the old man continued. It wasn't entirely independent. His father has been funding extraction research through Cultivation family proxies for approximately 15 years. The Qian family's involvement was one of 3 patronage chains. Shin Dongbei was the investigative arm. His father was looking for a viable practitioner to control or use. A pause. I don't know how much Shin Dongbei knew about the extraction research specifically. He may have known about the investigation alone. Or he may have known all of it, Wei Canglong said. Yes. Wei Canglong thought about Shin Dongbei's file, the correlation report, the private offer to classify the technique as sect property, the investigation that had been going on in the background for months. He thought about Elder Shin Dongbei being reassigned after the sect master's hearing, which he had assumed was a consequence of overreach. Or it had been a strategic withdrawal before the investigation expanded. How do you know Shin Borui's name? He asked. Cheng Liangqiu was quiet for a moment. Because Shin Borui funded research into the technique 40 years ago too. When I was practicing. He looked at his folded hands. I didn't know his name then. I knew there was someone looking for dimensional practitioners, that the search was organized and patient and connected to multiple cultivation families. It took me 20 years to identify him. He paused. He's in his 80s now. The research has been running, in various forms, for my entire career. Wei Canglong sat with that. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't know you would be sitting across from a Qian family research contractor today, Cheng Lianqiu said. I told you about the pattern, Bao Jingtian's journals, the academy structure. I was telling you the historical version of what you're now inside. He looked up. I'm sorry. I should have said the name earlier. Yes, Wei Canglong said. A silence. Not comfortable. Not the worst silence they had shared. Shindongbei, Wei Canglong said, is still at Bluestone Sect. Presumably. And his father has been running this network for 40 years. Yes. He thought about what 40 days meant against 40 years. Then he thought about what 40 years had produced. A network, a research chain, 3 practitioners held in the free harbor by Ruachan in spatial restraints for 4 days. And none of it had produced the thing Shinborui was looking for, because the thing he was looking for was not something that could be extracted. It lived in the relationship between the practitioner and the dimension, and you could not separate the two. Cheng Lianqiu, he said, when we're done with the inquiry in Gold Peak and everything that needs handling in the next 2 months, I want to go after the root. The old man looked at him steadily. Shinborui, Wei Canglong said, the original patron. I want to build a legal case that reaches him specifically. He paused. That will take more than 2 months. Considerably more, Cheng Lianqiu agreed. But yes. A pause. I'd like to see that finished. I've been sitting with that name for 20 years. Chapter 80. Foundation Building Stage 8. He was 3 hours from the Bluestone settlement, alone on the road, while Su Feiyun came from the other direction, having filed the inquiry, when Foundation Building Stage 8 came. It came without announcement, the way the last significant thing in a long process comes. Not with drama, but with the quiet click of a latch finally catching. His meridians had been under pressure for weeks, carrying the weight of everything he had been processing. The academy, the free harbor, the estate, Shinborui's name landing like a stone. The breakthrough felt like depth, not height. He had been thinking about cultivation advancement as climbing, as reaching for something above. Foundation Building Stage 8 felt like the ground going deeper, as though the space beneath him had opened up, and what he had been standing on was only the first floor of something that went down much further than he had known. His dimensional chi expanded outward in a pulse that swept the road in both directions and faded before reaching any other person. His awareness opened to a new range. He could feel the grain of the stone beneath his feet, the chi distribution in the soil, the way the air moved differently at different heights above the road. Not more power, more texture, more resolution. He stood in the middle of the road for a moment and breathed. 2 practitioners still in the dimension. Cheng Lianqiu, who had been teaching him things for 8 months while pretending to read in a corner. Himself, who was now Foundation Building Stage 8 and had been wrong about several things and right about enough of them to still be standing here. A 45-day clock. An inquiry on record. An old man in his 80s who had been running a network for 40 years that nobody had successfully prosecuted. He started walking again. The settlement was 3 hours away. He had paperwork to file. By the time he reached the gate, the new awareness had settled into something that felt like his own, still unfamiliar at the edges, but identifiably his. He had learned that each cultivation stage didn't give you something new so much as reveal something that had always been there, waiting for the capacity to hold it. He thought about Foundation Building Stage 9, about core formation, about what those depths would feel like when he reached them. Then he thought about what there was to do first. He went inside. The settlement's evening cooking smells reached him through the gate, rice and something spiced, with smoke, the particular warmth of a place that was used by people who returned to it regularly. It was his home, in the way that a place becomes your home through use rather than sentiment. He had work to do in it. He did it. Chapter 81. The corrective paper. Su Feiyun arrived back at Bluestone Sect 2 days after him, in the late afternoon, with 4 documents tucked under one arm and the expression of someone who had been moving quickly and was not yet ready to stop. She set the documents on his table and sat down without taking off her traveling robe. The inquiry is in the record, she said. The tribunal acknowledges receipt. They've assigned an investigator, a neutral practitioner named Elder Chui Wenlan who operates out of the central mountain seat. She has a reputation for being thorough and unpleasant to work with. Good. She's already requested the Free Harbor Proceedings documentation and the Copper Ridge evidence files. Su Feiyun picked up one of the documents and turned it to face him. This is Feng Wei's corrective paper. It was submitted for publication 2 days before I filed the inquiry. She timed it deliberately. He read the title. On measurement error in dimensional field signature analysis and the closure of 5 key theoretical pathways, 14 pages. His name appeared in the acknowledgments as a consulting practitioner who had provided technical verification, which was accurate without being identifying. She published a preprint through the Academy's public archive, Su Feiyun continued. It's already circulating. 3 scholars have formally cited it in the last week. She paused. The Gold Peak Academy, separately, issued a statement announcing a review of all practitioner research partnership agreements following what they termed new information about the ethical parameters of existing arrangements. He looked up from the paper. Director Chow approved that statement. Unless someone in the academy acted without him, yes. She looked at him steadily. I think Scholar Feng Wei has been building toward this for a long time. Your visit gave her the last piece she needed. He thought about Feng Wei removing the arrays from her study before he arrived, filing written objections that accomplished nothing. Waiting. The review of research partnership agreements, he said. If it's genuine, it would cover Jean Runxiao. It would cover both practitioners currently held. Su Feiyun picked up a second document. This is a copy of a letter Jean Runxiao filed with the Academy Review Committee yesterday. Her fourth request for review, this time citing the announced review process specifically. She set it down. She's been waiting for exactly this opening. Wei Canglong looked at both documents on the table. The corrective paper. Jean Runxiao's letter. We may not need to go back, he said. We may not, Su Feiyun agreed. Or we go back to support what's already moving rather than to start it. Either way, the situation has changed. She leaned back. Your 45-day window with Huding overlaps with the Academy review process. If the review produces a legitimate release mechanism, Huding's delay becomes moot because the patronage structure will come under scrutiny from both directions. He thought about Shinborui. About 40 years. About the particular patience of someone who had been running the same network through 3 generations of practitioners and had never been stopped. The route, he said. That's slower, she acknowledged. But it's moving. Chapter 82. Shindongbei found him in the inner disciples' training courtyard, 3 days later, at a time that was too deliberate to be coincidental. The elder was in his mid-40s and moved like someone who had spent years making himself hard to read. Not threatening, not deferential, occupying the precise middle ground between the two that gave nothing away. He had been reassigned to the outer disciple evaluation office after the sect master's hearing, which was a lateral move that looked administrative and felt like containment. Disciple Wei, he said. I'd appreciate a brief conversation. They went to a side alcove off the main courtyard, with stone walls on 3 sides and open air to the 4th. Shindongbei leaned against the wall and looked at Wei Canglong with the directness of someone who has decided that obliqueness would waste time. The tribunal inquiry names my father's financial activity, he said. Yes. I know what my father's financial activity was. He said it flatly, without apparent difficulty. I knew approximately 2 years ago. I chose to continue my investigation into your technique independently because I believed the technique itself warranted oversight regardless of my father's motivations. He paused. I want to be clear that those are 2 separate things. They share a research interest, Wei Canglong said. Yes. Shindongbei didn't flinch from that. I'm aware of how that looks. I'm not here to argue the optics. I'm here to tell you that my investigations files, everything I documented, are available to the tribunal inquiry if they want them. I'll make a voluntary submission. Wei Canglong studied him. Why, he asked. Because my father has been running this network for decades through cultivation families, research institutions, and contracted investigators, including me, whether I understood that at the time or not. He straightened slightly. I don't want to be the mechanism by which it continues. Filing the submission is the cleanest way to separate my work from his. It also helps you legally, Wei Canglong said. Yes, Shindongbei said. Both things can be true. He looked at Wei Canglong directly. I believe you've used that argument before. He had. Twice, in different contexts. He noticed that Shindongbei had done the work of knowing that. Your investigation files, he said. How complete are they? 6 months of observation data. Correlation records between your cultivation advancements and reported disappearances. The private offer I made, documented. He paused. And correspondence I received from my father during the early period of my investigation, directing certain lines of inquiry. I kept the correspondence. That last piece was significant. Correspondence from Shunborui directing investigative lines was evidence of the patriarch's involvement in what had happened at Bluestone Sect specifically, not just his general network. File the voluntary submission, Wei Canglong said. Reference the tribunal inquiry number. I'll confirm to Elder Chui Wenlan that the submission is expected. Shindongbei nodded once. I appreciate that. He paused at the alcove entrance. The technique. Your dimensional consumption practice. He looked back. I spent 6 months investigating it as a threat. I was wrong about the framing. He stopped. Then, my investigation notes describe it more accurately in the final 3 months than the first 3. You can decide how that reflects on the earlier period's conclusions. He left. Wei Canglong stood in the alcove for a moment, in the particular silence left by a conversation that has resolved something without making it simple. Chapter 83, filed. He spent the following day at the oversight office, preparing a supplementary report for the tribunal inquiry. Cheng Liangqiu's account of Shun Borui's historical pattern, combined with the Copper Ridge evidence, combined with the Free Harbor ruling, combined with a clear statement of how the research chain connected back to a single patron over approximately 40 years. It was careful work. He had Cheng Liangqiu review each section through the dimensional link before he committed it to paper. The old man was precise about what he could verify from direct knowledge versus inference, and the distinction mattered for legal credibility. The supplementary report ran to 22 pages. He submitted it with the tribunal reference number and a covering letter that noted Shin Dongbei's forthcoming voluntary submission as corroborating documentation. Elder Chui Wenlan's response came back in 4 days. It was brief and stated, in tribunal investigators' language, that the supplementary report had been incorporated and that an interview would be scheduled within 3 weeks. It also noted, in the final paragraph, that the investigation had been expanded in scope. He read that last line twice. Expanded scope meant they were looking at more than the Free Harbor proceedings now. They were pulling the full thread. He showed it to Su Feiyun. She read it, set it down, and said, 40 years. Yes. How many practitioners? She said. It wasn't quite a question, more like thinking aloud. I don't know. Cheng Liangqiu is aware of 3 historical cases that he connected to the network. Feng Wei's archive has 7 practitioners, not all of which are connected. The Free Harbor holding had 3 current cases. Zhou Peiwu's network had 12 active contracts. He paused. The actual number is probably larger than anything we've documented. Su Feiyun looked at the tribunal letter for a moment. Then she said, if the inquiry produces findings against Shun Borui, the Cultivation family networks funding his research will need to restructure. That includes the Qian family. Yes. Which means Qian Tianjue is going to have a complicated few months. He knew that when he wrote the voluntary statement. Wei Canglong folded the letter. He made the choice with open eyes. I know. She paused. I'm just noting that the consequences of honest choices sometimes land on other people. Yes, he said. They do. Chapter 84. The mission and the flaw. The assignment came from the sect mission board. Investigate a series of Qi anomalies reported by merchants in the Thornwood Pass, east of Bluestone Settlement, over the preceding 2 weeks. Low priority, mid difficulty, suitable for inner disciples working independently. Wei Canglong accepted it, because it would keep him active during the waiting period, and because staying active during waiting was better than studying his own ceiling. He traveled to Thornwood Pass alone, with Cheng Liangqiu present in the dimension, as usual. The anomalies turned out to be a collapsed spiritual vein, a natural subterranean qi channel that had fractured, probably from seismic stress, and was now venting erratically into the surrounding terrain. Not dangerous to ordinary travelers, but disorienting to cultivators because the venting qi interfered with directional sense and made qi sensing unreliable. He was 2 hours into documenting the collapse extent when the problem began. He had been scanning the terrain with dimensional qi, tracing the fracture line through the underground to map its full extent, when the scanning qi brushed against a deep cave system connected to the fractured vein. The cave system had recent human habitation traces, cookfire ash, boot prints, the remains of a camp. The camp had been occupied by someone using Shun family cultivation techniques. He knew that because the technique's residue had a particular signature he had learned to recognize from months of having Shun Dongbei's observation data referenced in his case files. The residue was old, weeks old, not recent, but it was unmistakably present. He stood in the cave entrance and processed that for a moment. Then he went back outside and sent a message to Elder Chui Wenlan noting the location. He was documenting it methodically when Cheng Liangqiu's emotional state spiked. Not gradual, sharp. A concentrated burst of something that felt like the intersection of fear and fury, the particular combination that the old man had never expressed in 8 months inside the dimension. Wei Canglong's hands went tight on his documentation brush. His dimensional qi scattered from the fracture mapping work. He projected calm, got back something that was not calm. The camp. Cheng Liangqiu's voice through the link was strained. Asterisk, I know who used it. I recognize the technique signature. That is not a Shun family practitioner. Asterisk, Wei Canglong steadied his own meridians and responded, who? A long pause. Then, asterisk, a practitioner named Bao Chengwei. He has nothing to do with the Shin family. He's connected to the research chain directly. He is one of the people who surveilled me 40 years ago before I disappeared. Asterisk, Wei Canglong stood in the cave entrance with the documentation brush in hand and a bleed running that was making his peripheral vision seem slightly too wide, slightly too bright. He breathed. He sent a second message to Elder Chui Wenlan, this time noting the specific name. Then he finished the documentation. His hands were steadier by the end than they had been at the beginning, but steadier was not the same as unaffected. His final 3 documentation diagrams were less precise than the first 4, and he knew it when he looked at them. He filed the full report when he returned and mentioned the imprecision to the mission's reviewing elder, who looked at the diagrams and said they were acceptable. They were acceptable. That was not the point. The point was that a name had come through the dimension and had made him imprecise, and he had needed to finish the work anyway, and the cost of the bleed had been paid in documentation quality rather than mission failure. That was the best he could say about it. Chapter 85. A message from Qian Tianjua. The message from Qian Tianjua arrived via a formal intersect letter through Bluestone's post office, which meant he had chosen a traceable channel deliberately. The letter was short. Asterisk, the voluntary statement has caused consequences within the family that I anticipated but underestimated in scale. I'm not asking for anything. I'm informing you because you'll likely hear versions of this from other channels, and I'd rather you hear the accurate version from me. Asterisk, my father has not disowned me. He has formally reduced my involvement in family affairs pending the tribunal inquiry's conclusion. In practical terms, I have been removed from the succession line temporarily. In emotional terms, we have not spoken in 3 weeks. Asterisk, I made the statement with open eyes. I'm not recanting it. I want you to know that the consequences are what they are and that I'm managing them. Asterisk, there is also something I should tell you that is not about consequences. Asterisk, I have been cultivating independently since my release. The dimensional experience, specifically the cultivation advice you gave me during the first 2 months, has produced results I wouldn't have reached through conventional instruction. I am not certain how to feel about that. I am noting it because accurate accounting seems more useful than selective accounting. Asterisk, I will be in Bluestone territory in about 3 weeks for the tribunal interview. I expect we'll see each other then. Asterisk. Wei Canglong read the letter twice. Then he wrote a brief response. Asterisk, I'll be in Bluestone for the interview period. The accurate accounting is appreciated. I hope the 3 weeks give you time to think through what you want to do next beyond managing the immediate situation. Asterisk, he thought about Qian Tianjua, sitting somewhere outside Qian family territory with a reduced formal status and 3 weeks to think. He thought about what the person who had gone into the dimension and the person who had come out of it would want from those 3 weeks. He sent the letter. Then he went back to preparing for foundation building stage 9, which was 2 months of careful cultivation work from being possible, if nothing catastrophic intervened. He had started to believe that catastrophic interventions were the normal condition rather than the exception. He planned his cultivation schedule accordingly, not as a training montage, but as work done between other work, the way all serious practice actually happened. The inquiry was moving. Feng Wei's paper was circulating. The 45-day clock was running. Jean Runxiao was waiting. He had enough to do. He did it. Chapter 86. Elder Chui Wenlan, the tribunal investigator, arrived at Bluestone Sect on the 22nd day after the inquiry filing, and she was exactly as Su Feiyun had described her. Elder Chui Wenlan was in her late 60s, compact, with white hair cut close and the posture of someone who had made a career of sitting across from people who wanted to manage what she knew. She set up her interview in a room that the sect provided, a plain room with a table and 2 chairs in good natural light, and she began before the tea had arrived. The 40-year timeline, she said. Walk me through the primary sources. He walked her through them. She interrupted frequently, not aggressively, but precisely. Whenever he summarized, she asked for the specific event behind the summary. When he cited Cheng Liangqiu's account, she asked how Cheng Liangqiu had acquired the information. When he described the Thornwood Pass camp, she asked the exact dimensions of the cave system and the age estimate on the cookfire ash. She was in the room for 4 hours. She asked about things he hadn't expected to be asked about. The timing of Elder Shen Dongbei's reassignment, the specific format of the contracts in the Copper Ridge Chamber, whether by Ruochen's testimony had been reviewed by a cultivation medicine practitioner to verify the meridian disruption claim. It hadn't, Wei Canglong said. She wrote something. I've arranged for a practitioner-physician review. Bai Ruochen has agreed to cooperate. A pause. Shen Dongbei's voluntary submission is in the record. I've reviewed it. It corroborates the timeline you've described. She looked at him over her paper. His father, Shen Borui, is currently at his primary residence in the Western Shore Territory. He has not been formally notified of the inquiry expansion yet. She paused. That changes within the next week. I'm telling you because once he's notified, the tactical situation changes and things may move faster than anticipated. She set down her writing brush. How many people know the practitioner you have in voluntary custody? You, the oversight office, the sect master, and the 3 people who were present at the formal hearing. He paused. Probably Elder Shindongbei from his investigation files, though not under the real name. Cheng Liangqiu, she said. Not a question, a confirmation. He's been missing from institutional records for 40 years. The research network has been looking for him specifically. She looked at him carefully. I'm noting that the voluntary custody arrangement may be providing him protection that institutional registration would not. He sat with that. Yes, he said. I've thought about that. I'm not recommending a change, she said. I'm noting it for the record, so that if the situation changes, there's documentation of the consideration. She picked up her brush again. One more question. The Bao Chengwei identification in the Thornwood Pass. How was that determination made? From a dimensional chi signature, he said. Residual technique traces recognizable to someone with prior exposure. To Cheng Liangqiu. Yes. She wrote for a long moment. His testimony, can he provide it in writing? Through you as intermediary, certified by the Oversight Office. He hadn't considered that. He thought about it. I'll ask him. Ask him, she said. And that was the end of the interview. Chapter 87. Qian Tianjue in Bluestone. He was in the settlement's outer courtyard 2 days later when he saw Qian Tianjue approaching the inquiry building with an escort, 2 Qian family staff, which meant his father had not cut him off completely, just reduced his formal standing. Qian Tianjue looked different than he had on release day. Not physically, the same face, same posture, but the particular tight quality that had been in his expression for most of the 6 months in the dimension was gone. Something had been replaced by something else, and the something else was harder to name. Steadier, maybe. They made brief eye contact. Qian Tianjue inclined his head, the same acknowledgement Wei Canglong had given the Qian patriarch, the peer-to-peer one. Wei Canglong inclined his head back. Qian Tianjue's escort started to move him forward, but he paused and said to them, "A moment." They gave it. He crossed the courtyard to where Wei Canglong was standing. "The inquiry interview," he said. "I wanted you to know before I go in. I'm telling them about the research patronage in detail. Not just the confirmation I gave in the voluntary statement. Everything I know. That will make things complicated for your family," Wei Canglong said. "Yes, I've thought about that for 3 weeks." He looked at Wei Canglong steadily. "My father authorized research into a technique that is primarily used on people. He didn't authorize the worst outcomes, but he created conditions that made the worst outcomes likely. That's the accurate account." A pause. "I want the accurate account to be in the record." Wei Canglong looked at him. "When the inquiry concludes," he said, "and when your family's situation has stabilized enough, I'd like to sit down and talk about foundation building stage 4. He paused. The transition from stage 3 is where most practitioners hit a ceiling that's actually architectural. You may be hitting it already. Qian Tianjue looked at him with the expression he occasionally wore when he received something he hadn't expected to be offered. Carefully controlled surprise that showed itself in the eyes before the face caught up. "Yes," he said. "I'd like that." He went to his interview. Chapter 88. The Academy Review phone Wei's message arrived during the 2nd week of the tribunal interviews. The review committee has issued preliminary recommendations. I am attaching the relevant section. The attached section read. Research partnership agreements entered into under conditions of institutional dependency, where the practitioner had no viable professional alternative and where refusal carried documented professional consequences, are to be renegotiated under voluntary conditions within 60 days. Practitioners affected by these conditions will be provided independent legal counsel at Academy expense. Below that, in Feng Wei's handwriting. Jean Runxiao filed her renegotiation request within 40 minutes of being notified. The council is meeting with her this week. Director Chao has not formally accepted the preliminary recommendations yet, but the external pressure from the tribunal inquiry and my corrective paper circulation means he has limited alternatives. The second practitioner, a man named He Wuchang, has not filed a renegotiation request. He may not want to leave, or he may not be aware that he has options. I've arranged for his counsel to inform him separately. I want to ask you something. Jean Runxiao will likely have a stronger position in the renegotiation if there is testimony from another dimensional practitioner about what voluntary versus coercive practice looks like in practice. Not legal argument, but experiential evidence. You're the only practitioner I have access to who can speak to that. Are you willing to appear as a supporting witness? He wrote back immediately. Yes. When and where? Chapter 89. The witness statement. He went to Gold Peak alone this time. No Su Feiyun. No Cheng Liangqiu's tense awareness. He asked the old man if he wanted to stay or go in separately, and Cheng Liangqiu had said, stay. I don't want to be in those passive arrays again. Not for this. He understood that. He left for Gold Peak with Cheng Liangqiu sealed into the dimension, but the dimension positioned in a stable, low-profile orientation that minimized the signature the Academy's arrays would read. The witness statement was given in a formal review hearing with 3 committee members, Jean Ruinxiao's counsel, an Academy representative, and Feng Wei present as a documentation witness. Jean Ruinxiao was in the room. She was smaller than he had imagined. Early 80s, white-haired, with the posture of someone who had been doing careful cultivation work for 60 years and whose body had organized itself around that discipline. She sat straight in her chair and looked at him with clear, appraising eyes that took in more than they showed. He gave a 20-minute statement covering what voluntary practice felt like from the inside, the difference between working with the technique consciously, managing the emotional relationship with the dimension, versus what he understood of forced extraction from Bairuochen's account. He was precise without being technical, concrete without being identifying. He described what the cultivation relationship required and why coercion was structurally incompatible with the technique's actual function. Jean Ruinxiao listened without expression through the whole statement. Feng Wei took notes. The committee asked 3 follow-up questions, all narrow and procedural. Afterward, in the corridor, while the committee was in private deliberation, Jean Ruinxiao found him. "You described the dimension," she said. Her voice was unhurried. "The internal environment. The emotional exchange." She looked at him directly. "You've had voluntary prisoners." "1, currently," he said. "From the beginning." "Who?" He thought about whether to say it. Then, Cheng Liangqiu. Her expression was the first fully unguarded thing he had seen from her. She was quiet for a long moment. "He's alive," she said. "Yes. He entered voluntarily. He's been there for 9 months." She looked at the wall, then back at him. "He always said he would find a way to keep practicing." A pause. "Tell him Jean Ruinxiao is getting out." "I will," he said. Chapter 90. Out. The committee took 4 days to deliberate. Their decision, Jean Ruinxiao's original research agreement, was voided due to the conditions under which it had been signed. She was free to leave under a reduced cooperation obligation. She agreed to respond to formal academic correspondence from the Academy on a voluntary basis and to attend 1 annual conference if her health permitted. The Academy would record her departure as a termination by mutual consent. He was not present when she walked out of the Academy. She had asked for privacy for that, and he understood it. Feng Wei told him about it the following day, in her study with the arrays still removed. She said that Jean Ruinxiao had stood at the main gate for about 3 minutes, looking at the mountain road, and then had started walking. "Where is she going?" he asked. "She has a niece in the Eastern Highland who has been writing to her for 15 years. She's going there." Feng Wei looked at her papers. "He Wu Cheng, the 2nd practitioner, has decided to stay. He's been at the Academy for 20 years and says it's the only home he has. His renegotiated agreement gives him genuine independence within the institution. Whether that's what he wanted or what he's settled for, I can't determine." She paused. "I suspect both." He thought about the distinction between choosing what you want and making peace with what you have. "The corrective paper," he said. "It's circulating widely." She turned to face him. "Hu Ding contacted me." Wei Canglong went still. "He read the paper," she said. "He identified the section that closes his extraction protocol's foundation." She looked at him levelly. "He sent a formal letter saying that given the corrective paper's publication, he was withdrawing the methodology and suspending the research." A pause. He also noted that the extraction approach was 22% viable under current theory, which means 78% failure rate, and that he had been aware of this limitation and had not disclosed it to his patron. He told his patron the research was ready when it wasn't. Apparently. She folded her hands. He may have done it because the patronage was ending and he needed to deliver something, or because he believed he could fix the viability rate before delivery. Either way, the withdrawal removes his deliverable and puts him in a complicated position with the Qian family. She paused. "I don't feel sorry for him, but I think he made a decision 6 months ago that he has been unable to reverse, and this is his way out." Wei Canglong thought about that. "The tribunal inquiry has shunned Borui's notification," he said. "What happens next is the investigation's work, not mine. For now." "For now," he agreed. He thanked Feng Wei and left the Academy without looking at the passive arrays and the flagstones, and without stopping to think about how many times he had been measured in this building. Outside the gate, he told Cheng Liangqiu what Jean Ruinxiao had said. The dimension was very quiet for a long time. Then Cheng Liangqiu said, in a voice that was even but had something in it that was not even, "Thank you." Wei Canglong kept walking down the mountain road. "She's going to her niece's," he said. "Good." A long pause. "That's good." The road was clear, and the sky above it was clear, and the light came in sideways off the ridge, and everything was, for a few minutes, simply a man walking down a mountain road with something heavy put down. It didn't stay simple. It wouldn't. There was Shun Borui still out there, and the inquiry, and foundation building stage 9, and everything that came after that. But right now, for the length of the mountain road, it was simple. He let it be. Chapter 91. Shinborui retains advocates. The tribunal notification arrived 3 days after his return. Asterisk practitioner Shinborui has been formally notified of the expanded inquiry scope. He has retained a legal team through the Thousand Mountain Accords Advocacy Division. The Accords advocacy protocols require a 14-day response window before the investigation can proceed to document requests. Asterisk Wei Canglong, read it twice. 14 days was standard procedure, the legal system's gift to people who could afford it. After 14 days, Shinborui's advocates would respond, and the response would request extensions, challenge evidence admissibility, and argue jurisdictional technicalities. That was the pattern. He had watched Advocate Ren perform a simplified version of it in the Free Harbor hearing. The difference here was that Shinborui had 40 years of careful operation and no obvious single fatal piece of evidence. He had operated through 3 layers of proxy consistently. He had used cultivation families and independent researchers and contracted networks rather than acting directly. The chain was documented, but each link was separately deniable. Elder Chui Wenlan had known this when she expanded the investigation. He trusted that she had a strategy for it. That didn't make the 14 days any shorter. He filed the notification in his records and went to tell Su Feiyun. She was in the settlement's reading room, going through the intersect statute reference she had been accumulating over the past 4 months. She had become, he had noticed, something close to a specialist in cultivation law through the sheer necessity of the past year's events. Thousand Mountain Accord advocates, she said, when he finished. Yes. They're expensive and they're good. She set down her book. Shinborui hasn't survived 40 years by being careless. He'll have anticipated the inquiry's direction. She thought for a moment. The weakest point in the chain is the earliest case. The first practitioner he targeted. If there's evidence from that period, from before the network was fully established and the deniability structures were in place, that would be harder to argue around. Cheng Liangxiu is the earliest case I know of, Wei Canglong said. Yes. She looked at him. Has he agreed to provide written testimony? Elder Chui Wenlan asked. I said I'd ask him. He paused. I should ask him. Chapter 92. What Cheng Liangxiu asked for. He went to the dimension that night. Cheng Liangxiu was awake. He slept less than Wei Canglong had expected, for a man in his 70s. Old cultivators often found sleep became optional in the upper foundation building stages. He was working through a new theoretical text, one he had apparently been composing in his head for months and was now committing to paper. Wei Canglong told him about Elder Chui Wenlan's request and about Shinborui's advocates. Cheng Liangxiu listened. When he finished, the old man set down his brush and said, I want to come out. Wei Canglong had expected the testimony discussion. He hadn't expected this. Out, he said. Out of the dimension. Temporarily, or permanently, if the situation allows. He looked at Wei Canglong steadily. I've been in here for 10 months. I came voluntarily, and I've remained voluntarily, and I'm grateful for the space and the work it's allowed. But the inquiry has reached a stage where my physical presence matters more than my dimensional security. He paused. I want to stand in a room and give testimony in person, not through an intermediary, not in writing. My voice, my face, my 40 years of direct knowledge. If you come out, Shinborui's network knows you're alive and located. They already know I'm alive. They've been looking for me for 4 decades. He picked up his brush and set it down again. The Thornwood camp. Bao Chengwei. He's here because they traced your cultivation signature and concluded I was with you. Staying inside the dimension doesn't hide me. It hides where I am at any given moment, but not the fact of my existence. He looked at Wei Canglong. The inquiry is the moment. If I testify in person before the advocates can bury the chain in procedural delay, the record is made. After that, my location matters less. Wei Canglong thought about it. I can't unrelease you if the situation becomes dangerous, he said. Not against your will. I know. Cheng Liangxiu's voice was even. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to open the seal and let me stand where I need to stand. A pause. I've been cultivating at the foundation building ceiling for 40 years, Wei Canglong. I stopped advancing because I was afraid that advancing would make me more visible to people who were looking for me. That's the honest reason. He looked at the text in his hands. I'm done being afraid of that. Wei Canglong sat in silence for a moment. Then, not yet. Not until we know where Bao Chengwei is and what he's been tasked with. Agreed, Cheng Liangxiu said. Tell me when. Chapter 93. The man from the Thornwood camp, Bao Chengwei, found him first. He was in the sect's outer market the following afternoon when a man he didn't recognize sat down across from him at the tea stall and said, very quietly, You have Cheng Liangxiu. Wei Canglong looked at him. Bao Chengwei was in his mid-60s, With a cultivator's posture and the particular stillness of someone who has done extended surveillance work, he had learned to take up very little space. His cultivation was middle foundation building, which was higher than it should have been for someone described as a 40-year-old network operative. He had been inside an advancement structure. I have nothing to say to you, Wei Canglong said. I know. That's a reasonable position. He poured tea from the stall's communal pot, unhurried. I'm going to say something anyway, and you can decide what to do with it afterward. A pause. I've been under contract to Shinborui's network for 22 years. The contract was entered under duress. I won't explain the details, but there was no meaningful choice involved. He set down the teapot. I identified Chung Lianqiu's presence through your cultivation signature approximately 3 months ago. I reported his location to the network. I then stopped reporting. Wei Canglong watched him. I've been camping in Thornwood for 2 months, Bao Chengwei said. Not to surveil, to decide what to do. He looked at the teacup he had poured, but not touched. The inquiry has expanded. Shinborui has been notified. His advocates will argue the chain is too indirect for prosecution, and they may be right. He paused. Unless there's testimony from someone inside the network who can describe direct instruction. Not inferred connection, direct instruction. You, Wei Canglong said. I have 22 years of direct instruction. I know which cultivation families received which research outputs. I know which contracts were authorized at which level. I know 3 cases where the outcome was death, and it was reported as unrelated natural causes. He picked up the teacup. I want out of the contract. The inquiry is the mechanism. Wei Canglong looked at him for a long moment. Why me? He said. Because you're the one who started the investigation, and I've watched how you operate for 3 months, and you haven't once taken the easy path when the accurate path was available. He set down the cup. I'm not appealing to your decency. I'm saying that you understand what someone in a bad contract looks like, and I'm in one. He paused. I can give testimony that closes the deniability chain at the source. Wei Canglong thought about Shinborui's advocates and 14 days of response windows and 40 years of careful structure. Elder Chui Wenlan, he said. You contact her directly. Not through me. She'll want corroboration before she takes a voluntary submission from a network operative. I'll provide the corroboration that you made contact. He looked at Bao Chengwei steadily. I'll tell her you have 22 years of direct knowledge, and that I recommend she hear you. What you give her after that is your decision. Bao Chengwei held his gaze. Then he nodded once. All right. He left the tea stall without finishing his tea. Chapter 94, The Cultivator's Choice. He sent a message to Elder Chui Wenlan that afternoon. Asterisk, Bao Chengwei will be contacting you directly. He has 22 years of direct knowledge inside Shinborui's network. He is under duress contract. I recommend you hear him. Asterisk, her response came back within hours. Asterisk, I'll receive him. Thank you. Asterisk, he went to the dimension and told Chung Lianqiu. The old man listened, and the emotion Wei Canglong received through the link was complex. Relief, but relief that had been waiting a long time and didn't quite feel like relief anymore when it arrived. More like the moment after you set down a weight you've been carrying long enough that your arms hurt from not carrying it. 22 years under direct instruction. Chung Lianqiu said. Yes. That will be enough. He was quiet for a moment. Bao Chengwei, I knew him slightly. He was younger than me, starting out. I didn't know he'd been contracted. A pause. 22 years. He stopped reporting when the inquiry expanded. Wei Canglong said. He chose when the mechanism appeared. Yes. Another pause. That's something. He let the silence settle. Then, when the testimony is complete, Chui Wenlan's interview with him, and your written testimony certified by the oversight office, then you come out. Agreed, Chung Lianqiu said. He turned back to his text. Wei Canglong left him to it. He spent the evening writing. Not for the inquiry. He had done that work already. For himself. He was at the boundary of foundation building stage 9 and had been for 3 weeks, and the boundary was the particular kind that required not more effort, but more honesty. He was trying to write clearly what had changed in the past 10 months and what he understood now that he hadn't understood before. The dimension was not a tool. It had started that way in his understanding, but it had stopped being that somewhere in the first 3 months, and he had been slow to notice because the word tool still fit the surface of his actions if you didn't look too closely. What it actually was, he wrote, was a relationship. Multiple relationships. Between himself and each person who had been inside. Between himself and the technique itself. Between the technique and the broader world that was affected by it. He didn't like the word relationship. It sounded like sentiment, which wasn't what he meant. He crossed it out and tried obligation, and that was closer, but still not quite right. He tried web, and that was too metaphorical. He tried system, and that was the most accurate word, but it felt like avoiding something. He went to bed without finishing the sentence. Chapter 95, Stage 9 Cheng Lianqiu's written testimony was certified by the Oversight Office on the 9th day. He had written 40 pages. Wei Canglong had read all of them. The overview pages that described the network structure and Xin Borui's role in directing it. The specific pages that described 3 incidents he had witnessed or participated in over 40 years, and the final section that described how he had spent 4 decades being careful enough not to be found. The last section was the most unusual thing in the document. It wasn't legal testimony. It was closer to autobiography. Elder Chui Wenlan had not asked for it. Cheng Lianqiu had included it anyway, clearly as a matter of personal record rather than evidentiary strategy. He had written, "I was careful for 40 years. I was right to be careful, but I was also afraid, and the two things are not the same, and I want the record to know the difference." Wei Canglong delivered the certified document to Elder Chui Wenlan's office. She read the first 3 pages on the spot, made a note, and said, "This is exactly what I needed." He went back to the settlement, sat down, let his meridians be still. The foundation building stage 9 barrier broke in the middle of the afternoon, with no warning, and with the particular sensation he was beginning to recognize from the previous breakthroughs. Not the arrival of something new, but the recognition of something that had been waiting. The world went very quiet for approximately 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, he understood what he had been trying to write the previous week. The accurate word for what the dimension required was not tool or relationship or obligation or system. The accurate word was care. He sat in the quiet as it settled into something permanent in his meridians, and he thought about 10 months of people inside his technique. Afraid, angry, grudging, curious, cooperative, difficult, honest, hidden, changing. He had cared what happened to them. Not sentimentally, just as a matter of accurate practice. Because it turned out you couldn't separate the quality of your care from the quality of your cultivation, and he had been too slow to see that explicitly even while he had been practicing it. His dimensional chi reorganized around the new understanding. Foundation building stage 9. The penultimate stage before core formation. He opened the dimension and told Cheng Lianqiu. The old man looked up from his text. His eyes were clear, and his expression had the particular quality of someone who is ready. When he said, "Tomorrow," Wei Canglong said, "Bao Chengwei's contact with Chui Wenlan is this afternoon. After that meeting, the network knows its testimony chain has been broken. Tomorrow morning, you come out." Cheng Lianqiu nodded. Then he looked at the stack of papers he had been working on, the theoretical text he had been composing for months. "I'll bring these," he said. "Yes," Wei Canglong said. "Bring everything." Chapter 96. Out he opened the seal in the morning, in the settlement's outer courtyard, with Su Feiyun present as a witness for the oversight filing. Cheng Lianqiu stepped out with a stack of papers under one arm and a traveling bag over one shoulder, the bag that had been packed and waiting in the dimension for 3 months. He stood in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. The sky was a pale winter blue, early cold, with the particular clarity of high-altitude air just after dawn. He stood in it and breathed, and his breath clouded in the cold, and Wei Canglong watched him look at the sky for about 30 seconds without saying anything. Then Cheng Lianqiu said, "Foundation building stage 7. Wei Canglong went still. "I broke through in the night," the old man said. After the testimony was certified, he looked at his own hands. "I've been at stage 6 for 18 years. I stopped pushing at the barrier because every breakthrough made my signature more distinctive, more identifiable." He turned his hands over, examining them. "The barrier broke last night because I stopped being afraid of that." Foundation building stage 7 at age 70-something. The cultivation pulse had been large enough that Wei Canglong had felt it as a faint harmonic in his own meridians during the night and had registered it as internal cultivation pressure. "The advancement pulse," Wei Canglong said. "Yes, I felt you receive it." He looked at Wei Canglong directly. "I've been giving you pulses for 11 months, and you've been learning the rhythm. Last night's was louder than usual." A pause. "How close are you to core formation?" "1 stage," Wei Canglong said. Foundation building stage 9, as of 2 days ago. Cheng Lianqiu smiled. It was the first time in 11 months that Wei Canglong had seen an expression on his face that was unequivocally glad. "That's not possible," he said. "Not at your age. You've been helping for a year." "I've been advancing," the old man corrected. "You've been learning." He turned toward the settlement's inner gate. "Show me where the oversight office is. I want to file the release documentation before I do anything else." Wei Canglong walked him to the oversight office and filed the paperwork and answered the oversight elder's questions and stood beside Cheng Lianqiu while the elder took the registration information. His name, his cultivation level, his last known institutional affiliation. The elder wrote it all down without particular reaction, which was the oversight office's great virtue. Outside, Su Feiyun found them. She looked at Cheng Lianqiu with the careful attention she gave to things she hadn't been sure would actually happen. "You're shorter than I imagined," she said. "Most people are," he said. She looked at Wei Canglong. "How long do you have before the network notices he's out?" "Bao Chengwei stopped reporting 3 months ago," Wei Canglong said. "The network's last position information on Cheng Lianqiu is that he's with me, in Bluestone territory. His physical presence rather than dimensional presence is a change in status, not a change in location." He paused. "They'll notice eventually. We have some time." "What do you need?" Su Feiyun asked Cheng Lianqiu directly. The old man thought about it. "A room," he said. "A writing desk. Good light." A pause. "I've been working on a theoretical text for 6 months. I'd like to finish it while the thinking is still fresh." Chapter 97. Testimony. Elder Chui Wenlan's office held 4 people comfortably. On the day of the in-person testimony session, it held 6. Herself, 2 tribunal documentation witnesses, Cheng Lianqiu, Bao Chengwei, and Wei Canglong, as the corroborating party for both. He had not met Bao Chengwei and Cheng Lianqiu in the same room before. He watched them see each other. It was brief. A glance, a slight pause, and then both of them looked away toward the investigator's table. Whatever 40 years and a complicated shared history contained, they had decided it fit inside a look. The testimony session ran 6 hours. Bao Chengwei went first. He described 22 years of direct instruction from the network's coordinator, not Shinborui directly, never directly, but a coordinator who took instructions from Shinborui and directed the operational work. He named the coordinator. He named 3 cultivation families by their formal registered names. He described the research delivery structure and the payment mechanisms and the specific contracts he had personally administered. He was precise and unemotional and answered follow-up questions without hesitation. Elder Chui Wenlan stopped him 3 times to clarify specific dates and cross-reference against the Free Harbor documentation. Each time the cross-reference confirmed. Cheng Lianqiu went second. 40 years of careful distance and oblique knowing. He described the network structure as he had understood it from the outside, the pattern of approach, the techniques used to locate and assess dimensional practitioners, the consequences he had personally experienced, and the ones he had observed happening to others. He described Shinborui by name and connected the name to specific events with specific dates. When he reached the section about Bao Jingtian's practitioners, the historical cases from the Academy archive, Chui Wenlan had him slow down and go through each one twice. These were the oldest cases. If the evidence chain held this far back, it would be the most significant piece of the prosecution record. It held. When it was over, Chui Wenlan dismissed the documentation witnesses and looked at the 2 men across from her. "The investigation has what it needs to proceed to the formal hearing stage," she said. "The 14-day response window for Shinborui's advocates expires in 5 days. After that, I'm requesting an expedited hearing schedule." She paused. "Both of you will be required for the hearing. I'll need 2 weeks' notice of your locations." "Understood," Cheng Lianqiu said. She looked at Wei Canglong. "Your role in the proceedings is documented. You may continue to observe, or you may step back, as you prefer." "I'll continue to observe," he said. She nodded and wrote something, and the session ended. Chapter 98. The advocate's response. The advocate's response arrived on day 14, exactly at the deadline. It was 40 pages, and it was exactly as expected. Challenges to Bao Chengwei's credibility on the basis of contract duress. Challenges to Cheng Lianqiu's account on the basis of 40 years of absence from institutional records. Arguments that the financial documentation connected the Qian family to the research patronage, but that the Qian family was not the subject of the inquiry. Jurisdictional arguments about whether the tribunal had standing to hear cases predating its current charter. Elder Chui Wenlan submitted a response of her own within 24 hours, which was either a sign that she had been drafting it in parallel or a sign that she was very fast. Possibly both. The tribunal issued its preliminary ruling the following week. The investigation proceeded to formal hearing. The jurisdictional challenges were denied. The credibility challenges would be considered at the hearing but did not warrant dismissal. Shinborui had to appear in person. Wei Canglong learned about the ruling from Elder Chui Wenlan's notification letter, which arrived with a copy of the hearing schedule. He read the letter standing in his room and felt the particular satisfaction of a long process arriving at its necessary next stage. Not completion, just the right next thing. He sent a short message to Bao Chengwei. * Tribunal has scheduled the hearing. You'll receive direct notification. Well done. * Bao Chengwei's response came back the following day. * I've been waiting 22 years for the right moment. Thank you for being the mechanism. * Chapter 99. The Qian family moves 3 days before the hearing schedule was formalized. The Qian family filed a formal statement with the tribunal. They were terminating their patronage relationship with practitioner-scholar Hu Ding's research, returning all delivered materials to the investigator's office, and cooperating fully with any document requests related to the inquiry. It was the Qian patriarch making the calculation that Wei Canglong had expected him to make. Cut the connection before it cuts you. The family was large enough and old enough that surviving the inquiry was more important than winning it. Qian Tianjue sent a letter the same day. My father notified me this morning. I'm not certain how to characterize my reaction. I think I would have done the same thing in his position, which is not a comfortable thought. He also reinstated my formal standing in the family affairs. He did not explain the connection, and I didn't ask. The timing is obvious enough. I want to say something accurately. I don't think my father is a good man or a bad man in the simple senses. I think he is a man who made decisions that created systems, and the systems produced outcomes he didn't specifically intend and didn't specifically work to prevent. I think he believes both of those things simultaneously, that he wasn't responsible for the worst outcomes, and that he could have stopped them, and that he'll never fully resolve the contradiction. I've been sitting with that for 3 months. I'm not resolved on it either. The consultation you offered about foundation building stage 4. I'm ready when you are. Wei Canglong read the letter twice. He wrote back. The analysis is accurate. Uncomfortable is the right word for accurate accounting of a person you can't simply condemn. A pause. Then, I'll be in the Eastern Settlement District on the 14th. The stage 4 ceiling is structural. It requires understanding something about qi consolidation that most instruction skips. 2 hours of focused work should be enough. He sent the letter and thought about what Qian Tianjue had written about his father. A man who made decisions that created systems. That was the most frightening kind. Systems outlasted decisions. You could hold a person responsible for a decision. Holding them responsible for 40 years of system outcomes required a different kind of legal thinking. Elder Cui Wenlan was doing that thinking. He was glad someone was. Chapter 100. Empty. The dimension was empty. He noticed it particularly in the evenings, when he had formerly felt the faint presence of the prisoners, the background weight of other people's consciousness pressing lightly against his awareness. It had been present for so long that he had stopped registering it as external, and now its absence was more noticeable than its presence had been. The dimension itself was unchanged. The same spatial architecture, the same ambient light, the same writing desk and cushions and small library he had furnished it with over the year. It just didn't have anyone in it. He went inside and sat, and let himself feel the quality of the emptiness. It was not, he decided, the emptiness of something that had been taken. It was the emptiness of something that had been completed, like a letter that had been written and sent, or a calculation worked through to its answer. The space was still there. The space had not lost its purpose. It was just between inhabitants. He would seal someone again. He knew that. The technique was what it was, and the world was what it was, and there would be people who attacked him or threatened him or needed to be held in a way that imprisonment and negotiation and oversight conditions could make into something better than pure harm. He would do it again. But he would do it knowing what it cost, and what it required, and what the accurate relationship between himself and the people inside had to be. He sat in the empty dimension for an hour, and then came out. Outside, Cheng Liangxiu was working at the writing desk Wei Canglong had found for him in a corner of the settlement's guest quarters, a good desk, solid rosewood, with adequate light from the north-facing window. His theoretical text was spread across it in organized sections. He was annotating something in the margins. He looked up when Wei Canglong entered. Empty, Wei Canglong said. For now, Cheng Liangxiu said. Yes. He sat down on the room's other chair. The hearing is in 3 weeks. I know. The old man looked at his annotations. After the hearing, after all of this is resolved, I'm thinking about where to go. He looked up. I've been in a dimension or hiding from one for 40 years. I'd like to practice openly for a while. A pause. There are very few places where a foundation building stage 7 practitioner who hasn't been registered in 40 years can practice openly without attracting administrative difficulties. Gold Peak Academy, Wei Canglong said. Cheng Liangxiu's expression sharpened. That's a paradox. It's also accurate. Feng Wei's corrective paper closed the analysis pathways. The review of research partnerships has restructured the Academy's relationship to dimensional practitioners. You would be the most interesting practitioner they could host, voluntarily, on your terms. He looked at him. And they have a library that you helped annotate 47 years ago. The old man looked at the ceiling for a long moment. That, he said finally, is either the worst idea you've had or the best. I know, Wei Canglong said, which is why I'm suggesting it rather than arranging it. Cheng Liangxiu went back to his annotations. He was smiling in the small, contained Wei he used when something had satisfied him. Ask me again after the hearing. Wei Canglong left him to his text. Outside, the settlement was moving through its evening routine. The cooking smells, the voices from the communal buildings, the faint chi resonance of a dozen practitioners going through their cultivation exercises. Foundation building stage 9. Core formation at the end of the next tunnel. The hearing in 3 weeks. He had a list. He went through it. Everything on it was actionable. Nothing on it required more than he could provide. He was starting to understand that was not the natural state of things. It was something you built by closing the gaps between what you could see and what you were willing to do about it. He went inside. He worked until the settlement was quiet. Then he slept without cultivation, which was something he had learned from xianxia, that the body needed real sleep sometimes, and that cultivators who never gave themselves that went odd in the thinking. Tomorrow the work continued. That was enough. Chapter 101. The hearing. Day 1. The tribunal hearing was held at the central mountain seat, which was the neutral territory that the intersect legal system used precisely because it had no obvious stake in any individual case. The hearing chamber was large, stone-walled, with a raised bench for the 3-member panel and 2 tables facing it, one for the investigation and one for the respondent. Shinborui arrived with 6 advocates and 2 personal cultivator attendants, which was either a statement of wealth or a statement of anxiety. Wei Canglong watched him walk to the respondent's table and assessed what he saw. The man was 83 years old, with a cultivation level that had stopped advancing 2 decades ago. Early domain manifestation. Remarkable for a man of his age, a testament to either exceptional talent or exceptional resources. He moved with the deliberate care of someone who had learned that looking frail in a legal proceeding was an asset. His face was arranged into an expression of dignified composure. Wei Canglong sat in the observer section, behind Elder Chui Wenlan's table. The hearing opened with the panel chair reading the formal charges, coordinating a network engaged in the unlawful targeting of dimensional practitioners, financing research into coercive extraction techniques, and authorizing contracts that directly led to physical harm and wrongful detention. 40 years of scope. 15 documented cases. Shinborui's lead advocate objected to the scope immediately. The panel chair noted the objection and proceeded. Bao Chenwei testified first. He had clearly done this work before. His delivery was measured, precise, neither theatrical nor flat. He walked the panel through the structure of the network he had operated under for 22 years, using the coordinator as his primary reference point and naming specific events and dates. 3 times he read directly from his own documentary records, which he had retained in the kind of obsessive personal archive that suggested a man who had always known this day might come. The advocate's cross-examination was pointed. They attacked the documentation's chain of custody, challenged dates, and focused heavily on the word believed whenever Bao Chenwei used it, trying to establish that his account was interpretation rather than direct knowledge. He didn't yield on the direct knowledge elements. He yielded appropriately on the inferential ones, which made his testimony more credible, not less. When the session ended, Wei Canglong walked to the outer corridor where Bao Chenwei was sitting with a cup of tea and the expression of someone who had done something significant and was not sure how to hold it. You held the line, Wei Canglong said. 22 years of being careful about what I knew versus what I assumed, Bao Chenwei said. It turns out that practice is useful in a tribunal hearing. Chapter 102. The hearing. Day 2. Cheng Liangqiu testified on the second day. He was 73 years old in foundation building stage 7 and had the bearing of someone who had lived carefully for 40 years and was no longer interested in it. He sat at the witness position with his hands folded on the table and answered the panel's questions in his measured, precise voice. The advocates cross-examined him for 2 hours. They focused on the 40-year gap, the absence from institutional records, the failure to report the network to authorities at any point during his concealment. They argued that his account was unreliable precisely because he had chosen concealment over testimony for decades. If the network was as harmful as he claimed, why had he done nothing? Cheng Liangqiu looked at the lead advocate for a moment. Then he said, I did the thing that kept me alive, the thing that kept me practicing, the thing that kept me from ending up in a research facility at Gold Peak Academy for the rest of my life. He paused. I've already explained in my written testimony why those were the choices available to me. If your question is why I didn't file a report, the answer is that the network would have found me within a year of any institutional contact, and I had watched what happened to practitioners who were found. He looked at the panel. I was afraid. That's the honest answer. I was afraid for 40 years, and I let that fear prevent me from doing the harder thing. I've said that in my testimony, and I'm saying it again. I'm not asking you to excuse it. The lead advocate had no follow-up to that. When Cheng Liangqiu returned to the observer section, He sat beside Wei Canglong without comment. After a moment, Su Feiyun, sitting on Wei Canglong's other side, leaned slightly forward and said, very quietly, "That was the most effective thing anyone said in 2 days." "Thank you," he said. Shinborui gave a statement at the end of the second day, through his lead advocate. He acknowledged the existence of the research patronage. He denied authorizing harm. He stated that the outcomes attributed to the network were the result of contractor misinterpretation and had never been his intent. The panel listened. Their expressions gave nothing away. Wei Canglong watched Shinborui speak and thought about the Qian patriarch's particular style of accountability, acknowledging some things while maintaining the wall around others. Shinborui was smoother, more rehearsed, but the architecture was the same. "I created systems. The systems produced outcomes. I didn't intend the outcomes. The panel would decide what that was worth." Chapter 103. The ruling. The panel deliberated for 11 days. The ruling was not the complete victory Wei Canglong had hoped for, and it was not the procedural defeat he had feared. Shinborui was formally found to have coordinated a network operating with reckless disregard for practitioners' welfare, which was the legal formulation for conduct that caused harm without requiring proof of specific intent to harm. He was placed under cultivation movement restriction. He could not leave the Western Shore territory without tribunal approval, which meant he could not act through physical presence in the network's operational geography. His financial assets connected to the research patronage were frozen pending full accounting. The formal harm charges, the charges that would result in criminal punishment rather than civil restriction, were referred to further investigation for an additional proceeding with a higher evidentiary standard. The panel found the current record sufficient for civil restriction, but not yet sufficient for criminal findings. It was not enough, but it was not nothing. Elder Chui Wenlon sat across from Wei Canglong after the ruling was issued and said, "The movement restriction is meaningful. He cannot personally direct operations while it's in place. The financial freeze stops the research patronage." She folded her hands. "The criminal proceeding will take 2 more years, possibly 3. The evidentiary standard is higher, and we have more work to do. Will you pursue it?" Wei Canglong asked. "Yes." She said it without hesitation. Bao Chengwei's testimony is the foundation. 2 years of additional investigation will build on it. She paused. "I want to be clear. This isn't finished. It's a milestone." "I know," he said. "Are you prepared to continue cooperating with the investigation for 2 more years?" He thought about foundation building stage 9 and core formation beyond it, and everything else that was going to happen in the next 2 years. "Yes," he said. Chapter 104. Cheng Liangqiu's departure. He walked Cheng Liangqiu to the settlement's outer gate 2 weeks after the ruling. The old man was traveling light. The writing desk Wei Canglong had given him was being sent separately by courier, because he was not willing to make that journey without it, and also not willing to carry it on a 4-day road trip. Everything else fit in 2 bags. He had accepted Gold Peak's invitation to visit as a research guest, independent practitioner status, no research participation obligations, room and board provided by the Academy's Visiting Scholars Program. Feng Wei had arranged it. The director had signed it without visible enthusiasm, which meant he understood the value of the association even if he had lost the leverage over it. At the gate, Cheng Liangqiu stopped and turned. "The technique," he said. "You understand it now. Better than I did." Wei Canglong said. "No, you understand it. The way a practitioner understands a technique when they've lived inside it rather than learned it from a manual." He looked at him with the particular directness he used when he was saying something important. "The advancement path from core formation upward is going to be different from what you've read. The dimension changes at core formation. It becomes, I want to use the right word." He paused. "Larger. Not in size. In what it can hold. Not just people. Understanding. Concepts. Things that don't have physical form." Wei Canglong took that in. "That's not in any source material I've found." "No. Because the practitioners who discovered it didn't write it down before they were found." He picked up his bags. "I'm writing it down. The theoretical text I've been working on for 6 months. When I've finished it, I'll send you a copy." He paused. "Keep cultivating. Don't wait for perfect conditions. You've learned that already, but it bears repeating." "I know," Wei Canglong said. "You know it intellectually," Cheng Liangqiu said. "You'll know it in your bones eventually." He nodded, the compact acknowledgement that was his version of a more extended farewell. "I'll be at Gold Peak. Send letters." "I will." He watched him walk down the settlement road with 2 bags and an orientation toward the future that Wei Canglong recognized as something new. A man who had spent 40 years facing backward, watching for something, and had finally turned around. He went back inside. The settlement was exactly as it had been. The dimension was empty. The list in his notebook was shorter than it had been in months. He felt the particular quality of being between things, between the year that had just ended and whatever came next. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk core formation. What changes? Asterisk and left space under it to fill in later. Chapter 105. The new kind of mission. 6 weeks later, Wei Canglong accepted a mission he hadn't been assigned. He'd found it in the mission board's unassigned files, a request from an independent settlement in the Ironwood Basin, 2 days travel south, documenting an emergence of territorial disruption involving a practitioner of unusual technique, believed to be causing involuntary environmental effects within a large radius. The mission had been sitting unassigned for 3 weeks because it was rated as potentially core formation level danger, and none of the available inner disciples wanted to take it without more information. He read the description twice and then checked out the mission paperwork and told Su Feiyun he was going south. She read the description. Unusual technique. Involuntary environmental effects. She looked at him. You think it's dimensional? I think it might be, he said. Or something adjacent. The environmental effects description, reality texture variation within 2 Li. That's a dimensional signature phenomenon. It happens when a practitioner has advanced to a stage where the technique's passive effect is too large for the practitioner's current capacity to contain. Which means the practitioner can't stop it. Or doesn't know how. He folded the mission paperwork. I'm the most qualified person to assess it. And if it's a practitioner in distress, you want to help them before someone else does, she said. Before someone with a research interest gets there first. Yes. She studied him for a moment. This is the first time you've gone looking for someone to use the dimension on. He thought about that. I'm going to see what's there first. Wei Canglong. Her voice was precise, not accusatory. Deliberately sealing someone in distress is different from sealing someone who attacks you. They may not want your help. They may not trust that your help is actually help. I know. Make sure they understand what you're proposing before you propose it. She looked at him steadily. And if they say no, come back. I will. He picked up his bag. Do you want to come? She thought about it. Yes, she said. For exactly the reason I just described. They left for the Ironwood Basin the following morning, in the early cold, with the cultivation bags packed and the dimension empty and waiting and everything ahead of them still to be found out. Foundation building stage 9 was not core formation, but it was close enough to feel the shape of what was coming. A change that would be as fundamental as any of the changes that had come before, maybe more fundamental, because it was the change from building to forming, from laying the foundation to becoming what the foundation supported. He was ready for it. He was not impatient for it. He had learned, this year, that readiness and impatience were different things, and that confusing them was how practitioners made avoidable mistakes. He walked and thought about what lay ahead, and found it clarifying rather than frightening. That too was something the year had given him. Chapter 106. Ironwood Basin. The reality texture variation started about a li before the settlement. He noticed it first in the ground. The stone beneath his feet felt slightly less dense than it should, as though the world's commitment to being solid had become probabilistic rather than absolute. Then the air changed. Not temperature, something subtler. The light seemed to have more edges than usual, the trees casting shadows that were correct in angle but not quite right in quality. Su Feiyun stopped walking. I can feel it. Yes. She pressed her foot against the ground experimentally. The ground pressed back correctly, but with a half-second delay that shouldn't have been there. It's not hostile, she said. It's more like leaking. That's an accurate description. He extended his dimensional chi outward, gently, reading the field. It was familiar architecture, the same class of spatial distortion that his own technique produced at foundation building, but passive, uncontrolled, like a cultivator who had learned to project chi but hadn't learned to call it back. They reached the settlement, a small collection of houses around a central well, with the subdued quality of a place that has been under long-term low-grade stress. The settlement elder was waiting, a stout woman in her 50s named Elder Hua, who had written the request. 3 weeks, she said, walking them to the edge of the effect zone. She appeared on the road from the south, barely conscious. One of the farmers found her. We took her in. The first night, dishes fell off shelves. We thought it was a tremor. She paused. Then it kept happening, specifically around her. Within about 2 days, she wasn't leaving her room because she was afraid to hurt someone. Has she hurt someone? Su Feiyun asked. No. The effects are unpredictable but not violent. More like the world briefly forgets what it is. Elder Hua looked at Wei Canglong. She's asked 3 times to leave. We won't let her go alone when she can barely control it. And she won't tell us who she is or where she came from. Show me where she is, he said. Chapter 107. Wei Yiling. She had been given a room at the settlement's far edge, near the tree line, where the effect was furthest from other inhabitants. The room was bare. She had asked for no furniture except a sleeping mat. which turned out to be because the effect intensified when she was near objects that had long histories of human habitation. Old wood, much-used objects, anything that had accumulated significant chi imprint. She was 18. He revised downward when he saw her, maybe 17. Foundation building stage 1, which was genuinely remarkable for someone her age, and her technique's architecture was immediately recognizable to him, but also immediately not the same as his. Where his dimensional chi was structured, organized into deliberate spatial compression and release. Hers was a continuous passive field that extended from her body and fluctuated with her emotional state. She looked at him from the doorway with the wariness of someone who had been having a bad month and had learned that attention from strangers usually made it worse. "You're dimensional," she said. "Yes," he said. "I could feel you when you came into the zone." She looked at Su Feiyun. Her too, but differently. "I don't have dimensional affinity," Su Feiyun said. "No, but you've been near his technique long enough that you carry some of the resonance." She turned back to Wei Canglong. "What do you want?" "To understand what you're experiencing," he said, "and whether I can help stabilize it." "Everyone wants to help," she said. "The settlement elder wants to help. The passing cultivator who stopped 2 weeks ago wanted to help. He wanted to take me to a research institution to be studied. I didn't go." She looked at him carefully. "What kind of help are you offering?" "Specifically, I have experience with dimensional chi management that most practitioners don't have. I may be able to teach you a containment technique that would reduce the passive field's radius." He paused. "That's all I'm offering. Not custody, not study, not any kind of arrangement. Just the technique, if it applies to what you're experiencing." She watched him for a moment. "Show me your technique." He opened his dimensional chi and let her feel its architecture. She went still. The room's air changed, not the quality of her passive field, but the particular quality of someone recognizing something they had only seen from the inside before. "It's different from mine," she said. "Different architecture, same family," he said. "Mine is structured. Yours is broadcast. But the underlying chi type is the same. I was born with it," she said. "I didn't learn it. It's been getting stronger since I was 16, and I can't make it stop, and I can't control it." She looked at the floor. "I left my home because it was affecting my family. My mother stopped sleeping properly. My younger brother started crying without reason." She looked back up. "I don't know what I am." "A dimensional practitioner," Wei Canglong said. "It's not common, but it's not unprecedented. There's a documented history going back at least 200 years. Is there anyone else like me now?" He thought about Jean Runxiao at her niece's house in the Eastern Highland, about Cheng Liangxiu at Gold Peak, about the 7 names in Feng Wei's archive. "Yes," he said. "I can put you in contact with them if you want. After we work on the containment." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped back from the doorway. "Come in," she said. Chapter 108. The architecture lesson he spent the first day explaining, not teaching. The difference mattered. Teaching required the student to follow the teacher's framework. Explaining was describing what existed so the student could form their own understanding. Her technique didn't follow his framework. Trying to impose his containment method on her broadcast field would be like trying to put a river in a jar. He needed to understand her architecture first. She was more cooperative than he expected, which he later decided was a result of being isolated for 3 weeks and starved for someone who could actually speak her language. "When I get angry," she said, "the field expands. I can feel it going further. Like, you know how a sound carries further in cold air? Same thing. Strong emotion makes the chi carry further." "The emotional resonance," he said. "Your technique and mine both have it. For me, it's a flaw. Other people's emotions bleed in. For you, it's the primary mechanism. Your chi state generates the field, and the field fluctuates with your state. Can you turn yours off? The resonance?" "Not completely, but I've learned to manage the bleed." He thought about how to explain the management. It requires understanding that the emotions are information, not noise. When you're angry and the field expands, that's data. The field is telling you something. If you can read the information instead of fighting the expansion becomes less automatic. She thought about that. What's it telling me when I'm angry? Probably that something in your environment has violated your sense of safety or fairness. The technique responds to the violation by expanding, taking up more space, making the boundaries less permeable. It's a defensive response built into the architecture. He paused. Your technique evolved alongside your psychology. The two aren't separate. She looked at the wall for a moment. That's not reassuring. I know, but it means the technique isn't broken. It's working exactly as it was designed to work. You just haven't learned its vocabulary yet. Containment, she said. How? First, understand that containment and suppression are different. Suppression makes it worse. It's like trying to hold your breath instead of breathing. Containment is more like breathing slowly. You're not stopping the field. You're giving it boundaries that you set, rather than boundaries the environment sets. She worked on it for 3 hours that day. Progress was slow but visible. By the end of the afternoon, the field's radius had reduced by about a third. Not controlled, but reduced. Su Feiyun sat in the doorway through most of it, saying nothing, which was the correct role for someone who understood that some teaching required specific privacy. Chapter 109. 2 fields. The second day, he made an error. He had been running a gentle detection thread into the edge of her field to map its architecture, and he extended the thread slightly further than intended. His dimensional chi touched the boundary of her passive field, and the two resonated. The effect was immediate. Both fields contracted sharply and then expanded at twice their former radius. The room's contents clattered. The window paper tore. Su Feiyun, in the doorway, put both hands flat against the frame and held on. Wei Yiling gasped and pulled her field in hard, harder than she'd managed in 2 days of practice, and the expansion stopped. He pulled his detection thread back and sealed his own chi down. The room stabilized. Wei Yiling was breathing fast, hands flat against the wall. "What was that?" she said. "Two-dimensional fields resonating," he said. "I wasn't prepared for it." He thought about it rapidly. The resonance amplifies. When two techniques of the same family interact, the chi exchange is bidirectional, and the field of each practitioner responds to the other. He paused. That's why dimensional practitioners historically stayed isolated. Not just for secrecy, because proximity to another practitioner created interference that neither one could fully control. She stared at him. So every other dimensional practitioner I meet is going to do that? Unless we develop a method to prevent the resonance. He thought. It may be achievable. I'm thinking about what happened, and it's not unmanageable, just unexpected. The resonance requires synchronization. If we're deliberately out of phase with each other, you didn't know this could happen, she said. You've never met another dimensional practitioner. I know one, he said. I've been near his technique, but never near enough to activate resonance. He's been inside my dimension. He paused. He never mentioned this either. Maybe it only happens with broadcast techniques, she said. Maybe. He looked at his hands. His own field was still slightly destabilized from the interaction. Or maybe Xianxia and I were always far enough apart that it didn't trigger. He looked up at her. Either way, you now know you can pull the field in under pressure. You just did it. She looked at her own hands. It hurt. Yes, containment is harder than expansion. That's true for every technique. But you found the capacity. He stood. Rest today. Tomorrow we work on doing it without the pain. He went outside and stood in the ironwood basin's late afternoon air and let his own field settle. His meridians were doing something unusual. The resonance had disturbed his foundation building stage 9 architecture in a way that was not precisely unpleasant, more like pressure applied to something that had been at maximum density for weeks. The barrier he had been sitting against was responding. He breathed. He did not push. He sent a message to xianxia. Have you ever interacted with another dimensional practitioner closely enough to trigger resonance between fields? The response, because xianxia was at goal peak and responses took 2 days by standard post, would arrive later. He set the question aside and went to help Su Feiyun with the settlement elder, who wanted to know when the baseline effects would diminish. Chapter 110. Core formation. Xianxia's response arrived on the 3rd day. Yes. Once. 40 years ago, with a practitioner I won't name here. The resonance lasted for approximately 6 hours and triggered breakthroughs in both of us. I've been trying to understand the mechanism ever since. My current theory is that 2 fields in resonance create a combined density that neither practitioner could generate individually. Something about the interaction unlocks a chi state that solo cultivation can't reach. If you're experiencing resonance now and you're at foundation building stage 9, wait Songlong, don't suppress it. Go through it. He read the letter in the morning and went to Wei Yiling's room. She was practicing the containment technique. Visible progress over 2 days. The field's passive radius, now consistently below 1 li and responsive to her conscious direction. She looked up when he came in. A letter from Xianxia, he said. He's the practitioner I mentioned, the one with the structured technique, like mine. He says resonance between dimensional fields has triggered breakthroughs before. He paused. I'm at the boundary of core formation. He thinks the resonance interaction may be what I need to cross it. She looked at him carefully. You want to trigger the resonance deliberately, with your permission, and with controlled parameters. I'll seal my own field at a fixed radius so the expansion doesn't go beyond your threshold. The interaction will be localized. What does it feel like for you when it triggers? She asked. He thought about the room's contents clattering and the window paper tearing, like something that was very compressed getting more compressed all at once, and then releasing. He looked at her. For you it was clearly painful. I don't know what it will feel like for me. But you want to try? Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. If this works, does it do anything for me? He hadn't considered that. He ran through the logic. 2 fields in resonance, bidirectional qi exchange. Probably yes, he said. I can't predict what or how much. But the exchange isn't unidirectional. All right, she said. He extended his dimensional qi slowly, deliberately, toward the edge of her passive field. He felt the boundary, the point where his structured technique first touched her broadcast architecture. He extended further. The resonance began as a hum, a harmonic between 2 qi structures finding their shared frequency. His foundation building stage 9 architecture, already under maximum pressure, received the first pulse of the resonance and compressed further. He breathed, didn't suppress. The compression built. His meridians were screaming in the particular way they screamed at the exact boundary of breakthrough. Not pain, but intensity so great it registered as pain. The resonance amplified. Wei Yiling's field pushed back into his, and his pushed back into hers, and the exchange became a loop, a circulation between 2 techniques that had never been designed to interact and were discovering that they were complementary. The barrier broke. Core formation did not feel like foundation building had felt. Foundation building had felt like depth. Core formation felt like everything becoming real. Not more real, actually real, in a way it hadn't been before. The stone was stone. The air was air. The woman in front of him was a person with a dimensional technique and a difficult year and a life that had preceded his arrival and would continue after his departure. All of this had the same weight, the same texture, the same undeniable presence. The world stopped being a thing he was navigating and became a place he was in. He came back slowly. Wei Yiling was looking at him from across the room, her back against the wall. Her expression was alert, not scared. Your field is completely different, she said. Core formation, he said. She absorbed that. And me? He looked at her with his new awareness. Her passive field had contracted by half, still present, still broadcast, but considerably more bounded. And her cultivation level had shifted. Foundation building stage 2, he said. She stared at him. That's the bidirectional exchange. Yes. He sat down on the floor because standing required more steadiness than he currently had. How do you feel? Like I had a very large meal, she said. Then, after a pause, is that normal? I have no idea, he said. This is new for both of us. Su Feiyun appeared in the doorway. She looked at Wei Canglong on the floor and Wei Yiling against the wall and the room that looked like it had been through several seconds of significant spatial disturbance. Core formation, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at the ceiling briefly. I'll tell the settlement elder the technique stabilization is going well. Chapter 111. What changed core formation changed 4 things that he could identify in the first 3 days. First, the dimension. Chung Liangqiu had said it would become larger. It had become larger in the sense that it had more capacity, not physical space, but a kind of resonance depth. Things placed inside it now held a more complex imprint. He sat inside it for an hour on the evening of the breakthrough and found that the residue left by its previous occupants was more distinct than it had been, as though the dimension had become a better recorder. Chung Liangqiu's 40 years of careful cultivation practice. Qian Tianjue's 6 months of grudging work. Shen Mingbo's anxiety. Han Beilong's dog progression. All of it was still there in some faint sense, not as memory, as texture. Second, his qi range. He could now feel spatial volumes at approximately 3 times the radius that had been his limit at foundation building stage 9. He stood in the settlement courtyard and felt the dimensions of every building in the settlement, every person in it, the tree line at the perimeter, the foundation stones of the outer wall. Third, the emotional bleed. He wasn't sure yet whether this was better or worse. At foundation building, it had been a channel. Emotions from inside the dimension leaked into him. Now it was more like a sea. He could feel Wei Yiling in her room 2 buildings away as a specific emotional weather pattern, slightly melancholy, with an undercurrent of relief. He could feel Su Feiyun's particular focused steadiness. He could feel the settlement elder's tired satisfaction. He would need to build better management for this. What had been manageable at foundation building required more deliberate structure at core formation. Fourth, the ceiling. He hadn't tested this yet, but he could feel that it was different, more precise, more controllable, with a capacity that extended to what Chung Liangqiu had described as holding understanding rather than just people. He didn't know what that meant in practice yet. He spent the remaining 2 days at the settlement helping Wei Yiling consolidate her new foundation building stage 2 capacity and teaching the basic containment framework. She learned quickly, driven partly by competence and partly by the particular urgency of someone who had been a problem for weeks and could now see a path to not being one. On the last morning, he gave her Chung Liangqiu's contact at Gold Peak and Jean Ruinxiao's contact in the Eastern Highland. You're not the only one, he said. That's not a small thing. She looked at the two addresses in her hand. Are they like me? Born with it. Different variations, he said. But the same family of technique. He paused. Jean Runxiao is in her 80s and has been practicing for 60 years. She'll know things neither of us do. Wei Yiling folded the addresses carefully, the way you fold something important. Thank you, she said. I mean the containment and the addresses. Both things. Both are accurate, he said. He and Su Feiyun left that morning. The settlement elders sent them with provisions and the particular gratitude of someone who had been given back their quiet life. Chapter 112. The dimension now 2 days back. In his room at Bluestone Sect, he went inside the dimension and stayed for an hour. It was still empty. But empty was different at core formation. At Foundation Building, the empty dimension had felt like an unoccupied room, a specific absence of the presences that had filled it. Now it felt like a space with its own nature, independent of whether it held anyone. A living thing that breathed regardless of whether it was occupied. He thought about what Cheng Liangxiu had written. Asterisk, it can hold understanding. Things that don't have physical form. Asterisk, he took a problem he had been working through. The question of how to structure a cultivation curriculum for Wei Yiling, given that her broadcast technique required completely different development approaches than his structured one, and placed it in the dimension. Not physically. He placed his thinking about it into the dimension's resonance. The way you place a question into the air when you're thinking aloud. The dimension held it. And then, slowly, over about 20 minutes, it began to return the question with additional structure. Not answers. The dimension didn't have answers he didn't have. But it took the components of the question and organized them differently than he had organized them, in a way that showed him an angle he hadn't considered. The broadcast technique developed primarily through emotional regulation. His structured technique developed through deliberate spatial practice. But both techniques were fundamentally relational. They existed in relation to other people, other presences. The developmental path that would work for Wei Yiling was not a solo cultivation path at all. She needed other people. He came out of the dimension and wrote that down, and wrote a letter to Jean Runxiao asking if Wei Yiling could visit, and wrote a letter to Feng Wei asking if Wei Yiling could have access to the Academy's theoretical archive. Then he stopped and looked at the 3 letters and thought about the fact that a year ago, he had been a Foundation Building Stage 1 inner disciple who had just sealed a man in a mountain cave and had no idea what any of it meant. He sent all 3 letters. Chapter 113. The amplified flaw. The attack happened on a market day. He was passing through Bluestone's outer market when he recognized the cultivation signature, familiar from the Shundong Bay investigation files, from the pattern of contracted assault work. One of the network's second-tier operatives, not Bao Chengwei level, someone smaller. A man who had been contracted by the network before the tribunal investigation began and whose contract, apparently, had not been formally terminated. The operative's name, which he learned later, was Ru Jianing. He was Foundation Building Stage 6 and had apparently been instructed to collect a biological sample from Wei Canglong, presumably for the extraction research, and had decided the market was an opportune moment. He was wrong about that. The seal was clean. Wei Canglong had been at core formation for 3 weeks, and his dimensional technique at core formation was significantly more precise. He sealed Ru Jianing mid-attack with enough containment that the surrounding market stalls barely registered the disruption. A brief spatial flicker, a displaced wind, and the attacker was gone. The market recovered within seconds. He kept walking. Back in his room, he filed the incident report with Elder Yun Changbei and forwarded notification to Elder Chui Wenlan for the investigation record. Then he sat down and felt the emotional state of the dimension. Ru Jianing was terrified. Not the working fear of a practitioner who had lost a fight. The deep fear of someone who had lost their frame of reference entirely, who had been in a market and was now somewhere else without any understanding of the mechanism. He was cycling through the particular stages Wei Canglong had observed in most new prisoners. First rage, then searching, then a plummeting panic. At Foundation Building, that panic would have been a background noise. At core formation, it was a full-body weather event. Wei Canglong's meridians absorbed the bleed with enough force that his cultivation was disrupted for approximately 30 seconds. His chi pathways destabilized, his awareness scattered, and he sat with his hands gripping the table while the dimension's occupant's fear ran through him like a current. It stopped. He breathed. The management techniques he had developed over a year applied well enough to bring it under control in under a minute. But a minute was a long time in a fight, and the bleed was significantly louder than it had been. He sat for a while after it passed and thought about the implications. Chapter 114. Louder. Su Feiyun said, "You didn't tell me it scaled up." "I didn't know," he said. The core formation transition changed the channel's capacity. I felt it differently with Wei Yiling in the Ironwood Basin. But that was a temporary and unusual resonance situation. I expected it to normalize. She looked at him. Has it normalized? Not to foundation building levels, no. He thought about the 30 seconds of disrupted chi. It's manageable, but the margin is smaller than I expected. The prisoner is one person, she said, and you still needed a minute to stabilize. A pause. What happens with multiple prisoners? He had thought about that. The emotional bleed becomes additive. Multiple people in distress, multiple channels, all amplified at core formation. He looked at his hands. The technique at core formation has more capacity. I can hold more prisoners, theoretically, but the flaw has scaled alongside the capacity. So you can hold more, but the cost of holding more is higher. Yes. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. In the foundation building period, the way you managed the cost was by managing the prisoner's emotional states. Cultivation advice, active engagement, giving them problems to work on. She paused. At core formation, that management becomes more important, not less. The technique's growth is in both directions. Yes. He had already reached that conclusion, but hearing it from her made it concrete. I need to talk to Ru Jianing. Today. Today. He stood. The sooner I reduce the fear, the sooner the bleed normalizes. He paused. I should also figure out what to do with him longer term. He's a contracted operative, not a principal. He may have information about active contracts. Su Feiyun said, You're planning to ask him. I'm planning to offer him the same thing I offered Shin Mingbo. He met her gaze. Information for a better position. Clean in its own limited way. She looked at him for a moment. The technique got larger, she said. Your approach to the people in it has stayed the same. The approach is what makes the technique work, he said. That's not changing. Chapter 115. What the dimension can hold. He talked to Ru Jianing for 3 hours that evening. The man was 28, a mid-level operative who had been doing contracted cultivation work for 6 years. He had never personally harmed anyone. His contracts had been surveillance, information gathering, occasionally intimidation. The collect sample contract was the first one that had required direct action, which was why he had been clumsy about it. He was also very afraid in a way that genuine danger hadn't produced in him before. The dimension terrified him in a way he couldn't name. The light, the silence, the way the space felt different from normal space in ways he could feel, but not articulate. Wei Canglong explained what the dimension was, and how it worked, and what would happen while Ru Jianing was inside it. He was factual, clear, and patient. He gave Ru Jianing cultivation materials and explained the advancement mechanism. He filed the incident with the Oversight Office's 72-hour registration requirement. By the end of the conversation, the fear had reduced to something closer to watchful wariness, still unpleasant to absorb, but no longer a weather event. After Ru Jianing had settled into the dimension's quiet, Wei Canglong sat outside and tried the problem-placing technique again, with a more specific question this time. He placed into the dimension's resonance. Asterisk, what does core formation actually mean for this technique? What can it hold that foundation building couldn't? Asterisk, the dimension considered this for a long time. Longer than the Wei Yiling curriculum question. He waited. What came back was not an answer in the sense of information. It was more like a demonstration. The dimension showed him, through the residue texture, through the resonance of everyone who had been inside, through the particular organizing capacity that had developed with the breakthrough, that what it held was not simply people. It held their cultivation, their practice, their advancement, their development over the time they had been inside. It held Cheng Liangqiu's 40 years of careful technique, which had left the deepest texture of anything that had passed through. It held Qian Tianjue's shift from resentful compliance to something more honest. It held Han Beilong's dog progression from qi gathering to foundation building. It held Shun Mingbo's frightened 23-year-old becoming someone who could ask whether he came out of it with clean hands. What the dimension held, Wei Canglong understood, was not prisoners. It held growth. And at core formation, the capacity for growth in the dimension was no longer limited to cultivation advancement. It extended to the kind of understanding that took years of difficult experience to develop. The kind of change that couldn't be forced but could be facilitated by safety, by challenge, by honest accounting, by the particular conditions that made growth possible. He sat with that for a long time. Then he went inside and asked Ru Jianing a different question than the ones he had been asking. Not about his contracts or his network or his information. What do you actually want to do? He said. If the contracts ended tomorrow and you had your cultivation and 6 years of experience and no obligation, what would you do? Ru Jianing looked at him like he had asked the question in a language that existed but that he had forgotten. I don't know, he said. Think about it, Wei Canglong said. You have time. He came out. The bleed from Ru Jianing was quiet now, not because the fear was gone, but because the fear had something to attach itself to that wasn't just formless terror, something to work on. He wrote to xianxia. Asterisk, you were right about what it can hold. I'm beginning to understand it. Asterisk, the letter would take 2 days to arrive. By then he would have more to say. Chapter 116. Core Formation Stage 2. He noticed the Core Formation Stage 2 questioned the way you notice weather changing. Not a single event, but a shift in the quality of the air. The dimension's expanded capacity had created new pressure. Not the same kind of pressure as foundation building advancement barriers. Those had been about building to the next threshold. Core Formation Stage progression was about depth. He was being asked not to climb, but to understand what he was standing on. He took the question to Cheng Liangqiu through the post, and Cheng Liangqiu's response was, for the first time in their correspondence, genuinely enthusiastic. He had apparently been waiting for this. Asterisk, core formation stages are not stages in the foundation building sense. They are facets. Each one adds a dimension of understanding to the core rather than extending a linear path. Core formation stage 1 is recognition. You see what the technique actually is. Stage 2 is integration. You incorporate what you've seen into how you operate at every level, not just cultivation. Stage 3 is expression. The technique becomes visible in your actions in ways that have nothing to do with qi. Asterisk, asterisk, most practitioners who reach core formation take years to move through these facets. Some never complete stage 2 because integration requires applying your understanding under genuine pressure, not just in cultivation sessions. The technique has to become your actual way of being, not your occasional practice. Asterisk, asterisk, you are not most practitioners. You have been living inside stage 2's requirements for over a year. The advancement, when it comes, will be recognition rather than achievement. Asterisk, he read the letter 3 times and thought about what genuine integration meant. Then he went to talk to Ru Janning. Chapter 117. Ru Janning's information. Ru Janning had been in the dimension for 10 days. His fear had stabilized into something more workable, a low background apprehension that was far more manageable for Wei Canglong than the initial terror. He was foundation building stage 6 and had used that capacity for 6 years in contracted surveillance and light operational work. He was not particularly loyal to the network. He had been paid and given direction and had not asked questions, which was a description of someone in a system rather than someone committed to a system. He told Wei Canglong what he knew. The network's current active phase had changed character since the tribunal's movement restriction on Shenborui. The extraction research had been suspended. Hu Ding's withdrawal had removed the deliverable. But a parallel operation had accelerated documentation. Documentation, Wei Canglong said. Comprehensive mapping of active dimensional practitioners. Location, cultivation level, institutional affiliation, current social connections, vulnerability assessment. Ru Janning's voice was flat. He was describing something he had participated in without fully grasping its purpose. It started about 6 months ago. I was assigned to 3 targets in the central province. Observation only. Compile a profile. Shenborui is under movement restriction, Wei Canglong said. He can't act on that documentation himself. His restriction is for 6 months. It ends in 4. Ru Janning looked at the wall. The documentation isn't for now. It's for after. Wei Canglong sat with that. After the restriction lifted, after the criminal hearing concluded, after the investigation's current momentum ran out, the documentation would be ready. A comprehensive map of every dimensional practitioner Shenborui could reach. He sent notification to Elder Chui Wenlan with the specifics. Her response came back within 2 days. Asterisk, the documentation operation is already in the investigation record. 2 other sources have described it. This corroborates and adds detail. The criminal hearing timeline has been moved up for months, not 6. Asterisk, 4 months. He had been thinking he had more time. He filed the updated timeline in his notebook and started working through what 4 months required. Chapter 118. Qian Tianjue on foundation building stage. For they met in the Eastern Settlement District on a cold morning, in a tea house that Qian Tianjue had selected. A small, well-run place with good insulation and the kind of specific cultivation community ambience that meant the staff didn't react to dimensional qi tests of their tea. Qian Tianjue was foundation building stage 3 and had been sitting against the stage for barrier for 3 months. He described the problem accurately. His qi consolidation was functional, but he kept reaching a point where any further compression destabilized the structure he had built. It's architectural, Wei Canglong said. Stage 4 requires a different organizational principle than stages 1 through 3. You've been building vertical, adding to what's there. Stage 4 requires building horizontal, spreading the existing structure wider rather than adding height. The cultivation manuals describe stage 4 consolidation as deepening the core foundation. They're describing the metaphor incorrectly. He poured tea. The deepening is actually a widening of the qi base. The core doesn't go down, it expands outward. Think about the difference between a tower and a platform. Stages 1 through 3 build the tower. Stage 4 builds the platform the tower stands on. He looked at xianxia. You've been trying to build more tower on a foundation that needs a platform first. Xianxia looked at the table. That's not in any of the materials I was given. I know. The Qian family's cultivation library is excellent, but it was compiled by practitioners who had natural foundation building talent and never needed to understand the architectural distinction explicitly. He paused. This is the kind of thing the dimension teaches. You spent 6 months watching the dimensional space organize itself around multiple different types of cultivation. The pattern is visible in retrospect. Xianxia looked up. You learned this in the dimension too. In the dimension and through direct experience of running against similar barriers at later stages. He met his gaze. Foundation building is about structure. Core formation is about depth. The transition between them requires the broadest possible platform. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the platform construction. What does it actually require to practice it? They spent 2 hours on it. Wei Canglong walked him through the specific qi circulation technique. Not a secret method, just a variation on standard consolidation work that very few practitioners identified as necessary because it was only visible when you understood the architectural distinction. At the end, Xianxia looked at him with an expression that was harder to read than usual. I want to ask you something that isn't about cultivation, he said. Wei Canglong waited. I've been thinking about what I want to do with my time. My formal standing with the family is restored, which means I could go back to the succession preparation I was doing before. He looked at the table. I don't want to do that. A long pause. I've been thinking about investigative practice. Legal investigation, connected to the intersect tribunal's oversight work. There's a certification pathway for independent practitioners. Wei Canglong considered that. My father will consider it a betrayal, Xianxia said. He won't say so directly, but he'll know. Is that the most important factor in the decision? A long silence. No, Xianxia said. Then make the decision on the other factors. Xianxia looked at him. That's not nuanced advice. You've been analyzing the nuance for months, Wei Canglong said. You know what you want to do? I'm just observing that you know. Another silence. Then Xianxia said quietly, yes. He picked up his teacup. I'm going to apply for the certification. Wei Canglong nodded. Good. Chapter 119. Su Lihua returns. Su Lihua's arrival was unannounced, which was consistent. She appeared at the Bluestone settlement gate on a Tuesday, with a traveling bag and the particular composure of someone who had been thinking hard about something for the entire journey. He found her in the outer courtyard, sitting on the stone bench along the wall, where she had been the first time she came to tell him something he didn't know about the academy. There's a 7th case, she said. He sat down on the bench. Active, she said. Current detention. A practitioner named Liang Wushu, mid-core formation, who has been held in a facility connected to Shun Borui's network in the Northern Reach. Not a research facility, a containment facility. Not the same structure as the Free Harbor case. She looked at him. He's been there for approximately 8 months. 8 months in a containment facility. He thought about what that meant. The documentation operation that Ru Janning described, he said. Was it connected to this facility? I believe the facility is the endpoint that the documentation supports. The practitioners who get profiled get assessed for acquisition, and the ones assessed as viable become acquisition targets. She paused. Liang Wushu was profiled, then acquired. A pause. He was profiled before the movement restriction, acquired 3 months into the restriction, which means either the acquisition was already in motion or someone acted outside the restriction scope. Both possible, he said. Yes. She turned to face him. The restriction ends in 4 months. If Liang Wushu is still in the facility at that point, the network has a working containment methodology that doesn't depend on Hu Ding's flawed extraction research. It's a precedent. She paused. If he's released before then, the precedent doesn't exist, Wei Canglong said. Correct. He thought about 4 months. The criminal hearing in 4 months. The movement restriction ending in 4 months. An 8-month detention that needed to end. I'll need a week to prepare, he said. Su Lihua looked at him. And then I go to the Northern Reach. He paused. I'll need Su Feiyun. I know, she said. I'm coming too. He looked at her. In the year and a half he had known Su Lihua, she had always operated as an information source and analyst, present when it mattered, useful in specific ways, but not the practitioner who went into a containment facility. He hadn't expected the offer. Your foundation building stage 8, he said. I know what I am. She met his gaze directly. I also know that Liang Wushu is mid-core formation in a containment facility that was designed for practitioners. Your core formation stage 1 with 1 month of experience. Su Feiyun is valuable and expert and not a dimensional practitioner. She paused. I know spatial technique. If the facility uses spatial restraints, I'm useful in there. He thought about her in the academy courtyard, finding the node pattern in the flagstones before she sat down. All right, he said. Su Lihua nodded. Then she said, because she was Su Lihua. The facility's spatial architecture. I'll need 3 days to map it from the information I have. You'll need to share what you know about Shun Borui's network structure. Tonight, if possible. Tonight, he said. Chapter 120. What he had learned that evening, after the planning session with Su Lihua that had run 4 hours, Wei Canglong sat in his room and wrote. Not planning notes. Not letters. He was trying to write down what he had learned in the past 17 months, in a form that was useful rather than comprehensive. The way you distill something large into something that can be carried. What he had learned about the technique. That the technique was not a tool and not a weapon. That it was a relationship with a specific quality of care built into it, unavoidably, and that the quality of the care was not separable from the quality of the cultivation. That the flaw, the emotional bleed, was not separate from the technique either. It was the same capacity in a different direction. The ability to receive what others were feeling was what made the dimension a growth environment. You couldn't have one without the other. That it was possible to use the technique honestly, not without cost, not without complication, but honestly, to be clear about what was happening, to hold people with care rather than simply holding them, to track the difference between custody and development. He had done it imperfectly. He had also done it better than the historical practitioners who hadn't tried. What he had learned about the investigation, that 40 years of harm could be documented, confronted, and constrained through patient legal process. That it couldn't be reversed. That stopping it from continuing was the available thing, and that the available thing was worth doing. What he had learned about the dimension's capacity at core formation, that it could hold growth. That this minute was, at its deepest level, a teaching space. That teaching required more from the teacher than custody required from a jailer. That he was, in some sense, teaching everyone who came through, whether he intended to or not. What he didn't yet know, Liang Wushu. The Northern Reach. 8 months in a containment facility. What the man who had been through that would need, and whether Wei Canglong's capacity to provide it had grown enough in 17 months to be adequate. He closed the notebook. Tomorrow he would begin preparing for the Northern Reach. Tonight, the dimension held Ru Jianning's quiet, wary cultivation and Wei Canglong's own awareness, and the core formation capacity for growth that was still new enough that he was learning its edges. Tomorrow, the work continued. Chapter 121. The preparation. Ru Jianning knew the Northern Reach facility from 2 briefings, not from direct assignment, which meant his information was structural rather than specific. He described a compound built into an old quarry. The stone walls were natural spatial insulators, and the network had augmented them with cultivator-grade isolation nodes. 6 staff. 2 resident practitioners serving as security. 1 long-term detainee. Who manages it? Wei Canglong asked. A woman named Overseer Bai. He paused. She was my network coordinator's secondary contact. Not the coordinator herself. Lower level, but reliable. He looked at the wall. She would know about the documentation operation. She's been receiving profiling reports. Would she negotiate? Probably not. She's been there a long time. She believes in what she's doing. He paused. She calls it research. She thinks she's doing important work. Su Lihua had spent 4 days mapping the facility's architecture from Ru Jianning's description and 2 additional sources she didn't identify. She spread the result on Wei Canglong's table. A careful schematic, dimensionally accurate, with the node positions marked and the likely sight lines noted. The isolation nodes are the primary constraint, she said. They're configured to prevent high-level dimensional qi from operating within the facility. Against a core formation practitioner, they would reduce effective capability by approximately 70%. She looked at the schematic. They're not configured for what I do. Spatial technique without dimensional qi, Wei Canglong said. Spatial technique is boundary reading. It doesn't generate the same signature. The nodes would register me as a foundation-building practitioner operating within normal parameters. She looked up. I can disable the nodes from the inside if I can reach them. I need about 6 minutes per node, and there are 4 nodes in the critical positions. 24 minutes to disable the full node array. And while you're doing that, Su Feiyun said, you're exposed. Yes. Su Lihua was entirely matter-of-fact about this. That's why we need Wei Canglong managing the facility staff's attention for those 24 minutes. Su Feiyun looked at Wei Canglong. 30% of your capability is still core formation. Yes. He looked at the schematic. The legal presentation goes first. We present the tribunal notification to Overseer Bai formally. That requires her to respond legally rather than immediately physically. She'll try to contact Shun Borui's network, and the contact will fail, and that process takes time. He paused. During that time, Su Lihua is at the nodes. And if she contacts them and they respond? Su Feiyun asked. The movement restriction is in its final month, he said. The network's communication structure has been under investigation for 4 months. Their ability to coordinate a rapid response through official channels is limited. He paused. Not impossible. Limited. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the accurate plan, which was what they had. That evening, he told Ru Jianing where they were going and why. Ru Jianing listened from his usual position near the dimension's eastern wall. His cultivation had progressed steadily. Foundation building stage 7 now. 2 stages passed when he had come in, and the progress had done something to his emotional baseline. He was still careful, still watchful, but the watchfulness had lost some of its edge. When Wei Canglong finished describing the Northern Reach facility in Liang Wushu, Ru Jianing was quiet for a moment. I've heard of that facility, he said. Not by name, but the structure overseer by runs. It's in the network's secondary documentation. Not a standard holding site. More specialized. He paused. Practitioners who were brought there were assessed as high value. That's not a category with good outcomes. Liang Wushu is mid-core formation, Wei Canglong said. Then he's the most valuable target they've ever had. Ru Jianing looked at him. Be careful. The facility's security will have been built specifically around the idea of holding someone at his level. I know. I mean be careful in a way that accounts for things going wrong, Ru Jianing said, with the directness of someone who has been an operative and understands how operations fail. What's your fallback if the node disabling fails? It was a good question. He thought about it seriously. Su Lihua's spatial technique isn't dependent on the nodes in the same way my dimensional qi is. If the node disabling is interrupted, she can still locate and neutralize the spatial restraint on Liang Wushu's room. Once that's down, he can act. He paused. A mid-core formation practitioner with his technique back is a significant variable. Right, Ru Jianing said. He settled back. Tell me what happens afterward. Not tactically, what happens after? Wei Canglong looked at him. Afterward I come back. And we finish the conversation we started about what you want to do next. Ru Jianing looked at the far wall for a long moment. All right, he said. Come back then. They left 3 days later, in the early morning, heading north. Chapter 122. The Northern Road. The Northern Reach was 3 days' travel on the main road, longer by the side route they took to avoid the primary checkpoint between Central Province and the north. The side route added a day and a half, but reduced the chance of their approach being logged in a network-monitored registry. On the second day, Su Feiyun said, I want to talk about what happens if the operation succeeds. Liang Wushu needs immediate medical assessment, Wei Canglong said. 8 months in isolation confinement. His qi pathways will need evaluation. His meridians may have structural disruption. That's logistics, she said. I mean after. She adjusted her pack. If you seal the staff, that's 3 new prisoners potentially. If the overseer is core formation level, you may not be able to hold her. If I can't hold her, she goes free under the tribunal authority of the notification document. She's answerable to the hearing either way. He looked at the road. I don't want more prisoners than necessary. The goal is Liang Wushu, not the facility's staff. Liang Wushu may not be in a state to make good decisions about his own situation, she said carefully. 8 months is long. Depending on conditions, I know. He had been thinking about that since Su Lihua described the case. What 8 months in a facility designed to contain a practitioner did to someone who had built their identity around a technique that was suddenly blocked. If he needs time to recover before he can make informed choices, we give him time. Inside the dimension? If he wants. Or outside it. There's a recovery compound run by independent practitioners in the Eastern Reach that handles cases like this. He paused. I'm not going to tell him what to do. I'm going to get him out and give him options. Su Feiyun was quiet for a moment. You've changed how you think about the dimension. The dimension changed what it can hold. I had to think differently about it. He kept walking. How people use the time in it. That's theirs. What I can do is make the time available. Su Lihua, walking slightly ahead of them, said without turning. The facility sent a standard practitioner registration update to the provincial registrar 8 weeks ago. Liang Wushu was listed as a resident research practitioner. The update was filed in his name. His name, Su Feiyun said. His name. His cultivation badge signature. A pause. Forged. Wei Canglong absorbed that. The facility had been filing documents in Liang Wushu's name to maintain the appearance of voluntary participation. That was additional criminal evidence, separate from the detention itself. Document that. For the hearing. Already documented, Su Lihua said. On the 3rd day's road, when Su Feiyun had gone ahead to check the route at a junction, Su Lihua dropped back to walk beside Wei Canglong. Liang Wushu was at a sect called the Clear River Pavilion for 16 years, she said. Senior practitioner, spatial cultivation specialty. He left 4 years ago to practice independently, not because of conflict, just preference. He'd been doing independent research into dimensional theory. She paused. Feng Wei's papers. He was working with Feng Wei's papers independently. Wei Canglong took that in, which is why the network profiled him. Yes, his research was specifically on dimensional proximity effects. What happens when two-dimensional techniques interact? He had identified the resonance phenomenon theoretically. She glanced at him. Before you and Wei Yiling demonstrated it practically. He thought about that. A man who had theorized what he had experienced in the Ironwood Basin, and who had then been detained before he could publish. His research notes, he said. The facility will have them, or they'll have been copied. She kept her voice even. Whether they're recoverable is a separate question from recovering him. If they're there, we document them as evidence and get copies. I already planned to. She looked at the road ahead. I wanted you to know who we're going to find. Not just a detained practitioner. Someone who was working on something real. Chapter 123. The quarry. They reached the northern reach on the afternoon of the 4th day. The facility was built into the south face of a disused quarry, as Ru Jianing had described. 2 stories of stone construction backed against the quarry wall, with a cleared approach road and 3 visible defensive positions. The isolation node's effect was palpable from the perimeter. The air inside a 500-meter radius felt slightly compressed, the way it felt in a room where the ventilation was inadequate. Su Lihua spent the evening mapping the exterior from 4 approach angles, moving in short observation sessions with long waits between, building a detailed picture of the patrol patterns and the node positions' exact locations. She came back to their camp in the tree line with a completed diagram and said, Node 4 is the primary anchor. It's in the basement level, approximately here. She marked it. If I disable Node 4 first, the other 3 lose their synchronized resonance. They'll continue operating independently, but at reduced effectiveness. How reduced? Su Feiyun asked. 60% of the original constraint, rather than 70. She looked at Wei Canglong. Still significant. But the window between Node 4 going down and the full array being disrupted is approximately 12 minutes. During those 12 minutes, you'd be operating at 40% reduction rather than 70. He thought about that. 40% reduction at core formation was not ideal. It was manageable. Liang Wushu is in the 2nd level. Su Lihua continued. Eastern wall. There's a spatial restraint array on the room that's separate from the isolation nodes, targeted at him specifically. I'll need to address that separately. She paused. It's the same class as the Academy's passive arrays. I can disable it. You've disabled an Academy class array before, Su Feiyun said. I've studied them before. She looked at Su Feiyun directly. I know the architecture. The application is different from study, but I know what I'm doing. Su Feiyun looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded. They planned until late in the evening. The operation would begin the following morning, when the facility staff completed their dawn cultivation session, the 30-minute window when internal discipline would be most structured and the staff most predictable. Wei Canglong sat in the dark after the others had gone to rest, thinking about Liang Wushu on the other side of the quarry wall. Mid-core formation. 8 months. He didn't know the man at all. He had read a profile that Su Lihua had assembled from practitioner registry records and academic correspondence. A man in his late 40s, formerly of a major sect, specialist in spatial qi cultivation, no family connections in the immediate area. Gone quiet 8 months ago. Colleagues who had tried to reach him had received brief letters citing a research retreat. He was in there, and he wanted out, and tomorrow they would make that possible. The quarry's stone was cold under the night air, and the sound of the forest around their camp was the ordinary sound of a forest. Insects, occasional wind, the distant call of something nocturnal. Normal sounds. The compression from the isolation nodes was a subtle wrongness underneath all of it. The way a sustained low note changes the quality of silence without being loud enough to identify. He thought about what Su Lihua had told him on the road. A man who had been working on dimensional resonance theory, who had understood, in the abstract, what Wei Canglong had only understood from the inside. The theoretical and practical sides of the same phenomenon, separated by a quarry wall. He thought about what 8 months of block perception did to someone who had built their practice around spatial awareness. About the morning Cheng Lianxiu had stepped out of the dimension and stood in the courtyard looking at the sky. The 30 seconds of pure presence, just breathing real air. That was what Liang Wushu had not had for 8 months. The sky and the cold and the ordinary sounds and the full range of what he could perceive. He sent a brief message into the dimension, not to Ru Jianing specifically, just a general pulse of intentional calm that anyone inside would receive. A way of saying, I am here, I am steady, this matters. Then he went asleep. Wei Canglong went to sleep. Chapter 124. The notification. The operation began with paperwork. He walked to the facility's main gate at the agreed time, with the tribunal notification document in a sealed case, and Su Feiyun beside him. Su Lihua had already entered the facility through the secondary access point she had identified, a maintenance corridor with no active defensive cultivation because it was too narrow for normal practitioner movement. The gate guard was a young practitioner, Foundation Building Stage 3, who looked at Wei Canglong's cultivation badge and sect identifier and went to find Overseer Bai. She came out in less than 3 minutes, which meant she had been watching. Overseer Bai was in her early 60s with the compact efficiency of a practitioner who had spent years in administrative positions and had learned that most problems could be managed through sufficient presence of mind. She looked at Wei Canglong, looked at the sealed case, and said, "You don't have authority here. I have a tribunal notification document confirming that the case of practitioner Liang Wushu has been added to active proceedings against Shun Borui's network." He opened the case and presented the document. "You are required under intersect law to cooperate with the tribunal's order to produce Liang Wushu for testimony in the criminal hearing." She looked at the document. "Read it. Read it again." "This order is for testimony," she said. "He's a resident research practitioner. His participation in any legal proceedings requires his own consent, not an external order. His participation in this facility was documented under his forged signature," Wei Canglong said. "That documentation is in the investigation record." He kept his voice even. "You may contact the network coordinator for legal advice. I'll wait." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned back into the facility. Su Feiyun said quietly, "She's going to contact Shun Borui's network." "Yes." He watched the gate. "The contact will fail, or it will take time. Either way, Su Lihua is at the nodes." "Yes." He waited. The facility was quiet behind the gate, its spatial compression pressing lightly against his reduced capability. He could feel the nodes operating. He could feel, distantly, the movement of Su Lihua somewhere inside. Not her location, just the faint spatial readjustment that happened when a practitioner with high spatial sensitivity moved through an artificially compressed field. The gate guard had retreated inside. The approach road was empty. Su Feiyun stood 2 paces to his right. Still, her attention covering the angles his didn't. The isolation node compression sat on him the way heavy clothing sits. Not painful, just present, altering how he moved. At 30%, his dimensional chi could sustain a seal, but couldn't establish one quickly. He had to be close before he tried. Close meant the security practitioners would be close too, which meant Su Feiyun's role was critical. She knew that. She had accepted it without requiring it explained. He thought about the gate guard inside. Young practitioner, probably not part of the network's inner structure, probably just someone who had taken a posting that paid well and asked few questions. He thought about what Overseer Bai's expression had looked like when she came out. Managed, not surprised. She had been watching the gate before he arrived. She had a protocol for this. People who have protocols for tribunal notifications are people who have been in this situation before or who expected to be. 9 minutes passed. He felt node 4 go down. The compression in the air reduced perceptibly. Not dramatic. The 3 remaining nodes compensated immediately, but it was measurable. He felt his capability improve from 30% to approximately 60%. Overseer Bai returned. Her expression was controlled in the way of someone whose communication attempt had failed. "My network contact is unavailable," she said. Her voice was flat. "Yes," he said. "Please produce practitioner Liang Wushu." Chapter 125. The breach. She didn't produce him. She said, "I'm not authorized to release a research participant without network approval." He had expected this. Under the tribunal notification, you are legally obligated to cooperate with the investigation. Refusal to comply constitutes obstruction of ongoing proceedings. He looked at her. "This is your formal warning under the notification protocol." She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been in this position before and had always found a way to manage it. Then the second node went down. The compression in the air dropped significantly. He felt his capability jump to over 70%. Overseer Bai's expression changed. She felt it too. She looked at the facility behind her and then back at Wei Canglong, and the management in her expression cracked into something more urgent. She raised her hand, a signal. The 2 resident security practitioners emerged from the facility at a run, Foundation Building Stage 7 and Stage 8, and they were good. They came in coordinated, flanking, with spatial interference techniques already active. Su Feiyun moved to Wei Canglong's left, technique ready. He let the security practitioners get within range and then sealed both simultaneously. Clean seals. Fast. The spatial interference techniques they had been projecting collapsed at the source. Two more presences in the dimension, both startled, neither injured. The emotional bleed hit immediately. Two people startled into fight or flight, both pushing against the seal. He felt it as a wave of confused aggression, managed it with the practice technique that had become automatic over 17 months, and sent both of them a brief dimensional chi pulse that meant, "You are not in danger." The pulse worked faster than it had in the early days. They weren't calm, but they weren't panicking. Overseer Bai had stepped back. She was reassessing rapidly. Node 4 and 2 are disabled, Wei Canglong said to her. Su Lihua is currently at Node 3. In approximately 8 minutes, your isolation array will be effectively neutralized. He looked at her. You can continue to resist, at which point you will be under the same legal constraint as the security practitioners who are now in tribunal-ordered custody. Or you can cooperate with the notification order, and that cooperation will be noted in the investigation record. A long silence. Then she said, he won't want to go. He hadn't expected that. Why? 8 months is a long time. Her voice was careful. He was angry at first. For the first 4 months. Then something changed. He started cooperating with the research sessions. She looked at him. I think he's afraid of what's outside. Of what 8 months means for his cultivation, his reputation, She stopped. He thought about Shun Mingbo asking, do I come out of this with clean hands? He thought about Han Beilong pressing his hands flat against a wall on the day of release. Let me talk to him, he said. He did not mention this. He did not need to. She had felt the same thing he had. Overseer Bai was a practitioner who had built a career on understanding the shape of power in a given room. She knew exactly what the collapse of that pressure meant, and she knew that the man standing in front of her had just absorbed the two strongest security practitioners she had and was offering her a negotiated exit rather than a forced one. That calculation had a specific answer. The silence stretched for 4 seconds, which was long enough to be a decision rather than a pause. She looked at him for another long moment. Then she turned and opened the facility gate. Chapter 126. Liang Wushu. The room was on the second level, eastern wall, as Su Lihua had mapped it. Small, stone-walled, with a single window that let in pale northern light and had an exterior grate installed. The spatial restraint array that had been on the room was gone. Su Lihua had disabled it from outside, while Wei Canglong was at the gate. Liang Wushu was sitting at a small desk with his hands folded on it, looking at the door. He had heard the confrontation, not the words, probably, but the tone. The presence of multiple high-level practitioners suddenly moving through a facility where nothing had moved at that speed for months. He was in his late 40s as the profile had described, with the cultivation bearing of a core formation practitioner. A specific quality of controlled presence that Wei Canglong had recently learned to recognize because he was now beginning to develop it himself. 8 months had put marks on him. His posture was carefully maintained in the particular way of someone who had learned to maintain it through discipline rather than ease. He looked at Wei Canglong for a long moment. The tribunal, he said. Not a question. Yes. My name is Wei Canglong. I'm a Bluestone Sect practitioner connected to the investigation into Shun Borui's network. He kept his voice even. You have the right to leave this facility. The tribunal notification makes your detention legally untenable. Overseer Bai has not conceded that formally, but the investigation record will. Liang Wushu looked at the window. She said you might not want to leave, Wei Canglong said. I told her I wanted to ask you properly. So I'm asking. A long silence. What I want, Liang Wushu said, is my cultivation back. His voice was carefully controlled. They didn't harm me physically. The spatial restraint array blocked my core formation technique. For 8 months I've been operating at foundation building level. He turned from the window. Do you know what that's like? You've reached a way of perceiving the world, and then that perception is taken away. Not gradually. Every morning you wake up and the world is compressed. Limited. He looked at Wei Canglong. That's what I want back. Everything else is secondary. The array is disabled, Wei Canglong said. Su Lihua removed it from outside while we were at the gate. Liang Wushu went completely still. He extended his cultivation chi. For Liang Wushu, it was not a breakthrough. It was restoration. And restoration after loss had its own particular weight, different from gaining something new, quieter and heavier in a way that was difficult to name precisely. You understood, in the moment of return, exactly what had been taken. The absence became briefly visible as an object, with edges, before it dissolved back into the experience of simply being whole again. Wei Canglong did not speak. He had learned, across 17 months of managing other people's difficult moments, that the most useful thing he could do in this specific type of silence was nothing. I'm going to need a moment, he said. His voice was unsteady for the first time. Take it, Wei Canglong said. He sat down in the room's other chair and waited. Chapter 127. The bridge. Liang Wushu needed an hour in the room before he was ready to move. In that hour, he sat and breathed and slowly, methodically, ran his cultivation qi through the pathways that had been blocked for 8 months. Wei Canglong sat in the other chair and did not talk, did not cultivate, did not do anything that would add to what the room already contained. Sometimes presence without demand was what was needed. When Liang Wushu was ready, he looked at Wei Canglong and said, "The facility staff, the 2 security practitioners. In tribunal custody," Wei Canglong said, "temporarily under my seal until formal transfer to the investigation authority." How does that work? I can hold people temporarily inside a dimensional space, not indefinitely, but long enough for legal transfer to take place. He paused. They're unharmed. They'll be formally processed by Elder Chui Wenlan's office. Liang Wushu studied him. You're a dimensional practitioner. Yes. Core formation stage 1. Yes. At your age. He looked at Wei Canglong with the particular assessment of someone who has been involved in dimensional cultivation theory long enough that this statement carried full weight. How long? 2 months at core formation. Foundation building for about a year and a half before that. 2 months. He looked at the ceiling. The network's documentation on you. I read it. I read everything they had in this facility. He looked back. You declined Gold Peak Academy's research partnership proposal. Yes. And then dismantled the network that funded the extraction research. He said it flatly, the way you say something that requires no particular intonation because the facts speak for themselves. With legal process. With legal process, yes. Mostly. Liang Wushu looked at his hands. I've been practicing spatial technique for 20 years. Core formation for 3. He paused. I know what this technique costs. I know what it requires to use ethically. He looked up. You're doing it. At stage 1. Learning to do it. Wei Canglong said. There's a distinction. Something in Liang Wushu's expression shifted, not warmth exactly, but a kind of recognition. Yes, he said. There is. He was quiet for a moment. Then, my research, these past 3 years, before the capture, was on spatial technique transmission. How practitioners develop complex spatial methods. What conditions produce stable mastery versus unstable. Under what circumstances forced learning diverges from chosen learning. He looked at his hands. Not extraction research. Observation and documentation research. I was cataloging what goes wrong when practitioners acquire spatial techniques under coercion, so that the pattern could be recognized and addressed. He paused. The irony sat in the room without requiring commentary. The person who had studied the mechanisms of coercive technique transmission most carefully had been taken and subjected to a version of it. They had my published work in the facility, he said. I found a copy in the staff library 2 months in. They were using it for the wrong purposes. The findings I wrote as warnings, identifying which conditions accelerate forced integration. They were reading those sections as methodology. A pause. I spent 3 months writing a response document in my head. Every session. Full rebuttal. His voice was dry. It kept me sharp. He stood. The dimension. You offered the 2 security practitioners. Are you offering me something similar? A temporary space while I decide what I want. If you want it. Yes. Or you can come out directly. I have medical contacts and a recovery compound option if you need time. He paused. The choice is yours. Outside, Liang Wushu said. I've had enough of enclosed spaces. A pause. But I'll need to move carefully for the first few days. My pathways are not stable yet. Su Feiyun has foundation building medical training. She'll help with the pathway assessment. He nodded. All right. He picked up the small bag that was the only personal item in the room. Let's go. Chapter 128. Return. They left the Northern Reach facility with Overseer Bai formally under the Tribunal Notifications Authority. She had signed the cooperation acknowledgement after Wei Canglong made clear that his dimensional custody of the 2 security practitioners was the alternative. She had signed it with the expression of someone committing to something they had decided was the least bad option. The tribunal transfer documentation was filed before they left the Northern Reach. Su Lihua had brought the relevant forms and had the oversight office contact information memorized. The 2 security practitioners were formally transferred to Elder Chui Wenlan's custody via the tribunal's emergency mechanism, which allowed dimensional transfer documentation for active investigation cases. He released them both at the facility gate, with the tribunal documentation as their formal constraint. Neither of them ran. They were practitioners in a situation that had legal outcomes, and they understood that the legal outcomes were preferable to escalation. The journey back was slower than the journey north. Liang Wushu's cultivation pathways were genuinely unstable. 8 months of blocked core formation technique had created compensatory patterns in his foundation building meridians that needed careful resolution. He walked slowly and stopped often, running his cultivation qi through specific pathways to test their response. Su Feiyun walked beside him and occasionally asked precise technical questions about what he was experiencing. He answered precisely. They developed a working rhythm over 3 days of travel that was clearly good for both of them. She had the cultivation training without the core formation experience. He had the core formation experience without someone to verify his self-assessment. Wei Canglong walked slightly ahead of them most of the time, maintaining the dimension's occupant balance during movement. He had 6 people in it currently. The 2 security practitioners from the Northern Reach facility, Overseer Bai, who had chosen dimensional custody under tribunal authority over being left at a facility that no longer had a functioning isolation array, and 3 others carried over from earlier stages of the investigation. He sent the calming pulse at regular intervals. The emotional texture from inside was manageable. The security practitioners had settled considerably in the first day. They were practitioners in a legal situation with defined outcomes, and they had understood within hours that the dimensional space was not harming them. Overseer Bai's presence registered as cool calculation rather than distress. She was already thinking about her testimony, her cooperation record, her path through what came next. He checked his occupant count against his cultivation level. Core formation stage 1 supported 7 comfortably, 9 with effort. He had capacity remaining. He noted this the way he had learned to note such things over 17 months, as a practical fact, without assigning meaning to it beyond the operational. On the second day, he fell in a stride beside Wei Canglong. The dimension, he said. What does it feel like? From inside. Wei Canglong thought about how to answer accurately. Different for different people, he said. There's a spatial quality. The boundaries are present but not oppressive if you understand what they are. There's a particular light that has no source. And there's the technique's emotional resonance. You'd be aware of my state, to some degree. Not thoughts. Emotional weather. Is it peaceful? It depends on what you bring in. He paused. And on what I'm carrying. When I'm stable, it's quiet. When I'm under stress, that transmits. He paused again. I've learned to manage it. In the early period, I wasn't as good at it. Liang Wushu looked at the road. The people who were in it before. The ones who came out. 6, counting Chung Liangxiu's voluntary period. He paused. They're all out now. How did they leave? He thought about each of them. Han Beilong pressing his hands flat against a wall. Shen Mingbo asking about clean hands. Qian Tianjue turning around at the door. Su Lihua. Not a prisoner. Never a prisoner. But someone who had stood at the boundary of something and chosen her own path through it. Differently, he said. Each one differently. Chapter 129. What 8 months changed? They reached Bluestone territory on the 5th day, and Wei Canglong arranged for Liang Wushu to stay in the settlement's guest compound while his cultivation pathways continued to stabilize. On the 3rd morning there, Liang Wushu found him in the outer courtyard. My core formation technique is back to approximately 80%, he said. The remaining instability is in the secondary meridians. Su Feiyun says it will resolve over 2 to 3 weeks of normal cultivation. Good. I want to be at the hearing. He looked at Wei Canglong. The criminal hearing. I want to give testimony in person. Wei Canglong hadn't expected that this soon. You've been out for 5 days. I know. Liang Wushu's voice was even. 8 months inside a facility. My technique blocked. Research sessions that I participated in because the alternative was continued isolation and I was doing what I needed to do to keep my mind functional. He paused. That decision is mine. I'm not ashamed of it, and I'm not proud of it. I made the choice that kept me intact. He met Wei Canglong's gaze. What they did to me is in the record because you put it there. I want to be in the room when that record is used. 2 weeks, Wei Canglong said. I know. I'll be ready. He paused. Su Feiyun is good. Yes. She asks questions like she already knows the answer and is testing whether you know it too. He said it with something that might have been appreciation. I've been cultivating alone for a long time. It's different, having someone who asks the right questions. Wei Canglong thought about Su Feiyun in every room of the past 17 months, asking the right questions at exactly the moments he had needed them. She's that, he agreed. The dimension, Liang Wushu said. You said each person left differently. How did it change you? Not them you. He thought about that honestly. I understood what care required, he said. Not abstractly. In practice, in specific situations, with specific people. I understood the technique at a depth I couldn't have reached through solo cultivation. He paused. And I learned that the technique's flaw, the emotional bleed, was the same capacity as its strength. They're not separable. Liang Wushu was quiet for a moment. That's the thing most practitioners never learn, he said. Because most practitioners don't have another practitioner teaching them from the inside. Chung Liangxiu, Wei Canglong said. Who is he? The original source of the technique. Voluntarily, he looked at the courtyard. He's at Gold Peak Academy now, finishing a theoretical text. A pause. He'll be at the hearing too. Chapter 130. 2 weeks. Elder Chui Wenlon's final briefing was detailed and exhausting. The criminal hearing would run 3 days. 6 witnesses. Extensive documentary record. Shen Borui's advocates had filed 4 pre-hearing motions. 2 had been denied. 1 was under review. 1 had been partially granted. A scope limitation that excluded cases from more than 30 years ago from the criminal standard while retaining them as context evidence. That was the one concession to the advocacy team's work. Cheng Liangxiu, Bao Chengwei, Liang Wushu, and Wei Canglong were all scheduled to testify. Bai Ruochen was testifying remotely from the Free Harbor. The 3 Bluestone disciples from the Copper Ridge case were providing written testimony. Shen Borui will be present, Chui Wenlon said. He has been informed that his voluntary appearance will be noted favorably in the panel's assessment. She paused. He chose to appear voluntarily. What that calculation represents, I leave to you to interpret. Wei Canglong thought about the Qin Patriarch's calculation at the estate. About people who did not reverse positions once filed. Shen Borui appearing voluntarily was a different calculation. The appearance of cooperation without the substance of concession. An attempt to shape how the panel read his character. What outcome does the investigation expect, he asked. A finding against Shen Borui on the central charges, coordination of a network that caused direct physical harm and wrongful detention, and financing research into coercive extraction techniques. She looked at her notes. The scope limitation means the criminal finding will cover approximately 20 years rather than 40. The civil restriction record covers the full 40 years. She paused. It's not everything. It's what the evidence can support to the criminal standard. And after the finding? Cultivation restriction at the next level. House arrest effectively. No movement outside a small defined territory. Mandatory documentation of all financial activity. She looked up. The research patronage ends. The network loses its final protection. The documentation operation Ru Janning described becomes evidence rather than intelligence. 20 years rather than 40. Civil rather than criminal for the earlier period. Not everything. I'll be there, he said. He thought about Qian Tianjue, who would be present as a tribunal certification observer, present in the room, watching the hearing that his voluntary statement had helped build toward. He thought about Su Feiyun, who would be there because she was always where the work was. He thought about Su Lihua, who had found the 7th case, and who would be in the gallery watching the record she had helped construct being used. 2 weeks. He had one more thing to do before the hearing. He wrote a letter to Jean Runxiao at her niece's house in the Eastern Highland, telling her that the hearing was scheduled and that she could provide written testimony if she chose to. He did not pressure her. He described the opportunity and left the choice with her. Her response arrived 4 days later, in her clear script. Asterisk, I'll send the testimony. I've been writing it for 20 years. I think it's ready. Asterisk, he read the letter twice. Then he added it to the hearing file and went back to work. Chapter 131. The Criminal Hearing, Day 1. The hearing chamber at the Central Mountain Seat held more people than the previous hearing had. 3 panel members, for tribunal documentation staff, advocates on both sides, 12 observers in the gallery, practitioners, legal scholars, 1 journalist from the cultivation circuit, press, who had filed for access on the basis of public interest. Shen Borui sat at the respondents' table with 2 advocates in a stillness that was different from the stillness of the first hearing. There, he had projected composed confidence. Here, he sat with the stillness of someone who had accepted what was coming and was managing how it would be received. Wei Canglong was in the gallery. He was not testifying today. Bao Chengwei went first. He had testified before, and his delivery was practiced, controlled, specific, clear about the boundary between direct knowledge and inference. The advocate's cross-examination was sharp and well-prepared. They focused on 3 inconsistencies between his current testimony and elements of his original voluntary submission, and he explained each one carefully and without defensiveness. The inconsistencies were real but minor, the kind that any honest account of 22 years from memory produces. The panel's questions were more substantive than the advocates'. They asked about specific contracts, specific dates, specific outcomes. Bao Chengwei answered everything. When Wei Canglong took the witness position that afternoon, he described his role in the investigation chronologically. The sealing of Shun Mingbo as the entry point, the Copper Ridge discovery, the Free Harbor proceedings, the Gold Peak visit, the Northern Reach operation. He had rehearsed this narrative enough that it came out cleanly, without hesitation, with the particular quality of an account that has been examined from every angle and holds up. The advocates challenged the Gold Peak visit as outside the case's scope. The panel sustained the challenge partially. The Gold Peak material could be used as context but not as direct evidence. He finished his testimony in 2 hours. The panel thanked him. He returned to the gallery. Su Feiyun was sitting one row back. She leaned forward slightly and said, very quietly, "Clean." He nodded. Chapter 132. The old man testifies Cheng Liangqiu traveled from Gold Peak specifically for the hearing. He arrived the evening of the first day, carried his theoretical text manuscript under one arm and one travel bag in the other hand, and looked the same as he had looked when he left Bluestone Sect several months ago, slightly more settled, perhaps, in the way of someone who has found the right place to work. On the second morning, he testified. He walked to the witness position slowly, in the way of a man who had learned to move with deliberate weight rather than hurry. He sat. He placed his hands on the table. Shinborui's lead advocate immediately moved to challenge his credibility based on 40 years of institutional absence. The panel sustained the challenge as a standing note. Cheng Liangqiu's account would be weighed with the acknowledgement that it could not be independently corroborated for the 40-year period. Cheng Liangqiu looked at the advocate and said, "I understand the standard. Please ask your questions." He testified for 3 hours. He described the network's early structure as he had observed it from the inside, as a target. He described 3 specific incidents: approaches made through Cultivation family intermediaries, a direct contact that had been made 43 years ago by a man who did not give his name, but who had used specific language that appeared verbatim in Bao Qingwei's testimony about the network coordinator. He described what he had done to stay hidden for 4 decades and why. He was precise about the distinction between what he had directly witnessed and what he had inferred. The advocates challenged him 7 times. He conceded the inferential claims and maintained the direct knowledge claims, and the combination, something that could be challenged on some points and could not be challenged on others, was more credible than a story that challenged on nothing. And then, at the end of the advocate's cross-examination, the lead advocate made a mistake. She said, "You spent 40 years hiding because you were afraid. You produced no testimony, no report, no legal action during that entire period. And you are asking this panel to take the word of a man who was afraid for 40 years. Cheng Liangqiu looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "I spent 40 years hiding because the consequences of not hiding were documented in the people around me. 3 practitioners I personally knew went into research facilities and were never seen again. I watched that happen and decided that survival was more important than testimony." He paused. "I was wrong about that calculation. I have said so in my written testimony, and I'm saying it again." He looked at the panel. "I'm here now because a practitioner 18 years old understood what the technique required and learned it without the fear that I learned it with. When I saw how that was possible, I stopped being afraid." He looked at the advocate. "If you want to argue that fear-based silence diminishes credibility, that argument applies equally to every victim of a long-term organized harm who delayed coming forward. The panel may weigh that as they see appropriate." The advocate had no follow-up. Wei Canglong, in the gallery, felt Su Feiyun's hand briefly on his forearm and then gone. At the respondents' table, Shinborui's expression had not changed, but he was looking at Cheng Liangqiu with an attention that was different from how he had looked at the previous witnesses. Something in it that was not quite recognition and not quite respect. The look of someone who has been running from a thread for 40 years and has finally seen the thread in the room. Chapter 133. Liang Wushu and Jin Runxiao. Liang Wushu testified in the afternoon of the second day. His cultivation pathways were at approximately 90% stability, which was not complete, but which was sufficient for clear testimony. He testified calmly, with the focused precision of someone who had spent the previous 2 weeks organizing the experience of 8 months into a coherent account. He described the spatial restraint array, the research sessions, the particular psychological effect of having a core formation technique blocked, the compression of perception, the loss of the expanded awareness that had become intrinsic to his sense of self. He described how he had decided to cooperate with the research sessions, the specific calculation, the specific moment, the specific things he had told himself. He made no apologies for the decision and offered no defense of it. He stated it as a fact. The advocates did not challenge him aggressively. Wei Canglong thought that was a calculation. A man who had been held in a containment facility for 8 months and who described his experience with this kind of precision was not someone a panel would look at sympathetically after aggressive cross-examination. Jin Runxiao's written testimony was read into the record by a tribunal documentation staff member, in her exact words, as she had submitted it. She had been writing it for 20 years, she had said. The testimony was 22 pages. It began, "I have been in a research facility, a room with no window, and a life organized around other people's interests in what I am. I am telling this panel what happened. I am not asking for sympathy. I am asking for the record, *. It covered her recruitment, the term she had been offered, what she had understood at the time, and what she understood in retrospect. It described the 40 years she had been in the Academy's facility and the specific costs of that time. Not dramatically, but specifically. A cultivation advancement that had never happened because the research conditions required maintained stability. A marriage that had worked, briefly, and then been made impossible by the conditions of her situation. Work she had wanted to do that had been diverted. It ended. I am 82 years old, and I am writing this from my niece's house in the Eastern Highland, where I have been for 6 months. I am cultivating in the morning and eating dinner with people who are glad I'm here. This is what I wanted for 40 years. I am not angry, because I decided 40 years ago that anger would make the time harder. But I want the record to hold what was taken. When the staff member finished reading it, the hearing chamber was quiet for a long time before the panel chair called a recess. Chapter 134. Shunborui speaks on the third day. Shunborui gave his statement. He stood at the witness position. His advocates had argued to let him testify from the respondents' table. The panel had denied the request, and he spoke for 40 minutes. His voice was measured and clear, with the carrying quality of someone who had spoken to large rooms for decades. He acknowledged, fully and without qualification, that he had coordinated a research network that studied dimensional cultivation techniques. He acknowledged that practitioners had been harmed through the network's activities. He did not deny Bao Qingwei's testimony. He did not deny Cheng Liangqiu's account of the early period. What he said was this: that he had begun the work with genuine conviction that dimensional cultivation was not understood and that the lack of understanding posed systemic risk to the intersect world. That the technique could, in the wrong hands, become a mechanism for harm at scale. That someone needed to understand it. I was right about the risk, he said. I was wrong about the method. He looked at the panel directly. I am not saying I wasn't responsible for the harm that resulted. I'm saying that responsibility coexists with genuine conviction about the original purpose. He paused. I spent 40 years believing I was doing necessary work. I was wrong about that. I am prepared to accept whatever finding this panel reaches. The hearing chamber was quiet after he finished. Wei Canglong sat in the gallery and thought about the Qian patriarchs I did not authorize harm, and Hu Ding's 22% viability rate, and Overseer Bai's important work, and all the people who had organized a system around themselves and named its purpose something that made them feel like the right kind of person. He thought about Cheng Liangqiu's 40 years of fear, Jin Ruinxiao's 40 years of stillness, Liang Wushu's 8 months of block perception, the 3 Bluestone disciples in the Free Harbor holding. Conviction and responsibility coexisted. That was true. It did not make the responsibility smaller. After the session, in the corridor, Qian Tianjue found him. That speech, Qian Tianjue said. I heard it. My father could give that speech word for word and mean every part of it. He paused. That's the thing I've been trying to describe to myself for 2 years. It's not that they don't believe what they're saying. They believe all of it. He looked at the wall. That's harder than if they were lying. Yes, Wei Canglong said. It is. Chapter 135. The panel deliberated for 2 days. During those 2 days, the people gathered at the central mountain seat found different ways to inhabit the waiting. Bao Qingwei went back to the Free Harbor, leaving his contact information with Elder Cui Wenlan's office and a brief note to Wei Canglong. Whatever the outcome, the 22 years are in the record. That's enough? Liang Wushu spent both days at the mountain seat's cultivation library, reading. He had a particular quality of concentrated absorption that Wei Canglong recognized. The focus of someone making up for lost time in the specific way that only works if you stop thinking about how much time was lost and just do the work. Cheng Liangqiu wrote. He had brought his manuscript, and the mountain seat's quiet reading rooms were apparently suitable for the final revisions. He emerged for meals and otherwise stayed with his text. Qian Tianjue attended every observation session available to certification program students. When Wei Canglong passed him in a corridor on the first day, he was taking notes with the focused precision of someone committing to a professional identity and finding that it fit better than the one he'd been given. Su Feiyun worked. She had brought case files she was helping with for Bluestone Sec's legal office, a side engagement she had developed over the past year that was becoming something closer to a calling than a side engagement. She worked at a small table in the mountain seat's outer courtyard, in the cold, without apparent discomfort. On the afternoon of the second day, Wei Canglong sat down across from her. What do you think they'll rule? She asked, not looking up from her work. What the evidence supports, he said. Culpability on the central charges. The 20-year criminal scope rather than 40. Movement restriction at the next level. An end to the network's legal protection. Is that enough? He thought about that honestly. It's what was possible to prove to the criminal standard in the available time, he said. The 40 years are in the civil record. The criminal standard applies to 20. He paused. It's not everything. It's what the process could deliver. And you're all right with that. He thought about Jean Runxiao writing for 20 years. About Cheng Liangxiu hiding for 40. I'm not all right with the harm that happened, he said. I'm all right with what the process was able to do with the evidence we built. Those are different things. Su Feiyun looked up from her file. She looked at him for a moment with an expression he recognized. Not approval, something more substantial than approval. Recognition. Yes, she said. They are. She went back to her work. He sat across from her in the cold afternoon air and waited for the panel to return. Chapter 136. The ruling. The panel convened on the morning of the third day, at the same time as it had opened the hearing. The panel chair read the finding. Shinborui was found culpable on 2 of the 3 central charges. Coordination of a network that caused direct physical harm to practitioners, proven beyond the criminal standard. Financing research into coercive extraction techniques, proven. The third charge, authorizing contracts with specific intent to cause harm, was found not proven to the criminal standard, though the evidence was noted as sufficient for the civil record. The finding covered 20 years. The civil restriction record covered 40. The panel noted the distinction clearly and stated that the limitation was evidentiary, not moral. Consequence: house arrest within the Western Shore Territory, revised to an explicit radius with monitoring requirements. Financial assets connected to the network permanently frozen and transferred to a victim remediation fund administered by the tribunal. No cultivation practice outside the defined territory. Mandatory annual reporting to Elder Chui Wanlon's successor for a period of 15 years. The network, named as an organized entity in the finding, was formally dissolved with all known assets transferred to the remediation fund. Shinborui listened to the full reading without visible reaction. When it was finished, he stood. His lead advocate reached for his arm, and he moved it away, gently. He looked at the panel and said, "Understood." Then he sat down. Wei Canglong, in the gallery, felt the exhale that went through the room. Not relief exactly, but the particular release of a long-held effort finally complete. He looked at Cheng Liangxiu in the witness gallery, where he had been permitted to sit as a party to the case. The old man was looking at Shinborui with an expression Wei Canglong couldn't fully read. Not satisfaction. Not grief. Something that had resolved past both. He would ask him about it later. Chapter 137. Core Formation Stage 2 had happened in the afternoon, walking back from the mountain seat to the practitioners' goose houses. Not during any particular moment of action or revelation. He was walking, thinking about nothing specific. The way the stone path's edge caught the late light, the sound of his own footsteps, the weight of the hearing still in his chest, and the Core Formation Stage 2 breakthrough came the way Cheng Liangxiu had predicted it would. As recognition, he stopped walking. He was in the middle of a stone path in a mountain complex, and the world around him was suddenly exactly what it was. Not more meaningful or more significant. Exactly what it was, with no gap between what he saw and what was there. The technique was who he was. Not a tool he carried. Not a practice he performed. The technique and the person had integrated, and the integration was not a mystery he had solved but a fact he had lived into. He stood on the stone path for about 15 seconds. Then he started walking again. The guest house was a 10-minute walk. Su Feiyun was already there, reading in the common room. She looked up when he came in. Read his expression. Stage 2, she said. Yes. She went back to her book. Good, she said. He sat down in the chair across from her. Outside, the mountain was going orange in the late sun, the particular orange of late autumn at altitude, sharp and saturated in cold. Stage 2 was integration. The next facet would be expression, the technique becoming visible in his actions in ways that had nothing to do with qi. He was, he thought, already doing that. He had been doing it for months without the formal designation. The advancement was the recognition of what was already true. He would write to Cheng Liangxiu. The old man would probably say something oblique and accurate. Chapter 138. What everyone did next. Liang Wushu left for his home sect 4 days after the hearing. Before he left, he found Wei Canglong in the guest house courtyard and said, "I'm going to file a formal research note with the inter-sect practitioner registry, describing the 8 months. Technical account of what spatial containment does to core formation pathways." He paused. The remediation fund covers practitioners who were held by the network. "I've been told to file a claim." "You should," Wei Canglong said. "I know." He looked at the courtyard stones. "It feels strange. The practical part of me says file the claim. The part of me that spent 8 months making decisions about how to survive feels like filing the claim is admitting something." He paused. "I'm working on that part." "The claim is accurate," Wei Canglong said. "Accuracy isn't the same as diminishment." Liang Wushu looked at him. "Your certainty is impressive at your age." "I'm not certain. I think that's the accurate framing. There's a difference." Liang Wushu's mouth moved in something that was close to a smile. Yes, he said. There is. He picked up his bag. I'll send you what I find when my pathways are fully stable. It may be useful for your own understanding of core formation. I'd appreciate that. I know. He nodded. Safe cultivation. It was the practitioner's farewell, the one that meant more than goodbye. Tianjue left with his certification program cohort on the same day. He paused at the mountain seat gate and turned back. The foundation building stage for architectural advice, he said. I reached stage for last week. Wei Canglong had not known that. Good. 3 months faster than I expected. He paused. The certification program placement exam test stage 5 capacity. I'm told I'm ready. He met Wei Canglong's gaze with the directness he had developed over 18 months of complicated proximity. When I'm certified and working, I expect I'll be in your circle in various capacities. The tribunal investigation has a lot of follow-up work. I know, Wei Canglong said. I'm not apologizing for that. I didn't ask you to. Tianjue held his gaze for another moment. Then he nodded, the pure acknowledgement, and walked away. Xianxia returned to Gold Peak. Before he left, he handed Wei Canglong the bound manuscript, the theoretical text that had been composing itself for 6 months in a dimensional space and another 4 months in Feng Wei's quiet library. For you first, he said. Then I'll give Feng Wei the academic copy. I'll read it carefully. I know you will. He looked at Wei Canglong with the expression he wore when he was going to say something that mattered and had chosen the right moment. The core formation progression. Stage 3, expression. You're already doing it. I watched you do it throughout the hearing. He paused. The technique becomes visible in your actions when your actions are organized by it. What you do, how you do it, who you're willing to be in a difficult situation. That's what expression means. He picked up his bags. I don't think you'll find stage 3 difficult. You said stage 2 would feel like recognition, Wei Canglong said. And you were right. The old man smiled. It was the same glad smile he had shown the morning of his release, standing in the courtyard looking at the sky. Good, he said. Stage 3 will feel like necessity. He walked toward the mountain seat gate, 2 bags and a second copy manuscript in a sealed tube. He did not look back. Chapter 139. What it was Su Feiyun found him in the courtyard that evening, after everyone else had gone. She sat on the bench where she had delivered several of her more direct observations over the past 18 months. He sat across from her on the stone step. The sky was very clear and very cold and full of stars in the way that mountain skies are full of stars. What's in the notebook? She asked. He had been carrying the notebook with the blank space under asterisk core formation. What changes? Asterisk. He opened it and read what he had written, all of it. Then he read what he had added in the margins over the months. You've been filling it in, she said. As I understood each part. He closed the notebook. The answer to what core formation changes is everything that was already changing. Nothing new. Just the recognition of the direction. She looked at the sky. The past 18 months. Yes. What would you do differently? He thought about that honestly. I'd be clearer earlier. With the first prisoners and with myself. He paused. The technique requires care. I was doing the care before I had the framework for it. If I'd had the framework sooner, he stopped. But you can't get the framework before the experience. That's the architecture of how it works. No, she said. You can't. A long, comfortable silence. The kind that had developed over 18 months of working in close proximity. What are you going to do next? She asked. Continue the investigation cooperation. Assist with the follow-up work on the network's remaining active contracts. He paused. Wei Yiling is at Gold Peak, meeting Cheng Liangqiu and studying Feng Wei's archive. She'll need ongoing guidance as she develops her technique. He paused again. Core formation stage 3. The technique becoming visible in how I act. He looked at the stars. I don't think that's something I pursue. I think it's something that happens as a result of continuing to do the work accurately. That sounds right, she said. What are you going to do next? She looked at the stars too. The legal work, she said. I've been doing it informally. I should do it formally. There's a practitioner legal specialist certification that's been sitting in my planning notes for 6 months. A pause. The tribunal work has a significant backlog of cases involving practitioners. I could be useful there. He thought about Su Feiyun across from Advocate Rin in a free harbor hearing room, and then across from a panel at the central mountain seat, and then across from every difficult problem he had brought her over 18 months. You'd be very good at that, he said. I know, she said. That's why I'm going to do it. Another silence. Wei Canglong, she said. What? The technique. What you've built with it over the past year and a half. The dimension as a growth environment. The care as structural, the investigation work, the practitioners you've connected to each other, she paused. That's not what anyone expected from dimensional consumption. It's not what the name implies. It's not even what Cheng Lianqiu understood it to be, not fully, when he passed it to you. I know. You built that, she said. That's yours. He sat with that for a moment. We built it, he said. She looked at him sidelong. Accept the acknowledgement, she said. He thought about it. Then, all right. Thank you. She stood. Get some sleep. We travel tomorrow. She walked back toward the guest house. He stayed in the courtyard for a while longer, in the cold, under the clear mountain sky. The dimension was empty, quiet, full of the residue of everyone who had passed through it, the growth texture that 17 months of difficult practice had laid down. Cheng Lianqiu's 40 years. Qian Tianjue's honesty. Shen Mingbo's clean hands question. Han Beilong's dogged work. And now Ru Jianning's tentative wondering about what he actually wanted. The technique was who he was. The dimension was part of that. It would keep changing as he kept changing, and the changes would require the same thing they had always required. Being present, being accurate, being willing to do the work carefully rather than quickly. He sat for a while longer. Then he went inside. Chapter 140. The work continues. He was 22 years old. Foundation building had taken 18 months, which was fast. Core formation had followed at an age when most practitioners were still consolidating their first 3 foundation building stages. Core formation stage 2 had come through the hearing. He was core formation stage 2, and the work ahead of him was long. The Shunborui network's remaining active contracts needed documentation and resolution. Wei Yiling needed ongoing support as her broadcast technique developed. The Intersect Practitioner Registry needed updating for everyone who had come through the network's documentation operation and deserved accurate records. The remediation fund needed the claims that were due to it. The investigation's follow-up work would run for years. And somewhere outside all of that, the cultivation path continued. Core formation stage 3 and beyond it, nascent soul, and everything higher, stages he had read about in theoretical texts, and that existed as distances he could begin to measure from where he stood. He was not in a hurry. He had learned that hurry was the thing that made you imprecise, and imprecision was what turned a technique capable of growth into something that merely extracted. The dimension functioned at the speed of honest attention. He would cultivate at that speed. In the morning, he would travel back to Bluestone Sect. He would check his notebooks list. He would do the next thing on it, and then the next thing after that. Ru Jianning was still in the dimension, working on the question of what he wanted. When he had an answer, Wei Canglong would open the seal, and they would talk about what came after. That was a conversation he was looking forward to, not because he knew how it would go, but because he had learned that honest conversations about hard things were almost always worth having. The cultivation technique, called dimensional consumption, was poorly named. What it was, at its core, was a relationship between a practitioner and the space they carried and the people who came through it. The consumption was real. The advancement was real. But the practice, the actual practice, done accurately and with care, was something more than that. Something that didn't have a good name yet, because the practitioners who had understood it had been isolated and hidden and afraid. Wei Canglong was not isolated. He was not hidden. He was working on being unafraid. He stood in the quiet of his room in the Mountain Seat guest house, on the last night before the journey home, and felt the dimension's empty resonance and the core formation awareness that extended to every surface in the room and the particular quality of being exactly where he was. That was enough. It was also the beginning. He went asleep. The work continued. If this story has moved you, if Wei Canglong's careful path and the world he built around this strange and demanding technique have stayed with you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More cultivation stories await. Until next time, fellow cultivators, the path continues, and you walk it with us.